I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. This cannot be incorrect. This is indeed the Phoenix Eye, Brother 7 reaffirmed. Then where's the treasure? Han Sen saw a mountain range in the distance, which only told him this place was massive. Locating anything there might be far more difficult than expected. Brother 7 looked back at his compass. He said, "This is strange. I cannot tell which direction we must go now." Brother 7 touched the black grass on the ground, and when he looked at his hand, it was covered in black soot. The ground really was like charcoal. Then, he said, "I have no idea whatsoever what purpose this place serves, in a shelter, but I am certain some power presides over this place. A dangerous presence remains, one that keeps this world like one that was built from charcoal. It's best we don't split up," Han Sen said, as he looked around. Brother 7 nodded, and he knew Han Sen would protect him. Han Sen was not very proficient when it came to discovering paths and going in the right direction, so he allowed Brother 7 to lead. Although Brother 7 was just as clueless about where the treasure might be found, he was good at planning routes. As they walked, the landscape remained the same. The mountain, trees, and flowers were all still black. There was great variation in the size and shape of the flowers and trees. There were thick, giant trees, and lots of tiny little flowers. Black as they were, they looked like motionless statues. They looked as if they could never die, and they'd be preserved in this state forever. Bauer thought the flowers looked incredibly pretty, and she wanted to hold one. But upon being allowed to touch one, the flower quickly collapsed into a mound of soot. What kind of power can incinerate things like this? Han Sen was quite surprised. Brother 7 could only say, "I have no idea, but if we encounter whatever has done this, we are sure to meet a swift end. Rather than cooked, I'd wager we'd be vaporized." Han Sen did not expect Brother 7 to be so lighthearted, and of a mood to actually make half a jest. But suddenly, they heard a noise coming from a distant black forest. When they tracked down the noise, they saw a white ram, grazing on the black grass of a meadow. The contrast between the white ram and black earth was striking. "There are creatures here." Han Sen was moderately relieved, upon coming to learn this. The place had previously felt like a warped, alternate dimension. Seeing something else alive there made the place feel a little more real. If this was all a hallucination, however, whoever created it had to be a supremely powerful being. But if it was real, as he hoped, then at least he could use his powers. Bauer, seeing the fluffy ram, quickly ran over to it. She leapt onto its back and grabbed its horns. She looked exuberantly happy. The ram was alarmed by its sudden mounting, and it took off running into the forest. Han Sen quickly gave chase, as the last thing he wanted right now was to lose Bauer. If he lost her now, it'd be difficult to find her again. Han Sen guessed the ram was a mutant creature, and his hypothesis was correct. He and Brother 7 caught up with the ram with ease, and when they did, Han Sen grabbed the creature by its head. The ram went soft and fell to the ground, with Bauer clapping. Brother 7 wished to say something, but his face immediately changed. "Han Sen, let go of the ram," Brother 7 pleaded with anxiety. "What is it?" Han Sen picked up Bauer and turned to look at what had startled Brother 7. There were many more rams and sheep approaching. Their numbers had to be in the hundreds, and they all looked displeased and hostile. The first ram they saw was fairly small in comparison to these others. Their horns were massive and sharp like blades. The first ram was a mutant creature, but Han Sen guessed the others had to be sacred blood creatures. With their power, all combined, they'd make for frightening foes. Han Sen's fitness was only equivalent to that of a sacred blood creature, so he could easily find himself skewered and trampled to death if he did not use Super King Spirit mode. "You guys have cute children. I was just giving this one a hug, I wasn't being rough." Han Sen started to stroke the mutant ram's head, and helped it get back up to its feet. He didn't want to incite the ire and fury of the rams. To survive a stampede by those woolly fiends, he'd have to use Super King Spirit mode. But it was a draining talent, and he only sought to use it during the times where he absolutely had to. Not knowing what lay further ahead on this journey, too, he favored not making use of it now. The hundreds of rams and sheep then bawed with rage. The rams started to rush towards Han Sen like a legion of superspeed tanks. Han Sen grabbed Brother 7 and took off into the air in flight. Han Sen didn't want Brother 7 to get hurt, so he thought it best to take the man to a safer spot before deciding what to do next. But unfortunately for them, the rams were able to jump 50 meters high. Han Sen swooped through the air like a bird, effortlessly evading the airborne attacks of the rams. He may have been safe and out of their reach, but the rams followed wherever he flew. And as they went, a chorus of baaing constantly sounded. The rams were very powerful, and they each had to be sacred blood in class. Han Sen initially believed losing their pursuit would be easy, but he was quickly proven wrong. And as he tried to escape, he noticed the white rams and sheep were starting to turn black. The rams and sheep that banded together to assault Han Sen once looked like a cloud that was chasing him, but now, they were all black like an oversized chip of charcoal. It was clear to see their speed and power had increased, following their change in color. But suddenly, Han Sen heard another sheep bawl. There was a black male ram that looked different than the others coming. It ran and leapt towards Han Sen. Super creature. Han Sen's face changed. Han Sen's arrow did not make him any faster than the black sheep headed his way. When the fluffy fiend reached the peak of its jump, it glided towards him like an aggressive storm cloud. It is a super creature. Han Sen returned Brother 7 to the ground and told him, "Go on ahead first." Brother 7 said, "Remember the peak that is shaped like a cow? I will meet you there." Brother 7 took off running, not wanting to slow him down. He knew he was being more of a burden than a boon, by accompanying Han Sen to this place. Seeing him go, Han Sen started running towards the ground-born cloud of sheep. When the black super sheep saw Han Sen run towards the flock, it swiftly returned to the earth. It sought to protect its kin, but Han Sen was dangerously close to them already. One of the black sheep reared its horns and tried ramming Han Sen with them. Seeing it come, Han Sen easily dodged out of the way and turned to provide a deep cut to its belly with Taya. When Taya sliced across the black sheep's belly, it was split wide open with the sound of cut metal. Han Sen did not stop there, though. He resumed his race to the flock, but another black sheep stepped forward to stop him. In response, Han Sen brought out his phoenix sword and hit the sheep, despite it still being wrapped up. Gotcha. The cloth that packaged the phoenix sword did nothing to cushion the blow. When the sword landed on the sheep, the cloth that was neatly wrapped around it was torn to shreds as the sheep was cut in two. The sword, combined with the power given from Blood Pulse Sutra, was terrifying. Berserk mutant creature Devilhorn sheep killed. No beast soul gained. This creature cannot be consumed. Han Sen froze a little, upon hearing this strange announcement. It was a berserk mutant, much to his surprise. Holding two swords, Han Sen continued his sprint to the crowd of rams and sheep. He started to slaughter them, all the while avoiding the attacks of the Ram King that had now come near. After Brother 7 had finished scaling the mountain, he turned to take a look at what was going on with Han Sen. He saw him, butchering the sheep like a madman. Nothing was able to prevent him from doing as he pleased, not even the Sheep King. How is Han Sen so powerful? We could do with a few more humans like him here, Brother 7 thought, as he continued running to his proposed rendezvous point. Han Sen suddenly found himself having a good deal of fun, effortlessly slaying a bunch of sheep. By turning black, it seemed as if the sheep and rams could only bolster their defense, which still wasn't enough, anyway. Their attempted attacks were pitiful, too. The Sheep King roared at the merciless, raging wolfman, but it was cut off by the other sheep that were scurrying about in fear. The Sheep King commanded them to back off and run away, though, which broke Han Sen's momentary cover. It resumed its hunt of Han Sen, with a blisteringly quick speed. The horns were like black crystals, sharp enough to cleave and sunder mountains. Han Sen used his phoenix sword to fight back. Suddenly, both the sword and horns collided. Dong! The horn was delivered a deep scratch mark, but Han Sen was sent flying back into the forest. Boom! Han Sen was knocked through a dozen charcoal trees before coming to a stop. When he came to, the air was choked with soot. The disturbed ash hung in the atmosphere, clogging it like a thick mist. Blurg! Han Sen coughed out some blood, and he noticed his armor had been heavily damaged. Cracks ran all across it. Bauer looked at Han Sen with much worry, but before he could comfort her, he had to return his focus to the Sheep King. It was already on its way over, to finish off the intruding human. Han Sen's black hair turned white, as his muscles grew in size exponentially. With the Sheep King now directly in front of him, Han Sen slashed. Dong! Han Sen was knocked back a few steps, and so was the sheep. A horn had been severed with the accompaniment of an explosive cracking sound, which quickly frightened the sheep. Han Sen followed up with his sword, attacking the sheep again. The king leapt out of the way and tried to counter with its other remaining horn. But this was expected, and the sword followed its jump. It swung past the other horn, cutting it off. Immediately, the sheep king shelved its plan for revenge and planned to escape. Using arrow, Han Sen caught up to the sheep king that was trying to escape. He slashed its body, which turned out to be sturdier than the horns. A fair cleft was delivered, but it wasn't enough to draw blood. The sheep king squealed, wanting to escape with even greater haste. But Han Sen wasn't feeling merciful. He remained behind the sheep, striking and striking again from behind. No matter how many times he hit it, though, no blood was drawn. When the other sheep caught sight of their beloved king getting beat up, though, they ran off. Gotcha! Han Sen finally had success, and it came in the form of a simple beheading. With a mighty strike, the sheep king's head was lopped off. Super creature Devilhorn, sheep king killed, beast soul gained. Its flesh is inedible and there is no life geno essence for retrieval. Han Sen was shocked once again. This was the first super creature he had ever killed that didn't provide him with a life geno essence. This is strange, indeed. And even for a super creature, this thing seemed rather weak. Still, he had managed to obtain its beast soul. And having received it, Han Sen was more than pleased. He had a look in his sea of soul, to examine his latest beast soul. Devilhorn King, polluted beast soul weapon type. Han Sen was taken aback. This was a unique beast soul, and its description was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Han Sen summoned it, and it was a scimitar. It seemed like a weapon, forged of black crystals not unlike the original creature's horns. When Han Sen examined the corpse of the dead king, it started to crumble away and disintegrate into soot. It was soon indistinguishable from the ground of that black land. The black crystal horn remained behind though, like a chip of charcoal. But when Han Sen touched it, that too crumbled away and scattered like dust. Suddenly, Han Sen's body felt extremely weak. He hadn't used the whole hour of Super King Spirit to defeat the beast, so it wasn't as bad as last time. But just as Han Sen decided to go looking for Brother 7, his blurred vision saw someone coming towards him. It was Xianxia King. Why is he here? Han Sen wondered to himself in disappointment. Xianxia King was headed right for him, and when he arrived before Han Sen, the spirit asked the very same question, but aloud. Why are you here? I grabbed the person that accompanied Holy Sword Emperor. He brought me here, but we got split up when encountering a lot of very nasty sheep. I don't know where he is now. Han Sen paused for a moment, and then went on to ask, did you catch up with Holy Sword Emperor? No, he ran off, but not without losing his treasure to me. Xianxia King held out an item for Han Sen to take a look at. It was a leather scroll, with a gold phoenix painted on it. It looked very alive, like a bird that was truly above and beyond the strength and comprehension of any other bird that existed. When Han Sen saw the picture, he felt as if he had been struck. It reminded him of all the birds he had seen, back in the palace. The phoenix on the painting was stood there, delicate and proud. But at the same time, it appeared as if it was flying. This painting is Phoenix Emperor's treasure. He must have drawn it after seeing all the birds laid out before him in the hall, Han Sen theorized. Han Sen thought about the palace, and now, looking at the picture presented, he realized it was the complete set. Do you understand? Xianxia King asked. No, but that human seems to. If you see him, maybe you can ask him. Han Sen was worried Xianxia King might mercilessly strike down Brother 7 if he encountered him. Xianxia King put the picture away. He then picked up Han Sen and started flying. Han Sen knew he meant no harm, so he didn't try to resist the free lift. Xianxia King flew at an obscene speed, and it seemed as if they traveled thousands of miles in no time at all. They came to a stop near a lake. My emperor, where is this? Han Sen asked, as he observed the lake. Is this where the treasure resides? Han Sen wondered. Xianxia King did not answer, and instead, chucked Han Sen directly into the water. Then, he himself jumped in. It was as if they were going to have a bath together. Han Sen believed there to be something strange about the lake, but when Xianxia King jumped in, he felt safer. Han Sen felt as if all his dirt was being cleansed and rinsed away. His Dongshuan aura seemed to be recovering, too. Bauer was also there, and she merrily swam and splashed about in the waters of the lake. Emperor, this lake is fairly fancy. Han Sen feigned surprise. Xianxia King replied, of course it is. This lake is composed of the tears of the fiery phoenix. The water is restorative to one's body. Tears of a phoenix, you say? Han Sen looked at Xie Qing in awe. Xie Qing, without beating around the bush, said, "Do you know why that turkey called himself Phoenix Emperor? It was because he grew a holy tree. That tree gave birth to a pair of fruit. In each fruit was a phoenix with 10 gene locks open. When they went to the fourth god's sanctuary, however, the male died. That's why this place was ruined. The tears of the other phoenix, in the loss of its partner, is what formed this lake. By bathing here, we can rinse ourselves of any debilitations we may have incurred." After a brief moment of silence, Xie Qing went on to say, "I went to the treasury but there was nothing there. I think the turkey must have hidden his treasure somewhere in this place. We should resume our search later." Han Sen thought of the giant tree he had stepped into before entering the shelter, and asked himself, was that the holy tree he talked about? He then went on to think, remember that etching near the entrance. Didn't it say, the phoenix descended on God Mountain and the emperor died? By descent, does it mean the phoenix died and fell to the ground? And the emperor died with it? Is the emperor dead someplace here? We'll be here for another 7 hours. It looks like you were injured pretty badly, following your wrestling match with the sheep. Stay here and you'll be right as rain before you know it, Xie Qing said. He hadn't known when it occurred, but Bauer had climbed on top of Xie Qing's head. Needless to say, he was surprised and a little fearful, but it was unjustified, because Xie Qing did not mind at all. He was fine with the baby there, and he was not angry or annoyed. He simply allowed Bauer to pull his hair and squeeze his cheeks. Han Sen wanted to call her back, in case she made him mad. But all of a sudden, he felt something touch his waist. It gave him quite the shock. Han Sen lowered his head and saw a fat goldfish swimming towards him. The goldfish was around the size of a hand, with a tail that was reminiscent of a butterfly wing. Its head was peculiar, almost like a lionhead goldfish. As it swam towards Han Sen, its tail wagged and fluttered behind it merrily. He scanned the creature and could not detect the presence of a strong life force. If he didn't know any better, it could have very well been an average fish. Han Sen backed away from it, but it followed him across the pool. Although he was wise to exercise caution, he knew the fish wasn't aggressive. If it had been, it would have bitten him already. The goldfish swam behind Han Sen and circled the phoenix sword he was carrying on his back. There is more to this goldfish than meets the eye. It is here, of all places, and in a pool formed by the tears of a phoenix. And what's more, it is showing interest in my phoenix sword. The feather of its composition might actually have belonged to one of those phoenixes, too. Han Sen had a lot to think about lately. The lionhead-like fish continued to swim around and around the sword with keen interest. Han Sen decided to tap the goldfish with his finger to see how it would respond. His finger prodded the creature, but it didn't pay any mind. It continued to circle the sword, showing no fear at his presence or attention. Han Sen decided to grab the whole goldfish and see if he could detect a life force by bringing it out the water. He did this, but could not detect anything. Queer behavior aside, it really did seem like an ordinary goldfish. Can a run-of-the-mill goldfish really live in a place like this? Han Sen wondered. Bauer decided to jump back into the water and swam over to Han Sen with haste. She had seen the goldfish in Han Sen's hand, and she wanted to touch it herself. Watching the playful baby approach, the fish wriggled its way out of Han Sen's hand, hopped back into the water, and swam behind him for cover. Bauer looked angry after seeing its behavior, and so she tried to swim around and grab it. Fortunately for the fish, Han Sen stopped her. Go play someplace else. Han Sen pushed Bauer away. The fish was an interesting little thing, and so Han Sen didn't want her to kill it. If there was a benefit or purpose to this fish, he'd rather discover what it was before it died. A needless death would be a waste. Bauer gave a stern look to the goldfish and then swam away. Han Sen scooped the fish back up in his hand to give it another look. He couldn't see anything special about it, and he didn't think it was a sacred blood creature in disguise, either. But appearances were often misleading, so Han Sen's wasn't so quick to believe it was just an average goldfish. Han Sen placed the fish down just outside the pool. In a weird display, the fish did not simply flop around like he suspected it would. Instead, it transformed into a little red bird. Han Sen's eyes opened wide, for this was the first time he had seen something like this. It most certainly caught him off guard. Han Sen picked up the bird and returned it to the water. When submerged, it transformed into a fish again. Wow, that is very weird. Han Sen watched in disbelief as the lionhead goldfish bird thing returned to swim around his sword. Han Sen turned to look at Xianxia King and noticed his eyes were still closed. It seemed as if he was still unaware of what was going on. Han Sen decided to take the goldfish back out of the water. Like before, it transformed into a bird. But strangely, it did not fly. He suspected that the bird was too plump for proper flight, as all it did was take a strong hop up onto his shoulder. When there, it pecked the phoenix sword on his back. This thing must be special. I wonder if I can bring it with me. A streak of greed flashed across Han Sen's eyes. The bird seemed resistant this time, as if it did not want to leave the shoulder nearest his sword. Remaining in the pool for 7 hours would take a long time, and while he did not mind waiting, he didn't want Xianxia King to find out about the goldfish bird he had discovered. But suddenly, a sharp cry echoed across the sky. Han Sen raised his head in response, and when looking up, he saw a raven circling the skies above them. "So noisy," Xianxia King said, before the raven exploded in a messy puff of feathers. A weird spectacle, considering the spirit did not even move. Han Sen thought that would be it, but more ravens came. The bodies of these ravens were on fire. Han Sen's Dongshuan aura had mostly recovered by now, and he was able to feel them approach before they actually did. He could also tell that these ravens were mostly mutant class, but were stronger than the sheep he had encountered earlier. Furthermore, there were at least 1,000 of these black, fiery birds. Xianxia King looked annoyed by the raucous cawing of the ravens that had suddenly appeared overhead. He stepped out of the lake and flew up into the skies in a rage to begin murdering the murder. He pummeled them into oblivion, and blood and feathers rained down around him. The strange situation only became stranger. When the blood and feathers reached the water, an invisible force pushed the mess away, to avoid polluting the place. Nothing spoiled the tears of the lake. Han Sen donned his armor and flew up as well, to aid Xianxia King. In killing the birds, as he had expected, the announcement confirmed that they were indeed mutant creatures. Their official name was Fire Raven, and like the other creatures he had killed in this weird location, they were inedible. Han Sen suddenly heard the cry of another raven. This screech was different from the others he had heard, so he looked around to see which bird had made the noise. And when he turned around, the sky was ablaze with a fierce red fire. "Hide in the lake and only come out when I call you," Xianxia King commanded, as he saw the red inferno that was consuming the sky. Han Sen spared no time in agreeing, and so he quickly set about returning to the lake. He could feel a horrible power and presence headed his way, and it was better if he did not have to be the one to face it. That, and the fact he had now come to trust Xianxia King, made him happy to oblige the request that he return to the restorative waters of the lake. Xianxia King was always alone. He never took on spirits, and neither did he ever contract creatures. He had only recently been released from 100,000-year imprisonment. This incarceration changed him, and this is what led him to take on Han Sen as a protege. Unfortunately for him, Han Sen hadn't been entirely honest about his identity. As Han Sen watched the red sky ablaze with a violent firestorm, he suddenly saw a fireball come hurling towards them. The fireball was then joined by an additional 3, and as they came, they toppled trees and relit the already fire-ravaged land. Only the lake was still cool. "They're not fireballs. That's 4 super creatures." Han Sen was worried, and he feared for Xianxia King's well-being. He had no idea if he could deal with such a threat. But before he could voice any concerns, Xianxia King had rushed ahead to meet the fiery felons. He re-entered the lake, but not without grave worry. If Xianxia King fell, or if the fire-wreathed ravens came for him, Han Sen did not know whether or not he could make it out alive. He was still fairly weak, so he wouldn't be in a prime condition to escape. Xianxia King's body gleamed like a beacon of silver light, and he flew to engage the 4 renegade stars. As Han Sen watched the violent suns, he could barely see the shape of the ravens inside the burning plasma of their power. But still, they were massive, and their wings had to be at least 100 meters long. They looked as if they'd be able to incinerate the coldest, most frozen lands. "These guys are all stronger than that Sheep King, for sure." Han Sen gasped in shock. Xianxia King was not at all fazed, though. The orbs spewed wretched fire as the birds within cawed callously, but he did not fear them. The landscape turned from black to red, and Han Sen felt as if he was living inside an active furnace. The fire was so hot, even the rocks of the mountainsides began to melt. Fortunately for him, the lake remained cool and unaffected by the whirlwind of fire that encompassed it. Streaks of flame overwhelmed Han Sen's vision of the sky, until there was nothing but a manic red blur above the surface of the lake. In the occasional lapse, he could catch sight of mountains crumbling, but that was it. Han Sen could now only hope that Xianxia King would emerge victorious. The spirit was communicative and friendly, but the birds weren't. If the spirit was killed, Han Sen would be unable to talk his way out of that situation, for sure. The fire that ripped through the sky looked as if it could bring the entire world down. The atmosphere was burning fiercely, and seemed like even gold could be melted within a few seconds of entry there. Fortunately, Han Sen had maxed out his fire geno points and practiced Phoenix Flame. If he had not, he would have been cooked alive for just poking his head above water. Suddenly, Han Sen heard a raven unleash a screech. One of the orbs came hurtling down like a meteorite, crashing into a nearby mountain. Following its descent, the mountain started to crumble and cave in on itself, half burying the fiery bird beast. The bird king's body was crushed by the rubble, as lava streamed out of it like a substitute for blood. When Han Sen squinted to get a better look of the king, he noticed it was missing a wing. It looked as if it had been ripped off. There was also a deep gash right across its throat. The bird king was still alive, but it could not get up. It let out the occasional dying screech, but that was all it could do. Han Sen thought to himself, that's a super creature. Should I finish it off? The temptation was difficult to resist. He knew doing such a thing was reckless, as the tornado of fire was still continuing to tear up the encompassing landscape. He didn't even know if he could withstand a lick of those flames. The other three bird kings were raging even harder now, too, to pick up the slack left by their fallen companion. The fires lashed the sky even harder, picking up trees and rocks, throwing whatever they could all about. As the bird died and the flames subsided, the lava that was its blood began to solidify. YOLO! Han Sen placed Bauer in the water and ran out of the lake. He dashed and danced between the raging fires to reach the dying bird king. Han Sen had arrow to aid his evasions, but that was about it. He was still too weak to use it for fighting, and he didn't have a bow to shoot it from the safety of the lake, either. Han Sen just had to get in close and deliver a firm slash with his phoenix sword. As he raced through the blazing fields, he felt as if he had taken a dip in a pool of lava. He activated Phoenix Flame for increased resistance, but the atmosphere around was still blisteringly hot. This is frightening, to be honest. If anyone else took a step out here, they'd be burned to a crisp, Han Sen thought, as he made his way to the fallen bird. The fact that there had been 4 of the birds made the fire so terrifying. Had there been only one, Han Sen thought he might have stood a chance of taking it down. He possessed Phoenix Flame and maxed out fire genes, and for now, it was enough to keep him safe as he sprinted towards the dying bird king. The fire of the fallen king had been almost wholly extinguished. A few short puffs of fire rose from its beak, but that was the extent of its capabilities. Its lava-like blood had solidified, and the bottom half of its body was ravaged to smoldering cinders. Han Sen drew his phoenix sword and delivered another strike to its exposed throat, making it gargle in pain as it helplessly drowned on its own blood. Seeing that it was unable to resist, Han Sen delivered another slash. And then another, and another, and another. He kept going until the raven's head was wholly separated from its brutalized body. Super Creature 3 Claw Gold Raven killed. No beast soul gained. Its flesh is inedible and there is no life geno essence for retrieval. Han Sen was disappointed that he didn't receive another beast soul. But the other 3 fiery super creatures were angered even further, noticing that their brother had been picked on like so. They changed target away from Xianxia King and went directly towards Han Sen instead. Han Sen had known the risks, but he wasn't quite expecting them to come for him so suddenly. He was in grave danger and he knew it, so he didn't waste a single second before activating arrow and flying away to dodge the birds that were now out for his blood. Xianxia King caught 2 of the birds, but one of them was still free to chase after Han Sen. It was blisteringly fast as it pursued Han Sen, and it was directly behind him the entire time. Its talons were ablaze and raised, ready to tear into him. As the talons drew nearer, Han Sen could feel the sweltering heat they emitted growing even hotter. With a quick roll to the side, Han Sen evaded the talons the exact moment they were to strike him. The gold raven cawed, and a whirlwind of fire rolled out of its wretched smoking mouth. It looked set to swallow Han Sen. But in response, Han Sen doubled down on the powers of arrow and phoenix flame to become a fiery bird himself. He soared through the fire and emerged from the other side unscathed. The gold raven was maddened at its inability to catch up with Han Sen. It screeched repeatedly, as it kept on trying to grab him with its talons. Han Sen was flying at a ridiculously fast pace, but whenever the bird caught up and was ready to grab him, he'd evade to the side and avoid it. It went on like this for some time. Han Sen then decided to use arrow and phoenix flame in conjunction with the phoenix techniques he had learned in the hall earlier, and this imbued him with an incredible feeling. He had never felt so free and so alive, as he weaved a thread through the skies with grace. He almost felt as if his mind was struggling to keep up with his body, and that his body was the one doing everything for him. He was reacting to the bird's attacks before his mind even realized what was going on. He was like a passenger in his own body. This was very different to what he was used to. Generally, Han Sen would have to think on his feet and calculate quickly, gauging what would be best for the situation he was in. This was particularly necessary for certain skills like Heavenly Go, which required a lot of forward thinking and solid assessment of an opponent to dodge effectively. After combing the phoenix techniques with arrow, Han Sen no longer had to spend time thinking. He was like a wild animal, reacting to threats spontaneously. It was rather strange at first, but he soon got used to it. He ultimately found it better this way, allowing his body to immediately dictate the responses necessary for combat while he focused on other things was a fabulous improvement. Even though he was a quick thinker, the time it took to plan an evasion was precious. Things could change in a split second when fighting a monster this fearsome. Negating that time spent thinking was an incredible boon, and it was one that bolstered Han Sen's confidence and overall abilities a great deal. The firestorm bird, that had 9 of its gene locks open, could not inflict a single point of damage to Han Sen, now that he was doing this. And this was greater than it sounded, for the difference between the 8th and 9th gene lock was massive. And what's more, Han Sen was only using 7 of his gene's locks. He was shocked at how effective the phoenix techniques were. Of course, his fire geno points and phoenix flame were a great boon to this, as well. If a normal person had attempted to do what Han Sen was doing, they would have been burned to death before leaving the ground. Han Sen was overwhelmed with confidence, and his abilities were only improving as he went. He felt as if there was no gravity, and that he was free to move in any way he desired. But then, the gold raven screamed as its black body turned red. It fired a geyser of violent, killer flames unlike anything Han Sen had ever seen. It didn't hit Han Sen, but he immediately felt as if his armor was melting. Han Sen dodged it with ease, but he couldn't give the geyser of fire a wide enough berth to avoid all its heat. The sacred blood armor he wore suddenly turned to molten liquid. The heat had its effect on Han Sen himself, as well, and he quickly felt as if he was slipping into a vat of lava. Just as Han Sen planned to use his Super King Spirit mode again, though, he felt that heat blown away. The heat that soaked him disappeared, as a normal temperature returned. The little bird, that was once a fish, appeared on Han Sen's shoulder, sucking up all the fire in the atmosphere. It looked so pretty. It really was special. Han Sen was ecstatic. With the bird removing the heat all around, Han Sen was no longer afraid of the fiery raven. And without that insufferable temperature, Han Sen was freer than ever, and now there was no way the 3-claw gold raven could catch him. Han Sen was not able to kill the bird, but at least he could survive its attempted oppression. Another raven let out a shrill screech from elsewhere, and when Han Sen turned to take a look, he saw Xianxia tear one of the birds in 2. Scorched feathers and blood formed a cloud around him. The other bird was flying towards him as this occurred, but Xianxia was like a devil. He noticed it come, and he quickly turned to punch it. He punched it repeatedly, all the while proclaiming, "Alu alu." The bird was twisted and disfigured like a pretzel by the time its pummeling was done. With the final hit, the raven's broken body was sent flying several miles away. "Good job. Go take a rest," Xianxia said. His silver armor was in bad shape, and he was bleeding from the wounds he had sustained. Still, he had managed to push through and eliminate the 3 remaining birds. Han Sen felt great relief following the end of that fight. There was one thing he had learned from this ordeal, though. It was to never mess with Xianxia. If Han Sen ever had to fight him, he knew he wouldn't win, not even if he used his Super King Spirit mode. While they rested, Han Sen went to check on the bird Xianxia had punched away. It was actually still breathing, just barely. I'm good at cleaning up people's messes. Han Sen approached the wounded bird with his phoenix sword. He slashed its neck 20 times, and on the final strike, the spine was broken through and the entire head was severed. Super Creature 3-Claw Gold Raven killed. Beast Soul gained. Its flesh is inedible and there is no life geno essence for retrieval. Han Sen was so delighted, he felt intoxicated. He even thought he was dreaming for a moment, learning he had received another beast soul. Even if he could not find or obtain the primary treasure of this strange realm for himself, all the trials he endured thus far had been worth it. Han Sen looked at Xianxia King and thought to himself, he's so nice. He'd be even nicer if he helped me kill more. But Han Sen's wish was unlikely with Xianxia King. The spirit enjoyed punching, and more often than not, his punches ended up messily exploding of their recipients. My emperor is so powerful. You are the greatest spirit in the sanctuary. Han Sen complimented Xianxia King with surprising sincerity, swiftly returning to his side. While he did admire him a great deal, he was hoping the expression of such gratitude would convince the spirit to go a little easier in the next battle, and provide Han Sen with a few easy finisher kills. But as Han Sen complimented Xianxia King, the spirit suddenly collapsed. Han Sen saw his wounds were oozing silver blood. Many of the wounds were deep enough to reveal the bones inside. Xianxia King was strong, that could not be denied. But he was a hulking titan that preferred to withstand hits and power through a battle. He wasn't one for dodging. Going up against those 4 birds in that way had been a reckless thing for him to do. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to draw one of the ravens away. If his greed hadn't gotten the best of him, and Xianxia King had to fight all of them himself, he might not have survived. Seeing Xianxia King sitting on the floor, bleeding, Han Sen wondered if he should kill the spirit now while he had the chance. And while he may have indeed had the opportunity and capability to do so, he noticed that Xianxia King's spirit stone was nowhere in the vicinity. Killing him now would just make him upset, and that would not be good. Han Sen ran over to Xianxia King and used his holy light, saying, "My emperor, are you okay?" Xianxia King frowned and said, "Your healing is useless for a body as marvelous as mine. Take me to the lake, if you want to see me healed." Han Sen already knew the ability was useless, though. After all, it was an ability he had learned in the second god's sanctuary. He only used it to appear kinder, more faithful and appreciative. Han Sen then picked up Xianxia King in his arms and took him over to the lake. He hoped Xianxia King could heal. If Holy Sword Emperor showed up again, he would most certainly be back with a vengeance, especially towards Han Sen. With Xianxia King there, though, Han Sen hoped the spirit could protect him and defeat Holy Sword Emperor once and for all. But for that to happen, he'd have to be healed. I don't think Holy Sword Emperor knows about this place, though. Does he? Regardless, I just need to get this dude patched up, Han Sen thought to himself. But just as Han Sen finished thinking, a shadow flickered over the gentle waters of the lake. It was Holy Sword Emperor. Speak of the devil, Han Sen wanted to slap himself in the gob. How dare you show yourself in front of me like this, Xianxia King coldly said. Holy Sword Emperor merely smiled and said, I know you were born many years before I was, but you're not an emperor. Our powers are similar, I now realize. And now, with you being injured, you stand no chance. Give me the scroll you stole and I'll let you live. Either that, or I'll kill you and take it by force. Did you just threaten me? Xianxia King's eyes looked murderous, as his stare drilled into Holy Sword Emperor. Yes, and I'll act on my threat if you don't do as I have just told you. Holy Sword Emperor returned his gaze. He had been hidden out of sight for quite some time, spying on him. It looks like the spirits of today have changed. They do not acknowledge those who should be their superiors. Xianxia King stood up, as lake water dripped from the cuts it was working to fix. Xianxia King had been grievously injured, but he still stood up straight and strong. He was a renowned fighter, someone whose strength and power had been greatly admired in the past. The way he stood now resembled the glory of his heyday, and this struck fear into Holy Sword Emperor and his smug face. Injured or not, people who possessed such power were always scary. Fine, I won't kill you, in respect for who you once were. But that scroll was mine, and you stole it. Give it back to me and I'll walk away, Holy Sword Emperor asked, with a softened tone of voice. Xianxia King stepped forward, his naked, dripping body that was covered in cuts was quite impressive to Han Sen. The scroll now belongs to me, fool. I'll kill you in a single punch, punk. Who do you think you are, talking trash to an OG like me? Xianxia spoke calmly, but the words were infused with a profound malevolence. It was frightening to hear him talk like that. The silver blood in his body burned like veins of virgin, mithril ore. His entire body was suddenly set ablaze with silver fire. Seeing power that simmered like that would strike fear into a god. Xianxia, if you do not know when to relent, then do not blame me for the actions I take. Holy Sword Emperor's fear soured and became anger when he saw how cocky and boisterous the old spirit continued to be. Holy Sword Emperor raised his hands as he had before, and his 10 fingers quickly became 10 lethal swords. But it went above and beyond what Han Sen had previously endured. The 10 split up into 100. The 100 split up into 1,000. The 1,000 then split up into 10,000. A 10,000 strong army of swords departed the caster's hand, flew up high, and hung in the air. They cloaked the entire sky, making the world below look doomed. Han Sen was shocked, seeing all those swords hovering above the lake with their pointy ends facing down. He grabbed a hold of Bauer and readied himself to escape. Xianxia was unfazed by this threat, though. The silver that coursed around and across his body burned brighter than ever. The swords began to drop. But just as this occurred, the light inside Xianxia seemed to diminish and look almost wholly extinguished. Yet he did not retreat or step down. As the color faded away, he just stood there, watching the swords fall like rain. Boom! As the storm of swords began, the color of the skies changed. The world was about to become a ragged pincushion. As Xianxia witnessed the descent of all those swords, his silver light returned brighter than ever before, like a flashbang. As that light encompassed the area, he threw a punch upwards as if to knock out the sky itself. Boom! The silver light annihilated the mist of swords as if they were all composed of wafer-thin, brittle copper. The silver light then moved towards Holy Sword Emperor. The spirit's face was one of utter shock, but it didn't last. Within the course of the next second, he was vaporized by the fallout of that blinding flash. When the light subsided and the sky cleared up again, Xianxia coldly said, "No one threatens me." After that, he fell to the ground. All the healing he had received was gone again, and the wounds across his body opened up once more. The life force was now so low, he could pass for an ordinary human. With Bauer, Han Sen stepped forward to examine Xianxia. When they did, they noticed his life force was in a state that was beyond recovery. He was dying. Being so injured and casting an attack like that anyway could be ruinous. It was fortunate he did not outright die through some sort of wicked implosion, brought on by the buckling of a weakened body trying to cast such a terrifying attack. But Han Sen admired him even more now. The bravery he displayed was exemplary. Han Sen was considering using the Silver Fox's healing power to try and save him, or at least stop the bleeding, but suddenly, a noise sounded. Holy Sword Emperor was still alive, crawling to his feet from beneath a mound of broken sword pieces. No way, I saw him explode. He was vaporized. Han Sen looked on in disbelief. Xianxia was in an equal amount of shock. He mumbled, "There is no way you survived that attack of mine." Holy Sword Emperor coldly growled, "You really are good. You broke my storm of swords. If it wasn't for my Holy Sword doll, I'd have been killed. Using it now was a grand loss, but it will have been worth it, if it has granted me the opportunity to kill someone as prestigious as you." When Holy Sword Emperor said this, he ran towards Xianxia in a huff. Then he stepped on his face. Holy Sword Emperor made it sound as if he didn't mind the loss of the Holy Sword doll, but in truth, it bitterly stung him. It had cost him a fortune to grow it. But he hated Xianxia, and having his scroll of the Phoenix stolen drove him mad. He hated his guts. Xianxia looked at Holy Sword Emperor with eyes that were filled with disdain. Holy Sword Emperor hated that look, so he rubbed his foot in his face harder and applied as much pressure as he could. Suddenly, a golden light appeared and Holy Sword Emperor felt a strange power approach. It was Han Sen, clutching his Phoenix sword. "You are just a human, do you really wish to threaten me with that? I can kill you in the blink of an eye. But unlike this prehistoric fool, you won't respawn." Holy Sword Emperor knew Han Sen was a human, and he thought that Xianxia had simply taken Han Sen as an average human slave. "You're right, I can't respawn." Han Sen smirked, and then went on to say, "Killing someone in battle is fair play, but humiliating someone like him is wrong. You can't humiliate him." Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes jumped a little. What he was now thinking about, though none could guess. Ha ha ha, you can't tell me what to do. No one tells me what to do, ever. You are in no position to lick my boots clean, let alone lecture me about humiliating an old fart that's past his prime. Holy Sword Emperor brought his foot down harder, and then barked, I will break your limbs one by one, boy. And I'll make you watch how I slowly torture and humiliate this worthless spirit. And once I'm done with him, I'll skin you alive and wear you for a coat. Holy Sword Emperor summoned a few more swords and fired them towards Han Sen. Han Sen swung his sword to knock the incoming projectiles away. Then he said, don't embarrass me with such lame attacks. Come on, show me what you've really got. Han Sen knew Holy Sword Emperor would come for him eventually, and a fight between them was inevitable. If he wanted to maintain his control of Sword Furnace Shelter, though, he had to learn how to beat the spirit. Now was the time he could put his strength to the test. DMNU. Holy Sword Emperor now felt like the one being humiliated. He couldn't believe a human was brazen enough to speak to him like that. Another 10,000 swords were summoned, all propped up in his direction, prepared to skin Han Sen alive. But Han Sen was still calm, and all of a sudden, the wings of a crow formed upon his back. When the crow wings spread, Han Sen transformed into a raven. He had shapeshifted to appear just like the three-claw gold ravens he and Xianxia King had just done battle with. And indeed, that was the beast soul he had just received. It was a shapeshifting beast soul. It made him resemble the fierce creature he had just triumphed over. The moment he transformed, the swords took flight against him. But before they found their target, Han Sen flapped his wings and was suddenly ablaze with the wild dance of searing flames. Without hesitation, he flew forward to meet with the storm of swords. Gotcha! When the swords came into contact with the ravenous fires that encompassed Han Sen, they smoldered down to the ground like molten jelly. Impossible! Han Sen soared through the wall of swords uninhibited, as each sword melted when it entered the proximity of his malevolent fires. Holy Sword Emperor's face could not help but droop. He could now assess Han Sen's power, and he could feel the full strength of 9 gene locks firing on all cylinders. Han Sen's Blood Pulse Sutra had now unlocked its 9th gene lock. Previously, he had been too weak to do so, due to his fitness being too low. By using this beast soul, though, it imbued him with the required strength to activate the 9th tier. As a gold bird, he was a raging, avian fiend of 9 gene locks. Han Sen, upon using it now, also noticed his phoenix flame and his proficiency with the handling of fire elemental skills were given a buff. The gold raven was a creature associated with the element of fire, which was not unlike a phoenix. This beast soul and its shapeshifting ability was a good match for Han Sen, who was skilled in its powers already. There was great synergy involved. Like a phoenix, he'd be able to fly high and see the breadth of the world. No sword could stop Han Sen in this form. Holy Sword Emperor's face changed, and he realized a shift in tactics was required. Quickly, he brought the swords to form a cross-hatch net structure to surround him like a bubble. In this way, he removed his foot from Xianxia King's face and launched himself towards Han Sen. The phoenix became semi-transparent, and as if through magic, breached the veil of swords without receiving a single point of damage. In the eye of that hurricane of swords, Han Sen reached out his talons to strike. Holy Sword Emperor sought to dodge, but he soon realized he'd be unable to do so. Han Sen's approach was too fast. Phoenixes were champions of the skies, and there was no possible way for Holy Sword Emperor to beat such a creature when it came to pure, unbridled speed. Holy Sword Emperor only had one thing left he could do, and that was to meet Han Sen's talons with his black sword. Dong! The talons collided with the sword. It was Holy Sword Emperor who was sent flying, with his weapon now enwreathed with a hungry flame. When he landed, he attempted to put out the fire, but there was nothing he could do against that insatiable fire. He could only watch the metal of the blade burn away. Han Sen was merciless. He let out an ear-piercing screech and resumed his assault on Holy Sword Emperor. As he tried to combat the incoming threat, Holy Sword Emperor was forced to summon his dual backup swords. Like a javelin of wrathful fire, Han Sen accelerated on his approach. Holy Sword Emperor knew he'd be unable to accurately gauge the correct timing for striking Han Sen with his blistering speed, so he could only flail his swords around like a madman, in the hope he'd get lucky. In the blink of an eye, Holy Sword Emperor's weapons were ablaze with more starved flames. As the blades were ravaged, a number of painful scratch marks suddenly formed across his body and face. Holy Sword Emperor was delivered another shock. He did his best to avoid the blitzing bird, but he was repeatedly burned and cut. As this occurred, Han Sen's body was gunning at a speed much faster than his mind could keep up with. He himself was in disbelief over the powers he was wielding, and if he didn't know any better, he'd believe he was teleporting from place to place with the insane pace he was moving around at. The lagging shadow of a phoenix was the only thing that could be seen attacking Holy Sword Emperor. Over and over, Han Sen ran him through with his talons raised. As his weapons became wholly consumed by fire, Holy Sword Emperor threw them away like a fiery torch that was about to burn his hand. The scratches that accumulated across his body began to itch and burn, and soon after, he himself was set ablaze. With his body on fire, he began crying aloud in agony. "I'm going to kill you." Holy Sword Emperor managed to sputter, but that was the last thing he could say. He exploded and returned to his spirit stone. Han Sen's body returned to that of a human. After the battle, he was confident he now had what it took to do battle with any king spirit. With the gold raven beast soul in his 9th gene lock open, he had everything he needed. Xianxia King looked at Han Sen with a complicated expression. He didn't know what a human was. "My emperor, allow me to return you to the soothing waters of the lake," Han Sen said. And then, he proceeded to do just that. Han Sen was not planning to kill him. He preferred peace to incessant fighting, even with spirits. "What is a human?" Xianxia King asked, while he was in the lake. Han Sen explained what humans were and did not hide a thing. It would only be a matter of time until he found out, possibly through the explanation of another spirit, so there was no need for Han Sen to be misleading. Xianxia King sounded very interested in who they were, and he asked, "The teleporters in our shelters take you to the Alliance. But why have I never been able to make use of them?" "I don't know, either." Han Sen did not know why spirits and creatures couldn't use the teleportation devices in the shelters of the sanctuaries. After his explanation, Xianxia King seemed very interested in learning more about the human world and their many cultures. He asked Han Sen many questions. And to the best of his abilities, Han Sen answered, "My emperor, I should go now. It is my hope that, when next we meet, we won't consider each other enemies." After bathing together for a few hours, Han Sen said this and prepared to leave. "Hang on," Xianxia King said, to stop Han Sen from leaving for a moment. Han Sen turned around, wondering what else the spirit might want to know. "Let me come with you. I would like to see for myself what humans are like. I want to see the things you have told me about," Xianxia King requested. About that, Han Sen hesitated for a moment, so he could think about how he could best articulate what he wanted to say. Most human technology could not be used or brought to the sanctuaries, after all. But if Bauer was able to enter the world of humans, what was there to say spirits could not? "You are a good person, and you are a skilled fighter. But when you fought Holy Sword Emperor, he was already damaged. That is how you killed him. If he assaults your shelter, with his super creatures in tow, there is no guarantee you can withstand and survive such a conquest." Xianxia King squinted. Han Sen conceded and decided to oblige Xianxia King's desire. Once they exited there, they would travel to Sword Furnace Shelter together. For Han Sen to allow this, though, he had to have something in return. For Xianxia King to remain at Sword Furnace Shelter, he would have to aid Han Sen in taking down Holy Sword Shelter. After their discussion, Xianxia King remained in the lake to heal. As he did, Han Sen went off on his own to search for the treasure ahead of him. When he was feeling better, Xianxia King said he'd follow. Han Sen was initially concerned about venturing through the strange land alone, but now that he had received his new beast soul, he was more comfortable in doing so. With his current fitness, he could shapeshift and do battle for a good while before becoming exhausted. The only problem with using the Gold Raven Beast Soul was the fact that he could only make use of one of the skills he frequently used as a human. All he could use was Arrow. When Han Sen transformed, he was essentially a fire super creature. There was a chance he might have even been stronger than Xianxia King himself. He was curious about the nature of the Gold Raven Beast Soul, though. The Beast Soul he received from the sheep was polluted, whereas this one wasn't. Han Sen guessed it might have something to do with the fire element. Han Sen got back to exploring the strange place from above, airborne. After flying for a while, he caught sight of a few creatures that looked like the sheep. He killed one and discovered that they too were inedible. It had been a while since he saw Brother Seven, and while he held some worry for his well-being, Han Sen also wanted to find the treasure. Han Sen spent the next few days flying around, but he could find neither hide nor hair of Brother Seven or the elusive treasure that had led him down there in the first place. So he decided to return to Cow Mountain that Brother Seven had once mentioned as a potential rendezvous point. Han Sen could not find anyone there at first, but then a weird figure caught his eye. There was a cave in the distance, and a dirty person emerged from that dark hole. Brother Seven. Han Sen ran over to the man. I knew you'd be back. Brother Seven immediately placed something in Han Sen's hand. I found this in the Phoenix Eye. Take it back. What, are you not coming back with me? Han Sen asked. I need to return to Holy Sword Emperor. I can only assume some trust has been lost between us, and I should work on restoring some of it. I could die at any second, remember? But I'm going to tell you about a certain place, and you're going to have to go there. All the intel I have gathered is there. Brother Seven repeated this statement a few times. Han Sen looked at him with admiration. Brother Seven was the sort of fellow you would not meet every day. There were many sides to his character, but all of them good. I will take down Holy Sword Shelter, just you watch. I will give you back your freedom, Han Sen said with assurance. I know you will. Brother Seven nodded with a smile. Brother Seven was feeling a jittery hope he had not felt in a long time. Come on, let's get out of this place, Brother Seven said. But Han Sen shook his head and told him, I'm waiting for someone. You should go on ahead of me. Who can you possibly be waiting for, in a place like this? Brother Seven asked, humorously. Well, it's not really a who. It's not a person, per se. Han Sen explained the events that had led to him encountering Xianxia, and the peculiar alliance they had forged. Brother Seven did warn him, though. He told Han Sen, you should still exercise caution around him. If he did, by chance, turn on you, you might be too weak to save yourself. And if you were unable to defeat him, I don't fancy the chances of others. I understand, Han Sen replied. Han Sen might have felt this way himself, but he had become a lot more confident in his abilities. If Xianxia did try something, he was sure he could respond to the threat appropriately. Still, Han Sen kept the precautionary words of Brother Seven in mind. It was only wise to stay on one's toes. After all, Han Sen's power mostly came from external forces. His actual fitness level was far below what he would have liked. Han Sen waited a few more days, and eventually, Xianxia came to meet him at the exit to that place. My Emperor, did you find the treasure you sought? Han Sen asked. No, and I give in for now. I have no idea where that blasted turkey kept their belongings. Xianxia then eyed Han Sen suspiciously, before asking, and what about you? Did you find something? Han Sen shook his head and said, no, but I fear for my shelter. Han Sen did not care if Xianxia believed him, because technically he had not lied. He didn't find anything. Brother Seven had just given him something. It was a gold card, shaped like an arrow. There was a phoenix on the front and a woman's face on the back. Han Sen had never seen Phoenix Emperor before, so the spirit's appearance was always up for debate. While the initial assumption might have been that it was a man, it could very well have been a woman. And now, Han Sen suspected it was, and the image of the woman's face might have actually been a representation of the elusive Phoenix Emperor. Aside from that, Han Sen had also received another treasure, one that had presented itself to him. It was the weird fish bird, and it had yet to leave Han Sen alone. It insisted on following him, in continued admiration for his phoenix sword. Either Xianxia believed Han Sen or he didn't actually care, but whatever the case may have been, he did not ask again. Currently, he was keen to see Han Sen's shelter and meet the other humans that were said to be there. Han Sen brought Xianxia there, just as he had promised. He also made sure to warn Lin He and his people to be respectful and avoid doing anything that might infuriate the man. Xianxia had promised Han Sen he wouldn't hurt anyone, but who knew what he might do in a fit of wall-punching rage. Xianxia observed the people of the shelter with keen interest, and he was particularly fascinated with their clothing. Over and over, he made requests for Han Sen to show him items that humans frequently made use of. Han Sen left Xianxia in the shelter and returned to the Alliance. Xianxia had said that he wanted to read some human books, and while Han Sen was happy to oblige, he didn't have any books he could give the spirit. After all, Han Sen could not risk leaking important human information. The deal was still in place, too, in which Xianxia would help Han Sen eliminate Holy Sword Emperor and conquer Holy Sword Shelter. So, By giving Xianxia King books as requested, Han Sen thought he'd be in a better mood to assist. Han Sen tuned into a TV show discussing classic books and composed a list from that. Then, Han Sen purchased a number of the books, in physical format, and placed them in a box to give to Xianxia King. A separation of race does not abolish the concept of friendship between them. We should treat those of a different species or race with a greater respect. When Han Sen was done on Skynet, he said this as he returned to the shelter. He had only been gone a day, but when he got back, he discovered Xianxia King had been impatient while he was gone. And through his inability to wait, he had gotten mad and almost destroyed the place. People had become scared of him by this point, and now, most people decided to remain in the alliance until he was no longer around. Only Bauer was unafraid of the big lug, and she frequently had fun riding around on his head. What are these things? Xianxia King asked with wide eyes, upon seeing the boxes. You will see, soon enough. Han Sen gave him a smile, but then went on to ask, by the way, how do you feel about books? I could bring you some, but I am unsure whether or not you would be able to read them. The human language is simple. Compared to the language of spirits, it is d*mn near babyish. Xianxia King sounded passive-aggressive, but he returned a smile, all the same. Well, that's good. I brought you some books, many containing illustrations. Perhaps you can learn more about humanity through them. Humans make excellent storytellers. Han Sen pushed the box to Xianxia King and said, and that's what's in the box, loads of such books. I can bring you others if you don't like them, too. Okay. Xianxia King was appreciative, and he did like Han Sen quite a bit. I am also going to prepare some human food for you. And I've actually brought a variety of snacks with me for you try, as well. Snacks are a staple of our culture. Han Sen then presented a number of snacks and laid them out for Xianxia King. Xianxia King thought there was much to like about the human race, and they were composed of good people. Or at least, even if the others seemed weak, Han Sen was decent. Han Sen had also requested the delivery of a sofa so Xianxia King could be more comfortable. And while the spirit relaxed, Han Sen got to cooking up a storm. Compared to spirits, he was a master chef. His cooking skills were near enough divine. Of course, the primary reason for spirits' lack of interest in food was the fact that they did not have to eat. All they ever ate were fruits that proved beneficial to their development. You don't have to cook. I don't eat. Just bring me more books, Xianxia King said, after finishing all the books that he had just been given. But I have to cook you something. Fine dining is a cornerstone of human tradition. Cooking for others, or relishing the cooking of others, is incredibly important. So, you must try the food I am preparing, Han Sen explained. All right then. After agreeing, Xianxia King watched Bauer open a bag of chips. Curious, he did the same. As Han Sen continued to cook, Xianxia King developed a fondness for the chips he had just consumed. A door to a new world had opened before Xianxia King. Han Sen, in the meantime, occupied his mind with a plan of attack for how he'd deal with Holy Sword Shelter. For as long as that place remained active and controlled by Holy Sword Emperor, he would not feel safe. Suddenly, Ji Yanran called Han Sen. When are you coming back? Han Sen asked her, and to this, Ji Yanran said, I don't think I can. Not for a long while, leastways. Our discussions with the Shira are still ongoing, and we've just been talking about investigating a bunch of new crystallizer ruins that have been discovered. You're cooperating with the Shira? Han Sen was quite shocked to hear this. The truce was still active, but he had thought that the tensions were still quite high. He never would have thought that relations with the Shira would have advanced enough to allow a joint archaeology project with them. But Ji Yanran explained, in some places, the aid of the Shira is imperative. We need them, but you are only just an evolver, why are you leading? Han Sen frowned. They picked me. Ji Yanran smiled and then went on to say, to them, I'm pretty much a princess. They sent a royal Shira prince to escort me, so it's not as if I could have declined their request. There's a royal Shira with you. Han Sen's face became dour. Don't worry, human surpassers are also coming with me, Ji Yanran said, to alleviate his concerns. I'm coming with you, Han Sen swiftly said. But Ji Yanran responded, the people going with me have opened 8 of their gene locks. And that aside, only 16 people can go. There'll be 8 humans and 8 Shiras. I don't care, I'm coming with you. Ji Yanran wished to continue their talk, but Han Sen hung up. He then went to contact Ji Ruijun. Why are you letting your daughter go to a place so dangerous? Han Sen said, his voice clearly upset. This is an important matter of the alliance, and it is a privilege for my daughter to do this, Ji Ruijun explained. She is my wife, too, remember. Shouldn't I have a say in this? Han Sen did not wait for a response, and immediately went on to say, if you want her to go so badly, I'm going with her. 8 people is the max. I'm sorry, but we already have the best available people going, Ji Ruijun said with a frown. You can either let me go, or I take her away from there. Han Sen was firm in his stance on the matter. The Shira agreed that Han Sen could take the place of one other human member on one condition: he would have to defeat the Shira leader to prove himself. We can pick whoever we want to go, so why should we require their permission now? Han Sen frowned, upon hearing the terms for his acceptance. We are cooperating with the Shira. We need to take their views into consideration and deal with the entire matter responsibly. Things were settled, but it was you who wanted to change what we had already established. It is only fair for them to make a request, in exchange, Ji Ruijun explained. Fair enough, Han Sen said. Han Sen knew there was a limit to the number of people who could go, and there was a certain requirement of strength needed to be shown for going. Only surpassers were able to go. Only they possessed the minimum requirement of strength, and the maximum, also. Demigods were considered too powerful, and were forbidden from entry. For the Shira, only fighters of the 3rd rank could go. Any higher than the 3rd rank would also be deemed too powerful. At the 3rd rank, they would have a fitness of around the 2000 mark on the human scale. This was actually a little higher than the humans who were going though, where the average sat at around 1800. But with that being said, humans had advantages elsewhere, which helped level the playing field. Unlike the Shira, humans could open gene locks and wield elements and hyper-geno arts. The Shira had to rely on raw physical strength. Han Sen took a spaceship to Tans for the fight that would determine whether or not he could accompany the expedition. He knew full well who his opponent was going to be, as Ji Ruijun made sure to give Han Sen all the details. While he wasn't fond of the way Han Sen was forcing his way in, he didn't want him to get hurt or go in without a clue of what he was going up against. His opponent's name was Yu Tuoshan. He was the 7th son of the current Shira queen. On the human metric, his fitness had been calculated to be 2143. The other 7 Shira were bound to be of similar strength, as they were all regarded as elites. As Han Sen journeyed to his fight, the Shira held a meeting for themselves. My prince, you can allow Lu Lan to fight in your stead, the chief of the Shira team said. He beat my brother, Yu Qilan. This is my fight, vengeance is needed. Yu Tuoshan implored. Do not worry, he is merely a human surpasser. And he has only just become one. He is probably still suckling at the surpasser teat. You can beat him with ease, my prince, Lu Lan said. Indeed I can, all without hassle. His power is nowhere near the strength of a 3rd-rank fighter of ours. No one believed Han Sen could beat Yu Tuoshan. The chief wished to say something, but Yu Tuoshan interrupted him and said, it is time for the pride of that Han Sen to crumble like a castle to the ground. I am the one who will beat him, end of story. The chief tried to say nothing more, as he pretty much agreed with Yu Tuoshan. Han Sen hadn't been a surpasser for very long, so it was likely his strength wasn't comparable to them or even the other humans that sought to go with them. Only the most elite of the surpassers were able to fight against the 3rd-rank Shira. For the humans that hadn't reached their stage, their fitness would be too low to compete. When Han Sen arrived, the preparations for a fight had already all been established. There was no need to visit the base, and instead, he was able to go straight to the arena. If Han Sen failed, he couldn't join the operation. Therefore, there was no need for him to go, anyway. Inside the training room, an audience of humans and Shira had already assembled. They were excited to see the fight. This is crazy. Being the president's son-in-law means squat. Hierarchical status means nothing when it comes to doing battle. I mean, how many gene locks could this kid have unlocked in the little amount of time he has actually been in the 3rd God's sanctuary? An old man frowned. Not even the humans sounded pleased with the circumstances that brought about this fight and the possibilities of what might happen during it. Teacher Zhao, you shouldn't say something like that. Age and time spent somewhere do not always correlate to strength. If that was true, you should be the strongest man here, you old geezer. You're 100 years old, aren't you? A middle-aged man said. Ji Halen, Professor Bai is the strongest. But Han Sen has only been there for a year. How many gene locks can you realistically expect him to have been able to open? If he makes it onto the team, he'll just be someone else you'll have to babysit, Zhao Yongbo said. Ji Halen laughed in response, saying, keep any opinions in questions of your own to yourself, where they belong. We can take care of ourselves, so just mind your own business. If Han Sen can't beat the Shira down there, he'll most likely be killed. He'll be dead before we ever even have to babysit him. Professor Bai then stopped them and said, stop it, you two. These aren't matters for you to concern yourselves with. Keep your attention on your own missions. The Shira looked more excited than the humans did, this time. They leveled up quickly, and they could achieve their third rank before the age of 40. Compared to the humans, they were quite young. Lian Chan, what are you doing? Lu Lan asked, watching another Shira woman use her communicator. I am streaming the fight, Lian Chan responded. Put it away. If the chief sees you, it'll be bad, Lu Lan said. The prince is going to win, that much is obvious. It's only fair that the rest of our people get the opportunity to see how cool he is, Lian Chan said as she continued to adjust her camera's position to capture the entire arena. Lian Chan was from a big royal family of the Shira, and she was of a lineage that had many Shira kings in the past. Even though the Yu family was in charge now, she and her family still possessed a great deal of influence. Lu Lan didn't think there was a need to stream, but he wasn't too concerned about her desire to. Allowing the Shira to watch a guaranteed victory would be an excellent morale boost that the people of the Shira sorely needed. Lian Chan is streaming. But that place doesn't look remotely Shira. There are human artifacts everywhere. That's because it is a human place. I wonder what my goddess is doing there. Say something, my goddess. What is this place you have gone to? It looks like a fighting arena. Are humans going to fight us again? Whoa, is that Yu Tuoshan? Who is his opponent, I wonder? Really, Yu Tuoshan is there. Who is stupid enough to challenge him? Look, a human has gone up as his opponent. He looks a bit young, though, doesn't he? Why are they putting some kid up against Yu Tuoshan? I hope they don't get mad when this child gets beaten to death. Ha ha ha, everyone believed Han Sen was too young to stand a chance. After all the years spent fighting humans, they had learned a lot. Due to the advent of sanctuaries, humans became stronger the older they got. Someone who was that young was typically quite weak. Lian Chan did not want the chief to find out she was streaming, so she stayed silent with the camera positioned just right. Han Sen, who was now on stage, looked at Yu Tuoshan. Just as the intel stated, he had a muscular body that was complemented by purple eyes that glared wildly. The purple horns protruding from his forehead were another confirmation that he was royal. Shira dictated royalty differently than humans did. The Shira monarchy was not based on lineage, and the heirs of a king would not always ascend the throne following their passing. It was possible for any Shira to become king, but they had to prove themselves as the most powerful of their kind, bar none. The Shira were so strong because of their culture, which revolved around fighting. Han Sen and Yu Tuoshan eyed each other from opposite ends of the arena. The Shira disdained humans, and it was no different for Yu Tuoshan. Unlike many of the others, however, he would not underestimate an opponent. Yu Tuoshan observed Han Sen carefully, placing much faith in what his eyes and gut instincts were telling him. It was very much the same way for Han Sen. After giving him a good look, Yu Tuoshan could detect an aura of some power in his rival. His caution was appropriate. Han Sen's eyes were calm and full of confidence. It was a common look for him, but the Shira believed there were generally only two reasons why an opponent would appear this way. First, Han Sen could be a reckless character, uncaring for who he fought against. Or secondly, Han Sen was confident in his own power after a careful examination of Yu Tuoshan himself. Yu Tuoshan did not think the president of the alliance would allow his daughter to marry someone so reckless, so Han Sen had to possess some amount of power. Still, he wasn't afraid. Yu Tuoshan was firm in the belief he'd win, and that hadn't changed. But his excitement had increased, learning his opponent wasn't going to be a total wimp. I am Han Sen, please go easy on me, Han Sen said. If Han Sen won, they'd have to go exploring the crystallizer ruins together. Having an enemy for a companion on such a venture would be pointless. The Shira were still lacking in understanding for the subtleties and undertones of human emotions, though. They simply believed Han Sen was afraid. The fact he was just being polite never crossed their minds. Humans are so lame. Is that kid scared already? Has he peed himself yet? Haha, Can you blame him? Our prince is far too powerful. Humans can be tricksy, you know. Perhaps the boy is trying to lull the prince into a false sense of security, by presenting himself as a weak child. Whatever their opinion of Han Sen was, it was in some capacity bad. Humans have been known to fake things before, Lian Chan said. The beliefs and traditions of the Shira and humanity could not be more different, so right now, it really was difficult for the Shira to believe Han Sen was just being polite. I know what you're doing, but I'm not going to hold back, Yu Tuoshan said, staring at Han Sen with his bloodthirsty eyes. In response, Han Sen spread his arms and said, please do. Yu Tuoshan's muscles were like steel pistons, immediately launching Han Sen's way. The fist made the air ripple with shockwaves. It traveled at a blistering pace, in a bid to finish Han Sen in a single opening move. Shira punch. Many of the Shira were shocked to see this skill used. It was a punch every Shira knew of, as it was a basic starter skill. That being said, it made for a great canvas. Countless Shira had modified it, using it as a template for new skills of their own. It was nothing entirely special, but it was solid. It couldn't be knocked, really. Its simplicity was reflected in its appearance, but that's not to say it looked fragile or weak in any way. Han Sen hit back with Sonic Thunder Punch. Yu Tuoshan's flesh and bone trembled with the simmering power that carried his strike, and effortlessly, it destroyed Han Sen's attempt. Boom! When their fists collided, Han Sen was knocked back a few meters, with Skid's marks tracing his knockback. This Shira really is strong. Maybe I am a little out of my league here, Han Sen calmly thought to himself. Haha, fighting with a Shira, the lad is out of his mind. A human with that measly level of fitness chose to fight with our prince. How stupid is he? Human bro, let me teach you a skill. It involves spinning your body repeatedly. If you do that, you might last a few seconds longer. He should make use of the Toyama theory, and use the landscape and geography of the arena to his advantage. Oh, wait a minute, the arena is flat. May God have mercy on his soul. The Shira thought Han Sen's decision to engage in this fight was so far beyond dumb, it was unwittingly hilarious. They mockingly devised methods how the human on stage might last a little longer. The stream was a meme field. Lu Lan laughed and said, are we positive this kid didn't just come here to waste our time just to have a laugh? Lian Chan commented, he's only just become a surpasser, hasn't he? What other kind of performance can we expect? Don't underestimate him. This human is strong, an elderly Shira dourly said from beside Lu Lan. The two looked at the old Shira and said, Uncle Ji Yu Na. Isn't he far weaker than the prince, though? Ji Yu Na shook his head and said nothing more. He kept his eyes fixed on Han Sen, watching him with keen interest. Without a reply, an unease settled on the minds of the two Shira ladies. They did not say anything more, either. Ji Yu Na was the only one there who was not a royal Shira, but he was 200 years old. For the white-horned Shira that he was, the third rank was the highest rank that could be achieved. So, while Ji Yu Na was merely an elite soldier, it was something that had not denied him a valiant history. He had participated in numerous battles over the years, and he had received a number of medals for the incredible service and heroic deeds he had performed. He had been chosen for the expedition into the crystallizer ruins because he was very powerful, in a capacity that did not exceed the maximum allowed ballpark of strength for the people who went. He also had extensive experience and had seen much, over the course of his long lifetime. Still, due to his lower hierarchical prestige and age, the younger sorts like Lu Lan and Lian Chan didn't often care for the words he spoke. Yu Tuoshan threw a punch in Han Sen's direction again. It came fast and hard. Han Sen didn't seem keen to dodge, however, and decided to meet his opponent's fist with his own. The humans believed Han Sen was being stupid, trying to push in such a manner. They believed he was foolish in trying to match the Shira's strength directly. I fear we already know who has won, as if it wasn't obvious beforehand, Zhao Yongbo said dismally. Ji Halen said nothing, but Han Sen's behavior was strange. Only Bai Yishan looked at Han Sen with a modicum of happiness. Others may not have recognized the punch Han Sen was using, but he did. And that was because he was the one who had created Yin-Yang Blast. It was a dangerous talent. As such, its learning was forbidden, and it seemed likely that ruling would stand for a long time to come. Bai Yishan felt a great sense of pride and accomplishment whenever he saw someone use a technique he had created. This was especially true for Yin-Yang Blast. Still, He didn't understand exactly how Han Sen proposed to block or deflect the Shira's punch with this strike. Yin-Yang Blast was only effective against enemies that were of the same tier as the caster. Everyone thought Han Sen was considerably weaker, and as such, he thought the power of the skill would be squandered. But Bai Yishan also knew something else, and that was about Han Sen's character. He knew Han Sen was a highly proficient fighter, and his head was always screwed on correctly. Han Sen wouldn't do anything that might result in his loss, so he put the doubts out of his mind out and waited for what was to unfold. He wanted to see how far the skill could go. When the moment of collision came, Han Sen's fist opened up to reveal his palm. In a split second, he changed his method of attack to grab Yu Tuoshan's fist. To the onlookers, it seemed like a pointless change. The general assumption was that fists were always stronger than palms. Yu Tuoshan believed Han Sen had underestimated him snidely, so he resolved to hit his opponent even harder. But when the fist came into contact with the palm, everyone was shocked. There was no noise. It was as if the force of Yu Tuoshan's incoming fist had simply refused to exist and had cancelled itself. There Han Sen stood, with his fingers wrapped around the Shira's fist firmly. And then, with a slight movement, Yu Tuoshan's entire body was cast away like a doll. Boom! Yu Tuoshan's body was thrown through the reinforced glass that separated the stage from the audience and crashed into a few chairs. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe what had just happened. The way the Shira had been tossed away seemed so very easy and light, as if he was no heavier than a crumpled piece of paper to Han Sen. Lian Chan's eyes were wide open in bewilderment. The viewers of the stream had all gone quiet, and an unsettling silence began to choke the viewers both online and offline. Their all-powerful prince had been chucked away by a human. In the aftermath of such a shock, not one word was spoken or typed. Awesome. Bai Yishan was the one to break the gripping quiet, and he sounded far happier now than he did whenever he won fights of his own. But Bai Yishan wasn't just happy over Han Sen's victory, he was overjoyed in seeing that the skill he had developed could be dexterous enough to overcome and defeat a Shira. What Han Sen had just performed was not exactly like Bai Yishan's Yin-Yang Blast. It was a modified variant which employed twists Han Sen had decided to incorporate himself. One new component was a simulation of Bauer's energy flow. Yu Tuoshan's punch was supposed to hold the power of a bulldozer, which should have annihilated his opponent. And in essence, it was. Through a simulation of Bauer's energy, Han Sen was able to absorb all of the strength the Shira had put into his strike and reverse it. It was very promptly returned to the sender. Still, this should have come as no surprise. After all, the skill was based on Yin-Yang Blast. The royal Shira was strong, and he hadn't been wholly defeated yet. After crashing into the audience, he stopped for a moment to get a sense of what had happened, and then immediately hopped back into the arena. Since I was thrown off the stage, does that result in an immediate victory for you? Yu Tuoshan asked, with surprising decency. Yu Tuoshan did not believe he had lost. And he believed he had somehow been tricked by Han Sen, and the window for this to occur was through his own recklessness and underestimation of his opponent. Being a prince of the Shira, there were certain behavioral standards he had to uphold. So, before striking again and resuming the fight he did not believe he had lost, he had to ask Han Sen's permission first. Everyone then looked at Han Sen, to see what response he'd give. The judge wished to declare that leaving the arena should have made the Shira forfeit, but these circumstances were more than unexpected, and so he hesitated. Of course not, Han Sen answered. The Shira all felt relieved. It would have been far too embarrassing for them, if Yu Tuoshan was to lose in such a way. At the very least, this Han Sen fellow is quite honorable, Lu Lan said. Yes, but our prince needs to be more careful henceforth. Even if that doesn't count as losing, it was still an ugly and embarrassing thing to witness, Lian Chan said. In the stream, others were feeling relieved, as well. But their confidence in victory had most certainly been sapped by some degree. This guy is strange. The prince needs to be careful. He has some balls, though. I'm surprised they're not weighing him down. Tricks and nothing more. The prince, being wise to them now, should have no problem defeating that human. Beat him, my prince. Many of the Shira watched intently, as did a number of humans who had tuned into the same stream. Everywhere, there was a sudden surge of excitement for this battle. Also tuning into the stream were peacekeepers of the planet, who had previously been stationed there to ensure nothing ill came from any flared tempers between visiting humans and the Shira that originally inhabited the place. Zhou Ping had been on the planet for many years, and in that time, he had dealt with a tally of negotiations higher than he could count. He had also been the victim of constant bullying and disrespect by the Shira. The planet was Shira territory, after all. As such, he knew he should have expected less than favorable treatment. The only thing that ever brought a smile to his face was seeing a Shira lose to a human in some capacity. Needless to say, the stream was quite thrilling to watch. Humans always had to appear intimidating to be successful in negotiations. But now, with the truce in play, their days on the planet had actually become more difficult. When Zhou Ping had nothing to do, he'd often watch the streams of beautiful Shira women. Lian Chan was a beautiful and powerful royal, and the source of many men's fantasies. On this day, when she began streaming, Zhou Ping tuned in to watch. There, he saw Yu Tuoshan engaged in a fight with a human. Immediately, he recognized the human on-screen was Han Sen, and so he called for all his workmates to gather and watch the fight alongside him. When Yu Tuoshan was thrown away, the boisterous Shira all fell silent and the stream was dead. Zhou Ping and his crowd, though, were the complete opposite. They felt immeasurable excitement. Awesome, Zhou Ping exclaimed. Although they were not formally acquainted with one another, they felt a great pride in watching Han Sen do what he did. Overall, what they felt was strange, and it was a feeling that only came from circumstances in which a triumph was achievable against all odds or if you were hopelessly outnumbered. Wait a minute, why is he giving up his chance of a guaranteed victory? An officer did not understand Han Sen's decision to give the Shira prince another chance. If he stops fighting now, he will have just won the match. The Shira would not believe it to have been a fair fight, or a victory for Han Sen brought on through actual battle, a white-haired officer explained. Then, he went on to say, if Han Sen carries on fighting and can keep up a similar performance, he will be admired all the more. But if, a younger officer tried to speak, but his words immediately dropped into miserable silence. His meaning was clear to all there, however. They were worried Han Sen might not be able to engineer another win. Han Sen was too young, they thought. Many humans could beat high-level Shira, but they were all far older than he was. At the same age, it was far more difficult for a human to triumph in such fights. For someone as young as Han Sen, it was nigh impossible. If Han Sen gave up his chance of victory now, could he do it again? The elderly officer said, if a victory was achieved through luck, and it was perceived that way, it'd reflect worse on the person than if they were to simply lose. Understanding his actions more, the officers all looked at Han Sen with greater admiration. In unison, they said, what a lad. We need more humans like him. Zhou Ping looked at Han Sen. He and the others agreed with what the old officer had told them, but they really did not want the human competitor to lose. Yu Tuoshan looked at his opponent and said, I must say I never expected to encounter a human as honorable as you. Our culture is richer than you might think. We're not all composed of heartless rabble. Maybe when this is through, you can consider trying to learn more about us. Han Sen was not fond of this compliment, as it suggested something quite sour. Let's strike. Yu Tuoshan's muscles suddenly rippled and exploded with a number of green, pulsating veins. The muscles now looked like steel cannons, and the Shira's once pretty face looked hideous and demonic. If he's transforming now, he must only now be preparing to fight for real. This time, he means business, Ji Halen said, with a frown. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Zhao Yongbo said. Ji Halen replied, of course, that's what Angel Gene specializes in. Zhao Yongbo's face looked like he had been delivered a very personal insult. Stop arguing, Bai Yishan said, to quell any possible bickering that may have arisen. Back in the arena, Han Sen watched Yu Tuoshan transform but remained unfazed. He stayed motionless. After the transformation, he noticed Yu Tuoshan's life force had increased considerably. The prince was now of much greater strength than Han Sen. And again, he was unfazed. Raw strength was not absolute, and it was only one component of the art of combat. Han Sen had more than a few tricks up his sleeve, ready to deal with this simple, brutish threat. Yu Tuoshan was not as strong as a king spirit of the third god's sanctuary. When it came to fitness, Han Sen was lacking against king spirits, too. But his skills and abilities were, for all intents and purposes, just as strong. Yu Tuoshan believed Han Sen was weak, but the truth was the opposite, and Han Sen knew it. Raw power wasn't the end-all. Han Sen had been fortunate, though. His experiences during his time in the sanctuaries had led to him having 9 open gene locks at a fitness level that was believed to be almost impossible. No one had ever achieved what he had done before. Yu Tuoshan noticed Han Sen wasn't moving an inch, so he took the opportunity to strike. As if his arm was a blade, he swung it towards his despised opponent. He was using Shira Slash this time, wanting to ensure he ended the fight now and avoided allowing any more unfortunate mishaps to occur. Yu Tuoshan's hands were like metal cannonballs, nearing Han Sen at a frightening pace with the plain desire to break him. Ah, that is the prince we all know and love. Witness the power, people. If Han Sen even thinks of blocking those fists, he can say goodbye to his hands. Lien Chan's smug attitude had returned. This was partially true for all the Shira now. Excitement and fervor had returned to them in spades, which made Zhou Ping worry quite a bit. Shira Slash was devastating against most humans who were unfortunate enough to be at the receiving end of it. While it appeared fairly ordinary, the power it delivered was more frightening than any weapon. Yu Tuoshan had reached the zenith of what was possible with this skill. He had mastered it, well and truly, and it would bring ruin to any human that sought to withstand it, or so it was believed. Everyone thought Han Sen would dodge the strike, but just like before, Han Sen reached out his hand and attempted to grab his opponent's fist. Fool, Lu Lan said. The Shira who watched the stream yelled in delight. But Han Sen was successful. He grabbed Yu Tuoshan's hand, and the metallic cannonballs were brought to an abrupt stop. His hands were like pythons, and following the stop, Han Sen lifted Yu Tuoshan into the air and threw him down on the ground. Boom! Han Sen walked forward and grabbed the Shira by the waist, piledriving him into the ruined floor of the arena. Roar! Yu Tuoshan raged like a monster. He leapt to his feet and ran towards Han Sen. Boom! Han Sen sidestepped, grabbed the Shira's arm, and suplexed him into the ground. The third-ranked Shira prince's nose snapped. Given a breath, Yu Tuoshan got back to his feet and tried to madly attack Han Sen once again. But it was like they were stuck in a loop because the same thing started to happen over and over. The prince would be thrown to the ground by Han Sen's mountain-strong muscles, before leaping up to try again and falling prey to the same parry. Everyone was quiet. There was no booing, and neither was there any thunderous applause. There was just silence. It was incredibly difficult to fathom what their eyes were relaying to them. They were now actually witnessing Han Sen bully a Shira prince. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the countless times he was thrown to the ground, Yu Tuoshan refused to concede. And eventually, he was spending more time on the ground than on his feet. Yu Tuoshan's hard body was as flimsy as an old dishcloth now. It was a horrifying scene, one that nearly petrified all those who watched. Turn off the stream, Lu Lan quickly said. Lien Chan agreed. She hastily turned it off, with her face drained of all color. She had planned to allow everyone to watch a Shira prince destroy a petty human to raise morale, but clearly, her plan had backfired. With the stream turned off, the people who had tuned in to watch now wondered whether or not what they had seen was real. They couldn't believe a Shira prince could have been bullied so cruelly by a young human like that. Zhou Ping and his people could hardly contain their excitement, though, as it had been a long time since they felt such pride in their human brethren. I'll beat you next time, Yu Tuoshan wheezed, as he was carried out of the arena by paramedics. He was looking poorly, drenched in green blood. Power is not everything. You should work on the finesse of your skills. Just so you know, you lost to Yin Yang Blast, Han Sen said. Yin Yang Blast, I'll remember that, Yu Tuoshan coughed. He was determined to remember the name of that skill, in case the Shira were ever able to learn it. When Bai Yishan heard Han Sen say this, he was happier than ever. Teacher Zhao, take care of Han Sen, Ji Hailin ordered. HMPH, Zhao Yonggo scoffed. Ji Hailin was utterly delighted, following what they had just witnessed. He quickly brought Han Sen over, for personal introductions with the other members of the expedition. Ji Hailin introduced Bai Yishan, who was the strongest of the team and a professor. Bai Yishan said, there is no need for an introduction with me. I'm closer with Han Sen than any of you lot are. Everyone looked at Han Sen and Bai Yishan, and Ji Hailin was prompted to ask, really? Han Sen nodded and explained, the skill I used was devised by Professor Bai. He just never took me as a formal student. Professor Bai had tricked Han Sen into learning Yin Yang Blast, but he still took his time with Han Sen seriously. He taught him many things, and although it wasn't an official teacher-student relationship, it felt like one. Bai Yishan, with a wry smile, said, I can't accept you as a student. Whenever we meet, something bad tends to follow. Many of my St. Hall licenses were taken by you, after all. Ji Yanran was the official team leader, but Bai Yishan was the authoritative figure amongst them. Ji Hailin was more than glad their relationship was this good. When the introductions were over, someone came over to ask about Yin Yang Blast. They were shocked, learning Han Sen was able to defeat the Shira Prince by using it. If Han Sen had created it, they wouldn't have asked him to learn it, out of respect. But they had now learned that Professor Bai had invented it, and as such, they were keen to ask about it. They all believed it should have been on sale in the Saint Hall. Who wouldn't want a hyper-geno art that powerful, right? But Bai Yishan explained that it had been banned. Han Sen was just fortunate enough to learn the skill before it was forbidden. This disappointed everyone. While it was good to learn more about Han Sen's technique in beating the Shira Prince, it was pointless if there was no chance of them ever being able to do the same. Someone then started to wonder what it might take for the skill to get unbanned. Bai Yishan had helped out Han Sen a good deal, so if there was anything Han Sen could do to return the favor, he would have jumped at the chance. And if there was indeed a way to get Yin Yang Blast unbanned, Han Sen would have relished the chance of making this happen. With Bai Yishan there, though, there was no need for him to explain to the crowd why the skill was as powerful as it was. If anyone asked, Han Sen could just tell them, "You want to know why? Unban the skill and you can find out." With Bai Yishan there to explain the skill's intricacies, everyone's desire to learn this skill only continued to increase. Still, Han Sen was being misleading. The reason Yin Yang Blast had been so useful in defeating the Shira Prince was due to Han Sen's simulation of Baoer's energy flow. Without that, even Yin Yang Blast wouldn't have stood against the might of Yu Tuoshan. The close-quarter combat skills of the Shira were incredible. Using Yin Yang Blast the way Han Sen had would fail for all the others. After Yu Tuoshan was healed, they all went off to the crystallizer ruins as planned. But the word of their battle spread quickly throughout the alliance. Zhou Ping had made sure to record the stream, and he distributed the highlights of the fight to his close friends in the alliance. He hadn't wished for it to be widely distributed, but the fight was so amazing, his friends couldn't help but share it as much as they could. It didn't take long at all for it to go viral. And what made it even more sensational was the fact that it had originally been recorded by a Shira and had leaked from a stream in Shira territory. Because of confidentiality agreements, humans weren't supposed to leak this. But someone had the balls too, and once it was uploaded to Skynet, there was no chance of recovering it. Needless to say, everyone in the alliance was shocked. The two fighters in the video were recognizable, too, the human, in particular. That was Han Sen, and most people were familiar with him. What made the video so shocking was Han Sen's age, not just his already prestigious identity. A young human had beaten a third-ranked Shira. It was all so very glorious. Han Sen's reputation was now even higher than a number of demigods. He was given a new nickname, the strongest genius in the alliance. Asleep on the spaceship, with Ji Yanran in his arms, rested the strongest genius in the alliance. Ji Yanran had avoided watching the fight against the Shira Prince. She had been unable to cope with the thought of Han Sen being savagely beaten or even killed, all in the desire to accompany her on an expedition. She waited outside until news of what had occurred was known. A wave of relief unlike any other washed over her, upon hearing about Han Sen's victory. He had to have been tired, though. It was now morning, but Han Sen was still fast asleep. Still, in space, there was no day or night cycle, therefore, it did not matter what time he chose to wake up. All of a sudden, though, Han Sen felt an itch. He scratched it away, but it returned to plague his nose. Han Sen's sneeze woke him from his slumber. He discovered a green unicorn beetle had climbed onto his face and had almost scrambled up into his nostrils. Han Sen pulled it away and put the familiar beetle down on the bed. Han Sen had received this beetle from a crystallizer ruin long ago. He'd had it for a very long time, but there was nothing special about it he could tell. It was a strange creature, though. In the years Han Sen had kept it, it hadn't had to drink or eat at all. It had remained the exact same as it was the first day Han Sen came into ownership of the insect. There was one other curious aspect to the beetle. Han Sen had discovered that, if left alone without interaction for a long time, the beetle would begin to appear lazy and lifeless. And it was during this state that the creature's colors would also begin to fade or at least lessen and dim. If Han Sen ever wished to reverse this status, all he would have to do was pick it up, interact with it, and take it around with him for a few days. These peculiar aspects aside, for all intents and purposes, the beetle was a lame creature that provided no obvious benefit. Or at least that was how it appeared, as Han Sen was still of the belief it was special and it had a purpose. Whatever that purpose was, he just hadn't been made privy to it yet, he thought. The expedition he was about to embark on would be dangerous, though, so he made sure to bring it with him, hoping it'd prove useful somehow. Ji Yanran was still sleeping while this occurred, so Han Sen removed himself from the bed with great care, as not to disturb her. Suddenly, the green plating of the beetle looked strange. The creature became translucent, revealing the presence of gears and cogs inside it, all in delicate motion. It was not unlike the inner workings of an old watch. Han Sen was surprised, to say the least. Over the course of the last few years in which he had owned the beetle, he had yet to see anything remotely similar to this occur. Just as Han Sen approached the little creature to examine it, there was an announcement from the ship's speakers. "We will be arriving at APX 706 shortly. Please convene at the meeting room before arrival." The announcement startled Ji Yanran from her sleep, so she quickly removed the blanket. With the slender curves and succulent portions of her divine body now on full display, Han Sen was suddenly overcome with the desire to return to bed with her. Unfortunately, now was not the time for that. They both got changed and went to the meeting room, as instructed. Han Sen took the beetle with him, placing it in his pocket. He was going to check it out once the meeting was over. The Shira and humans gathered in the meeting room. Once there, they were shown an image of the planet on a projector screen. The ruins they were going to examine were quite different from the ones Han Sen had seen before. The entire planet was crystallized, but it wasn't obvious at first glance. On the surface of the planet, it looked like any other lush planet would. The geography was wild and inviting, cloaked in thick and unspoiled greenery. The planet's atmosphere was primarily comprised of nitrogen and oxygen, making it an ideal candidate for future human colonization, as well. Eventually, the spaceship touched down with a rumble. After they discussed what needed to be done on their mission, they separated again. They were going to start their investigation in 3 hours. Due to the injuries Yu Tuoshan had incurred, they were already 2 days late in beginning the operation. When the time to embark on the expedition came, the crew left the ship inside their war frames. While the atmospheric conditions had been revealed to be fine, the use of war frames was just protocol for the initial exploration of an unexplored planet. It was a precaution. As Han Sen guided his warframe, he examined the unicorn beetle he had brought with him. After arriving at the planet, the cogs inside the beetle had been running faster than ever. Han Sen wasn't sure what it meant, but it interested him enough to spend most of his time examining it. Aside from those movements, though, there was nothing different about the creature. Even the beetle's life force had remained the exact same. Eventually, they arrived at their desired location. Swiftly, they established a base of operation and proceeded to the entrance of the ruins. Surprisingly, at the entrance of these ruins, there weren't many indicators of past crystallizer habitation. The presence of crystallizer technology was quite low, actually. One thing Han Sen did find, though, half hidden beneath the dense undergrowth, was a 20-meter-wide black crystal roulette board. On that board, you could see the presence of many lines and symbols that were commonly associated with the crystallizer civilization. There were also markings on the board that extended all the way across. They were like partitions, or the slices of a cake that resulted in 20 portions. 4 of the slots possessed a warning sign of sorts, but Han Sen wasn't exactly sure what they meant or what they might have been indicating. No one else did either, just as no one knew what might be found deeper inside the ruins. When Han Sen first saw the roulette board, though, he was shocked. The symbols were identical to the ones on the beetle. They were ones he was very familiar with. He didn't even have to take another look at the beetle to confirm this. Are these two things connected, by some chance? Han Sen wondered, as he placed his hand inside his pocket. He was going to touch the beetle, but he felt something else instead. He brought his hand back out of his pocket and noticed his fingers were bleeding from a newly formed wound. Han Sen frowned. He had been stung by something. On his hand, there was a red dot that oozed a droplet of blood. Han Sen scanned the wound and was relieved to learn he had not been poisoned or infected by the stinger, whatever it was. Han Sen's fitness was high, too, so the wound healed almost instantaneously. There was no lasting pain, either. He pulled open his pocket to get a look at what was going on with the beetle, and determine why the docile creature had seemingly attacked him, all of a sudden. The beetle had never been aggressive before, and it was the slowest little thing Han Sen had ever seen in his life. It was a genuine slowpoke. As such, He was both surprised and concerned to realize he had been stung by it. But now, with the pocket open, Han Sen was shocked. After taking a look, the beetle was gone. Han Sen patted his body all over and spun around in search of it. No matter where he looked, he couldn't find it. It really did seem as if it had vanished. Unfortunately, now was not the time to go off hunting for his missing beetle. Everyone was currently lined up beside the roulette board, as General Reg explained the objectives of the operation in detail. The roulette board was the entrance to the ruins, and each block was one point of entry that provided enough space for only one person. There was also a power check enabled, barring anyone who was too strong from entering. The rules of entry were quite strict, as only one life force could enter a square at a time. If you had even a renegade ant on you, it would be detected and you wouldn't be allowed to enter. Demigods were prohibited from entering, as they were too strong. Therefore, only surpassers of a certain tier and third-rank Shira met the correct requirements. Strangely, 4 warning signs were active. They were next to the entry points, indicating they had previously been used. Each entry point could only be used once, and the way you went in was the only way you could come back. The researchers who had come before them had tried to drill beneath the roulette to avoid this, but after reaching a depth of about 10,000 meters, they ran into a crystal wall that extended to the core of the planet. There was no end, and so they had to stop. It was after reaching this wall that many curious events started to happen. They had conducted 4 test expeditions of their own into that place, but few of the researchers ever returned. Not much had been explored, so there was little information they could provide, and it was mostly useless. Han Sen and his team's ultimate goal on the expedition, though, was to retrieve purple crystal cores. Neither the Alliance nor the Shira had explained to them what the purpose of these items was, but that did not matter. This was the task given, and it had to be done. Furthermore, when they entered, they'd be going in without war frames or guns. If they brought such equipment in with them, they'd be attacked for certain. 8 Shira and 8 humans now took their positions, one standing on each block. Support researchers pushed the button to begin the operation, and after a low hum, all 16 of them suddenly disappeared from thin air. They were in. Han Sen felt as if something was amiss. He was wary, and perplexed by the similarities between the symbols on the beetle and the ones outside the roulette. Still, he knew it best not to dwell on the matter. For now, the beetle was gone, so if it could have been a help, it was too late. Han Sen blinked and took notice of his location inside the ruins. There were no buildings or structures around him. He was standing in a field, as if he was out in the countryside, except, strangely, the place had been ruined by some sort of catastrophe like an earthquake. In the distance, Han Sen did make out the presence of buildings. But they were in a state of decay, with many having fallen. Furthermore, judging from their architecture, they had clearly not been built by the crystallizers. When Han Sen turned to take a look in the other direction, his face completely dropped. He expected to see Ji Yanran, his people, and the Shira, but they were all gone. Han Sen was all alone. Did they not make it through? We teleported inside together, though. Where are they? They should be here. What is this? Items belonging to only a few of the researchers who were last inside. Han Sen stood there for a while with an ill feeling in his stomach, acknowledging they hadn't all teleported to the same location. Han Sen looked around. The researchers had given him an idea of what to expect once inside, and some vague details for the environment he'd be in, but it was all bogus. Wherever he was now was not the location the surviving researchers had gone to. The landscape was entirely different from what had been described to him. What is going on? Han Sen was primarily concerned about Ji Yanran, and he was deeply worried about her well-being, particularly so, if she was stranded somewhere else all alone. Gritting his teeth, Han Sen took off flying into the sky. Before searching for the rest of his crew, he had to get a better grasp on the lay of the land around him. With his Dongshuan aura active, Han Sen looked all around. But try as he might, he could not espy the presence of a single life force. There was only rubble and a land in disarray. No matter where he flew, the landscape looked the same. There was nowhere unique, and no landmarks to keep track of where he was. The lands were all plain and in various states of ruin. Han Sen frowned, not even sure which direction he should be going in. As Han Sen wondered, he suddenly heard a strange noise sound from an old ruin nearby. It was very weird, similar to the sound one would make when using fingers to break an egg. Han Sen looked in the direction of the noise and saw some green water leaking from the ruin. Looking closer, though, Han Sen noticed that it was not water. It was a stream of green beetles. There were countless numbers of them, all coming for Han Sen. What is this? Han Sen watched them with interest. They were practically the same as his beetle, just smaller. But there was another difference. They didn't have any symbols on their backs. In Han Sen's days of wonder, the beetles drew nearer and nearer. When they were right before him, they parted and went around Han Sen. Fortunately, he was not a target of any ire they might have possessed. Han Sen was not sure what they were after, but the beetles continued to gather around him, forming a path that led to the old city ruins. The unicorn beetles then assumed a posture to suggest they were kowtowing before him. Han Sen was taken aback by the gesture. He looked down at the bugs all around him and asked, "Can you guys hear me?" There was no response, and while Han Sen looked at them all in confusion, a beetle leapt into flight and hovered before him. It made a queer noise before turning around and flying off towards the old, decayed city. Han Sen continued to stand still, unsure of what was going on. After a while, that same beetle returned and started to fly around him. From what he could tell, this was the beetle's way of telling him to hurry up. Han Sen nibbled his lips and decided to follow it. Since he was there, he thought he might as well poke about the old city and see what he could find. If the beetles sought to do harm, surely they would have attacked him by now. And judging from their current posture of praise or worship, Han Sen was positive that wouldn't change anytime soon. After Han Sen started moving, the other beetles paced behind him diligently. They followed his every footstep, like the coming and going of a tide. Before long, Han Sen had made his way into the city center. Everything there was in crumbling ruin, all except for one thing, a temple. This peculiar temple was immaculate and untouched. The flying beetle landed on the temple stairs and made a noise to Han Sen, indicating he should continue following it and go inside. Han Sen scaled the stairs, but the beetles did not follow. They all knelt as he ascended, and looked exuberantly happy. Han Sen summoned beast soul armor, pushed open the door to the temple, and stepped inside. The place was old, and dust caked each and every surface. The temple was devoid of statues, but there were a few dings about. Curiously, they were all empty. As Han Sen looked into a corner of the temple, he was shocked to find a crystal vase there. Han Sen could tell that the vase was not built from ordinary crystal. It had instead been forged from a unique variety of crystal, laden with symbols that looked like machine parts or cogs. Finding curious items and artifacts inside a crystallizer ruin was par for the course, but this vase particularly surprised Han Sen. It was completely transparent, but its shape and form were stark and unmissable. Han Sen went to look inside the vase and was even more surprised to see a woman inside it. The girl was sitting at the bottom, hugging her knees. She had blonde hair, but Han Sen could not see her face. There were no xianxia horns to be seen, and she had human ears, but she was naked. The long blonde hair helped to dress some of her exposed parts, though. Human, is she one of the missing researchers? Han Sen looked at the woman in the vase and wondered who she might be. Instinct told him that she was very young, though, and she couldn't have been a researcher if that was true. Han Sen knew that 2 humans and 2 xianxia had gone inside the ruins to explore before their arrival, but only one of each had come back. If the girl was one of those researchers, he wasn't going to just ignore her. Han Sen then noticed the vase was sealed, and not with a lid. The whole thing was complete. The crystallizers had strange technology, and their creations were always unique. This had always been true, so this vase's structure was not exactly a surprise. Han Sen spoke with a soft voice, gently asking, "Can you hear me?" He received no response, so he asked with a louder voice. Again, he received no response. He asked several times, with a voice that became louder each time. It seemed as if she couldn't hear him. Han Sen touched the vase with care, unsure of what might happen. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary occurred. When he felt safer in its presence, Han Sen started to knock against it. The girl seemed to hear that, and showed a reaction. After seeing her move slightly, Han Sen knocked again. She woke up and looked around for the knocking noise, and that was also when Han Sen saw what she looked like in full. She seemed to be around 18 years old, and she was ravishingly pretty. Curiously, her eyes were the same golden color as her hair. Judging from her appearance, she seemed to be a human girl. Han Sen again thought she might indeed be the human researcher. Her appearance did not betray this notion, as even 40-year-olds could maintain the same beauty and grace as an 18-year-old in that day and age. When the girl saw Han Sen there, her eyes blinked to get a clearer view, as if she had indeed just woken up. She stood up and beat against the vase. Her mouth moved, as if she were saying something, but Han Sen couldn't hear a thing. All Han Sen could do was read her lips, and from what he could tell, she was saying, "Save me." He brought out a paper and pen and wrote down a few words he could show her. "Who are you?" he wrote, wanting to learn about her identity. Han Sen had to be wary and maintain vigilance at all times. You could never guess what tricks or traps might be waiting for a person inside crystallizer ruins. The lady blew air onto the cold crystal of the vase and wrote, "Sunset, of Blue Blood Special Forces. Rank, Colonel." This confirmed to Han Sen that she must have been one of the researchers, and now it looked as if she had been trapped there. "Stand back, I'll break the crystal," Han Sen replied. Acknowledging what he wrote, Sunset took a step back. Han Sen's fist blazed with the power of Phoenix Flame. With his seventh gene lock open, he punched the vase. He felt as if he had almost broken his knuckles. When the fire dissipated, the vase stood still as if it was untouched. The punch was the strongest he could give, barring any buffs. But with the vase standing still, not having moved even an inch, Han Sen knew he'd need a lot more strength. He frowned in contemplation. Han Sen unsheathed Taya and used it to strike the glass. Even that proved useless, as all that was drawn upon the crystal was a white mark similar to if you had just scratched your arm. Han Sen was surprised, to say the least. The weight and hardness of the vase far exceeded his unluckiest estimations. This was not at all what he was expecting. All he could think of now was of how much of a shame it was that Phoenix Sword could not be used outside the sanctuaries. It might have proved more useful. Han Sen tried a few different skills to test their effectiveness. Unfortunately for them both, nothing seemed to work. Sunset's initial glee seemed to wane. She looked disappointed, but that just gave Han Sen even more of a reason to try. Not wanting to let her down, Han Sen tried summoning his Devilhorn sheep sword. With it in one hand, and Taya in the other, he repeatedly slashed the vase in the hopes it'd break. Han Sen wasn't willing to sit back and watch, or even walk away from her, while she was trapped in there. He'd do whatever it took to get her out. But unfortunately, Taya and the Devilhorn sheep sword were not enough to break through. They did, however, leave marks. It could obviously be damaged, and if that was true, Han Sen's determination would only increase. There had never before been something unmanageable for him. He had always overcome every foe, so he wasn't going to let an inanimate vase be the object of his defeat. Han Sen then thought he could try his Super King Spirit mode, or at the very least use the Gold Raven Beast Soul. He'd do anything he could to save her. Still, he continued to try with the swords he had been using, but it was all to no avail. "Just go. It won't break," Sunset wrote. Han Sen paid no heed to the message and continued to hit the vase until his hands bled and his muscles quivered. Stubbornness was what kept him from giving up, but he knew if he kept going, his hands would break before the vase ever did. He didn't have enough power, and even with remarkable weaponry, he couldn't deliver the force needed. Han Sen bit down on his teeth and transformed into a gold raven. The gold talons turned red, and they furiously attacked the crystal surface of the vase. Pang! He had 9 gene locks open on his Blood Pulse Sutra which powered his Gold Raven Beast Soul, and this actually got him somewhere. Cracks were now beginning to form on the vase. Han Sen did not relent. He continued to strike the vase with a wretched speed and power, until the artifact began to tremble. Sunset held her fists up in excitement, watching the cracks begin to grow and web their way across the surface. Han Sen could barely believe how strong the vase was. Although cracks were starting to form, after a long time, it still didn't look ready to shatter. Eventually, even Han Sen's talons began to bleed with the repeated strikes. But he thought success was close, and he thought right. So, he didn't give in or relent for 1 second. He went on, battering the vase with every ounce of strength he could muster. Boom! He did it. Eventually, the cracks gave and the composure of the vase shattered like rain. Sunset was in disbelief. She was incredibly happy at first, but then she started to cry. "Are you okay?" Han Sen returned to his human form and offered her a hand that was drenched in blood. He removed his coat and then gave it to her, so she had something to wear. He would have given her a Beast Soul set of armor if he had been able to transfer Beast Souls outside the Alliance. Alas, he could not, so this had to do for now. Sunset accepted the coat and put it on, covering her naked body. She was rather petite, so the coat was more like a long dress that reached below her bum. Although he wouldn't tell her, Han Sen couldn't help but think about how sexy she was. Han Sen could do little but ask, "Why were you trapped here?" But Sunset did not respond. She stood where she was, simply staring at him. Han Sen believed she might have been in shock, following her ordeal. He comforted her by saying, "Let's get out of here first, then. I entered this place alongside a few others, but I have been unable to locate them." When he turned to leave, Sunset remained where she was. She continued standing there, simply staring at him. "What are you waiting for?" Han Sen frowned. Sunset had a surprisingly rough voice, and she said, "My time is up. Remember what I tell you now and do not forget a single word." "What time? What are you talking about?" Han Sen frowned again. Sunset said, "My name is Sunset. I am a colonel of the Blue Blood Special Forces. I am Han Jingji's adjutant and an investigator for the Secret Service's 7th team." "What?" Han Sen looked at her as if he was seeing a ghost. His lips quivered. "You are Han Jingji's adjutant. You are an investigator of the Secret Service's 7th team." Han Sen's voice trembled, and his muscles twitched. He did not know whether or not this was some cruel joke, but this was the best lead he had found so far. "It's good that you know about Instructor Han and the 7th team." Sunset nodded as she spoke, and she proceeded to say, "Now, again, listen to every word I tell you." Sunset told Han Sen, "Our team accepted an order that commanded us to breach another dimension. Things went wrong upon going there." "What happened?" Han Sen asked. "I don't know." Sunset shook her head. "What? How can you not know? Have you not been to the sanctuaries?" Han Sen's eyes were wild with a desire to know. If she was truly a member, she would know what had happened, surely. "The sanctuaries, is that the other dimension?" Sunset asked, almost as if she was speaking to herself. "How can you not know about the sanctuaries? Upon first spawning in the first God's sanctuary, you are given the basics and need to knows right away." Han Sen was starting to believe she was pulling his leg. Sunset looked at Han Sen and asked, "First God's sanctuary? The first? Were more discovered?" Han Sen looked at Sunset in disbelief, finding it difficult to determine whether or not she was joking. "Just tell me about this other dimension, this sanctuary, as you put it. Explain to me as plainly and as concisely as you can," Sunset asked. Han Sen noticed her face was quite serious and that this was a genuine question. So, he spared no time in explaining to her what the sanctuaries were. He told her how they had been constructed and what the creatures and spirits were like, having adapted to their presence. He explained what he could in a few minutes. When Sunset heard what he had to say, a strange look fell across her face. She then said, "If what you are saying is true, then this is not the place we found. The 7th team did not breach this sanctuary. Are you saying you found another dimension, separate from the sanctuaries?" Her words were challenging Han Sen's ability to believe her, and he was starting to think she was a liar. Humanity came to know about the existence of sanctuaries through the 7th team. They were the ones who discovered them. In the years that followed, humanity started to evolve at an alarming rate. Sunset stroked her hair and said, "Where we went was not the sanctuary you have described. Or at least, it may have been a sanctuary, just not one that is known to you. When we breached this new dimension, we spawned someplace together." "Where did you spawn?" Han Sen harbored many doubts about whatever she was going to tell him, but he still wanted to hear what she had to say. Sunset wore a confused look, and she explained, "Where we went to, it was like God's kingdom." God's kingdom? Han Sen again thought she was referring to the sanctuaries. The sanctuaries could, after all, be referred to as a place of miracles and could believably be described as God's kingdom. Han Sen told her, "Yes, the sanctuaries are amazing. I wouldn't be against referring to them as God's kingdom." Sunset shook her head and explained, "You misunderstand me. I'm talking about God's kingdom. I'm talking about the actual kingdom of God." "Okay, then what does God's kingdom look like?" Han Sen's curiosity had not lessened, despite the pinch of salt he was carrying. "I cannot describe it," Sunset said. "That's convenient. Then just tell me about the environment there." "What did you see?" Han Sen asked. "If I was able to describe this place and encapsulate it in mortal words, it wouldn't be a kingdom that belonged to God. The beauty of this place cannot be aptly put into words," Sunset told him. "All right, well, what did you want to tell me earlier?" Han Sen wasn't really sure how to deal with this entire situation anymore. "If you find Han Jingji, you must kill him." Her words made Han Sen's blood run cold, and he was unable to lax the instant stiffening of his muscles. Han Sen recalled his encounter with Qin Huaijun, and how he had been told to be wary of Han Jingji. He had died before he was able to learn more, but now he had met Sunset, who seemed to be on the same level. What she had just plainly told him was in line with what he had previously learned, too. As to why the Ning family said Han Jingji had saved their family, he did not know. And the Qin family as a whole respected him. If Han Jingji really was not the likable, respected person Han Sen had previously believed him to be, wouldn't Qin Huaijun have warned his family? Han Sen couldn't wrap his head around what was going on, so he asked, "Why should I kill Han Jingji?" Sunset looked strange, as if she was not expecting this response. Her words in return were simple, but perplexing. She said, "Do you believe in God?" "I believe in something, for sure. I'm not an atheist, but I don't follow the teachings of any religion in a devout manner," Han Sen explained. Sunset then asked Han Sen, "Would you believe me if I told you we saw the face of God?" "Oh, really? What does he look like?" "I haven't seen God before, so I'm curious." Han Sen wasn't sure if she should be taken seriously. "Again, if I could explain it, it would not be God." Sunset paused briefly, and then went on to say, "Bring this news to the rest of the Qin family. Qin Huaijun must be told to kill Han Jingji." "Do you know who I am?" Han Sen asked. "I see that you possess what is left of Taya, so I can only assume you are from the Qin family." "Are you?" Sunset asked. Han Sen shook his head and said, "No. I was given Taya as a gift, more or less. But you should know my surname is Han and that my great-grandfather is Han Jingji." Sunset looked at Han Sen in shock, and she exclaimed, "What? But he didn't have an heir. Even if your great-grandfather is called Han Jingji, it has nothing to do with him. Them both having the same name is a coincidence, nothing more. Couldn't he have had a bastard son?" Han Sen frowned. "Of course not," Sunset said, with assurance. "Then at least tell me why he must be killed." Han Sen felt as if the conversation was going around in circles. "He must die because he is blasphemous," Sunset said. Han Sen now knew why Sunset asked him if he believed in God. But Han Sen still thought he was missing a piece of the puzzle. After all, why would she want to kill Han Jingji, if he had only said something blasphemous or comical towards God? "It does not matter if you believe he should be killed or not, just deliver this message to Qin Huaijun." "Han Jingji must die," Sunset said. Han Sen, with a wry smile, said, "Qin Huaijun is dead." "He has been for a while." "What? Qin Huaijun is dead?" She suddenly looked angry. She grabbed Han Sen and shouted, "You're a liar. He can't have died. I thought he used." Sunset's dialogue trailed off, but her now psychotic look remained fixed on Han Sen. "Why are you sure he cannot be dead?" "He really is." Han Sen then went on to tell her about Qin Zan's story. "No, that's wrong. He's immortal. You're lying." Sunset became hysterical. Han Sen frowned, but he knew he had stumbled into something rather big. Something profound and complex was going on, and this was the biggest thread to its unraveling he had yet found. Han Sen then told her, if Qin Huaijun really did not die, then there is one other possibility. "And what possibility might that be?" Sunset asked. Han Sen then proceeded to tell her of his encounter with Qin Huaijun beneath the Black Desert, and what had occurred there. Qin Huaijun, why would he have gone there? Suddenly, Sunset's face went all pale. She carried on to say, "We were wrong. We were tricked." "What's wrong?" Han Sen asked, knowing the truth was so close, at long last. Sunset seemed a little mad now, as if she had blown a fuse. She repeatedly mumbled how something had gone awfully wrong, and about how she and the others had been tricked in some way. When Han Sen wanted to ask again, he noticed something amiss with her face. It didn't look as pretty as it had earlier. It seemed aged. She looked older and older, as wrinkles crept across her face. Her soft skin started to hang like a leather sack, and her hair turned gray and thinned. She was drying out. "Your body," Han Sen shouted. Sunset looked at her hands, and she herself looked shocked. She tried to compose herself, and when she did, she looked at Han Sen and said, "Find Han Jingji, and tell him about me and Qin Huaijun. If he didn't die, then maybe." Before she could finish, her life force was switched off. Her body had withered to become an old skeletal husk. The moment before she died, she collapsed into Han Sen's arms and said one last word. "Wrong." After that, there was nothing more. She was gone. In a few seconds, she had died of old age. When her eyes closed for the final time, Han Sen saw the fading flicker of hatred and regrets going with her. Where did they go and what did they do? Han Sen's mind was in disarray over what he had learned and what he had not. It made him sad to see such a beautiful woman grow old and die right before him. Han Sen stood there for a while in thought, but when he decided it was time to move on, he first chose to dig a grave for her inside the temple. Han Sen wouldn't have been able to take her back home, and neither could he explain who she was or why she was there. Han Sen had heard many things, and while some questions were answered, the answers themselves just brought more questions with them. Han Sen left the temple. When he exited, he saw the green beetles were still there waiting for his return. Just as he wished to leave, though, the green beetles built a wall to prevent his passage. "What else do you guys want from me?" Han Sen frowned. He initially believed the beetles had brought him there in order to save Sunset, but seeing as she was human, perhaps her being there was all circumstance. Perhaps they wanted something else. Perhaps it was indeed a coincidence, and Sunset really didn't have anything to do with the beetles. Han Sen tried to walk around the wall of beetles, but they scurried over to prohibit his passage. He took a few steps back, as if he was returning to the interior of the temple, and watched the beetles disassemble their wall. Thinking it best to oblige their desire, he walked back inside to see if he could find any particular item they might have wanted. Aside from the now broken crystal vase, though, there was nothing. There were only the stone dings left in there. There were 3 of them in total. Each was 1 meter in height. Did they want me to move these things outside for them? Han Sen wondered. He approached one of them, and with his power, managed to lift it up and bring it outside. When Han Sen brought one of them out, the beetles looked happier. Then, they quickly parted to form a path that Han Sen should follow. Han Sen looked to the end of this new trail and noticed that it led to another building. But that one was not exquisite like the temple was. It was like the rest of the area's buildings, half collapsed and in decay. There was only one room left that was intact. Han Sen walked there, stone ding in hand. He was quite interested in seeing what the beetles were ultimately up to. Approaching the ruin, Han Sen spotted a well inside. Upon going closer for a look, he noticed it was filled to the brim with water. Aside from that well, which was in fairly good condition, everything else inside the house was a mess. The place had been in decay for a long time, it appeared. After putting the ding down, Han Sen watched the beetles gather to pick it back up to carry it themselves. Interested in what they sought to do with the ding, he stood back to observe them. Splash! The beetles, after lifting up the ding, chucked it into the well. Han Sen was not sure what their goal was. Had they gone to all this effort, just so they could throw a ding into a well? After they did this, though, the beetles formed another path for Han Sen. This time, it led all the way back to the temple. It seemed as if they wanted Han Sen to collect the other 2 dings. They were obviously capable of carrying the dings themselves, so it was likely that they were scared of the temple for some reason. And because they were scared, they needed Han Sen to go inside and fetch the dings on their behalf. Han Sen went into the temple and brought both dings out with him. The beetles picked them up and led Han Sen back to the house. When they arrived, they lobbed those dings into the well, as well. After that, they all circled the well and kowtowed before it. Han Sen thought it was rather amusing. Not long after, a noise emerged from the well. The water inside it began to bubble and boil, as steam started to rise. Han Sen took a step back, surprised by the sight. He used his Dongshuan aura, but could not discern any life force. The water of the well suddenly quelled, and silence returned. But then, just as Han Sen thought it was over, something emerged from the water with a big splash. Something that looked like a black crystal zipped out of the water into flight. It turned out to be another unicorn beetle, but it was black and not green. It was also larger than the others, and they seemed to worship it. There were symbols etched across its plating, and images of gears. It was actually very similar to the one Han Sen had. When the black beetle shot out of the water, Han Sen was taken aback. He immediately readied himself for a fight. But the black unicorn beetle didn't seem to be aggressive. It slowed down and merely hovered in front of Han Sen. Han Sen then felt a pain surge from his hand. He noticed the symbol of a green unicorn beetle was etched into his hand, which was rapidly starting to crystallize. Maybe it wasn't missing, after all. Did the beetle combine and merge with my hand? Han Sen was shocked, to say the least. As his hand lit up, the gears on the inside of the black beetle began to spin. Suddenly, it transformed. Previously, The bug had only been the size of a fist in front of him, but now, it was the size of a truck. Han Sen was dazed by the spectacle, and all of a sudden, the green light of his hand began to pulsate brightly like a beacon. The black beetle approached slowly and put out its tongue. Han Sen then noticed its tongue was like a cockpit. Is this supposed to be some sort of control room? Han Sen was rather shocked. The green light flashed continuously. Han Sen was very curious right now, so he approached the control platform that had emerged from the creature's mouth. There was a seat there, and when he sat down, the tongue platform was pulled back inside the beetle. Near his hand, Han Sen noticed a handle of sorts. He pulled it with his hand, and then everything lit up. He suddenly felt as if the black beetle was becoming a part of his body. Han Sen wanted to move forward, and when he thought of this, the beetle's legs started to move. When Han Sen thought of flying, the beetle did just that. It spread its buzzing wings and became airborne. Mind control, nifty. Han Sen was delighted. Mankind had spent much time trying to develop purely mind-controlled devices, but the technology was still a long way off. Machinery still had to be guided mostly by hand. But this beetle responded to the directions of his mind. The technology on display here far exceeded the capabilities of humanity. This must be an aircraft belonging to the crystallizers. Did they have sensors and weapons, I wonder? And as Han Sen thought of this, a holographic map was displayed right before his eyes. Ah, now this beats radar. To say Han Sen was pleased would be an understatement. This technology was far more advanced than what humans had. Even the sensor alone was a technological marvel, as he could zoom in on any part of the local geography with incredible precision, all with the power of his mind. Han Sen scanned the nearby vicinity, and he discovered the presence of another life form, a few thousand miles away. It was Bai Yishan. He was alone, though. With Ji Yanran still missing, he was quite worried. Han Sen looked elsewhere and found a band of humans and Shira together. Further away, he found Ji Yanran. Unfortunately, she was being chased by a few robots. I have to get there quick, Han Sen thought to himself. Boom! The black beetle's bum started to spit lasers, and without hesitation, took off flying at an insane speed. It was heading for Ji Yanran. Han Sen's socks almost left his feet at the blistering speed he was going. The machine was far quicker than any warframe or aircraft mankind had developed. Ji Yanran's situation was bad. She had not teleported with the others as expected, and she had been left all alone. She set out in search of Han Sen but had an unfortunate encounter with crystallizer robots. Ji Yanran was weak, and only an evolver. For her, dealing with the crystallizer robots would have been nearly impossible. Therefore, all she could do was run. Eventually, her pace slowed down as she became exhausted. It was at this moment that the robots were able to catch up and surround her. Seeing the robots surround her, Ji Yanran's hope for survival was depleted. The robots raised their hands, each preparing to fire their lasers at Ji Yanran to eliminate her. But just as she closed her eyes in acceptance of the death she was now to suffer, something big and heavy appeared to crush the robots. The hulking robots were all shattered in an array of sparks and electrical fires. It was a shocking twist of fate, but any happiness she may have felt over her salvation soon vanished. Seeing the titan that now stood in front of her, it didn't take long for hope to take its leave once more. She was unable to deal with the robots, so taking on a giant black beetle was sure to be even more difficult. Pang, pang, a few more robots took to the field. With their arms raised, they fired laser beams at the beetle. But it was like water spraying the steel hull of a ship. Not a single mark or scrape was left on the shell of the beetle. Boom! A horrible light shot out of the beetle's eyes, cutting down the robots in less than a second. Ji Yanran did not know why the crystallizer machine was attacking its own, but it did not matter. She had accepted the fact she was likely to die there, all alone. Then, when one leg of the giant beetle pierced the ground directly in front of her, she closed her eyes and thought to herself, "This is all my fault. I pray he can escape this place alive." Ji Yanran closed her eyes, but the death she expected did not come. After a while, she opened her eyes again. Ji Yanran believed she might have been dreaming for a second, as Han Sen was there, standing in front of her with a smile. "Am I dreaming, or have I died and gone to heaven? Did you not make it out, either?" Ji Yanran lifted her fingers to brush his cheeks. "Nope, this is just my new aircraft. Want to go for a ride?" Han Sen invited her inside with a cheeky grin. "Wait a minute, this is your..." Ji Yanran stared at the giant beetle in utter disbelief. Han Sen picked her up and took her inside the control room with him. Boom! The beetle shot up into the sky, faster than any aircraft they had ever been on. Han Sen flew around like a jet, blasting any crystallizer robots he came across along the way. As they went, Ji Yanran had to ask, "What is this machine? I found it in a ruin. I can only suspect it was a crystallizer warframe." Han Sen then went on to ask, "Is that a purple crystal core?" "Yes." Ji Yanran looked happy. Han Sen fired a light to a purple core down on the grasslands below. In an instant, it was sucked into the beetle. "Baby, hold on tight. This is going to get a little wild," Han Sen warned her. Then, the beetle started flying even faster. It spun around and eliminated a few crystallizer guards that were ahead. He zipped left, right, and center, collecting a multitude of purple crystal cores. When he was done, Han Sen used his holographic map to survey the entire region and track the location of his teammates. Fortunately, none of the others were in any danger. But they were each traveling at a very slow pace, not wishing to be hasty. It was most likely due to the fact they had all been split up, and they were each exercising caution by moving slowly but cautiously. Han Sen paid little mind to this, though. He continued flying on his own, out in search of the purple crystal cores that were their objective. Unless the beetle attacked first, the guards would not respond to the aircraft. He blended in, so, with no threat, there'd be nothing to slow him down. He did not want his teammates to see him operate the machine, either. If they did, it'd cause a lot of trouble for him, and the machine would end up being confiscated by the Alliance. Since this all had something to do with his hand, too, there'd be nothing but trouble for Han Sen. He wouldn't mind Bai Yishan seeing it, but if the others did, the Alliance would most certainly take it away. As far as the operation was concerned, the only thing Han Sen was unsure about was the purpose of the purple crystal cores. He had no clue what they could be used for. Before he managed to obtain the black beetle, he'd had no way of hiding some for his own examination. Attempting to swallow a core and smuggle it out that way would have been impossible. He would have been scanned, but now that he had this beetle, he could collect as many as he wanted and smuggle them out by shrinking down the beetle. "I'm not greedy, but without this black beetle, I doubt the others will be able to obtain many themselves. It's only fair that I get to keep a few for myself, if it means the bigwigs who ordered this operation also receive far more than they expected to." Han Sen gave himself an excuse that worked. "Once I've got all the purple cores, I think I'll kill all those Shira," Han Sen thought. "We are cooperating, but we are still enemies. This truce is a farce, and we all know it." Han Sen believed the more he could kill for the Alliance now, the fewer enemies they would have to deal with in the future. Han Sen would be able to pin their deaths on the crystallizers with ease, and killing them would be swift and painless with the beetle, anyway. Before he did anything else, Han Sen wanted to collect as many purple crystal cores as he could. When the operation's timer ran out, it'd draw suspicion if he was to remain and not leave. But he had plenty of time, and for the next 4 days, he stayed in his beetle and went around collecting as many purple crystal cores as he could find. On this 4th day, he discovered quite the staggering landmark. It was a giant hole in the ground, or rather, a crater left by some meteorite. It was 50 miles in length, and after a preliminary scan, Han Sen was able to detect the presence of more architectural ruins at its center. This must have been the heart of the entire crystallizer region they had come to examine. Save for that one temple Han Sen found, there was nothing complete there anymore. Everything around was in various states of decay. "It looks like something horrible befell this place. And judging from the crater, that might be literal," Ji Yanran said, as she stared at the monitors. What could cause something like this? Han Sen thought the crater was rather ominous, and it was teetering on the brink of being absolutely frightening. The crystallizers weren't known for cheap construction. They built their civilizations to last, and their structures were incredibly hardy. Average buildings of theirs had been known to withstand atomic bombs. But the city there was in absolute ruin, and the landscapes all around were ravaged and desolate. "There must be a trace or lead we can follow up on. We should go out and search for it," Ji Yanran said. Han Sen scanned the ruins with the gizmos in his beetle, but he couldn't find anything to indicate what had caused the devastation. What Han Sen was able to detect, though, was the presence of more purple crystal cores. There were lots of them, and Han Sen hypothesized the region they were in now had to be some sort of warehouse for them. Han Sen used the beetle to dig them up, and with the abundance that were there, it took a few hours to collect them all. "We are going to be rich." There's over 1,000 of them. Han Sen was very enthusiastic over the result. Han Sen poked about some more, but couldn't find a load that contained as many as the one he had just unearthed. When Han Sen returned from that place, though, everyone had left already. It was supposed to be a 10-day operation, and now, with the timer expired, people were happy to leave. DMN. I was going to kill those punk Shiras. While that was disappointing, he didn't let it weigh on him. The riches he had found more than made up for the lack of Shira killing. We have to go now. If we remain any longer, it might draw suspicion. Ji Yanran looked at the vast number of cores they had collected, and went on to say, "What are you planning to do with them?" Ji Yanran knew Han Sen wasn't the sort of person to so willingly hand out what he had collected. "I'll think of something, but you should take a few of them with you." Han Sen then took Ji Yanran back to her spawn point. After that, he rode his beetle back to where he had spawned in. He put away the black beetle, which reverted to the size of a small green beetle, and gave it a scan. Nothing could be detected, and certainly not the massive amount of purple crystal cores that were still inside it. After pocketing the beetle, he teleported back. Everyone was there, waiting. Han Sen handed in 11 of the crystals, and after a scan, he was free to go. The researchers did frisk and find the little beetle, but it released no energy. Therefore, they did not care. Feeling relief, Han Sen was happy he was able to get away with the motherlode, scot-free. "You and Ji Yanran are our best soldiers, no doubt," General Reg complimented Han Sen, following the hearty load he had delivered. Looking over towards the Shira, their faces seemed glum. He wondered what had happened to them. Back on the aircraft, Bai Yishan told Han Sen that they had not managed to collect many at all. They claimed it was because there was something wrong with their teleporter, and so everything they had prepared had been rendered useless. As such, they were only able to bring back 1 or 2 each. One of the Shira had managed to collect 3, but there were none with a higher amount than that. The name of the Shira who had collected these was Ji Yuna. The Shira were initially happy with the amount they retrieved, but their faces quickly turned sour when they saw Ji Yanran return with 8. Their faces practically curdled when they later saw Han Sen come back with 11. "I shouldn't have handed in that many. It may seem a bit suspicious," Han Sen thought to himself. For a dozen cores to make the Shira incredibly jealous, Han Sen realized the items were more precious and valuable than he initially thought them to be. When his thoughts returned to the fact that he had collected well over 1,000, though, his heart started to pound with an uber amount of excitement. "First off, I need to find out what exactly these purple crystal cores are." Han Sen made that his primary objective. But before Han Sen went off to find out what they were, Ji Yanran approached him with the knowledge already secured. And she was well aware he had kept the rest of the purple crystal cores they had collected. The roulette no longer worked now, and it prevented anyone else from entering. That, combined with the Shira already knowing, meant the Alliance had no reason to withhold the information from Ji Yanran. When Han Sen heard what she had to say, he started to cackle like a madman. 1,000, I'm going to be rich. I'm going to be really rich. Han Sen could not wait to sleep on a bed of those purple crystal cores. Doing so would be better than rolling on a bed of cash. Ji Yanran and Han Sen were not professional scientists, so the correct terminology escaped them. What they did know was that the purple crystal cores were anti-material weapons. They were explosive devices that released obliterating energy upon detonation. The Alliance had similar weaponry, but nothing that came close to the sheer devastation the purple crystal cores could unleash. If they were ever to be used, though, they'd need a detonator. It took only 1 core to blow up an entire battleship. Scanners could not detect their presence, and no known weapon could work as a deterrent. They were always primed for use, so they couldn't be disarmed or disassembled, either. As for the previously mentioned need for a detonator, that was where the humans and Shira now turned their focus. They had to find a way to use the crystal cores, because no one in either government had figured out a way in which they could be triggered to explode. Han Sen, however, had. The beetle he had come into possession of could load up the purple crystal cores as a manner of artillery. They could be fired from the machine with ease. The beams Han Sen had fired before also used an energy that was not too different from that of the purple crystal cores. Put simply, the cores contained something very similar, but condensed. The beetle could either fire the purple crystal cores in one shot, or refill the energy lasers for a more controlled and precise method of annihilation. With the lasers, you could use as much or as little of the energy as you wanted and make it last. If the energy of the core was unleashed all at once, the explosion was enough to destroy a star-class super battleship. The thought of such destruction, all residing at his fingertips, made Han Sen shiver. It was no wonder why the humans and Shira worked so hard to obtain these purple crystal cores. Which species would shy away from the greatest weapons of mass destruction they had ever seen? Han Sen, having obtained 1,000 of the weapons, figured he could dominate the galaxy. Not that he wanted to. He wasn't interested in controlling many people, or later having to focus his attention on suppressing rebellions. It'd all be too much hassle. Still, with the beetle, Han Sen was a force to be reckoned with. He could go up against any faction in the alliance and come out on top no sweat. If Angel Gene sought to provoke him once again, he could promptly blow them all into smithereens. Unfortunately, the beetle could not be used in the sanctuaries. But that was the only downside. It was a shame, though, considering he spent so much time there. Opportunities to make use of the beetle would be extremely rare, if they showed up at all. For this reason, Han Sen was secretly hoping a band of alliance brigands and cutthroats, or corporate bigwigs, would suddenly try to kill him. It'd give him a nice reason to make use of the beetle. Since this was unlikely, though considering his prestige and everything, he felt the weapon would go to waste. Back in the alliance, their efforts in the crystallizer ruins were worthy of medals. The humans obtained a tally of cores that was far greater than what the Shiras were able to. And back in the sanctuary, when Han Sen saw Xianxia, he was so shocked he felt his socks slip off his feet. The spirit was wearing a well-ironed white shirt. On his face was a nice pair of sunglasses. He wore long boots and was decked out with various accessories and jewelry. For all intents and purposes, he was blinged out. The coup de grace for his fashion was the presence of an obnoxious, gold skull necklace that was hanging across his chest. When Han Sen saw him, he had a beer in one hand and a comic in the other. All the while, sausages were sizzling on a barbecue. "What's up, my brother?" Xianxia made a crazy gesture with his hands. Han Sen had no idea what it meant, but it did look rather gangster. Han Sen's eyes twitched. He wondered what on earth the spirit had been up to in his absence, and whether or not the books and comics he had brought him were a bad influence. Where did all this stuff come from? Han Sen sat down and asked him. He had not bought most of the stuff that was there now. He bought them for me. He seemed willing to buy whatever I mentioned. I must tell you, humans are cool. I like you guys a lot, yo. Xianxia performed another gesture. Han Sen assumed it was one in praise of humans, but he couldn't be entirely sure. Han Sen then thought to himself, is it any surprise, with your crazy fists? What idiot would deny your requests, Listen up, bruh, I need to go to the human world, you hear me? I gotta go, you know. I want to fly an aircraft, pilot a warframe, and start shooting rockets out of cannons, fool. Han Sen had never seen Xianxia so enthusiastic before. Holy crap, what have we done? I only gave him romance comics. Han Sen looked at the comic he was holding, and he was surprised. It was the latest issue of Guts, Guns, and Warframes. Much of it was about war and heroes making use of high explosive devices. Han Sen would have never bought a comic like that for him. When Xianxia finished the material Han Sen had given him, others must have brought him the rest. And in Han Sen's absence, Xianxia became this monstrosity that was now before him. Fortunately, the comics of the Alliance were all about heroic humans committing deeds of good. The heroes usually triumphed over evil, even if they did use a variety of high-tech weaponry along the way. The last thing Han Sen wanted was for Xianxia to be influenced into becoming some cackling, cliché villain. Still, his new style was embarrassing. Han Sen had no idea where such a clash of styles could come from, and all Han Sen could do was shake his head and cringe. My emperor, is it time we exact our revenge on Holy Sword Emperor? Han Sen encouraged him. Yeah, we need to go FCK that punk up, yo. Those who diss me gone, get their lids peeled, bruh. Xianxia flipped a bird to the high heavens. Han Sen was cringing until his teeth ground, but he couldn't help be a little interested in what Xianxia had read, to prompt such a large change in dress style and dialogue. Oh, and one more thing, kid. Don't you be calling me an emperor anymore, you feel me? The word, emperor, is too high class, and we be needing something from the streets. Call me brother king, you got it. Xianxia put on a baseball cap and turned it back, then he slinked his way over towards the exit of the shelter. Sure, whatever you want. Han Sen's lips twitched. Although Xie Qing was strange, at least he still wanted his revenge on Holy Sword Emperor. With his power still there, and his friendliness towards humans still intact, that's all that really mattered. Thankfully, he hadn't been inspired by reading material that would prompt a desire for world peace. The last thing he wanted was Xie Qing reading about the virtues of Gandhi. I need to talk with Lin Weiwei about the do's and don'ts of what to give this guy, Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen and Xie Qing set off towards Holy Sword Shelter. There was not much need to prepare, as there would only be 2 super creatures and 1 king spirit there. It would be an easy fight. Inside Holy Sword Shelter, Holy Sword Emperor's face was green. The other spirits there were all in fear. Han Sen and Xie Qing were not sneaky in their approach of the shelter. Fearlessly, they waltzed before its gate. Before they had come, though, they had made stops at 12 of Holy Sword Emperor's other shelters, including Sword Palace Shelter. They were each claimed, resulting in the destruction of Holy Sword Emperor's Sun Spirit Stone, too. Holy Sword Emperor knew they were a force to be reckoned with, so his first idea was to run. But with his Spirit Stone embedded in his shelter, he knew fleeing would be futile. Xie Qing, I won't forgive you for this, Holy Sword Emperor exclaimed, before running towards his treasury. He opened the vault, and with great care, opened a certain metal box that was within. He picked something up, his expression emotional and complex. Han Sen was a little disheartened. Initially, he had only wanted to come straight to this shelter, so he could slay Holy Sword Emperor and be done with the primary local threat. But Xie Qing had told him that to preserve their honor, Han Sen would have to take down all of Holy Sword Emperor's lesser shelters before tackling the big one. Why is he just destroying all the spirit stones? Can't he save some for me? Han Sen wondered to himself. Xie Qing was nabbing all the glory, leaving only the bones for Han Sen to pick through. All he was able to get was the flesh of sacred blood creatures, and that was only because Xie Qing did not need or want any himself. Han Sen swore to never fight with him again, unless it was an emergency. He was too arrogant and selfish, he thought. If Han Sen was strong enough, he might even have tried to kill him. As disappointing as all this was, though, he couldn't deny how good it felt. There he was, in the third god's sanctuary, steamrolling through a multitude of shelters as if it were no more difficult than a Sunday drive. With no force able to oppose the duo, it felt pretty good. Bauer had also accompanied Han Sen, and she was sitting upon his shoulder. In her hands, she played with the bird-fish thing. Now, they were marching directly before Holy Sword Shelter. Standing before its gates, Xie Qing yelled, "Hey, yo! I am the Super Emperor, and I am the one who knocks, because I'm polite. Of course, if you keep this gate shut, I'll just have to tear the gate down. It's in the way of me killing you. That being said, if you'd like to concede, you may." If there was anyone else around, Han Sen would pretend he did not know him. Xie Qing was obviously having fun, though. He made another strange gesture and said, "I'ma give you 15 minutes to decide, punk. If you want mercy, you better get out here." Han Sen spent that time observing the shelter that was before him. He couldn't help but admire the grandeur of the place. It was a massive walled city, but it was disturbingly quiet. There was no noise coming from beyond the gate, and there seemed to be no creatures manning the ramparts or watchtowers. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to scan the area, and that was when he saw Holy Sword Emperor, standing above the gate. 100-meter-tall creature stood behind the king spirit. In the sky, there was an ape flying around with bat wings. It was like a creature risen from the pits of hell. Oz, Xie Qing, we are both king spirits here. There is no need to take things to such extremes, Holy Sword Emperor began a speech. Although Han Sen's golden raven was strong, he wasn't entirely sure it'd be enough to take on Holy Sword Emperor or his pets. He couldn't kill a fully healed Xie Qing, either. In response to Holy Sword Emperor, Xie Qing immediately said, "Cut the crap, fool. You either fight me like a man or get down on your knees. Fine, but let it be on your head." Holy Sword Emperor started his signature move. 1,000 swords rose from his hands, and he sent them all flying down towards Xie Qing. Xie Qing then said, "That old chestnut. Oh, please." Xie Qing threw a punch and generated a shockwave that knocked all the swords away. The entire skill was cancelled by that single throw of a fist. Roar! The 100-meter-tall beast leapt down towards Xie Qing and Han Sen. In that creature's mouth, Han Sen saw something swirl. It was like a blood-red sea. If he was sucked into that vortex, he didn't fancy his chances of survival very much. Han Sen received Brother Seven's information, so he already knew what to expect from the two super creatures of the shelter. Then we fight to our deaths, I take it. Xianxia King leapt into the sky with a silver light and threw a punch towards the super creature before him. The hit landed, and it sent the super creature reeling backwards in agony. As it suffered the power of that blow, it screamed in pain. Still, it tried to use its talons to grab Xianxia King's head. Xianxia King threw an uppercut towards the incoming talons, eliminating its advance and giving the monster very sore fingers. The punch was stronger than the monster's attack had been, and the additional force sent the creature flying away. The other super creature swooped down with its bat wings to attack Xianxia King, but it was a futile attack. Xianxia King was so fast, he even had the time to reapply gel on his hair. Seeing this, Han Sen felt another stabbing cringe. Xianxia King was now like a slut, reapplying makeup and pushing up her boobs before meeting new clientele. Xianxia King knocked away the airborne monkey, and with the coast clear, Han Sen took off running to get Holy Sword Emperor's Spirit Stone. Holy Sword Emperor saw this, and so he quickly fired his swords Han Sen's way. Han Sen transformed into a black raven. He was enveloped in a raging fire, which accelerated his pace. He effortlessly evaded the barrage of swords that were coming for him. All the swords were broken and burnt. They smoldered and melted inside the ruthless flames that were left in Han Sen's wake. You took advantage of my injuries the last time we met, human. Do you think you can defeat me this time? Holy Sword Emperor looked enraged, and he drew out a single, menacing greatsword. The sword lit up, and red flames burst out to color the sky. Han Sen combined his phoenix techniques with arrow, which put him at an advantage. The greatsword's power was almost as strong as Han Sen, it just fell a touch short. Han Sen used his gold raven for the pursuit and evasion. Nothing else compared to its advantages there, but it did prevent him from using a multitude of other skills. The abilities he frequently used in battle were off limits, so using the gold raven for actual combat was fairly pointless. Humanoid shapeshifter beast souls are better, I'd do well to find one of those, Han Sen thought to himself. But for now, Han Sen blazed through the streets like a phoenix. When choosing to engage with Holy Sword Emperor, he struck from a dizzying array of different angles. With the speed at which Han Sen came for Holy Sword Emperor, the spirit could do little to fight back, and so he was forced onto the defensive, using his greatsword to block each attack. When the time for him to attack did come, though, each hit was like a wave against Han Sen. Fortunately, he was able to slice and deflect each attack with his wings. He then used Dongshuan Aura to scan the shelter. Aside from Holy Sword Emperor and the two super creatures, there really was nothing else living there. Where has everything gone? Has he evacuated the shelter of its inhabitants, in the knowledge he was going to die? Han Sen frowned. With his fight against Holy Sword Emperor starting to look like a stalemate, Han Sen decided to fly off in search of the Spirit Hall. The shelter was very large, but at the speed his transformation allowed him to travel, locating it would not take long at all. Han Sen's blood wings burnt everything in their path, and if he wished to look inside buildings, he simply sliced the roofs of houses off. Han Sen's gleeful destruction of the shelter infuriated Holy Sword Emperor all the more, and while the spirit tried to pursue his feathery nemesis, he could never catch up. After a few miles of flying, Han Sen found a hall which contained a peculiar statue. In its chest was a sword-shaped spirit stone, undoubtedly Holy Sword Emperor's, Han Sen thought. Delighted with his quick discovery of it, Han Sen made his way over. A look of shock came over Holy Sword Emperor's face, and realizing he had no other option, he brought out the item he had taken from the treasury vault. He said, "If you won't allow me to live, then we can die together." Han Sen paid no heed to what was spoken. With the spirit stone directly in front of him, he wasn't willing to give it up now. Holy Sword Emperor, seeing no change in Han Sen's course of action, destroyed the item in his hands. The item was black, and it was shaped like an egg. Upon breaking it, something came out. It was like a black liquid, and it gushed out from the remains of the impossibly small, egg-shaped item. Quickly, it began to dye the entire hall black. The spirit stone is mine. Han Sen suddenly saw black, as if something had turned off every light in the world. This was unexpected. Even in the darkest of nights, Han Sen could see fairly well. He tried scanning the vicinity but found nothing. Strangely, He then began to feel something pulling his body. When Han Sen regained control, he was able to see clearly again. He was still in front of the statue, as if nothing had changed. But when Han Sen raised his head, he was frozen. Han Sen saw a giant face in front of him that was bigger than the palace itself. It smiled as if it were a Buddha, but its facial features most certainly weren't like that of a Buddha. It was a woman's face, curtained by long, delicate strands of hair. The woman's face looked as if it could swallow Han Sen whole at any second. Strangely, though, it wasn't alive. It was just a statue, one that had been made from copper. Han Sen tried not to think too much of its sudden appearance, so he leapt back up and grabbed the spirit stone before doing anything else. Holy Sword Emperor, seeing his stone taken, stood there saying, "I was going to try and grab Xianxia King, too. But you have been a thorn in my backside for as long as he has. You will do. See you in HLL, squirt." After that, Holy Sword Emperor's sword gleamed before his body exploded in a haze of light. The moment he exploded, the spirit stone shattered in Han Sen's hands. All Han Sen could present was a wry smile, as it had been a while since he had last seen a spirit kill itself. All of a sudden, Han Sen's figure returned to that of a human again. He floated upwards to get a look at his surroundings. Judging from what Holy Sword Emperor had told him, nothing good looked set to happen. When Han Sen reached the sky, his face became glum at what he saw. A large portion of the shelter had been torn away, as another part of the shelter was lifted into the sky by the statue's hand. The statue was unbelievably massive. And now, Han Sen could what this statue of a woman looked like in full. She was clad in armor, and she possessed wings. A strange light glowed around the statue, with a skirt of black mist around that. Han Sen was shocked. The black mist grew to swallow the entire area. Inside, his Dongshuan aura had been throttled, and its effective radius had been brought down to a mere 10 meters. What the HLL is going on? Where am I? Han Sen examined the area and stumbled towards the first building he could see. Han Sen could not make out anything in that mist, but he could see this one building as clear as day. It was visible, and yet it must have been at least 100 meters away. Han Sen poked around his current vicinity, but he could not find anything worthwhile in the midst of that black fog. I should have waited for Xianxia King and allowed him to take the spirit stone. Han Sen had gone for the spirit stone first to see whether or not Holy Sword Emperor would obey him. The spirit had gleefully opted to kill himself, which unnerved Han Sen. Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying emanated across the black choked cobbles around him. It was spooky, and it immediately made both him and Bauer alert. The red bird was disturbed, too. It tucked its head into Bauer's clothing, prompting her to say, "It's okay. Don't be afraid." Suddenly, a monkey with wings appeared before them through the darkness. It was veiled in a shroud of deeper black, and it did not look too different from the super creature they had encountered in Holy Sword Shelter. As it came closer, Han Sen was able to sense that it was different, though. This one was only a sacred blood creature. Han Sen pulled out his phoenix sword and spared no time in swiping it against the monkey's claws. Effortlessly, they were sliced off, squirting inky blood. The monkey was aggressive right off the bat, so Han Sen had to react accordingly. Following its bloody nail cutting, the monkey then tried to lunge forward and capture Han Sen in its fanged mouth. Gotcha! Han Sen swung his sword again and lopped its head off. Sacred blood creature Ghost Fang killed. No beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred Geno points randomly. This must be the same type of monster I saw back in Holy Sword Shelter. I've unwittingly stepped into another realm of sorts, but I can only suspect it to be a place Holy Sword Emperor himself has been in before. And if he was able to come here and later leave, I should be able to do the same. Han Sen mulled his current predicament in his head. Brother Seven once told Han Sen that one of the creatures of Holy Sword Shelter swore allegiance to Holy Sword Emperor because it had been saved, once upon a time. Now that Han Sen thought about it, he guessed it might have been that monkey. Han Sen returned his attention to the statue before him. He reevaluated it, and came to the conclusion that it wasn't a jolly woman as he had initially guessed it to be. The ears of the humanoid statue were pointy, and she had wings and a tail that ended like an arrowhead. It looked like the common depiction of a devil or succubus. Han Sen tried to contact Moment Queen for assistance, but he was unable to. This told him that this location was not ordinary and getting out would be a trial. He fingered the Dragon Blood Ring and summoned Dragon King. Dragon King was weak, and when he spawned, he appeared as nothing more than a scrawny little dragon that hovered in circles. "My power fades every time you summon me," Dragon King said, but then said nothing more. His attention had been immediately snagged by the statue in front of them. Dragon King exclaimed to Han Sen, "DMN it. Why are you here? I'm interested in knowing where here is, first and foremost." Dragon King seemed to be familiar with the location, which was good news for Han Sen. "Get out of here. You must go at once." Dragon King pleaded with worry. "How? I don't know how to leave," Han Sen explained. "What do you mean you don't know how?" Dragon King was visibly panicked, and he swiftly moved on to ask, "Then, how did you get here in the first place?" Han Sen explained the events that had transpired in Holy Sword Shelter, and what had led him up to this point. When he was done with his story, Dragon King looked surprised. Dragon King was no longer able to speak in hushed tones, it appeared. Again, he shouted, saying, "That *SSHOLE is cruel. He used a devil orb to send you here. Oh well, I guess we better get comfy and await our inevitable deaths. He used a devil orb to send me here to this, what would you call it? Devil Realm. What is so special or unique about this place, exactly?" Han Sen asked. "Special?" Dragon King shook his head and prepared himself to explain. Back in the day, Dragon King's speech was abruptly cut short by some unknown force. "Back in the day, what?" Han Sen asked. "Look, you just need to know the danger you're in. This place harbors countless creatures, ones that are all hungry. There are also cracks in this dimension," Dragon King explained more succinctly. Han Sen smiled in response, saying, "You do know we are both in the same boat here, yes? By helping me, you're helping yourself get out of this mess. If you're hiding something from me..." Dragon King seemed to ponder something for a moment. When he was ready to talk again, he said, "This is Ancient Devil Emperor's shelter. There was once a war, and one consequence of it was a shattering of the dimension. For some reason, the creatures in this place grew stronger and leveled up. Even in my prime, I would not dare venture here. Someone fought this Ancient Devil Emperor so hard that this was the aftermath." Han Sen asked in shock. Dragon King eyed the surroundings and said, "This is the entrance of the shelter. Scale this statue that's in the image of a devil woman, and after 100,000 stairs, you will be inside the shelter in full. Unfortunately for you, the stairs have been destroyed." "What was the devil orb you spoke of?" Han Sen asked. Ancient Devil Shelter possessed a tree, cultivated by an emperor. The tree itself was simply named Devil. If it bore fruit, it would have been able to create demonic dimensions. Unfortunately for Ancient Devil Emperor, he was unable to find success in this venture. Dragon King paused briefly before resuming his speech. He took a deep breath and explained, "This devil tree was destroyed during the war, but the wood of the tree splintered to form little devil orbs. When destroyed, these devil orbs contain the power to transport others to this devil's realm." Han Sen was disappointed, learning the orbs were a one-way ticket. Again, though, he heard the distant sound of a baby crying. It was exactly the same as what he had heard earlier. Dragon King also heard the noise, and he told Han Sen, "Devil Fangs have found us. They remain in a constant shift of mutations. They could be super creatures, we should go." Han Sen asked, "Go where? Can we reach the shelter that is high above?" "Of course not, that is where the super creatures reside. Who knows how strong they have become?" Dragon King preached. "Then where in the sanctuaries can I go?" Han Sen asked. Dragon King did not know where they could go, either. There were cracks everywhere in the fabric of this dimension. They couldn't just flee senselessly. When a dimension gets distorted or twisted or broken, going in one direction could leave you going in another. Dragon King caught sight of a devil fang racing out from the black mist, but much to Han Sen's relief, he was able to gauge its strength as being only sacred blood in class. Suddenly, a dozen more raced out of the black. Their ravenous, hungry maws snapped towards Han Sen. Dragon King swiftly returned to his ring, but he couldn't be faulted for this. He really was in a state of weakness, and he'd have been unable to deal with a single one of the fiends, most likely. Han Sen drew Taya and Phoenix sword and remained as fearless as ever. With Bauer and the bird atop his shoulders, he ran forward to greet the monsters. When a sword cleaved its way through a devil fang, green blood gushed from the fleshy crevices. Using double fly, Han Sen was able to effortlessly slay 4 of them. The rest weren't waiting around, though they were still coming. Even when Han Sen hewed the limbs of the creatures off, they still wriggled their way forward for a taste of his fresh meat. Green blood started to form a pool around Han Sen, and the level rose the more he killed. After killing a dozen of the devil fangs, their numbers were replenished with a greater sum that lurked in the darkness out of sight. Now, another 50 sought a taste of the human. But Han Sen was unfazed. He carried on fighting as his clothes became drenched with the green blood. Even Bauer's face had been splashed with the stuff, which made her quite angry. Not happy with the constant soaking, Bauer brought out her mini gourd and pointed it towards the monsters. The group of devil fangs that remained were immediately frightened by its power of suction, and they tried their best to scramble away to safety. But it was useless, and they were each and all sucked into the gourd. A few dozen devil fangs were sucked into the gourd in nearly an instant. Others that were thinking of taking their fallen brethren's places now had second thoughts, and they elected to stay away. Han Sen was delighted, as it had been a while since he had received Bauer's support. He kissed her and said, "Good job. You make Daddy proud." "I am good," Bauer said, with a smug grin. "You are the best." Han Sen looked to the devil fangs he himself killed. Then, he got a fire going so he could cook them. Han Sen was starving after all the fighting, so now was a good time to cook and eat. While he ate, he could also mull his predicament and figure out how he might leave the realm. Devil fangs were ugly, but the meat appeared similar to beef. So, they at least looked tasty. Han Sen cooked it to the accompaniment of a mouth-watering sizzle. Bauer sat down near the fire, watching as the meat slowly roasted. "It'll be done in a sec." Han Sen wielded his makeshift cookery like an artisan. He seared the meat perfectly, and a tantalizing aroma rose under his expert hands. He brought out a crate of salts and spices. With a sprinkle here and there, the energizing scent deepened, and it got their tongues wagging for a taste. Devil fang meat consumed. Sacred Geno points +1. After Han Sen took a bite, he heard the announcement and was happy. He looked over to Bauer and the bird, and saw them nibbling and pecking with delight at a portion of the meat. After eating a slab of the meat, Han Sen was full. But Bauer and the bird were able to consume 5 slabs. Devil fangs continued to howl, out somewhere in the darkness. They were too afraid to come any closer, but still, Han Sen thought it was rather strange for him and his companions to dine comfortably with danger not too far away. He had managed to get 4 sacred Geno points from the meal, which placed him at the number 70. Soon, he believed, he'd max out the tally in full. This might end up working out, after all. I'd say it's a lucky thing, for me to end up here. This realm is full of easy kills, and if my good fortune holds out, I might even be able to slay a super creature, too. Heaven knows I need more of those Geno points, Han Sen thought to himself. The sounds of howling grew closer over time, though. Eventually, Han Sen was able to catch a glimpse or two of the creatures, lurking in the darkness. But suddenly, that was the least of their concerns. A giant, red devil fang came storming out of the black. It raised its blood wings and stared down at the fireside trio. A super creature. Han Sen stood up and set himself ablaze with red fire. He spread his black raven wings and transformed into a gold raven. Then, he immediately flew towards the red devil fang. Pang! The raven firebird's talons collided with the red devil fang's claws to create a sound like clashing metal. The impact of both forces formed a tear in the dimension they occupied. Han Sen frowned, unable to believe nothing came of his strike. Their strengths were similar, it seemed. Then, they both went at each other with manic ferocity. Buildings and structures were toppled and destroyed in the midst of their fight, as Han Sen's fire incinerated the realm and fought back the heart-chilling terror the ape sought to inflict. The devil fang bled green and Han Sen bled red, but both were painting the environment in an unholy mixture. Who would win was still up for debate. The devil fang here was certainly stronger than the one they had encountered back in Holy Sword Shelter. Its mere presence was sickening, and its intimidating behavior was corrosive to one's resoluteness and confidence. Han Sen's Gold Raven and Blood Pulse Sutra worked overtime in a bid to fight it back. Unfortunately, Han Sen wouldn't be able to remain in his shape-shifted form forever, and with the rate he was losing energy, it was only a matter of time before he lost. Han Sen readied himself to use his Super King spirit and slay the beast before anything worse occurred, but suddenly, he heard a wicked noise coming from within his sea of soul. He looked inside and saw that his disloyal knight, which had been in the process of evolving for quite some time now, was ready. It was ready to engage battle mode. Huh, that's some good timing. Han Sen summoned his disloyal knight. The disloyal knight was summoned, and like a stoic hero plated in copper armor, it promptly appeared before Han Sen. The Devil Fang was not swayed by the presence of another fighter, though. It let out another shrill, baby-like cry and ran forward to engage Disloyal Knight. Disloyal Knight looked cold as it leapt into the air, its black hair waving. Beneath its feet, a halo appeared. It was expanding. The halo stretched like an arrow, until its farthest end struck the Devil Fang. No damage was dealt directly, but that touch had a debilitating effect on the Devil Fang. The devilish, intimidating presence that worked like an actual debuff was lessened, and the creature moved at a slower pace. Boom! Disloyal Knight's fists collided against the Devil Fang's claws, and the winner of that clash was clear. The Devil Fang went flying back a dozen meters. In the next second, Disloyal Knight teleported beside the fallen Devil Fang and punched the beast repeatedly. Disloyal Knight's focus on pounding the Devil Fang's face was unnerving, and it drove punch after punch of wretched force into the writhing beast that struggled to strike back with its claws. Han Sen was shocked, to say the least. Disloyal Knight was suffering multiple lesions from the claws that cut against it, but it was unaffected. It maintained its position, driving its fist into the pinned Devil Fang's face over and over again. Eventually, the ape's flesh had been pulverized and beaten away, exposing bone to the fierce new barrage of punches. It wasn't long until the bones were snapped like twigs. Green blood gushed out of the wounds and coursed over the ruined flesh that had been smashed like fruit pulp. Seeing the powerful Disloyal Knight put on such a cruel display, Han Sen could not help but feel disappointed. He thought to himself, why was Disloyal Knight not a shapeshifting beast soul? That would be amazing, particularly so, since I could make use of Taya and Phoenix Sword. I'd kill that thug monster effortlessly. Now, Han Sen realized why Disloyal Knight chose not to avoid the scratches it was given. The halo had sapped the Devil Fang of much of its power, and so the attacks delivered upon Disloyal Knight were fairly minor. And the attacks only got weaker, too, the more injured the Devil Fang became. The Devil Fang writhed and screamed. It got free and attempted to fly off and return to the depths of the black mists. Not keen to let it go, Han Sen flew after it. The Devil Fang was much slower now, though. Han Sen struck with his sword and lopped off a whole region of the fleeing beast's flesh to expose the skeleton inside. Even its hide was weakened. Disloyal Knight is frighteningly strong. Han Sen was exuberantly happy following Disloyal Knight's performance. Now, he no longer had to fear super creatures. Devil Fang then came under the brutal oppression of Han Sen's and Disloyal Knight's combined attacks. The final blow came from Han Sen, who ripped out the monster's heart. He grabbed, squeezed, and pulled it directly out of the creature's chest. Super creature Devil Fang King killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is edible, and you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted. He would have been happy just to receive the flesh and life geno essence, but he had also managed to obtain the beast soul. I hope it's a flying beast soul. With wings, even if I wasn't a bird, I could still make use of my phoenix techniques and arrow, Han Sen prayed. The gold raven beast soul was good, but he wasn't entirely used to it yet. It was difficult getting the knack of it, and he always preferred maintaining his human appearance, anyway. Han Sen checked his Sea of Soul. When he saw what was written, he was surprised. Super Beast Soul Devil Fang King. Badge type. What is a badge type beast soul? This was the first time Han Sen had received such a thing, so he had no clue what it was. Han Sen summoned the beast soul, and a red devilish badge appeared in the palm of his hand. It wasn't remarkable to look at, but it exuded a certain aura of evil. Han Sen cradled the Devil Fang badge in the palm of his hand, wondering what use it could serve. It did seem powerful, but there was no apparent utility. It could not be used as a weapon, and it was certainly too small to be used as a shield. He wanted to spend some time researching it, but the red bird was hungry again. It had already flown over to the corpse of the Devil Fang King and begun pecking away at it. Within seconds, it had managed to gobble up an entire arm, bone included. Quickly, Han Sen ran up to the bird and pulled it away. He was afraid it would eat the life geno essence. With his phoenix sword, Han Sen dug up the black orb from its inside. He was quite excited about this, as it had been a long time since he had last received one. He cooked some of the flesh, but found it impossible to eat. Humans were unable to consume the flesh of super creatures, but Han Sen always thought it was worth a shot. Affirming his inability to eat it, Han Sen offered it to Bauer and the red bird. Bauer's reaction was similar to Han Sen's. Upon having a taste, she threw it up. The red bird was strangely ravenous. Within moments of being given a leg, it had munched it all and swallowed it. He didn't want the bird to eat it all, though. Han Sen summoned Golden Growler and Meowth, and bid that they have some to eat, as well. They really seemed to enjoy it. Meowth paced the bites and ate slowly, whereas Golden Growler stuck his nose in the food and ate like a wild, hungry animal. It wasn't long before no scrap or morsel of the devil fang remained. The red bird ate the most, Golden Growler had a fair share, and Meowth ate the least. Han Sen wanted to put Golden Growler and Meowth back inside the Sea of Soul after that, but all of a sudden, Golden Growler began to shine like a torch of light. Before Han Sen could do anything, it returned itself to the Sea of Soul. As Golden Growler evolving, Han Sen was more than surprised. Han Sen believed Golden Growler was quite a special creature. After Little Angel ate Golden Growler, she grew and evolved quickly. The beast soul Han Sen received was a mountable one. Mount beast souls could not eat like pet beast souls could, but Golden Growler strangely could. Mount beast souls weren't ones to attack, either, yet Golden Growler did. Han Sen had been feeding it some good stuff, like the water drops, and had witnessed a few changes to its body over time. But they weren't extravagant or immediately noticeable transformations. After eating Devil Fang King, though, it was as if something had been unlocked. And with this lock having been broken, it was like the creature could now evolve. Han Sen did not know what to expect from its evolution, or what it would become, but regardless, it was a good thing. He was eager to see the results. It did not really matter, though. As with Meowth, Han Sen treated Golden Growler like little more than a mascot. For now, Han Sen chose to leave Golden Growler alone. He simulated the Devil Fang King's energy flow and absorbed the life Geno essence. Han Sen's mood had been repeatedly caught on a snag lately. His Dongshuan Sutra's open gene lock amount was too low, he believed, and this was truer than ever right now, as he was unable to simulate Devil Fang King's energy flow well. This was because Devil Fang King had 9 open gene locks, and as a result, the refinement process was very slow. After an hour passed, Han Sen had only managed to absorb the outermost layer of the orb. He hadn't even been able to receive a single Geno point yet. He guessed it would take an entire month to refine the life Geno essence, and that was only if he focused on absorbing it 24/7. Well, it's better than nothing. Han Sen was still moderately satisfied. After packing, Han Sen picked up Bauer and allowed Disloyal Knight to lead the way. It was high time they got out of there, Han Sen thought, so that was their aim right now. With Disloyal Knight, Han Sen was no longer afraid of super creatures. If one thought to try its luck against them, he believed they could wipe it out without any trouble. The black mist was as thick as ever, and it hung in the air like mucus. It stifled Han Sen's Dongshuan aura, and only allowed him to see 10 meters ahead. Every now and again, a devil fang would show itself. Sacred blood devil fangs were supremely easy to defeat, and that was down to the power and precision of his phoenix sword. After eliminating one, Han Sen felt the Devil Fang King go crazy inside the Sea of Soul. Han Sen summoned it, and immediately, it flew over to the body of the slain Devil Fang. A black mist then drifted out of the Devil Fang's body and into the badge. Then, it was gone. Han Sen retrieved the badge and noticed something different about it this time. Inscribed upon it was the number 1. He checked its information out again and saw there were some changes. Super Beast Soul Devil Fang King, badge type, Devil Presence +1, collect 10,000 to trade with Devil King. What is Devil King, and trade what? Han Sen had no idea what he was reading. Regardless of what it meant, Han Sen now knew the badge had to be useful. He had killed 1 Devil Fang to obtain 1 Devil Presence. If the ratio was truly 1:1, then that meant Han Sen had to kill 10,000 of the blighters. That's a crazy grind, but if I keep killing what I see along the way, perhaps I'll have slain enough. Han Sen only said this to comfort himself, though. Killing 10,000 of anything was too difficult, not to mention boring. The Devil Fangs were sacred blood creatures at the very least, and if they were keen to remain hidden inside the black mist, there was nothing Han Sen could do, anyway. Han Sen now decided to pin the badge to his chest. Whenever the chance to kill one arose, he would do it. And just like before, the Devil Presence would appear as some sort of dark mist and drift towards the badge to be absorbed. Han Sen decided to fly around, and after 8 hours of doing that, he was able to kill another 20 Devil Fangs. Unfortunately, He had not been able to obtain a single other beast soul. This got Han Sen thinking. If the Devil Fang King badge absorbed the devil presence, perhaps there'd be no beast soul for him to get. While this was rather lame, he was glad he was still able to eat the corpses. While he couldn't eat much at a time, he stuffed his face with what he could and moved on from each kill. The bird made sure to grab a mouthful every time one was killed, too. All of a sudden, though, Han Sen's face changed. He saw the copper devil woman statue ahead of him again, and he wondered whether or not he had ended up walking in a circle. But this time, a black shadow stood atop the statue's head. The presence's life force looked like a raging bonfire of power, and its magnitude was not too far off of Xie Qing King's. It was difficult to tell what creature sought to confront them this time. It was gray like steel, and its back had a shield that was similar to that of a turtle's shell. It reached down to its tail, which was shaped like a drill. The head of the creature possessed a curved horn. The claws were sharp, and they lined up like a vanguard of spears. Whatever it was sitting upon the head of the devil woman statue. It looked at Han Sen and Disloyal Knight, presenting a creepy smile. Boom! The creature jumped and appeared directly before Han Sen. With its fingers raised, it tried to penetrate Han Sen's chest and seize his heart. Disloyal Knight ran up with its halo active and delivered a punch to the creature. Dong! When Disloyal Knight's fist came into contact with the creature's armor, his fist was knocked back. It started to bleed with the force of his proposed punch. The creature on the receiving end had not suffered any pain from the powerful blow. Han Sen turned into a golden raven once again, but this did not faze their latest foe. It didn't attempt to dodge any attack Han Sen brought against it, and instead, it just continued its attempts to slice and dice him. The gold raven's talons were incredibly sharp, but they did nothing to the creature. And upon delivering a powerful strike to the creature, he was the one who ended up bleeding, just like Disloyal Knight. Han Sen was surprised to see that the bulk of the super creature's strength resided in the defense provided by its armor. He tried to burn the metal of its armor, but the flames had no more effect than a water splash. The body of the creature was like a hedgehog, and already, they were having trouble touching it. Although its speed and power were weak, that meant nothing if neither Han Sen nor Disloyal Knight was able to take advantage of this fact and damage it. If Han Sen was in his human form, he could use his Taya and Phoenix sword. But even then, Han Sen wagered he'd still be too weak to deal damage. Not even that weaponry would even the odds. Disloyal Knight, on the other hand, had no weapons. Beast souls were not like spirits, and so they could not make use of beast souls. As a result, Disloyal Knight had to use its fists. Still, Han Sen decided to return to his human form. He landed atop the head of the statue and watched from above as the two duked it out. Because the creature had been weakened by Disloyal Knight's halo, the damage it could deliver was not substantial. Han Sen frowned and observed the creature. He repeatedly scanned it, trying to determine if there was a weak spot he could exploit. But if there was one, it was hidden well. The armor had multiple layers, all of which were wound tightly around each other. No weapon could manage to fit through the gaps. Aside from its lack of ranged attacks, the creature was perfect, Han Sen thought. It was a born killer he'd very much fancy. If Disloyal Knight hadn't deployed its debuff on the creature, one punch from that fiend would be enough to end anyone or anything, Han Sen believed. It was like a one-man phalanx. The claws were like a wall of lances, whereas the tail was one that lashed from the rear. No shield or armor could withstand strikes from such a front. While Han Sen was lost in thought, the sound of a bell rung from ancient Devil's Shelter. It startled Han Sen back to reality. It was not a sharp noise, but it traveled softly and solemnly through the black to reach his ears. He liked the sound, and its ringing made him think of an old monk ringing a bell in some faraway monastery. When the super creature heard the noise, it gave up the fight and darted back towards ancient Devil's Shelter. Han Sen was surprised by this sudden shift in behavior, so he summoned Dragon King and asked him, "Dragon King, what is that bell?" Dragon King remained silent for a moment, with his ears to the sky. When he heard the bell, his silence was shattered by a horrified scream. He shouted, "Impossible, how is it ringing?" Han Sen, seeing the spirit behave like this, frowned. He asked, "Just tell me, what is this ancient devil bell that's ringing?" Dragon King stared up towards the shelter and pleaded to Han Sen, "Go to the shelter and be quick about it. Care to tell me what's going on exactly?" Han Sen did not budge. He wasn't going to risk life or limb, acting on Dragon King's empty words. He wasn't the most truthful fellow, after all. They had just had trouble dealing with a single creature, and Han Sen could not be sure how many more of that power level may have resided in the shelter. Dragon King himself told Han Sen there were many wretched things residing in that place. Before he acted on his sudden change of mind, Han Sen wanted to know why. Dragon King said, "Quick. When the bell stops, we will no longer be able to enter. Get moving and I'll explain on the way, but trust me, please. I really don't want to hurt you." Han Sen didn't entirely believe him, as he used to work for Ancient Devil Emperor. He probably knew a lot more than he was letting on, and there was always the chance he could make use of this knowledge to manipulate Han Sen into being forced to relinquish control of him. Dragon King was clearly in a rush, though. He said, "It will only ring 72 times. Once it has rung that many times, the shelter will close. Once it has closed, we will be unable to enter. Then you better explain to me what's up there. Tell me, so I can decide my next course of action," Han Sen said. Dragon King looked ready to explain, but suddenly, a large group of devil fangs flew towards them. Han Sen's face changed, and so he drew his sword and prepared for another fight. But strangely, they did not stop near him. They flew overhead and went towards Ancient Devil Shelter. The Ancient Devil Bell is for the Emperor to go to Qi Ling. The bell is a Geno treasure. When it rings, it provides a window in which the creatures will not seek to harm any living thing. Trust me on this, now is the time to go. Go before it is too late, Dragon King explained. Han Sen was wary about the idea of going, but he ended up deciding to do as Dragon King pleaded. He decided to go to Ancient Devil Shelter. He didn't entirely believe Dragon King, but the creatures were indeed behaving strangely at the sound of that bell, and they were all headed in the same direction. Aside from the devil fangs, Han Sen noticed many more creatures heading that way, too. They looked possessed, mindlessly going there. Han Sen was stuck inside that realm, so he thought he might as well go with them to see what was going on and test his luck. Besides, Han Sen still had firm control of Dragon King, and he did not believe the spirit could do anything to change that fact. Han Sen flew towards the buildings, far beyond the black mist, and as he was going, asked, "What is that Qi Ling you mentioned? Unless you were born powerful, most spirits and creatures share the same fate as humans in this sanctuary. They have to practice, train, fight, and learn in order to grow and open their gene locks. Once you have reached your 7th gene lock, though, things become much harder." Dragon King went on to say, "The Ancient Devil Bell can rinse their souls. While the Emperor is present, each time it rings, creatures and spirits benefit immensely. If they have not unlocked 7 of their gene locks, hearing the 72 bell tolls can result in the learning and opening of an additional 2. Above 7, well, that just depends on your luck. That sounds too good to be true. And maybe it is. Why has it not worked on me?" Han Sen scoffed at the thought. "You are already so strong, and with the distance of the bell, it is no wonder why it has not worked," Dragon King said. "If it's useless for me, then why must you implore that I go there?" Han Sen still did not believe Dragon King. But Dragon King said, while Ancient Devil Emperor still occupied that place, the ringing of the bell signified he was going to test the genes of others. Gene testing. Han Sen wasn't quite sure what he meant. Humans had technology to gauge the strength and level of people's genes, but he had never heard of spirits and creatures being able to do the same. Han Sen then conjured the image of a creepy uncle spirit, bringing a pretty, young spirit to a dark house, saying, "Come, let me examine your genes." Holy sh*t. Is Ancient Devil Emperor some sort of pervert? Han Sen couldn't help but speak this out loud. Dragon King looked confused, and he asked, "Pervert? Who's a pervert? What are you talking about?" "Oh, nothing. Keep going. Tell me about all this gene testing." Han Sen had no idea why he started thinking of the things he just had. Dragon King then went on to say, through an examination, he was able to determine the flaws of someone's genes. He then provided advice on how to fix any discovered problems and how they might gain greater strength. "What's perverted about that?" "Nothing. That all sounds good." Han Sen coughed twice to hide his embarrassment over the outburst. Then, he shuffled the conversation along by saying, "Now that he's gone, there's nobody there to run the tests anymore. Isn't that correct? Why do the creatures still go there? The bell is a treasure. If it wasn't destroyed in the war, it should have been taken. But it is still there, ringing loudly." Dragon King was in deep thought. The bell, by now, had rung almost 50 times. Han Sen was getting close, though, and he could make out the structure and buildings that composed the shelter. It was like a grand palace built atop the peak of a mountain. There were supposed to be stairs leading up to the shelter, but they had been broken. Only 50 steps of the staircase remained, down near the bottom. The palace was in poor condition, too. But despite its ravaged exterior, Han Sen could determine how grand and luxurious it must have been, once upon a time. Many creatures flew past Han Sen, not displaying a single ounce of hostility towards him. All along the palace walls, and assembled on the palace grounds, were legions of creatures. They all stood still, not making a single noise. The ancient devil bell is a treasure of that emperor. Its ringing requires something special. It is not operated via a rope, so it's not something any person can do. And since all the creatures came here, just maybe. Dragon King said. Maybe what? Han Sen asked. Dragon King did not respond, so Han Sen flew high above the shelter. Looking down, he saw 100,000 creatures inside the shelter. The weakest creatures could only claim a spot on the rooftops, or were relegated to the shelter's walls. The strongest creatures were the ones closest to the palace. Creatures like devil fangs were situated atop the wall that circled the palace, as they weren't very strong. Inside the palace, Han Sen saw 6 creatures. He saw the armored creature amongst them. These 6 were inside the palace and seemed to possess some manner of authority. There was a distance separating them from the other creatures, who all had to remain outside. Han Sen checked out the other 5 creatures. One had a mostly humanoid shape, save for its tiger head, 4 legs, and wings. Its body was mostly black, like obsidian, but glyph-like creeks of lava ran across its joints. This monster was holding a great axe, which was as big as a house. To the left of this creature, there was a red dog with 2 heads. The heads possessed horns. One head had 1 horn, whereas the other head had 2. The dog with 2 horns breathed ice, whereas the dog with 1 horn breathed fire. To the right of the tiger humanoid monster stood a hydra. It was 100 meters tall, and it possessed 4 wings. Each serpent head had a horn. Next to the hydra was a white sheep, whose wool was fluffy like the clouds of the sky. Back on the left, besides the red dog, there was a man. He was sitting, and there were devil-like wings on his back. He was clad in purple armor, but the wings wrapped him up like a blanket, obscuring most of the details of his form. Han Sen could not see his face, but he already knew the man was not human. Han Sen did not know this because of the strange life force this figure possessed, nor the wings he owned, but because he had 4 arms. The additional 2 came from under his armpits. It was a humanoid creature with 4 arms, and each hand held a black sword. Those creatures, along with the steel armor-clad creature Han Sen had engaged earlier, comprised a line of 6 inside the palace. There was plenty of space around them, but none of the creatures outside dared get closer. Han Sen saw a red devil fang sitting upon the tiled rooftop of a building, and noted how it looked exactly like the devil fang king he had slain earlier. It was, most certainly a super creature. Even it, a super creature of remarkable strength, was afraid to go near the palace. The fact that it kept its distance spoke volumes for how fearsome those inside might have been. Han Sen landed on the ramparts of the shelter and observed the palace. There was a stone platform in the middle of the palace. A black bell stood atop it. This was the bell that was tolling, drawing all creatures to the shelter. Han Sen examined it from where he was, surprised to see how crude and unrefined the bell was. Its making looked coarse, as if it were hastily forged from basic steel. Had he not seen it now, in this setting, Han Sen would not have guessed it was a prized Geno treasure left behind by an emperor spirit. Were it an antique that he had just come into possession of, he'd have tossed it into the trash without a second thought. Many more creatures were still on their way to the shelter, and when they arrived, placed themselves in a position according to their power. And of course, like before, none tried to join the 6 inside the palace. The bell finally stopped tolling, and when it did, the mist that cloaked the area became much darker and much thicker. Han Sen could no longer see the statue they had left behind. Dragon King, what is this? Han Sen asked, after seeing the creatures remain still and unchanged, following the end of the bell's ringing. Hang on, do not make a sound, Dragon King whispered harshly. Han Sen then looked around and noticed many creatures were staring at him. He immediately stopped talking. He didn't want to risk invoking their ire, for if he were attacked now, survival would be nothing more than a fool's hope. Bauer seemed annoyed by something. She leapt down from Han Sen's clutch and used the creatures below as stepping stones she could hop along. She was going directly to the center of the palace. Are you trying to get me killed? Han Sen ran after Bauer, hoping he could stop her. Don't go. Dragon King's call rung with the sound of shock and desperation. Han Sen ignored the plight, though. He forced Dragon King to come with him and continued his pursuit of Bauer. But Bauer was too fast for him, as usual. She had successfully hopped across the heads of each creature and entered the palace before Han Sen could catch up. The 6 super creatures all looked at Bauer strangely, and as Han Sen saw all their eyes drift towards her, he couldn't help but think, Bauer, you're going to get us killed. Bauer was not afraid in the least, though, and she just waddled towards the white fluffy sheep. When she reached it, she jumped up onto the perplexed creature's back and began to roll and bounce in its fluffy wool. Dragon King was trembling as Han Sen approached them. He was not terrified, instead, he was utterly infuriated with Bauer's behavior. Han Sen had a cold sweat as he entered the palace, and when he was in, he tiptoed over to Bauer to pick her up. I'm sorry. She is a naughty girl, I know. I will teach her better after this. Han Sen smiled as he chirped an apology before the line of mighty creatures. Just as Han Sen started to walk back out, Bauer escaped his grasp again. She swiftly returned to the white sheep's back and said, Daddy, this is fun. His heart began to pound like a hammer on stone. He felt as if he was going to suffer a heart attack before any super creature even had the chance to maul him to death, with Bauer's insufferable behavior. Dragon King merely looked depressed, believing it was only a matter of time before the super creatures were angered and decided to murder them. Then the super creatures who were staring at Bauer averted their gazes. Even though the white sheep was being used as a baby trampoline, it only glanced at them briefly. Han Sen and Dragon King could hardly believe what they were seeing. Dragon King in particular, who had a far better idea of what such creatures might be capable of, was stunned to see them only look and turn away. Their lack of action confused him. He had no clue why Bauer was given such treatment, when even a once-renowned spirit such as himself never had been. Han Sen was starting to get used to it by now, however. Bauer was strange, and despite her meddling, she never seemed to invoke the anger of creatures or spirits. Han Sen wasn't willing to jump on the sheep's back like Bauer, but he was satisfied enough to learn he could remain inside the palace without being attacked. Eventually, Dragon King's nerves calmed down, and Bauer went to sleep atop the sheep. Is she really your daughter? Dragon King asked in a strained whisper, not daring to alert the super creatures. Han Sen was going to answer, but before he could, the platform in the center of the palace began to shine. It shone so brightly, he struggled to keep his eyes open. And then, a strange presence emerged. After a minute of blinding brilliance, the light started to fade to a more bearable level. And as Han Sen looked its way, a demonic voice began to boom from within the glow. Within the light, Han Sen saw the faint outline of a strong man. He was sitting and speaking. The demonic voice was surreal to hear. It was of a language Han Sen could not recognize, and although that meant he should not have been able to understand what was spoken, he somehow could. When this light appeared, the attentiveness of all the creatures stiffened. They turned to look at the luminance keenly. They were all like well-disciplined and obedient students at school, and while the scene was a serious one, the sight was not without a measurement of grin-bearing silliness. Dragon King was in too much shock to speak, and he looked absolutely mortified. Seeing spirits of the dead come to attack would not warrant such fright, Han Sen believed. He wished to ask what was happening, but Han Sen refrained from doing so. He imagined the consequences could be dire, if he dared disturb the creatures now. Han Sen then chose to try and satiate his curiosity himself. He perked his ears and tried to listen to what the demonic voice was saying. The 6 super creatures, and all the other creatures present, were in a trance-like state as they listened. The language was a strange one. When Han Sen tried to analyze the form of the words deeply, he could not understand a thing. But when he listened to it lightly, as if it were background music, he could understand it clearly. Every word and its meaning were as clear as a bell. Han Sen looked towards the light and kept on listening. He was surprised by his own attentiveness. As he heard the words spoken, he felt a new strength course through his body. If the powers in his veins were like the babbling brooks of a mountainside, they were now comparable to roaring rapids. Han Sen's energy combined with this power, becoming one. Boom! The Dongshuan Sutra suddenly opened a new gene lock, much to his utter shock. And that power resided there without lessening. It marched towards the next gene lock. Han Sen felt two different powers overwhelm him. The light itself was one aspect of this, and it made him feel grossly incandescent. It glowed around him, but it did not enter his body. The other power came from the demonic language. This penetrated him deeply, and it was like a qi gong that drew the exterior power which was born on the light inside. This strange strength combined with the strength that already resided within Han Sen, and the might of both forces were swift to break down another gene lock. Han Sen had no clue who was inside that light, who could impart so much power with the glow and a few words, but he was immeasurably thankful. He had so easily improved his Dongshuan Sutra by a large amount. Han Sen turned to look at all the other creatures behind him and noticed they too were wrapped in the same glow that caressed him. The creatures behind him were also having their gene locks opened. With that holy light around them, heaven knew how many gene locks they were opening. There was no need for more geno fruits or geno flesh, and there was no need for practice, either. Basking in that warming glow and hearing the words spoken was enough to knock down gene locks with ease. But Han Sen felt something wrong or amiss with this. While the light had been able to open his gene locks, it wasn't in a manner he wished for them to be unlocked. More and more of that power penetrated Han Sen, and it began to overwhelm his own strength. He was helpless, feeling the demonic influence usurp his own inner power. This isn't right. Han Sen wanted to stop the power from penetrating him and disconnect himself from it. But Han Sen could not stop it, and it was within him, dictating his own energy flow. Gotcha! Another gene lock was opened, and the power was incredibly strong. Han Sen could feel the power getting stronger and stronger, and while he could still feel the gene locks breaking, he wasn't happy. Han Sen wasn't the smartest man alive, but at least he was honest. He wasn't one to deny help, but he wanted to command his ascension and progression of power. What was happening right now did not sit right with him. And it wasn't just that. It was how this demonic power penetrated him without permission that offended him the most. It had come inside and replaced his own power, making his own little more than an add-on. He was not entirely himself. The power from that light was taking over, and there was nothing he could do to prevent its intrusion. It was like he had been forced to learn a mathematical equation or formula, and the demonic language in his head taught him how. It was a way to become stronger, and it had indeed worked. But if he did not learn the core of the formula, his mind would be trapped. Han Sen no idea how he had become so much stronger in such a short amount of time, but it had happened, whether he liked it or not. But he still felt it was wrong, and that he would be worse off by improving his power this way. He had not commanded this ascension and neither had he learned the inner workings of every gene lock. He mastered his own skills and perfected each step of his progression. That was how he always did things. This could put him in danger. He was walking along a path someone else had told him to go on, without knowing where he was going and for what purpose. With the promise of an increase in strength, many would gladly oblige and follow the path. But Han Sen was different, if not a little stubborn. He wanted to learn the workings of the world himself, and he wanted to understand the core of his strength through his own means. He liked to command his being and his purpose, not have someone else guide and hold his hand. This is not what I wanted. Han Sen cast Blood Pulse Sutra, and with the Dongshuan Sutra, tried to fight back against the power. With the powers of the Blood Pulse Sutra and the Dongshuan Sutra, Han Sen tried to suppress and push back the energies that sought to empower him. Had he continued to accept the light and chant of strength, his powers would have grown and developed even further, but Han Sen did not want to cheat. He did not want things to be accomplished this way. When the power had almost been pushed out, the person bathed in light on the stone platform turned his attention to Han Sen. And then, all of a sudden, Han Sen's brain felt as if it had been thunderstruck. The demonic language he had been hearing increased in volume, and it boomed inside his head. The light broke through his attempts of defense, penetrating the Dongshuan Sutra and the Blood Pulse Sutra. It wasn't only Han Sen's qigong and energy that were being warped by this intrusive power, it was his very genes. They were morphing to the will of the light. Boom! Han Sen became a gold raven, and in this form, he activated 9 of his gene locks. He wanted to leave this area at once. But even then, Han Sen could not move. He felt physically incapable. He couldn't flap his wings or move his legs. The light was forcing its way into his blood and bones, wanting to become a part of his very being. DMN it. Han Sen was unsure whether this entire offering was a good or bad thing. All that mattered were his principles, the same principles that compelled him not to cheat. Han Sen had to kick things up a notch, he now acknowledged. With the ignition of all his energy, his hair grew silver and long. His eyes turned white and his body glowed. His holy light merged with the intrusive force. In this form, Han Sen could fight back the attempted invasion, but there were still remnant cascades of light rattling around inside him. And yet, try as he might, he could not extinguish or remove these renegade volumes of light. This was the first time he had encountered a power he could not wholly defeat with Super King Spirit mode. A power had to be supremely wretched in strength to defeat Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode. Han Sen thought he was now encountering a super creature that had unlocked 10 gene locks, and that was why his power was proving insufficient. He wanted to leave more than anything. But the eyes of that light-bathed figure were still fixed on him, and the gaze felt physical. The eyes were pinning him in place. The demonic language was deafening, and it began to occupy Han Sen's every thought. The light inside him became thicker, like an abhorrent mucus that wanted to drown him. The closer one got to the light, the stronger it would be. But now, Han Sen noticed that the overall brightness that surrounded the creature was lesser in volume than his own light. Han Sen's white light did not cease its battle with the other light, and eventually, it became the more dominant force. But whatever lack of strength the opposing force might have now had, it made up it with persistence in volume. Whenever Han Sen was able to break a part of the encroaching light, more would simply take its place. It was exhausting work, and Han Sen knew it was something he could not keep up for very long. Han Sen might have been able to make a run for it in this form, but he feared he'd be attacked if he left now. It was like he was encountering a hungry wolf. If you fought it, it might end up not biting you, but if you turned tail to flee, it might take advantage of your fear and strike with a deadly attack from behind. If he was attacked by the monster that did this, Han Sen reckoned he could not survive it. But he also knew he'd most likely die by remaining there. The power of the evil light felt unlimited in its reserves, and yet, Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode could only last 1 hour. And if he did end up remaining in this form, fighting back with such effort for the entire duration, he'd be so weak when it was over, he might not even be able to move. Han Sen was sweating bullets. He was in quite the predicament, knowing he might not survive whether he chose to fight or flee. The shattered shards of holy light were mounting, and they were now building up inside Han Sen. Eventually, they would clog his veins. But Han Sen was determined not to give in. He gritted his teeth and focused even harder. The creatures all around were uncaring, and they received the light happily. They were addicted, enjoying the light like they were getting their next fix after a long time jonesing. And what's more, this would only end up with them becoming stronger. With the gene locks of all the creatures behind opening, and the bursts of light that accompanied them, the shelter was obscenely bright right now. Meanwhile, Bauer was still asleep on the back of the sheep, holding her red bird. Dragon King was very much like the other creatures in the area, in that he was merrily accepting the bounty of light. He had more of a reason to, though, as his body had been in an awful state for quite some time. Now, Han Sen noticed, the spirit had recovered a bit. Han Sen was starting to realize there was nothing he could do, and neither was there anyone else he could rely on for aid. Even summoning Disloyal Night would have been useless. The clock was ticking, and Han Sen knew he'd have to decide on a course of action before he ended up dying right there. But just as Han Sen was about to summon Disloyal Night, anyway, a black mist flashed in front of his eyes. It was so fast, Han Sen initially believed it to be a trick of his vision. But after the flash, the light was shut off and the demonic language silenced. Han Sen felt the pressure release, and with the accompanying relief, almost collapsed to the ground. "Let's go. When they wake up, they will not be happy," Dragon King said. Han Sen picked up Bauer and took off running. He used his white light to try to exhaust the remaining light inside. Unfortunately, the active time remaining on his Super King Spirit mode depleted, and he was unable to flush it all out of his system. What's worse, the gross volume of light had ended up crystallized inside him. Han Sen's face went pale. He was no longer just weak, the crystallized light was actively hurting him and making his situation all the more dire. Han Sen was too injured to fly, so he summoned Disloyal Night and commanded that he pick Han Sen up and fly him to safety instead. Han Sen had not been physically damaged, but the light had crystallized his organs, veins, muscles, and bones. Without the demonic language, the light could not assimilate with Han Sen's body or leave. It was there to stew and go hard, leaving him in a frightening condition. Han Sen had not been paralyzed, just made extremely stiff. But what was worse, with his body clogged something which prohibited the traversal of his energies, he could no longer open any gene locks. Disloyal Knight delivered Han Sen back to the statue. There, Han Sen frowned and said, "Now that I'm injured, how will you get us out of here?" Dragon King responded, "I couldn't, previously. But now that I have absorbed the ancient devil light, that has changed. I thought you were one of ancient devil's generals. If so, how did he not recognize you in the palace?" Han Sen was perplexed. Amidst all that he had endured, Dragon King had not disobeyed or betrayed him. Dragon King said, "If that was truly ancient devil emperor, I can assure you, you would not be breathing. I have already told you once, he has gone to the fourth god's sanctuary. He's been gone a long time." "Then who was that, inside the light?" Han Sen asked. Dragon King explained, "It must be Big Mara, left behind by ancient devil emperor." "Big Mara?" Han Sen asked. Dragon King said, "Using his own genes, he created a doppelganger. A tulpa of himself, born from a geno seed. The doppelganger is not as smart, but the power is fairly comparable. I am unsure why it is still here, though, having taken the emperor's place all this time. To think it is still conducting these geno tests." Dragon King then looked at Han Sen and said, "It may only be a doppelganger, but the light was as real as it gets. Why did you not accept it and become stronger? Instead, you let yourself end up in quite the condition. That's personal, and it doesn't matter anymore. You said you could get us out of here. Can we go yet?" Han Sen didn't want to talk about it. No matter how beneficial the light might have been, it was not something Han Sen wanted. To him, it might as well have been poison. Dragon King spat out some light, similar to what Big Mara had done. He took that light, which was thick and creamy, and wiped it on his eyeballs. Then, with bright gleaming eyes, Dragon King said, "By using this ancient devil light, I can guide us through the black mist that traps us here. If we avoid the dimensional tiers, we can make our way out of Devil's Realm. This squirt of light is the only one I have, so we need to get out now. If this runs out, we won't have another chance." Disloyal Knight continued carrying Han Sen, and they both followed behind Dragon King. Unfortunately, Dragon King was very slow, so to increase their pace, he hopped onto Disloyal Knight for a ride, too. The creatures had yet to leave the shelter that was high above, so their journey was not plagued or hindered by any monstrous intrusions. Disloyal Knight continued at a hasty pace, allowing itself to be guided by Dragon King's directions. Just as his light grew dim, though, they saw a different light up ahead. It was the light of the exit, and so they hurried towards it, relieved to be free of that place. The sun was bright, and ahead of them was a large, sprawling forest. Looking behind them, all they saw was a black mist. That was lucky. Dragon King then sighed. If he had a body, he'd have been sweating all over. Han Sen asked, "If you were one of those generals, you should have been familiar with those creatures. Why were you so afraid, then?" Dragon King said, "Afraid? Me? No. Your imagination surely goes places." Han Sen did not push the matter, as Dragon King clearly did not want to tell him. They picked a random direction to travel in the hopes of reaching a shelter. If they discovered a shelter, they could find out which region they were in. Dragon King was one of the 8 generals, and now, he was swiftly guiding Han Sen to a shelter. When they came across one, it was a night shelter that looked abandoned. "I hope the teleporter is still functional," Han Sen said. "If it isn't, that's okay. We can always go and find another shelter. Following the war, all the shelters in a 50,000-mile radius of us should be abandoned," Dragon King said. "What happened in this war?" Han Sen asked. Let's go and see if the teleporter still works, shall we?" Dragon King obviously didn't want to talk about it. Han Sen dismounted Disloyal Knight and staggered inside the shelter. He was able to walk, and his powers were still there inside him, he just couldn't make use of them. Fortunately, the teleporter was in fine condition. Han Sen left Disloyal Knight behind and returned to the Alliance. Han Sen was unable to use the Blood Pulse Sutra or the Dongshuan Sutra, so he had to return to the Alliance and heal. When he checked himself into the hospital, the results of his condition were dire. Some of his organs, veins, muscles, and bones had been wholly crystallized, and even some of his blood had suffered the same result. The professional surgeons that examined him said there was nothing they could do for him, and that removal of the crystals was impossible. If the crystallization had only affected a few of his organs, they could have easily been swapped out, but 90% of his body was crystallized. Even his brain had crystallized. If they replaced all the organs, they might as well have built a brand new person. Ji Ruijun brought in a few demigods to check out Han Sen and evaluate whether or not there was something they could do for him, but nothing worthwhile came from their observations. The crystals were firmly lodged in his body and had become a part of him. The demigods were strong, and even though they could have broken the crystals, destroying them would mean destroying the organs. And destroying the organs would mean killing Han Sen. A few days later, a middle-aged man came to see Han Sen with Ji Yanwu. Ji Yanwu, from what Han Sen could immediately see, respected the man he had brought with him a great deal. And although he didn't say a word, Han Sen could tell who this person was. It was Luo Haitang, the Godslayer. After Luo Haitang examined Han Sen, all he did was sigh and leave. He never returned after that. Many people came to know about Han Sen's poor condition. Although the specifics weren't widespread, it was common to hear people whisper about Han Sen having suffered an unfortunate accident. The wounds Han Sen had incurred were so grievous, not even the legendary Godslayer could fix them. Han Sen wasn't in any danger of dying, and his condition wouldn't have been a big deal had he been an ordinary person, but Han Sen was Han Sen. And without his powers, Han Sen was useless. He felt useless. Many people came to visit. Some came kind-heartedly, to see if they could do anything or, at the very least, express their condolences. Others just came to see if what they had heard was true. The great Han Sen had fallen. No matter what they thought though, Han Sen did not give in to sadness. He wasn't going to abandon hope of recovery because he had a solution of his own. He might not have been able to open his gene locks, but he could still make use of his Super King Spirit mode. With that, he himself could remove the crystals slowly over time. Because the crystals were a part of Han Sen, they had to be removed bit by bit, slowly. It would take a long time for this crystallization process to be reversed, a very long time. Han Sen actually had another method of fixing himself, and that was to use the demon language he had learned while in Devil's Realm. If he spoke it, he could heal and improve his body quickly. But of course, Han Sen still preferred to get rid of it the slow way. He wasn't going to immediately fix himself, if doing so allowed the light to change him. What a shame. The Zhao family feigned sadness over the entire affair. But obviously, behind the scenes, they mocked Han Sen. The Zhao family and Han Sen had much bad blood between them, so it was only natural for them to feel this way. Their history was an ugly one, after all. The people who were genuinely close to Han Sen, though, who believed he could not recover, were incredibly upset over what had occurred. Handsome, Wang Mengmeng and Wang Yuhang came to visit Han Sen one day, and when they looked at Han Sen, they did so with red eyes. Evidently, they had been crying their eyes out upon learning of his condition. Qin Lan, Yang Manli, Tang Junliu, Lin Feng, Lin Baifeng, Su Xiaochao, Lu Meng, and Wang Fupingqing all came to visit him, over time. Even Ning Yu came to visit. Ning Yu did not say much, given the circumstances, but before he left, he said, "Recover soon, yes. Without an opponent as formidable as you up and about, this world seems rather dull already." Han Sen smiled and responded, "You can always buy me a drink sometime." Queen also came to visit Han Sen. She didn't stay long, though. All she did was slap Han Sen's forehead and swiftly leave. Even Han Sen was confused by this behavior, and after she left, he nursed his forehead and mulled why she had acted that way. Many more people came to visit Han Sen, and it warmed his heart far more than he thought it would. He was delighted to learn he had so many friends who genuinely cared for his well-being. Han Sen's mother, Luo Lan, did not sound worried at all, though, upon learning of his affliction. She even had the gall to say, "Perhaps this means you can stay at home and make some babies for me. I've been waiting a long time for a grandson." Han Sen could only present her a wry smile after this, not fancying himself as a baby-making machine. "Don't you need to work?" Han Sen asked Ji Yanran, who came to visit and was peeling an apple for him. Ever since what happened, Ji Yanran had practically moved into the Han household to look after him. "I retired," Ji Yanran said. Han Sen was shocked to hear this, and said, "I thought you wanted to be a captain. There's no need for you to worry about me." Ji Yanran looked at him and said, "You owe me a wedding. You still owe me a proper proposal. Have you forgotten about how terrible your first was?" "No," Han Sen answered. "Give it to me now," Ji Yanran demanded. But now Han Sen wanted to say he was planning to give her a better one, once he was healed. You need someone beside you 24/7, and I want that person to be me. Ji Yanran was firm in this stance. But Han Sen didn't want Ji Yanran to waste her life and career by nursing him. You owe me, and besides, the psychic said if I don't marry this year, it's best I wait another 10 years. And I don't want to wait 10 years before I get married. Ji Yanran pleaded. Yanran, Han Sen held her, thinking her kindness to be immeasurable. He was so touched, he felt he'd have to spend his entire life trying to repay her sacrifices just to be with him. Han Sen proposed and they got married. The wedding ceremony was simple, held between close family members and friends. Once it was done, they became husband and wife. After their wedding, Ji Yanran opened an aircraft company on planet Roka. Han Sen spent his time researching hyper-geno arts. He could not practice hyper-geno arts at this time, so all he could do was research them. Bai Yishan taught him much, but he also spent time studying ancient languages to help him practice the Dongshuan Sutra in the future, amongst other things. Han Sen confirmed what he wished to research, opting not to learn about the more famous hyper-geno arts or the hyper-geno arts that were applied to the use of weapons. He researched the powers of the coin toad. He wanted to make it a hyper-geno art. Han Sen didn't want to just make it any hyper-geno art, as it currently was. He wanted to make the low-tier coins even more powerful, so they could match with high-tier gene locks. Every once in a while, Han Sen activated his Super King Spirit mode to purge what little of the crystals he could. The process was painful, in addition to being slow. He could only chisel it away bit by bit, and removing it all seemed like it was going to take a few years. But Han Sen did not waste all this time in the alliance. He still visited the sanctuary to consume food Disloyal Knight collected on his behalf, so he could improve his sacred Geno point tally. Disloyal Knight hunted in the forest, but primarily did so inside the Devil's Realm, where there were sacred blood creatures in abundance. By doing this, the Devil Fang badge was able to gather many devil presences. Han Sen was unable to fight, but his weapons were not wasted. The hardest part of this entire period of his life was not removing the crystals. It was the part where he had to make babies. He and Ji Yanran worked hard at this, but still no pregnancy came. In the meantime, they used Bauer as a way of practicing being parents. 1 year after this entire misfortune befell Han Sen, a scientist called Fuley announced he had discovered a way in which life geno essences could be refined. After much testing, it was deemed safe and was widely used. And following this discovery, humanity officially entered the Super Gene era. It was only a matter of time before they figured out a method, but still, they had done so a little faster than Han Sen had expected. Humans who wished to refine a life geno essence had to use a geno fluid that was attuned to the same element. Although it was not half as simple as what Han Sen had been doing all this time, it was good progress. People in the first and second god sanctuaries were now able to make use of life geno essences, but killing super creatures in the third and fourth god sanctuaries was still proving too difficult. It was a good thing for humanity on the whole, however, as this new avenue of ascension would make killing super creatures and super spirits a more accessible feat. Han Sen was not just looking for super geno points, though. That was basic knowledge now, as far as he was concerned. Although Han Sen had not accepted the powers given to him by the ancient Devil Light, he had been victim to a being that possessed 10 gene locks. That level of power was what he had been fighting to achieve for all the years he had been in the sanctuaries. With enough time and fitness, ordinary king spirits could open 9 gene locks. But opening 10 was a rare feat, and the difference between a 9th and 10th gene lock was incredibly large. Not many king spirits and super creatures could achieve this, and for humans, the chances were practically zero. Still, humans could become demigods and reach the 4th god's sanctuary through the evolution pool. They didn't have to break through the sanctuary or be invited in, like spirits or creatures were. While getting there may have been quite achievable, surviving in the 4th god's sanctuary was another matter entirely. Very few humans were able to eke out an existence there. As time went by, the name Han Sen began to fade. People only recalled he was once a person who was considered the most powerful young man in the alliance. Even the Luo family had now come to terms with the fact Han Sen was not willing to learn the falsified Sky Sutra, and cared little about whether he did or did not. A few years passed, and Han Sen and Ji Yanran had carved out a good life for themselves. Not much work was involved, due to their amassed fortunes, and so they spent much of their time shopping or traveling, oftentimes both. Han Yan had now reached the age where she was able to enter the first god's sanctuary, a place that humans had quickly become the rulers of. With their influence and domination of the realm, she was able to grow up and scale the ranks swiftly. Perhaps it was because of her genes, or the fact Luo Lan had taught her very well, but she was practically a copy of Han Sen. In a mere 2 years, she had become the reigning goddess of the first god's sanctuary. She had even performed well enough to reach the top 10 of divinity's bout. People used to refer to Han Sen as a genius or the son-in-law of the president, but now they called him Han Yan's big brother. Han Sen was incredibly proud of what his little sister had achieved, too. But soon after, not even that name was widely known. His existence faded from the memory of those in the alliance. He had gone into obscurity, returning to nothing but a whisper of an old glory. He and his legacy had become a forgotten relic. One day, though, he thought, he'd return and shock everyone. On this day now, Han Sen was in the backyard, holding Ji Yanran. There, he watched Han Yan practicing her hyper-geno arts. Han Sen had taught her many things and frequently stepped in to instruct her, but today, something bothered him. His soured face was plain to see, so he stood up. Ever since what happened, Han Sen had been unable to use Dongshuan aura, and because of this, he had been unable to get a true sense for Han Yan's power and observe what she had learned. But his abilities were now finally starting to return, as the remainder of the crystals were almost fully purged from his body. Today, he could see her clearly. Why are you practicing the falsified Sky Sutra? Han Sen knew the Asura Sutra and the falsified Sky Sutra were practically the same, and he understood why his mother had not wanted him to learn it. It seemed as if, after the Luo family's failure in converting Han Sen, they were back to their old tricks but with a different target, Han Yan. No, this is the big Luo skill from St. Hall. It's not the falsified Sky Sutra. I can't believe you could make such a mistake. Han Yan laughed. Han Sen was shocked. He understood now, and thought, the Luo family don't give in, do they? I can't believe they're dirty enough to resort to such tricks. That night, Han Sen spoke to Luo Lan alone. She seemed to know already, and she said, it's too late now. When the Luo family started learning the falsified Sky Sutra, I knew it'd never stop. Luo Lan sighed and went on to say, I thought by hiding, and obscuring your lineage, I could provide my children with a better life. A good one. I never wanted you to suffer or be burdened with things you should never have had to. I was foolish to expect the Luo family would drop this matter after you refused to learn, foolish to believe they weren't so desperate, that they were even willing to get a woman, who didn't even possess the same surname, to learn it. But I don't understand, Mom. Why are they so insistent on us learning it? And if little Yan learns it, will she be in danger of any kind? Han Sen asked. If the concern of the falsified Sky Sutra only applied to him, Han Sen wouldn't inquire about it. But if it was going to affect his sister, he wanted to know as much as he could. It concerned Han Yan's safety, and that was of the utmost importance to Han Sen. Luo Lan looked at Han Sen, and Han Sen met her gaze. He had to know what danger could potentially face his sister. He was not going to let her deal with something so scummy and sly without knowing all the facts. If you are not willing to explain, then I'll ask the Luo family myself, Han Sen said. Luo Lan then told him, that would be pointless. Since you are now unable to learn the falsified Sky Sutra, they won't tell you a thing. Then I'll destroy their family, how does that sound? Han Sen proclaimed. Luo Lan merely sighed in response, saying, that would be pointless, too. Nothing can be done for your sister right now, as she has already learned the skill. This is all my fault, though, and I accept that. It was stupid of me to not anticipate their desperation, and expect such an arrogant man to go so far as to teach an outsider. All by a trick, too. How did this even happen? Han Sen's blood was boiling, but he did not want his mother to learn how angry he was. Luo Lan looked at her son for a while, and then she said, the falsified Sky Sutra didn't always belong to the Luo family, you know. Han Sen was shocked to hear this. Everyone in the alliance believed the falsified Sky Sutra belonged to them, and them alone. For Luo Lan to confess it was not theirs was big. But then, Han Sen recalled the Asura Sutra. If his mother was willing to elaborate, he hoped she would. Our ancestry dates back to a time when we were little more than interstellar thieves and space pirates. Luo Lan continued to speak without Han Sen having to prompt her. He was as surprised as he was glad. Interstellar thieves. Han Sen did not expect the origins of a now high-class family in the Alliance to rest in such a sordid history, one that revolved around theft and piracy, as his mother was suggesting. Humanity has existed in the universe for a long time, but the Alliance has not always been here. And in the early days of space travel, humanity had to rely on the Shira for spacefaring, Luo Lan explained. What, are you suggesting that the falsified Sky Sutra was stolen from a Shira king's tomb? Han Sen was shocked. Yes, it was a skill that was originally developed by the Shira, but for some reason, it was hidden inside a tomb. No other Shira has learned it, as far as I know. And remember, Shira kings can only visit the tombs as a final pilgrimage unto a place of rest. They only go there when they are on the precipice of death. Even if they learn the secret there, inside the tomb, it's not as if they can leave and inform the others. There is no return for a dying Shira king. Luo Lan was not holding back. Why would it even be there? Han Sen asked. The person who stole the falsified Sky Sutra did not know, either. But he did, after having learned it. Han Sen did not say anything more, and just allowed her to speak. Luo Lan said, that Luo family member was so very smart. His intelligence was what allowed him to sneak inside that tomb in the first place. We were weak during that time, and on a whim, if they so fancied, the Shira could have destroyed humanity with ease. Regardless, after taking the sutra, they translated the Shira text with the aid of a few captured Shira and forced them to learn it. These kidnapped Shira ended up dying. And upon their deaths, they immediately withered into skeletal husks. Soon after, they tried getting humans to learn it. The Shira may have died, but no ill fate befell the humans who learned it. We could learn it, but they could not, it seemed. That being said, the powers the translated text suggested we could wield were not at all like the real skill. We were weak and the skill's powers were low. That was, until a person, who? Han Sen asked. It was an 8-year-old girl. Luo Lan paused for a while. When her desire to speak returned, she said, the little girl came across the falsified Sky Sutra mistakenly, when it was originally meant to have been given to her father. She tried learning it herself, and was successful. She was able to wield the falsified sky powers with alarming proficiency. Han Sen's heart leapt in his chest, and so he had to ask, what was this girl's name? For a moment, Han Sen had thought it might have been Zero. But the timeline didn't add up, so he dropped that consideration. Her name was Yu Mushuang, and she became the initial thief's wife. Luo Lan's face looked strange, and she went on to say, she was a mix. Her father was human and her mother was Shira. Perhaps it was the mixed Shira bloodline that allowed her to learn it. Only descendants of her blood were able to learn the falsified Sky Sutra in its truest form and purity, with its entire power. Unfortunately for the disciples of that sutra, we no longer interbreed with the Shira. The blood has thinned, and the powers lessened as a consequence. If it wasn't for the sanctuaries, amplifying our powers, the sutra would be a forgotten memory and nothing more. Humans can't achieve the heights of what the skill is possible of, and Shira die when trying to learn it. Only a mix can perfect it. Why? Han Sen asked. I don't know, and it has been a subject of much discussion within the ranks of the Luo family. No one has been able to yield an answer thus far. They have since tried to capture more Shira and force them to learn it, but the Shira continue to die. Luo Lan had spoken a lot, all to explain to Han Sen where the falsified Sky Sutra had come from. He still had many lingering questions, however, and one of those was why the family was so insistent on them learning it. Luo Lan continued to explain. It is because the blood of the Shira has thinned a lot since then. There was an argument in the Luo family, suggesting they interbreed with the Shira again and revitalize their blood. Others were, of course, against the idea. We are humans, and that's what they believed we should remain. Hybrids were not necessary. It split the family in two. Those who wished to keep the family as purely human remained in the alliance. The others went off to live with the Shira. Really, who has gone there? Han Sen asked. Luo Lan then spoke dimly, saying, this is the Luo family's greatest secret, one that cannot be shared. If I told you, the Luo family, you and Han Yan included, would be doomed. We still possess the blood of Shira in our veins. It may be light, but it's still there, and others may not take the volume into consideration were this to become known. It's why I have never told you anything about this before, and in regards to the names of those that went to the Shira, and who leads them, that is classified even for me. I have no idea, Your great-grandfather was once drunk and did mention their leader being incredibly handsome and let slip the name or title of someone called Yushira. That's weird, isn't that the same name as the current queen of the Shira? Han Sen had a wry smile. Luo Lan said, the Luo family does not want the falsified Sky Sutra to fall back into the hands of the Shira. If it did, it could be used against humanity. So, when Yushira left, he only learned the first half of the falsified Sky Sutra, the half you have. The second half is another secret, mind you. After your great-grandfather, there was no other heir for its learning. That was why they believed it was imperative for you to learn this sutra. Han Sen was starting to understand quite a bit, and he thought these elucidations were brilliant. These revelations also explained to him why the Asura Sutra was longer than the falsified Sky Sutra. It was the complete version. Yushira's mixed heirs were far stronger than those who decided to remain in the alliance. It wasn't until we found the sanctuaries that we could grow and accelerate our development by collecting Geno points, and later reclaim a position of greater strength than those who left. And if you're worried the mixed ones can enter the sanctuaries, you needn't be. Just like the genuine Shira themselves, the mixed cannot enter. Luo Lan further went on to say, the Luo family members that left to be with the Shira, though. Don't concern yourself with them. They cannot be considered relatives anymore, and beyond that, they don't even look like humans. The Luo family will never provide them the second half of the falsified Sky Sutra. As for the secret I mentioned, it is not to be mentioned to any outside the Luo family. Something occurred, and both the Yushira and Luo families agreed on not allowing anyone else to know. But, every 10 years, the Luo family will send their strongest to battle against the strongest champion of Yushira's family. If the Luo family ever loses, they will be forced to hand over the second half of the falsified Sky Sutra. Your great-grandfather is the only one who has learned the falsified Sky Sutra in its entirety, so if anything ever happened to him, it'd be best if they had a replacement. If he died, the Yushira would get it. That's why the family wanted you for the longest time. Aside from me and Little Yan, aren't there any other viable candidates for them to teach? Han Sen asked. Luo Lan said, your grandfather always desired strength. It consumed him, and he pushed and pushed until he fell in the sanctuaries. When I left the family, there weren't any geniuses like him left. Why don't I just destroy it? Han Sen said, I have always thought that would be the best solution, so this entire matter could be just dealt with. But your great-grandfather is too arrogant to dare do such a thing. Luo Lan paused, before continuing to say, but now that your sister has learned it, the Yushira will find her if something happens to your great-grandfather. So, it is because of his foolish pride that my sister has to fight the Yushira every 10 years. Does he have no consideration for others? Is this the cost of his pride? Han Sen was appalled. It does not matter now. It is too late. Luo Lan looked regretful. Let me go to the Luo family and destroy this skill. Let pride be D***MNED and the fighting adjourned, Han Sen proclaimed. Luo Lan believed Han Sen to be kidding, at first, but she said, she has already learned it. Doing that won't turn back the clock. Let's just hope she can become a demigod before your great-grandfather dies. I'm not waiting around, twiddling my thumbs and hoping for the best. I'll handle this. I won't let her get hurt on the account of some foolish old man. When Han Sen said this, he thought to himself, nothing is more important than my family. I'd rather give the Asura Sutra directly to Yushira, before letting my sister fight them needlessly. Han Sen returned to the sanctuary for the first time in years. But this time, he was not Han Sen. Now, he was Dollar. For his time there, he couldn't risk others finding out he was no longer crippled. Dragon King knew the location where they left off, and with Disloyal Knight there would be no need for him to fight much, anyway. Han Sen met up with some humans who had entered that place a couple of years ago. He saved them as Dollar. In return, they gave him information regarding where they were. Han Sen then took off towards a human shelter that had developed outside of that realm. For a ride, he summoned Golden Growler. Golden Growler had only just finished evolving a few months prior, and it was as strong as any super creature of the third god's sanctuary could be. As good as this was, however, it hadn't opened any gene locks. Over the next few months, Han Sen had managed to get the Golden Growler to open 3 gene locks. It'd still need to open another 6 to reach 9, if it wanted to really compete, though. Fortunately, Han Sen only wanted to use it for a ride right now. It was incredibly fast. When he reached the outskirts of that empty, forested land, he was not far off from the shelter he was headed towards. But all of a sudden, he started to hear screaming. Then, he saw a strange light. Han Sen frowned. That area was not unlike where the shelter was supposed to reside, according to those humans. Su Xiaoqiao was feeling down in the dumps that day. He had managed to max out his sacred Geno points in the second God's Sanctuary and was sent to a royal human shelter in the third God's Sanctuary. While this may have been fortunate, it was a pleasure that was short-lived. In less than a year after his arrival, creatures had come to conquer the place. Outside of the gate, a 10-meter-tall monster stood. It had 2 heads and 6 legs, and its body was like a grossly inflated marble. When he first saw it, and the accompanying wretches, he felt terrified. He had only been in that sanctuary for less than a year, and in that time, he had only been able to consume ordinary and primitive flesh. To face creatures such as that, at his level, the chance of survival was slim. Needless to say, Trench Shelter was doing poorly. The monsters attacking had been dubbed raging beasts, and the one in the lead was a sacred blood class creature. The others it commanded were not as strong but were still fairly powerful. The weakest of the foot soldiers were primitive, whereas none exceeded mutant class. With its gene locks open, the supreme raging beast clobbered the walls of the shelter. With each thud, the bricks of the shelter's composure shook. Each quake was more violent than the last, and all the humans inside mournfully accepted it was only a matter of time before the entire ramparts were brought down. And once those walls came down, there'd be nothing separating the humans inside from the ravenous maws of the hungry creatures baying for their blood. A few elites had leapt down to meet the assaulting creatures and battle them there on the plains, but it wasn't long before the shelter anchored. Non-fighters were forced to listen to a chorus of moans and screams. It hadn't gone well for the elites, that was for sure. The bodies of the creatures had proven too tough for the weaponry the elites wielded. They had quickly discovered they would have to aim for the eyes of the creatures if they wished to deal them harm. If a strike landed elsewhere, nothing would come of it. In the heat of battle, though, aiming for the blinking eyes of a horde of tall beasts was incredibly difficult. And as such, they did not fare well. With their armaments and magical abilities not being able to deal damage to the very bodies of the creature, things were dire for the fighters, right off the bat. Pang! The raging beast brought its raging fists down against the walls again, but this time, it successfully penetrated the stone. Brick and mortar were sent flying in a dizzying plume of dust. FCK. Su Xiaoqiao was on the wall as that occurred, and he fell all the way down to the ground. A brick had whacked his face during the tumble, and blood poured from his nose. Realizing there'd be no time for a visit to the infirmary, he knew he'd have to stay strong. So, he did his best to disregard the searing pain and instead raise his bow back up. He took aim and began firing arrows, just as he had been. Dong! The arrow hit a raging beast's face, but it pinged off the thick hide he had failed to strike the eye. Su Xiaoqiao fired another arrow, and this second effort was actually a success. The arrow found its target and plugged itself deep into the eye of the rampaging monster. The leading creature reeled back in pain, letting out an earth-trembling groan as it unwittingly fell back onto the army behind it. That was Su Xiaoqiao's final arrow, though, and upon noticing his empty quiver, all he could cry aloud was, "Why must these giants have eyes no bigger than beans?" Su Xiaoqiao threw the bow aside and summoned a spear, hoping he could leap up and spike the eyes of the monsters in melee combat. And thus, he went into battle. The screams of agony, from both humans and monsters, was his soundtrack. With the clatter of steel and the tearing of flesh, with the lashing of blood and the breaking of bones, a symphony of war played in accompaniment to his charge. But the valiance of his charge was cut short by more tremors. The ground shook violently, and the volume increased rapidly. It got worse and worse. Another raging beast was approaching the battlefield. But this one was 30 meters tall, and its body was entirely black like hard obsidian. Berserk Sacred Blood Raging Beast is on approach. Zhao Long's face turned grim, as he made the call out. He was the leader of the shelter. Trench Shelter had barely been able to hold strong against a mere few of the raging beasts. While the battle had been arduous, and the many lives had been lost, the hope of victory had never departed them. But now, with a Berserk Sacred Blood Beast on the way, things had never seemed so hopeless. The Berserk Sacred Blood Raging Beast did not heed the attack of any human, and it walked directly up to the gate of the shelter like a battering ram. Zhao Long flew up towards it, and with a spear imbued with the airborne fire of 1,000 lightning bolts, threw it towards the advancing wretch. Like a bolt of lightning itself, the flight of the spear was instant. But the berserk sacred beast creature was not as lumbering as its appearance suggested, and it hastily managed to duck and avoid the spear striking its eye. It pinged off the monster's forehead and went spinning a few hundred meters away like a ricocheting bullet. Zhao Long's face turned ugly. Even had he missed the eye of the beast, he had hoped he could still deal damage to it. That was his strongest skill, but it had yielded nothing. Unhindered, the berserk sacred blood-raging beast continued its approach towards the shelter's gate. Giant footprints on the ground were left in its wake. The humans who were still along the crumbling ramparts fired arrows as fast and as furiously as they could. And while the barrage of arrows came in like rain, they seemed to be as damaging as raindrops to the monsters, too. Any hope of salvation was now lost to the humans, and they watched in fear as the raging beasts pounded the shelter. The gate would be broken into splinters any second now. That gate was a floodgate, and once it was down, it really would lead to a flood of countless hungry monsters. But their concern did not just lie there. The entire structure of the shelter had taken a significant walloping, and it was weakened. Soon, many spots on the walls would come falling down. With their morale hitting rock bottom, they could no longer even muster the courage to fight. The monsters were extremely excited in comparison, and the spirits of the filthy beasts were clearly raised with the approach of imminent victory. They pounded against the walls and gates harder, stomped their feet, gnashed their teeth, and licked their lips. There were so many tremors, it felt as if the entire earth would be torn asunder. The humans knew they had been too weak to withstand such an assault. They knew their efforts to maintain control over trench shelter against such a horde of beasts had been a foolish endeavor. Everyone, return to the Alliance. Zhao Long gave the order to return, as he alone remained fighting. He hoped to buy the rest of his people time so they could escape. The surviving elites fell back but did not leave. They wished for as many others to evacuate before they themselves did, as well. Su Xiaoqiao felt terrible. He saw the horror and despair in his compatriots, but he knew nothing could be done to help save the day. And if they left, he knew it was extremely unlikely they'd ever return. Coins! Someone shouted. When Su Xiaoqiao heard this, the extinguished fire in his heart was relit. He asked, "Coins, is dollar here?" Su Xiaoqiao did not see the enigmatic figure himself, but he did see a number of coins raining down from the sky. "That really is dollar," Su Xiaoqiao exclaimed in shock. He had no idea what had just happened, but the landscape of battle had immediately morphed. Coins scattered across all the raging beasts, peppering them. No one knew why the coins were there, though, or what they would do. But in the next second, silence filled the shelter as everyone stared across the battlefield with eyes wide and mouths agape. Boom! When those coins landed on the monsters, they all toppled and fell to the ground as if they had been crushed under an immense weight. It happened to every single raging beast, even the sacred blood class variant. They all fell down and squealed, under a phantom distress and inability to rise. What is this? What's happening? Zhao Long wasn't sure what to think right now, but the sudden turn of events had definitely left him surprised. The same could be said for all who witnessed what was occurring. They all looked at the toppled creatures in disbelief. The berserk sacred blood beast was the only that hadn't collapsed. It screamed to the heavens, defying the weight that sought to bring him down. But suddenly, a bright white light in the sky appeared. It was a humanoid figure with long white hair. Inside that warm glow, this person looked like an actual god. He was clad in armor, and as he drifted down towards the monster, a coin was wedged between two of his fingers. Then he fired it out at the monster. Everyone watched the coin plant itself on the beast's forehead. Immediately after this occurred, the giant crumpled and fell. At the same moment, the beast's body began to crack like an egg. As if it was suffering immense pressure, it began to break apart. From the web of cracks, blood began to ooze. Boom! The berserk sacred beast was entirely crushed by an invisible force. It was crushed down into a lumpy mound of bloody, sloppy jelly meat. For a single coin to utterly annihilate a creature in such a manner was insane, and the people of the shelter believed it to be the work of a god. "You are dollar!" Su Xiaoqiao exclaimed to the white shadow that had appeared and saved them. He could not see his face, but he had a feeling that it was him. "Su Xiaoqiao, it is nice to see that you are here, as well." Han Sen was happy to see a friend of his had reached the third god's sanctuary. Su Xiaoqiao was delighted at the response he received, and he said, "You remember me? I've been here almost a year. It is so good to see you again." Everyone looked at Su Xiaoqiao differently, following this. It was an incredible glory, to have yourself personally recognized by someone like Dollar. I thank you for saving us. I am Zhao Long from Angel Gene. Zhao Long interrupted the two, speaking proudly. Dollar. Han Sen's response was short, but he then went on to say, the rest of these creatures will remain pinned to the ground for another 12 hours. I suggest you get rid of them soon. After that, the white light that surrounded Han Sen amplified, and in a blinding flash, he disappeared again. The longer he used Super King Spirit mode, the longer it would take for him to recover. Because of this, he did not wish to linger too long. He was only there to check out the shelter. He had not expected to arrive in the midst of a massive battle and be forced to save the humans there, who were on the verge of failure. With the need for haste, he transformed and decided to make use of the coin skill he had researched and developed during his time away from the sanctuaries. Han Sen was incredibly satisfied with the performance. It wasn't as effective when he cast multiple coins at once, but it could only improve from its already stellar performance. Han Sen knew he was his own toughest critic, but he put all his strength into the final coin and came away surprised. He knew it'd be powerful, but he never expected it to be that effective. Han Sen wasn't too worn out after his return, since he didn't spend much time in Super King Spirit mode. He couldn't return to Trench Shelter right now, so Han Sen turned around and returned to the barren lands. Dollar's appearance at Trench Shelter was a hot topic, and news of the escapade quickly became viral. His glorious return was a water cooler news item for people all around the Alliance. The news spread even quicker when it was learned a number of prestigious characters were saved by Dollar's appearance, like Zhao Long from Angel Gene. For a single coin to crush a berserk sacred blood creature, everyone was ravenous to guess how powerful he might have become. A lot of people had believed Han Sen was the enigmatic Dollar. But now that he was a cripple, as it was believed, they did not think him to be Dollar anymore. It was not too uncommon for people to max out their super geno points now, but the first person to do this was Ji Qing. In the first God's Sanctuary, slaying super creatures wasn't all that difficult. So it didn't come as much of a surprise to learn she was the first to do this. The Ji family, as proud as ever, made sure to announce this to the Alliance. They were more than happy to add another notch to their already prestigious belt of accomplishments. Everybody knew about super bodies, and Ji Qing's was called Sword Soul. It increased the owner's skills with a sword. After Ji Qing's achievement, everybody put a heightened focus on training their super body. With Angel Gene Fluid and Pet Pills, many super bodies were created. Everyone's was different, too. The super body received depended on their bodies and genes. If they practiced with the fire element, they'd receive a fire super body, for example. Killing super creatures in the second God's Sanctuary was a far more difficult task than killing super creatures in the first God's Sanctuary. Very few humans were able to max out their super geno points there, before proceeding to the third God's Sanctuary. Han Sen hoped more humans would come into possession of a super body. If humans wanted to conquer the third God's Sanctuary and become more than free-range slaves, they'd need this strength. Han Sen had been fortunate his Dongshuan Sutra was able to refine life geno essences. That was how he had been able to max out his super geno points, but because he wished to keep its existence a secret, he had been unable to announce the fact he had already maxed out his super geno points long before anyone else did. He wondered whether a super body was based more on genes or fitness. Han Sen had practiced the Dongshuan Sutra, the Blood Pulse Sutra, and Jadeskin. They were his holy trinity, and the super body he had was a super king spirit body. What he didn't know was whether it was the skills in his possession or his fitness that had influenced this. Bauer was currently asleep on Han Sen's belly while he read the news. Ji Yanran was at the nearby table, working. Suddenly, Han Sen's communicator rang. "I'll take this out there," Han Sen said. He placed Bauer on the sofa, and then he stepped out into the yard with his communicator. He answered the call and was greeted with Lin Feng's face. "Long time, no see." Han Sen said hello. Lin Feng was the formal sort, so he got right to the point. In 4 days, the 4 families are having a meet and greet again. This time, the focus is on surpassers. I hope you will be able to find the time to join us there. What is the point of me going to a shindig like that? Han Sen was not interested in meeting any more Shui, Wang, Ji, and Lin family members than he had to. In particular, he was not keen on those of the Shui family. And if he went there, and they picked a fight, he didn't want to engage. It will be held on the grounds owned by the Shui family. There is a problem. Lin Feng wished to explain more to Han Sen before he dismissed the entire notion. What problem might that be? Han Sen asked with meandering curiosity. Someone in the Shui family has gone mad, Lin Feng said. Aren't they all just a bunch of nutjobs? Han Sen snidely remarked. Lin Feng ignored this and continued to explain, saying, if any old commoner goes mad, it's no big deal. But this is a demigod we're talking about here. His name is Shui Yiqing, and he almost destroyed his family. Han Sen was not expecting this, and his eyes immediately widened. He asked, really? Han Sen thought there really had to be a problem with the Shui family. For one of them to go on a rampage and kill others of his own family, that really was bonkers. Lin Feng said, fortunately, when it occurred, the Lin, Ji, and Wang families were there to stop him. What happened? Han Sen asked. Well, it seemed as if he himself knew he was going to go insane. Concerned, our elders went to talk to him. But by that point, he had already snapped. He was stopped, but only after killing a few people. Lin Feng paused for a moment, and then went on to say, then, we discovered his journal. It made mention of there being a problem with Jadeskin, and it had the potential to drive them all crazy. It already does, a little. He said he had to figure it out before the entire family was driven insane. According to him, the higher the tier that is learned, the higher the potential for turning into a lunatic. Han Sen was shocked to hear this, as he had learned Jadeskin, too. Did they find out what was wrong with Jadeskin? Han Sen asked. Not yet. It is known that Jadeskin is a hyper-geno art stemming from the Frost Sutra, something that belongs to the Shui family. We all want to bang our heads together and figure out what the problem is. It'll be a big meeting, with this bout of lunacy at its center, Lin Feng said. Lin Feng knew Han Sen had been researching hyper-geno arts with Bai Yishan in recent times. There was a potential that Han Sen had learned something useful. The Frost Sutra was a secret to most, so only important people were able to go to this meeting. In that case, I'll definitely come, Han Sen said. Han Sen did not use Jadeskin anymore, but he was still concerned. He feared it might have been some ticking time bomb, and if it was, he'd like to have it disarmed as soon as he could. The Frost Sutra was undoubtedly the best Qigong in the four families, but it was owned by the Shui family. And only they were able to learn it. If he was able to get a deeper understanding of its inner workings, he wasn't going to miss that, either. Han Sen had learned many Qigongs over the years, and he had spent much time learning and studying hyper-geno arts. There really was a fair chance he could elucidate or at least figure stuff out for those attending the meeting. The Frost Sutra was able to unlock 10 gene locks, but Jadeskin could only go as high as 9. After the conversation between Lin Feng and Han Sen was over, Ji Yanran approached. She knew about the upcoming meet but believed it had nothing to do with them. Regardless, Han Sen asked Ji Yanran to ask her family to reserve a spot for him. They quickly approved a position for him there. The Shui family wasn't hiding anything anymore. Something grave was potentially plaguing every member of the family, so they needed to figure out the issue before things became any worse. Their position in the family foursome had weakened considerably after their demigod lost his sense and started mercilessly killing people. So, they needed outside help. They could now see that they couldn't manage Jadeskin or the Frost Sutra alone, and they desperately wanted the help of the other families. Ji Yanran was uninterested in the meet, but she was going to be too busy to attend, anyway. Han Sen met up with her relatives alone and went to the meet with the Shui family. I always knew something was wrong with them. I'm surprised to see it really was Jadeskin. Still, I'm just happy I didn't end up like Shui Longyan, Han Sen thought to himself as he traveled in the spacecraft. It seems I might find out what the issue is, once I get to see the actual Frost Sutra, Han Sen thought. After meeting with the Ji family, they went to the planet where the Shui family resided. The planet was snow white, unsurprisingly. It was covered in ice, and the only season was winter. The temperature never left the negative end of the thermometer, and it was considered a hot day whenever it reached the heights or lows, if preferred of -10 degrees. Ugh, weird. Why in the sanctuaries do they choose to live out here? Han Sen looked around. Ji Halen responded, saying, their hyper-geno art requires frosty air. This place is perfect for them. Han Sen was comfortable with the Ji family and was still in their good books. No one ever said anything mean or spiteful regarding the condition of his body. Eventually, the surpassers of the 3 other families arrived. They had all gathered there to research hyper-geno arts, as they were all strong. The Shui family's position had weakened. They were the best, once upon a time, with the strongest elites amongst them. But with things crumbling, they had been somewhat humbled. Their arrogance had actually receded a little, but still, there was always a certain unpleasantness that surrounded them like a bad smell. People of the Shui family were never, and seemingly would never, be the sort that were easy to get along with. They all gathered inside a modern building, but unfortunately, there were no radiators. No one complained about it being too cold, though, as most surpassers had resistance to that sort of temperature. Han Sen sat in the room he was provided, and soon after, a knock sounded on his door. It was Lin Feng. "Come in." Han Sen swiftly welcomed him inside. Lin Feng said, "If you aren't too tired, let's go to the training room." "Can we?" Han Sen asked. "Everywhere has been opened up for us. We can go wherever we please. The training room has a simplified version of the Frost Sutra, too. We still need to wait until later, when everyone has arrived, to hear the complete version, though." "Let's go, then." Han Sen grabbed his coat. Lin Feng had been to this place once before. Han Sen hadn't, so he didn't know what to expect of the training room, and he wasn't sure if he should have been surprised to find out it was an ice cave. It was -100 degrees in that cave, and Han Sen found it difficult to imagine how the newbies trained there. After following down a hallway that skirted the training room, they reached a room. In there, it was even colder. There were many platforms for training. In the middle stood a stone carving, and etched into the rock was a simplified version of the Frost Sutra. This was Jadeskin. A dozen people were there, looking at it. They were comprised of people from the Lin and Wang family. There were Shui family guards around, too, protecting the place. Han Sen read it a few times, and acknowledged it was the same one he had learned from Shui Longyan. If this has caused them issues, then I should expect the same, Han Sen worriedly thought to himself. Han Sen asked Lin Feng, might it be their Geno fluid that brings about the problems? Han Sen did not use Geno fluid when he learned this. So, there was a difference. Lin Feng answered, good thinking, but a few professors have already researched the Geno fluid used. Apparently, it isn't a harmful substance. Han Sen frowned, not being able to think of any other reasons why it could cause an issue. If you don't know anything, then keep your mouth shut and don't talk crap. We wanted to bring in elites to sort this out for us, not some useless cripple, a Shui family member arrogantly commented. Everyone there knew Han Sen was disabled, so when they heard him suggest it might have been the Geno fluid, one of them just had to say something. I can't fight, but I do research alongside Bai Yishan. I have researched Qigongs and Hyper-Geno arts intensively, it's my profession. You guys wanted the Frost Sutra to be researched, did you not? Han Sen calmly responded. Han Sen knew the people of that family were all a bit loco and volatile, so he did not wish to spur the comments into a catalyst for an argument or fight. He allowed the Shui family member to speak what he wished to. The Shui family member did not reply, though. Have you found anything out yet? Lin Feng asked Han Sen. Han Sen answered, from this thing, I don't see an issue. Perhaps I will learn what the issue is upon seeing the complete version. In that case, we'll be stuck in this ice hole for another 2 days. Everyone took the matter seriously, and if they couldn't sort out what the issue was, there'd no point in any of the families learning it. They wanted to sort it out almost as badly as the Shui family. The skill was very beneficial, so they didn't want something like that to go to waste. Back in his room, Han Sen asked, can you provide me a sample of their Geno fluid? That shouldn't be difficult. If they are to reveal the skill itself, I'm not sure this would be something they'd mind, either, Lin Feng said. Han Sen returned to his room and contacted the Shui family. Not long after, they delivered what he had asked for. Han Sen opened the door and saw an ice-cold woman standing outside. She looked so pretty, but also so severe. The woman looked at Han Sen with eyes that were sharp like stabbing stilettos. Han Sen was not a person who was easily intimidated, so despite her heart-chilling presence, he was able to smile and ask her, are you here to deliver the Geno fluid? The woman did not answer Han Sen. She only stood there silently. But just as Han Sen was going to repeat his question, she spoke. What she said surprised him. You have learned Jadeskin, have you not? The woman asked. Han Sen was taken aback by this, but he maintained his cool and feigned cluelessness. He told her, me. How could I have learned Jadeskin? The woman replied to this, saying, where you learned it does not matter to me, but if you can solve this problem that plagues our family, you will be handsomely rewarded. I haven't learned it, but that's why I'm here. I'm here to help. Han Sen would never admit it. The woman then provided Han Sen with a bottle and a few documents, telling him, "This is Jadeskin's Geno fluid and formula. If you have any problems, feel free to give me a call." "What's your name?" Han Sen asked. "My name is Shui Feiyan," she answered. Then she walked away. Shui Feiyan believed Han Sen had learned Jadeskin, which made him feel uneasy. He had no idea how she had managed to find this out. Before Han Sen could shut the door and retreat to the studies he wished to compose, Ji Halen appeared. He immediately blurted, "Oh, have you been cheating on Yanran? You naughty devil you, hitting on Shui Feiyan, are you? You must have a thing for ice caves. Tell me how you were able to seduce that woman's icy heart, or the next thing I do, I'm calling Yanran." Han Sen merely gave a wry smile, answering, "I didn't even know her name, and neither did I know she was a lady of the Shui family. She was here delivering the Geno fluid and formula." Han Sen then showed Ji Halen the items he had just received. DMN. The Shui families got their ladies running around like postmen. Well, if she's the one making the rounds, I'm going to go call for some, too. Ji Halen looked disturbingly excited. "Uncle Halen, is she a person of much renown?" Han Sen asked. He was still reeling from the fact she knew he had learned Jadeskin. "What, you have no idea who she is? She's the prettiest person on this ice-ridden rock. Sometimes, I find myself questioning whether or not you're actually a man." Ji Halen had a genuine suspicion Han Sen was gay. Han Sen loved beautiful women, but he was faithful. He had a firm control of what was in his pants, and he would not dare love other women while he was with Ji Yanran. Besides, Shui Feiyan had just exposed his ownership of Jadeskin. Han Sen's knowledge of her only covered a few shallow grounds. She was pretty, and was 20 years of age. She was the daughter of the demigod who lost his marbles, and she was a talented fighter. Shui Feiyan, however, was still in the first god's sanctuary. She wasn't an evolver yet. Even so, this just added to Han Sen's perplexion. If she was that low in her sanctuary career, how was she able to tell Han Sen had learned Jadeskin? Back inside his room, Han Sen no longer felt safe. If the rest of the Shui family came to know that he had learned Jadeskin, things might quickly go awry. Running off now would be suspicious, though. I'll just have to keep denying it, no matter how many accusations there are, Han Sen told himself. Because he hadn't practiced Jadeskin for a long time, and the crazy demigod was locked up, he thought that none should have been able to tell he had learned it. Evidently, he was incorrect. Fortunately for him, though, the Shui family was in bad shape and might not lash out. They didn't have as much influence or room for maneuverability with their strained relationships. If the Shui family of today was the Shui family of a few years ago, and Han Sen would have been on the next flight off that planet. Han Sen then remembered he owned the black beetle. If he had to, he could use that to escape. He put his hand in his pocket to touch the insect. As he stroked the beetle, it brought him comfort. With that thing, it'd be impossible for him to lose a fight in the alliance. With his fears allayed, Han Sen got to work researching. He had no tools, so he simply looked at the ingredient list. He was now well educated in the crafts of Geno fluid, so he knew what he was looking at. This Geno fluid was primarily comprised of yin force and concentrated elemental ice ingredients. By all means, from what he could tell, consuming the Geno fluid would be good for you. He saw no reason why it would damage or drive individuals insane with rage. And a single consumption was all that was needed. There was nothing in it to make people addicted to repeated dosages. The next morning, Han Sen decided to have breakfast with Ji Halen. The Shui family members that were around the cafeteria seemed oblivious to Han Sen's learning of Jadeskin, as no further mention was made of it. While Han Sen looked around in suspicion, Ji Halen went on and on about how it wasn't Shui Feiyan who delivered the items to him, and it was just some crotchety butler. After they finished their meals, they went to the ice cave. The Jadeskin carving was simple enough for Han Sen to read, not that he had to. Was she messing with me? Was she only just guessing? Han Sen thought to himself. But the way she had looked at him with those cold eyes made him feel otherwise. She didn't seem like the sort to joke around like that. Shui Feiyan kicked out everyone who was in the monitoring room and turned her attention to Han Sen. In her hands, there was a jade stone that looked like ice. Many words had been carved into the relic. Shui Feiyan rubbed it gently, staring at Han Sen through the camera feed. No way, he doesn't look as if he has practiced Jadeskin. Aside from his skin being supremely smooth, I don't see why anything would suggest he has learned it. But then, why would the Frost Jade have a reaction to him? Shui Feiyan was confused. When the faction was originally split into 4 families, the Shui family was given the Frost Sutra. The primary reason for this was how well it suited them. The Frost Sutra relied on yin power and the ice element. Members of the Shui family had a body type that was comprised of both traits, which made them the best candidates to learn it. That being said, the Shui family always knew there'd be a problem if they were to learn it. Before the sanctuaries were discovered, humans were weak. And for the Shui family, that meant they could only learn a portion of the Frost Sutra. Rarely was someone's emotions affected by its learning back then. And furthermore, Ice Heart was designed to erase the negative emotions that arose from its learning. But through the sanctuaries, as it was for every other family, they became stronger. And as a result, the effectiveness of the Frost Sutra increased. But for this sutra, there wasn't a vertical ascension of power. Something changed with the Frost Sutra, and now, by the time the Shui family themselves were able to notice, it was too late. Shui Yiqing became aware of this first, but his efforts were insufficient. He failed and went insane before he could discover the cause. It was currently thought that this was because he had reached the highest tier possible of Jadeskin. Shui Yiqing gave Shui Feiyan the ice jade before he snapped. That stone possessed the original version of the Frost Sutra. The strangest thing about it was that it could react and determine other individuals in the environment that had also learned the Frost Sutra. This was displayed through a shift in temperature. It reacted by growing colder when in proximity to someone who had learned the Frost Sutra. Tier was not accounted for in this reaction, though. The drop in temperature was not related to whether it was close to someone with a high-level version of the Frost Sutra or a low-level version. The shifts in temperature just seemed random. When the ice jade was near Shui Yiqing, it was not as cold as it was near Shui Feiyan, for example. Shui Feiyan was the one who could make the jade the coldest it could be. The Shui family did not know what this suggested, and neither did they know the benefits one could receive by clutching the jade. When Lin Feng and Han Sen visited the ice cave, Shui Feiyan was only 20 meters away from them. This provoked a reaction from the jade, which instigated her confusion regarding its behavior. The jade only started to react after Lin Feng and Han Sen entered. Keen to find out if it was Han Sen who had caused the reaction, she decided to deliver the items he had ordered to him herself. The results were quite shocking, in that the reaction was far stronger than she expected. She had never received such a reaction from anyone else in the Shui family. There would have been no reaction at all if someone had not practiced Jadeskin. This was how she figured Han Sen had learned the Frost Sutra, despite him not giving any indication. Aside from his smooth skin, there was no frosted air surrounding his being. Those who had learned Jadeskin typically possessed eyes tinted by a bluish hue. Because of this, Shui Feiyan was rather confused. Han Sen looked ordinary to her own eyes, but the jade was telling her otherwise. Han Sen must have at least learned the first stage of Jadeskin, something which prompted the initial reaction. It remained to be seen how far he had developed, and that was why she came to watch the security feed. She wanted to study Han Sen and learn as much about him as possible, and see if she could discern whether or not he possessed any visible traits of Jadeskin. Maybe this jade is simply broken. Shui Feiyan wondered if the ice jade had simply been mistaken and malfunctioned in some way. She exited the monitoring room none the wiser, but she still harbored a great deal of suspicion towards Han Sen. If Han Sen practiced Jadeskin, and he had done so without any of the problems she and her family were suffering from, he could end up resolving the issue. He might have the potential to save the Shui family. To prevent any further tragedies, she wasn't going to let this go. She herself was determined to find a way in which this entire ordeal could be resolved. I have to fight him. If I fight him, maybe I can find out the truth, Shui Feiyan thought to herself. She was aware of Han Sen's condition, however. Like everyone else there, she believed he could no longer fight or make use of his energy flows. But even if this was true, that did not mean he had lost his abilities completely. So, through battle, she thought she could discover the truth. Shui Feiyan had to find a way, and if she was to do this, she'd have to be careful. She couldn't boldly request a match and risk inciting the ire and spite of the other 3 families. Wanting to battle a crippled person was not in good taste, after all. She had to devise a clever way in which she could fight him. Han Sen had no idea what manner of thoughts were running through Shui Feiyan's mind at that point. His mind was currently concerned with only one thing, and that was Jideskin. Long ago, when he first learned Jideskin, he had noticed a problem with it. Back then, though, he had no idea whether or not it was a problem of his own or a problem of Shui Yikuang. He recalled the time he was robbed of all emotion, and his temper was spiteful towards the silver fox. To calm himself and restore his emotions, he had to use the Dongshuan Sutra to regain control and flush the negative energy of Jideskin out of his body. Now that he thought about it, though, he wasn't sure how it began. It had just occurred. Whatever it was, I'm sure the Dongshuan Sutra helped sort it out for me. But it's not like I can teach that sutra to the entire Shui family. Han Sen was not charitable, especially when it came to the people that had repeatedly tried to kill him. After 2 days had passed, the main event began. The meeting started in the hall where all the families convened. There, the Shui family presented the original version of the Frost Sutra and used a projector so everyone could see it. With that, all saw it clearly. Han Sen observed the Frost Sutra and tried to burn it into his memory. The rest of the onlookers examined the revealed Frost Sutra with fascination as well, but despite its grand unveiling, none were allowed to jot down the text on paper or make any form of recording. Han Sen believed the other families wouldn't want the Frost Sutra to go public, either. So this was fair. The text of the Frost Sutra was in an ancient language, something Han Sen had acquired some dexterity with in his time away from the sanctuaries. He could now read most of it. The Frost Sutra was still not as good as the Dongshuan Sutra, despite the fact they could both unlock 10 gene locks. It was immediately apparent how much further in depth the Dongshuan Sutra was. After forging a mental replication of what was displayed on the projector, Han Sen then started comparing it with Jideskin. Jideskin was developed from the Frost Sutra. It was simplified, so members of the family could learn it with greater ease. That's not to say Jideskin itself was shallow or basic, not at all. One would still require much talent and time to become proficient with it. All members of the Shui family had learned it, and they all did very well. The family was almost wholly dedicated to the sutra, and they were bona fide masters of it. While they had developed it well over the years, their work was nothing compared to what things would have been like if Bai Yishan or other top dogs had dedicated research to it. They always could have done this, but it was a part of their pride and stubbornness to keep the Frost Sutra to themselves. They could not even dream of giving it to an outsider. From what Han Sen could see now, though, there should have been no negative side effects from its learning. Han Sen focused his attention on the gene lock part, wondering if the Frost Sutra could indeed allow for 10 gene locks to be opened. It was previously established that while the Frost Sutra provided 10, Jideskin only provided 9. Achieving the 10th tier is extremely difficult, but I do wonder why they only kept 9 for Jideskin and did not push for a 10th, Han Sen wondered to himself. An elder from the Wang family echoed Han Sen's thoughts, as he asked the host of this event, Shui Yufeng, why does the original skin have 10 gene locks, while its modified variant only has 9? Shui Yufeng explained, it is because the person that did the modifications died. Before he passed away, he had only crafted the 9th tier. No one has been able to reach the 9th thus far anyway, so continuing its development has not been necessary. In the past, there were no super geno points, and so it was practically impossible for humans in the 3rd God's Sanctuary to reach the 10th gene lock. When you reached the 4th God's Sanctuary, gene locks went into a form of stasis. They calcified and solidified, rendering further advancements impossible. Once you reached the 4th God's Sanctuary, you could not develop gene locks any further. The Shui family's explanation, therefore, made sense. So Han Sen paid extra heed to what was written of the 10th gene lock. He wanted to remember the contents of that particular text even more than the rest. The Shui family members could suffer the negative, loony side effects immediately upon learning the techniques, though. Whatever the problem was, it had no connection to the 9th or 10th gene locks. Many people asked a number of questions, but none seemed to concern themselves with the heart of what this entire event was about, the Shui family's problem. Other researchers that had come had been stumped and perplexed by the entire issue, and they hadn't made a lick of progress in figuring out why the Frost Sutra caused the problems it did. After an entire day of such discussions, nothing came of it. Han Sen wanted to modify the Frost Sutra himself, and see if there were any differences between what he was able to achieve and what had already been achieved. Of course, that would involve a lot of work. So, as soon as he finished his dinner, he returned to his room immediately. There, He was planning to get started right away. When he opened the door, though, he frowned. He was alerted to the sound of running water in the bathroom. Unsure why someone else would be in his room, he double-checked the room number. After confirming it to be his, he grimaced in confusion. Uncle Halen. Han Sen shut the door behind him and continued talking. Hey, you have your own en-suite bathroom to make use of. What are you doing in mine? Han Sen had no idea why he would be there in his bathroom. He could have used his Dongshuan aura, but he chose not to, in fear of catching him in the midst of something disgusting. The sound of running water stopped. And then, someone began walking through the bathroom door. Han Sen frowned, acknowledging the footsteps as not belonging to Ji Halen. It was a woman who opened the door. It was a beautiful woman with no clothes on. Shui Feiyan, Han Sen exclaimed, in utter shock. Her skin was smooth like the polished marble of an art exhibit, the natural result of one who had studied Jideskin. Any woman could look pretty with skin as smooth as that, but this woman had all the right features, too. She was stunning. Her long legs ran up to meet with her juicy, bubble butt. Decorating her chest were two heaving boobs of succulent proportions. With her cold eyes looking straight at him, she looked beyond seductive. Surrounded by the steam of the bathroom, she was like a hot ice cream in the sun. Without reprieve, Han Sen would have liked to pounce upon her and eat her alive. Shui Feiyan, while naked, still wore a white towel. With her pose, she looked unbelievably sexy. Her boobs were almost fully exposed, with the nipples hiding just out of sight. Droplets of water ecstatically ran the length of her. Does my room have the best shower in the house or something? Han Sen said, smirking as he admired her fine body. Han Sen had seen many beautiful women in his time, naked or otherwise. Still, he wasn't going to lose his cool by the woman's clear attempt of seduction. When she saw Han Sen look at her like a hungry black eel, as if she was a whore, she was quickly infuriated. If she did not need to find out whether or not Han Sen had indeed learned Jideskin, she would have slapped him already. She never expected him to admire her like so, after only having had a shower. No one could reasonably talk with a person suffering from a mental illness, and neither could anyone reasonably talk with a woman that was half naked in front of them. Right now, both had been combined, though. She resisted her desire to strike him where he stood, and just pushed him down onto the sofa. She climbed on top of him and tried to smother him with a good tongue lashing. But before her lips could connect with Han Sen's lips, he stopped her. Han Sen smiled and mockingly told her, "Wow, you are stiff. You can't attract men like that. If you pay me, I can give you a proper lesson on how to seduce men." Shui Feiyan's face was red, thinking her natural beauty would have been enough. Now she was embarrassed. Seeing Han Sen's horrible face, she pushed his hands away and tried to force her lips against his once more. "Help! Rape! Help!" As Han Sen called out, his lips were quickly sealed by Shui Feiyan's hungry tongue. Shui Feiyan was going to spit frosty air into his mouth, once they had firmly connected, but before she could, someone barged through the door. Ji Halen entered in a hurry and said, "Who would rape you? If a man is to be raped around here, it should be me. I'm the handsome one, I'm the one worthy of a woman's criminal conviction." Ji Halen's alarm soon subsided, and then his eyes settled on the exact scene that was before him. There, she was, Shui Feiyan, on top of Han Sen with nothing but a towel. Her lips were planted against Han Sen's lips. "Let him go. If you want to bully someone with those wicked kisses, I'll be the one to suffer them." Ji Halen tore his shirt open as he heroically spoke. But Shui Feiyan did not even spare a single second in looking his way. She kept her eyes fixed on Han Sen, and then grabbed her coat and ran out of his room. "Don't go, please. Bully me. I'll take your man riding," mouth-munching fury. Ji Halen hopelessly shouted. Han Sen saw him wanting to take off after her, but he quickly put a stop to his behavior. Then he shut the door. "Try and explain this one, then. What trick have you played on her mind?" Ji Halen had no idea what was so good about Han Sen, for him to receive so much female attraction. "I just came home. She came out of the bathroom with nothing but a robe on, pushed me onto the couch, and started smearing my face with saliva in a brutish display of what the Shui family might call kissing. They really are lunatics. Thanks for saving me, though." Han Sen looked frightened following the ordeal. "No problem, we're family, after all." On the inside, Ji Halen wanted to slap Han Sen. He really wanted Shui Feiyan to consider him as the object of her desire. He more than had a crush on her. and it made him mad to hear Han Sen say what he had. With a righteous face, Ji Halen said, "In case she returns, I will stay here with you. For, you know, protection. If she comes back, I'll be your shield." "Thank you very much, Uncle Halen," Han Sen said. "Yep, that's what uncles do," Ji Halen responded. Ji Halen wanted her to come back all night, but she didn't show after that. Han Sen had the TV on. He was perched on the sofa in front of it, but he didn't pay much heed to it. "I think she knows I have learned Jideskin. All she wants is to confirm it." Han Sen had a clear idea of what she was after. Han Sen used had Dongshuan aura to shout and call for help earlier. The rooms were noise-canceling, so his ordinary voice wouldn't have been heard, otherwise. By using Dongshuan aura, his voice could breach the room's audio-negating properties. That was also how the frosty air did not get Han Sen. Had he not been saved, she would have confirmed the truth she believed she already knew. Han Sen did find it strange, though. He didn't believe she herself could recognize it, given her level. And his Jideskin was different than hers, anyway. His Jideskin could not produce frosty air, so that in itself was a big difference. Han Sen stood up and went to the bathroom, wanting a shower. As he walked, though, he felt his feet kick something. Looking down, he noticed it was some sort of jade stone. Han Sen picked it up, and he was surprised to feel how cool it was. He also noticed the Frost Sutra text that was written all over it. Shui Feiyan was naked, so Han Sen wasn't sure where she could have kept it hidden. He thought she might have used this to see if Han Sen had learned Jideskin or not, and had previously kept it in the pocket of the jacket she ran off with. Maybe in the giant rush to leave, it slipped out. Han Sen held it, but not for too long. Before he knew it, Shui Feiyan had barged back into his room. She tried grabbing it, so she could take off hurriedly once more. She noticed the ice jade had disappeared when she returned home to get changed, and wasting no time at all, she had to return and get it back. She couldn't risk losing the artifact. "What is this?" Han Sen pulled back his hands before she could reclaim it. "That's none of your business." Shui Feiyan lunged forward for it again. Han Sen kept dodging, all the while Shui Feiyan tried to grab the item. He knew she wouldn't harm him, as that would form an even greater divide between the Shui family and the others. Even if she tried, she wouldn't have stood a chance of beating Han Sen. Even without using half a morsel of his strength, he'd still be able to defeat her, as she hadn't even reached Evolver status yet. Shui Feiyan hopped onto Han Sen, doing her best to recover the item. Fortunately, Han Sen's arms were both longer and faster. No matter what she did, she could not get it back. Ji Halen returned from the bathroom after having had his shower. What he saw mortified him. Han Sen was on the sofa, and once more, Shui Feiyan was atop him. She appeared to be riding him hard this time, as Han Sen's face was smothered within the embrace of her boobs. Her hands were clutching his arms in great distress. "I can't believe it, this is the final straw. Why must you only want Han Sen? Why have you chosen him and not me?" Ji Halen could not believe their behavior, and what had elapsed in the time he had only just gone for a shower. There they were, crudely on the sofa. Noticing Ji Halen's presence, Han Sen froze. This momentary pause was all that was needed for Shui Feiyan to unleash one final burst of effort to grab the stone and run out of the room again. Ji Halen looked at Han Sen before turning to the mirror and saying, "Why? I am so much more handsome. I am a god amongst men, clearly. Girls these days must have no taste." Han Sen ignored him and his tears. His mind was scrambling over what had just occurred with the ice jade. Something strange had happened when Han Sen held it. While Han Sen was holding it, he felt incredibly refreshed. Whatever the effect it imbued was, it was not one that was at all harming. When the jade became cold in his hand, he noticed new text form on the stone. He wanted to read what was written, but the text became blurry. He noticed it become blurry when she approached him. The closer she got, the blurrier the text appeared. And when she managed to grab the stone entirely, the text disappeared completely. They have been practicing the wrong skill. It is no wonder they have been having these problems. Han Sen thought, as he reviewed the words he had managed to read. The ice jade was some sort of testing apparatus. When the Frost Sutra was practiced, a person's energy influenced the appearance of the stone. It showed their tier, but it only seemed to be attuned with the Frost Sutra. That meant Han Sen had practiced the correct Jideskin. When Shui Feiyan touched it, though, the text either warped or disappeared completely. That had to mean she had learned the incorrect technique. No, that's too far-fetched. It has to be. There is no way no one has noticed this, after all these years. Han Sen thought the idea to be ridiculous, despite the clear indications. But that was the truth, and he knew it. Shui Feiyan could not incite a reaction from the ice jade like Han Sen could. I wonder if others are available to activate it and summon a similar reaction. If no one can do what I did, that means the entire family has practiced the incorrect technique. Han Sen thought this entire revelation was bonkers. The original Frost Sutra did not say you needed 3 yin pulses to practice it, yet the Frost Sutra was a yin qigong. Furthermore, the original text made no mention of needing icy powers. Han Sen thought the Shui family's issues stemmed from a fundamental problem. The error stemmed at the very construct of the family's identity. It was so far beneath their own noses, it was no wonder they hadn't been able to notice where the issue lay. Without shelters, humans were weak. It was difficult for them to learn high-class qigong such as this. The Shui family had 3 yin pulses, so their frost elemental power was much stronger than that of other people. As a result, learning the Frost Sutra was far easier for them. But they thought frost was what amplified the skill, despite it mainly being yin-based. Their geno fluid was used to increase one's yin and frost, when only yin was needed. They focused on yin and frost, and over time, the amount of frost became too much. It began to affect the family. When Han Sen practiced, his body temperature only lowered 2 degrees. That was the way in which it should have been learned. When he absorbed the frosty air from Shui Yikuang, that was where the problem for him began. Fortunately, the Dongshuan Sutra was able to save him. The Shui family had started off on the wrong foot all those years ago. They'd been going about this entire thing the wrong way, and if they wanted to fix the issue, it would mean starting again from square one. It was fast to learn Jideskin in the beginning, so the issues were not immediately apparent. Ordinary people, without 3 yin pulses, would be fine learning it. Having it would be a lot worse. Han Sen believed this had to be it. The theory fit the puzzle, but he struggled to believe the Shui family would entertain what he would end up suggesting. Han Sen felt a great relief wash over him, having figured out the problem of the Shui family. It also meant that the Frost Sutra was safe, and there was no problem if he was to learn it. The Frost Sutra was not as good as Dongshuan Sutra, of course, but it could still open 10 gene locks. The Dongshuan Sutra focused on opportunity, whereas the Frost Sutra was based on the senses. It also strengthened one's bones. When Dong Xuanzi broke the vacuum, if his body was stronger, he wouldn't have died in the first god's sanctuary. The Blood Pulse Sutra was able to strengthen a person's body, but it focused on your genes and what really lay beneath the hood. Han Sen would have liked to bring Jideskin up to a similar level, and see what strength benefits he could receive. The Dongshuan Sutra was already strong, but it wasn't perfect. Jideskin could only make it better. Han Sen was excited over these prospects, so he got to designing a new Jideskin. The meeting continued the following day, but no one was yet to come up with a solution. Han Sen didn't care much for this. He just went along with the proceedings, and when free, modified his own version of Jideskin. Han Sen kept comparing it to the original when he went to the hall. It was nice to get a refresher, but it was also good for him to keep up appearances. He didn't say much during the events, he just studied the Frost Sutra intently each day. Shui Feiyan, since the manic events of that day, had not come looking for him again. But that didn't mean she had given up on him completely. In the latest meeting, she found a way to drag Han Sen into the limelight. Mr. Han is a very famous person, no? And he is a student of the renowned Bai Yishan. Perhaps he can elucidate the issue and save our family while doing so. She proclaimed loudly, with a tone of voice imbued with fake pity. While she mainly wanted to embarrass Han Sen, half of what she said was true. She did want the issue to be resolved and her family saved, after all. Her family was heading down a long and dreary path, one that would end in their ruin. None could earnestly wish that upon their family. Although she wasn't a powerful person, her appearance spoke volumes. She was a stunning figure, and many men had made her the object of their desire. But she was, of course, a typical Shui. She held herself on a pedestal, believing herself to be superior to everyone else. Now, she was speaking as if Han Sen was the only person who could save them. This made others feel fairly bad. Ji Halen was, of course, infuriated with jealousy. But Han Sen was his family. Others who felt this way weren't. Han Sen is smart, yes. But he is injured and cannot make use of his powers anymore. Your request is too much for the poor sod, a member of the Wang family spoke. He spoke softly, but the words were callous. It was a polite way of telling everyone Han Sen was a cripple that could no longer do anything. Aside from Wang Mengmeng and Wang Yuheng, Han Sen was not familiar with others from the Wang family. They were not surpassers, though, so they could not join in the discussions. As such, Han Sen did not know this person and could not be spared his cruel spite. Wang Lin, don't say that. He is injured, but he is still talented. I am sure he can help us. Shui Feiyan spoke again. Han Sen knew he had to speak up for himself. He was going to tell them about his discoveries and plans, anyway, in time. Even with the grudge he harbored against the family, Han Sen wanted to prevent a lot of people becoming psychotic, as that could be catastrophic. A lot of innocents could die or get caught in the crossfire. He just wasn't sure if he could convince them to take his suggestions seriously. I have a solution, but it is likely you won't believe me, Han Sen finally said. Oh, you do. Please tell us. Wang Lin scoffed. Wang Lin wanted Shui Feiyan, but that was not why he was picking on Han Sen. Wang Lin was a hyper-geno art modifier himself, and his teacher was a famous professor of a different faction than Bai Yishan. His mentor was an enemy of Bai Yishan, and thus, he held animosity towards Han Sen. Hating Bai Yishan's student was fairly petty, and he believed himself to be far better due to having a better teacher. He was convinced that Han Sen would just end up wasting everybody's time. If he couldn't come up with a solution, how could Han Sen? Han Sen had only been in this field for a few years, whereas Wang Lin had been doing this his entire life. All the families had their own modifiers, as it helped prevent their core qigongs from getting leaked. Mr. Han, please tell us. Only Han Sen could snare Shui Feiyan's interest, as he was the only person that could get her jade to react. I think the Shui family modified the Frost Sutra poorly, Han Sen said, swift and simple. Cut as clean and cold as the ice of their shivering planet. Everyone was shocked, hearing this. They believed him to be crazy. You believe mistakes were made. You know that the Shui family has demigods in their ranks, right? How could they not notice a mistake? Or are you implying they are stupid? Or are you going so far as to imply an amateur modifier such as yourself is the only person in this hall, full of experienced modifiers, that is able to notice the mistake? Wang Lin looked at Han Sen with disdain. He himself had studied the Frost Sutra and Jideskin, and while the modifications could have been better, he did not believe there to be anything inherently wrong with it. Wang Lin thought Han Sen was spouting bullshit, because the young man just wanted Shui Feiyan to like him. Han Sen understood what Wang Lin was getting at. From the perspective of an average modifier, Jideskin was correct. It was as if translating, the general meaning of something could be translated, but much of the context and nuances of a sentence could still be lost. Their views on Jideskin weren't flat out wrong, just lacking substance. Han Sen wished to say this as an example, but he'd most likely be laughed out of the room. If Han Sen had not practiced Jideskin himself, he would most likely have shared the same opinion as the others. He discovered what he had due to his own practice with the subject of their research. What Han Sen had discovered was a profound error with the base traits of the entire sutra's makeup, or at least, in the Shui's command of it. The modifications were fine, but the issues were at the core, where no further modifications could reach to correct. It was like in the past, when humans used to believe it was the sun that orbited the earth. It was wrong, and all the theories that were spun from this belief and ideology were then also proved wrong. Of course, until it could be proven without a shadow of a doubt, people struggled to believe it was true. It was a similar situation to what Han Sen was dealing with now, except they were stuck in the belief that the Frost Sutra was established and dictated by the powers of Frost. Its modifications and enhancements were all built on the foundation of a profound error. It wasn't as if Wang Lin was not good enough to see the error, it was just that he saw things differently. Han Sen had an entirely different perspective due to his experiences. This was also why Wang Lin detested what Han Sen had spoken. He would have been much more patient and willing to listen, if Han Sen had just said the Frost Sutra itself was where the problem lay. But Han Sen wasn't willing to argue with the snide remarks he had uttered. There was far more at stake than a petty squabble with a snobby modifier. Thousands of people, those of the Shui family, were at risk of becoming psychotic. He had to fix this issue before anything worse happened. Li Xinghua is your teacher, yes? Han Sen asked. Yes, he is my teacher. Wang Lin sounded proud, answering this. Li Xinghua was a demigod, and as such, held a higher reputation than Bai Yishan. Their achievements and abilities were rather similar, but the mere status of Li Xinghua being a demigod made others hold him in higher esteem. On a purely intellectual basis, though, it made no difference. Professor Bai has spoken about him a lot. He is the smartest in the Saint Hall, apparently, Han Sen said. Of course he is. Everyone knows about his grand achievements in the formulation of hyper-geno arts. Wang Lin's pride had turned to stuffy arrogance. Indeed, Professor Li's achievements, in the realm of hyper-geno art creation, has no equal, Han Sen said. Wang Lin was supremely cocky and smug now, and as Han Sen continued to compliment his teacher, it was making Han Sen himself seem weak. Lin Feng looked at Han Sen, knowing something was up, though. Han Sen wasn't the sort of person to speak highly of others so randomly. There was an ulterior motive to his praises, for sure. Wang Lin, feeling much better, now said, "It's good that you know of your peers, and know your place. In me, I am a professional. I would know if there was a mistake. It is better to not talk at all and make yourself look like a fool, than to speak and remove all doubt. Okay, just shut your trap and stop ruining your own teacher's reputation." Han Sen was not angered upon hearing this. And he answered, "You are right." Wang Lin believed Han Sen had just conceded and was going to stop. But suddenly, Han Sen said, "You really are not as good as your teacher. Not even half as good. I can't blame him, though. He must be too focused on his own research. How else could he end up with such a sh*t student like you? All that built up pride and arrogance was brought to a sudden stop. His mind couldn't catch up, and with such a quick turnaround, he felt like he had suffered whiplash. Han Sen was quick to add, "The mistake is clear to see, and yet, you were unable to catch it. Oh, my, you are embarrassing Professor Li, don't you think? Fine, if you can point out the mistake you claim we have all missed, and we all agree upon your theory, I'll happily apologize. If you are wrong, don't blame me for a triage of insults later." Wang Lin's face was turning green. "You know ancient languages, don't you? Tell me, can you read this?" Han Sen pointed towards the Frost Sutra on the projector. "Of course, I can even translate it," Wang Lin said. Han Sen smiled and said, "Oh, really? I fail to believe that." Wang Lin then read it all out, adding his opinion as he went. Everyone thought his hypothesis was great. Every professor was in agreement with what he spoke, and thought he couldn't be wrong. After his translation, most of the audience felt as if they understood far more themselves. "Master Han, tell me, did I misspeak?" Wang Lin added upon finishing. Han Sen sighed and said, "It looks like I was wrong. Professor Li has not neglected his students. It cannot be helped when his students are naturally dumb. I feel sorry for the fact he accepted such a stupid student." Han Sen considered Wang Lin an enemy now, so he wasn't going to show any mercy with his insults. Furthermore, he wanted to earn Bai Yishan a greater reputation. "Explain it, then. Otherwise, don't blame me for bullying such a stuck-up cripple." Wang Lin was infuriated by Han Sen's latest comments. To this, Han Sen calmly said, "If you can read this all, as well as you say you can you point out where it says this is a Frost Qigong?" Wang Lin laughed and said, "The Frost Sutra is based on yin and frost." "I agree with the yin, but tell me where it mentions frost," Han Sen said. "Piece of cake." Wang Lin turned to look at the Frost Sutra again. But as Wang Lin read, his face began to soften and change. There was indeed a mention of frost, but there was no inherent focus on the element. No way. Squinting his eyes to observe with greater focus, he noticed that the words were phrased in a way that did not support frost as a primary element. He would have been able to mention the inclusion of frost air in the text, but with so many professionals watching, they'd have been able to tell he was just trying to cover up his own mistake. Everyone was now aghast at this revelation, and they peered at the sutra in a new light. They noticed the Frost Sutra never explicitly mentioned it was a frost technique. They always believed it was based on frost due to the Shui family being who they were, and their experience in casting frosty and icy elemental powers. Frost was even included in the sutra's title. There's no need to continue. There is no mention of frost being a core component of the sutra, and yet, the beginning of Judescan explicitly refers to a combination of yin and frost. "It's an easy mistake to make," Han Sen said with a grin. The Shui family looked at Wang Lin in shock. Shui Feiyan then asked Han Sen, "So, what is the problem exactly?" Han Sen told her. The Frost Sutra is a yin and soft qigong. The actual presence of frost has nothing to do with an expertise with the sutra. The Shui family possesses frosty powers and 3 yin pulses. Your frosty talents made the Frost Sutra produce a frost energy. This is what led to a misunderstanding in the first place, and this is what has affected your bodies negatively. The Geno fluid increases your yin and frost element. That, combined with your cold place of habitat, well, problems would have always been difficult to avoid, given the circumstances, Han Sen explained. The professionals glanced over the Frost Sutra and Jideskin again, and they too were now able to acknowledge the error. Mr. Han, how do we fix this issue? Shui Yufeng saw Wang Lin robbed of his ability to speak, so he asked Han Sen. Han Sen said, you have to remove the frost element. If you practice it profoundly, you must ingest something warm to nourish your body. You should also improve ice heart. And ideally, it would be best if you didn't live somewhere this cold. Han Sen provided the Shui family a solution to their woes, but he did not care if they actually listened and adhered to what they were told. Everyone was now inching closer towards Han Sen in admiration of his intelligence. Wang Lin had already snuck away from the hall in shame, but no one noticed. The Shui family treated Han Sen like an honored guest now, too. They asked him to help personally modify Jideskin and the Geno fluid again. They also wanted him to help them improve Ice Heart. The 3 other families were happy, too. If this worked, then it meant everyone could practice the Frost Sutra. Han Sen did not think it would benefit them, though. Without the 3 yin pulses the Shui family had, it would be extremely slow for them to learn. It would most likely take members of the other families 20 years to reach a mere beginner status. Han Sen stayed on their planet for a while, and he noticed a gradual change in the Shui family. He was given genuine respect from everyone there. Aside from modifying the Frost Sutra and Ice Heart, Han Sen spent some time indulging in a number of rare books that were secret to the other families. He stayed there for a month to establish the basics on their behalf and left the remainder of the work to be completed by the family's own professionals. The professionals were not much worse than Han Sen in talent, so there was no need for him to worry about them messing up. The Shui family, in the meantime, also made plans to leave the planet and make their home in someplace warmer. Shui Feiyan took care of Han Sen for the duration of his stay there, and she made sure to ask him many questions. Han Sen answered diligently, and she cherished each answer. The relationship they developed was not too different from one formed by a teacher and a disciple. When Han Sen left them, he continued, modifying his own new Jideskin. The Frost Sutra was used as a base, but he knew it had to be more than that. Han Sen needed it to be much better than what it was, so it could provide support for his Dongshuan Sutra. For the cons his signature sutra may have harbored, he hoped his modifications of Jideskin could rectify them. But unfortunately, Han Sen could not modify it in the way he did for the Shui family. This would take a lot of time. Back in the sanctuary, Han Sen brought Disloyal Night to the Devil's Realm so they could continue hunting creatures. His badge had almost collected 10,000 devil presences, and he was excited to find out what he might be able to trade with the Devil King. This was the reason why Han Sen had not left the area for a few years. Han Sen was depressed seeing Little Angel, though. He still had no clue how long it would take for her to evolve. But the egg of the dinosaur had finally started to show some movement, and just as it did, the shell began to crack. It was hatching. Han Sen hoped to see how much it had evolved, and what manner of powers it possessed. Without a doubt, it was going to be a massive help for Han Sen's future adventures. Han Sen just hoped it wouldn't run off the moment it was born. Han Sen's body had not fully recovered yet, so he didn't venture too deep into the Devil's Realm. He mainly killed the monsters that were on the outskirts, teetering on the borders of that black pit. With their endless numbers, he was still able to harvest vast amounts of devil presences. One day, I will go to Ancient Devil Shelter and kill that Mara. And I'll take that bell of hers, Han Sen thought to himself as he peered towards the shelter. But the Mara had opened 10 of its gene locks, and with countless super creatures there, it was not likely he could accomplish such a task even if he had fully recovered. But his mind recalled the frightening turn of events that had led to him being able to escape. Something strange had scared the Mara, throwing it off focus. Is Big Mara a spirit or creature? Would I get a beast soul for killing it? Han Sen thought to himself. There was nothing he could do, even with such thoughts. He couldn't go up and kill it, anyway. So, All he did was spend his time riding around on Golden Growler while Disloyal Knight cut down as many creatures as it could. Suddenly, the badge in front of Disloyal Knight began to blaze with a black light. As this occurred, he heard an announcement play in his head. Devil Fang King badge has accumulated 10,000 devil presences. Would you like to trade with Devil King? Han Sen had no clue what the trade would consist of or how it would go about. If it was a one-time thing, he believed it might have been a waste to make use of it now. Regardless, Han Sen accepted the trade request. The badge started to emit a black smoke, and a devil that looked like Devil Fang King appeared. Devil Fang King spewed some devil air, and it floated in the space between them. 10,000 devil presences in exchange for one item. Choose now, Devil King said. Choose what? I don't see anything. Han Sen looked at the murky cloud of air that had been spat out. It had split into 10 different frames, but he couldn't see anything inside them. Devil King did not respond. This is like a lottery. Can I get a feel for the items first? After Han Sen spoke, he touched one of the murky clouds. But immediately after he touched it, the other 9 went straight back to Devil King. And then, the Devil King returned to the badge. This concludes the trade. Devil presence tally has returned to 0. What? That's it? Han Sen was a little confused about what had just happened. The devil presence had all disappeared in return for a single item. It was a black pill. Its color was darker than ink. Devil pill. Devil King weapon, That's a weapon. It was merely a black pill, roughly the same size as an egg. It most certainly didn't look like a weapon. Han Sen put some energy into the pill but discovered he was still too weak. It'd take a while for him to recover, yet, when the energy entered the pill, though, the pill released a puff of smoke that enveloped Han Sen in a murky, foggy embrace. What was that for? It's not like it can kill something. Han Sen was well and truly perplexed. But just as these thoughts came, the smoke began to shrink and manifest in the shape of a dagger. Wait a minute, can it become a sword? Han Sen then wondered. The dagger turned into smoke again, before reassembling itself as a sword. Han Sen was delighted. The smoke could turn into any weapon he desired. But weapons were the extent of what it could shape itself as. It could not embody the shape of armor or a shield. Unfortunately, it was not as tough as Tian nor as sharp as the Phoenix sword, but the versatility was great. The fact that it could take on any shape was remarkable. With this devil pill, I don't need to swap weapons when I wish to change my moveset. Han Sen liked this a lot. He imagined his enemies trying to deflect the gentle swings of a sword, and then suddenly going up against a huge hammer. He thought that'd be pretty sweet. More importantly, though, Han Sen could have it manifest as a bow. He had always wanted a super-class bow. It could also turn into an arrow, but he could not have it form the bow and arrow at the same time. Han Sen tried to flex its powers, and he believed it to be no worse than any other super beast soul he could have received. The only real downside to it, though, was the lack of any elemental powers. Also, you'd need a good deal of energy to support the devil pill. The pros and cons were obvious and plain to see, so Han Sen figured it must have been a Geno treasure. The badge could still be used if he collected another 10,000 devil presences. If he did that, he could do another trade. What's more, if he went into the devil's realm even deeper, the collection would be much faster. Seeing the numbers turn to 0, Han Sen decided to return to the shelter for the day. There were many abandoned shelters in those barren lands, and Han Sen had decided to make his temporary residence inside the confines of a derelict royal shelter. If any creatures sought to infiltrate them, Disloyal Knight always remained vigilant in defending him. Han Sen figured he should return to the Alliance for a bit, too. But just as he was about to, he suddenly heard a sound. The divinity's bout has started. The martial monument has opened. Han Sen was shocked, not expecting the third sanctuary's divinity's bout to have already started. He was still injured, so there was not much he could do there. Even if he was in tip-top shape, he doubted he could do much versus the Emperor spirits there. Ah well, I might as well join. Han Sen signed up. He was the only person living in that shelter, so he was the first and only contestant there. He was accepted into the tournament by default. When Han Sen signed up in the Martial Hall, he used the name $. If you were in a populated shelter, everyone would have to compete against each other to secure a position in the tournament. Only the best of each shelter could join Divinity's bout. The real Divinity's bout, therefore, wouldn't start for another month. Now was just the time for sign-ups, pretty much. Han Sen got his hands on a good sunbathing chair, and as he reclined there in bliss to soak up the sun, he studied more about ancient languages. Bauer was playing games with the bird. She had fun throwing it up into the sky, at which point it frantically tried to course correct with its wings and fly away. But before it could, Bauer would always catch it. Han Sen felt sorry for subjecting the bird to such a fate, but if he stopped her from tormenting it, she would only end up annoying Han Sen. Han Sen missed the white bear and the rabbit king he kept in the underground shelter. At least with those, there'd be a wider variety of creatures for Bauer to torture and treat like toys. The pain would at least be shared, but Han Sen still had no clue where Thorn Forest was, and thus, he could not reach the underground shelter and bring them to her. While he sunbathed, Han Sen heard some noise. He stood up and looked around. He saw a human was running his way, as a group of fiery dogs gave chase. They were nipping at the person's backside with hungry mouths. The person kept weaving, ducking, diving, and dodging, managing to stay alive between the explosive snapping of the fire-wreathed maws. Han Sen was shocked, and he was even more surprised when he realized he knew who that person was. Queen is already in the third god's sanctuary. Did she max out her super Geno points already? As Han Sen wondered, he stood up and shouted, "Over here." Queen heard the call, and she too was in disbelief. Out of everyone, Han Sen was the last person she expected to find there. Using Heavenly Go as wonderfully as ever, she ran towards the shelter for refuge. Han Sen did not help her, as he knew she could survive a dance with mere primitive creatures. Queen reached the outside of the shelter, looked at Han Sen who was clothed only in boxers and asked, "You're really here? It must be fate." Han Sen welcomed her into the shelter and patched up her wounds. The flaming dogs did not dare enter the shelter, so all they did was bark for a while. Once they were bored, they left. No matter how strong anyone was in the second god's shelter, it was typical to end up being bullied in the third god's shelter. There, you'd have great difficulty dealing with only primitive creatures. "You didn't max out your super genes before becoming a surpasser?" Han Sen asked, as he fixed up her wounds. "I did," Queen answered. That quickly, Han Sen was quite surprised. The super creatures in the second god's sanctuary were no joke, and you'd have to find super creatures of the same element if you wished to make use of the life Geno essence. Queen rolled her eyes and said, "You were even faster." Cough. Han Sen had no proper response to this. Queen then said, "Do you remember when I told you I had something very important to do?" "Yeah, have you done it yet?" Han Sen recalled the time they were supposed to team up and slay super creatures together, but all of a sudden, she had to call it quits and attend to some other duties for a time. "I found a nest of super creatures, and there were countless eggs. I tried my hardest to get them, and I managed to obtain over 30 super Geno points from those alone. That was how I maxed out so quickly," Queen explained. "Over 30 super Geno points in one haul. Good grief, how many eggs were there?" Han Sen was a little jealous over her jackpot. Queen did not answer, and she merely asked, "What is this place, anyway? And why is it in such disarray?" Han Sen smiled and said, "Let me just say you were lucky to spawn near here, free from the trappings of a spirit." Han Sen then went on to explain the nearby area and told her to stay clear of the frightfully dangerous Devil's Realm. "Are you getting better?" Queen asked. "No, Han Sen would still need a while to recover." "Give me your beast souls and I will take care of you," Queen demanded. Han Sen almost spat out his tea. He knew what she meant, but it still came as quite a surprise. "What, you can't eat meat, either?" Queen asked. "Of course I can. I have many beast souls, so which type would you like?" Han Sen asked. "Give me your most useless ones. We'll share the loot I can grab for us," Queen said. Han Sen smiled. He looked into the sea of soul and transferred to her a number of beast souls. Han Sen hadn't been in the third god's sanctuary for very long before suffering his ailment. So, it surprised her to see how many beast souls he was giving her. He must have been busy, she thought. The armor and weapons he gave her were of the sacred blood variety. And there was even a mutant pet beast soul with 6 gene locks open, not to mention a mutant mount. Queen looked at Han Sen and felt her lips fumble. She wasn't quite sure what to say. She did not expect to receive that many, all at once. If those items were sold, she'd amass a giant fortune. With those beast souls, Queen could get strong quickly. They were immeasurably helpful. "I'll take care of you for the rest of my life." Queen was an honest woman. She accepted the beast souls without a flicker of emotion distorting the seriousness of her words. She most certainly wasn't joking. Don't be so melodramatic. Those things are useless to me, just use them and be happy. Han Sen was starting to sweat, as he wasn't really a cripple. Queen then looked around her and said, "So, are you familiar with this area? If you are, draw me a map. Tell me all about the creature hotspots." Han Sen had already been on a cartographic trip, so he had several maps ready to provide her. As soon as Queen accepted the maps, her time of rest was over. She marched right out of the shelter. What a waste of a fine body. Still, she's got bigger balls than most men. Han Sen licked his lips. Queen returned a few days later, having suffered a number of wounds and lesions. She brought with her a mutant deer. Queen knew Han Sen must have been very powerful to possess so many beast souls, so she didn't bother bringing back the carcasses of any ordinary or primitive creatures. Han Sen knew Queen's fitness wasn't too high, though, so he was impressed at her bringing down of a mutant creature. Han Sen had maxed out his mutant geno points already, but he still accepted it to show appreciation. Queen returned to the Alliance to heal. After that, when she was fit as a fiddle, she came back to the sanctuary and went off on another hunt. Each hunting trip would end up longer than the last, and each return would have her in a worse condition. Sometimes, when Queen returned to the shelter, Han Sen wouldn't be there. So, she'd leave the creatures in the shelter waiting for him. She would then send Han Sen a blank message. If he replied, though, she wouldn't do the same. Han Sen returned to the sanctuary after a time away. When he arrived, Queen was gone. Why is she working so hard on my behalf? Han Sen really admired her. A month passed, and because Queen hadn't signed up at the shelter, Han Sen won first place. His entry into Divinity's bout was confirmed. Queen had been gone 2 days at this point, so he had no clue when she'd return. When Divinity's bout started, Han Sen donned a suit of armor and went straight to the martial hall. Then he proceeded to the battle area. Spirits were everywhere. It was to be expected, though. Spirits were the dominant species of the third god's sanctuary. No other human would show up. Han Sen hid his energy flow, so no one could tell whether he was a human or a spirit. Han Sen checked out the match list to see what was in store. He hadn't fully recovered yet, but if he was able to go up against a weak spirit, he wagered he'd be fine. What he saw disappointed him, though. He was first going to go up against Fei Yu King. It must have been a powerful spirit. Using Super King Spirit mode would be pointless here, as it'd render him weak. He'd most likely win the fight, but he'd be spent, and he'd be unable to take part in the next. To hit the top 10 of the third god's sanctuary's divinity's bout, he could not use it. Han Sen decided to not participate and planned to just sit and spectate the fights instead. Fei Yu, your opponent is called Dollar. Weird, huh, that can't be a human, can it? Han Sen heard this while he looked for a seat. You've gotta be kidding me. Fei Yu King responded, it's probably some trolling spirit who couldn't even be bothered to spell out his title in full. You're probably right. If it was a human, it'd be a human with a death wish, the other spirit said. I wish it was a human, though. They are sad and pathetic creatures. Last weekend was wonderful. I spent some time torturing a few humans to death. Their screams were a delight. Fei Yu King spoke with no certain tone or display of emotion. He spoke as if it was just an ordinary chat, and something common to say. Haha, you are a king spirit. Of course you would think they are weak. They have no principles, though, I'll give you that. They're comparable to dogs, and mangy as they can be, too. Put out your hand without striking them, and they'll think you're giving them a treat. Many nearby spirits joined in with their talk, all saying horrible things to put down humans. Han Sen's face turned green with their wretched speech. Learning how they treated humans, and for what pitiful reasons they'd happily kill them, Han Sen was fuming. Spirits were able to respawn, so they had no idea of the fear humans felt when it came to the possibility of death. Han Sen looked at Fei Yu King. He didn't know which humans he had gleefully tortured and murdered, but he was angry nonetheless. He felt his chest want to explode with the sudden hatred he felt for the spirit. Fei Yu King, huh? Han Sen could use Super King Spirit mode to participate in one fight. If he was to use it on the murderous spirit, that would make him happy enough. In human shelters, the fights were streamed through the martial hall. No one expected another human to fight, let alone become a son of God. Those who watched merely wanted to spectate how spirits battled each other. Their fights were usually quite the spectacle. Su Xiaoqiao was currently in trench shelter. He paced around the martial monument, looking to see if he could find the name he most wanted to. What are you doing? Someone's vision had been blocked by his scurrying. I am looking for Dollar, Su Xiaoqiao responded, as he looked. I don't think he'd join a fight like this. There are far too many king spirits there, the person said. I found it, Su Xiaoqiao exclaimed with feverish excitement. Dollar is really taking part. In the Martial Hall of Trench Shelter, many people wanted to see Dollar's name on the list. Dollar versus Fei Yu King. What? This is legit. Dollar has to be the Dollar, yes. It can't be a spirit, right? Does anyone know who Fei Yu King might be? I don't know, but if it is referred to as a king, it must be powerful. Old Li, where are you going? I'm going to spread the news. I'll make some calls and have people come watch. I think there's a while before the fight starts, too. I'll help and make a few calls, as well. I can only see spirits spectating. Where are the humans? You'll probably see a few more when it starts. When Surpassers learned Dollar was to take part, even if they had no prior interest in spectating Divinity's bout, they frantically scurried over to watch. Everyone who had heard Dollar was a participant went to the martial hall. Some humans eventually recognized who Fei Yu King was. DMN. His first opponent is Fei Yu King. Why, is he strong? I've heard his name before. He's known to control a massive region someplace, one where he is recognized as its supreme leader. Ouch. That's bad luck, having such a nasty first opponent. Will Dollar even dare to fight him? Probably. The time for Han Sen to fight came, and with bated breath, the human spectators stared at the battleground intently. People saw a spirit with wings holding a bow approach the stage. The bow was decorated in a vast array of jewelry. Fei Yu King, to his credit, was an incredibly handsome spirit. His white wings were a deliciously divine sight. With his purple, glittering bow, he did not look unlike an angel. For him to merely stand in place, one could tell he was not a foe to be trifled with. His mere presence exuded an aura of frightening power. Humans were mostly focused on whether or not Dollar would show up, though. It would have been a disappointment if he did not show, but the humans would find it understandable. They wouldn't hold it against Dollar if he didn't want to go up against such a powerful spirit. A person with long white hair then walked up onto the stage. His body glowed with a bright white light. Is that Dollar? No one had seen Dollar's face before, and it was a trend that was set to continue. Despite the stunning appearance, his identifying features were cloaked in armor. It's Dollar. The Surpassers in Trench Shelter were able to recognize him, because they had seen him with this look before. The surprise of his appearance did not only apply to the humans, though. Even the spirits were in shock. The King, Flower Empress was there, and she was dizzy in shock. It's a shame he has encountered Fei Yu King, who has opened 9 gene locks, Heavenly Empress said. Thunder Devil King was there, as well, and he chimed in to say, that *SSHOLE has had it coming a long time now. The King. Many spirits trumpeted the name across the grandstands and the shelters of their residence. When Han Sen was stuck in the Valley of Time for 3 years, his Super King Spirit mode had opened 9 gene locks. There was an abundance of fruit there, that he was able to eat and live on the whole time. Han Sen had not spent time in the spirit base since then, so no one knew he had opened 9 gene locks. They still thought the king had only opened 3 gene locks. They didn't think he could compete with Fei Yu King, who had opened 9. Even if they were in the same tier, though, with the same gene locks open, they did not think Han Sen would have what it took to take down Fei Yu King. Han Sen knew he would enter the 9th spirit base when he returned there, so that was why he had stayed away for so long. He wanted his accomplishment to be a surprise for future spirit opponents. For him to go from 3 to 9 gene locks over the course of a few days would be a ridiculous thing. He had paid the spirit base a short visit, but stayed out of sight and not fought with others. Han Sen had thought he could heal faster in the spirit base, as he could remain in Super King Spirit mode for as long as he wanted to there. But it didn't work as he thought it might. The spirit base was not associated with the physical body, and entry required and was dependent on the spirit stone. Being in the spirit base, you could only change your spirit genes. If he tried erasing the crystals that plagued him in there, they'd return once he exited. Outside the spirit base, though, Han Sen could not remain a Super King Spirit forever. It's you. How fortunate for me. I'm going to teach you a lesson that has been long overdue. The king was too famous, and even Fei Yu King was aware of him. All the spirits continued calling him the king, despite the protest of the king spirits who despised the name. Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode was limited outside of Spirit Base, so he knew he'd have to finish this fight quickly. Han Sen raised his right hand and snapped his fingers to the sky. Immediately after, a rain of coins started to fall. The entire stage was quickly battered and covered in coins. What is that skill? People who hadn't seen Han Sen fight before were in shock. The rainfall of coins was insane. Su Xiaoqiao was excited when he saw the coins be unleashed. He had witnessed their might before, but he still harbored wariness. He wasn't entirely sure they'd be as effective against such a powerful spirit. Fei Yuqing noticed Han Sen's lack of speech, so he immediately drew his bow. The weapon was bathed in a white light. Whoosh! Countless white arrows were fired upwards, targeting the individual coins. A loud flurry of noises came from the air, as each and every arrow was shot down. The humans were all in shock, not expecting such a quick and efficient retaliation. They quivered in the hope that Dollar would not lose. What is the king doing? Those coins are rubbish. His inability to inefficiently fight Fei Yuqing is to be expected. The skill is useless. The spirits did not think the coins were very good. They might have looked impressive, but that was about it. Their actual effectiveness in battle against such a foe was nil, they believed. It appeared as if Fei Yuqing wanted to shoot down all the coins, but what he wanted to do was blow them up. But strangely, the arrows fell with the coins attached. How? His 9 gene lock power should not have been rendered worthless like that. It would have been ridiculous to believe the king had opened 8 gene locks. But the coins were not stopped, and they continued to fall like rain. Each drop went with the grace of a warming holy light. It was too late for Han Sen's opponent to dodge, so he merely fired more arrows in a final bid to stop the coins. The coins fell, but they were quickly replaced as Han Sen summoned more. It was now a storm of coins, and before it was over, the coins were no longer like rain. They were like a waterfall, and they quickly and brutally buried Fei Yuqing. Humans and spirits alike were in shock. Fei Yuqing wished to fly away, but the coins were incredibly heavy. He was shocked. He had wholly underestimated the king and the coins he commanded. He wanted to shake them off, but he couldn't. Each one was like a mountain that wished to trap him. Fei Yuqing was most efficient with speed and archery, so he didn't have to fight Han Sen face to face. He underestimated the king, so he had gone into battle casually and without worry. Roar! Fei Yuqing shouted like a beast, one that was stuck and unable to escape the trappings of a hunter. He wished to shake them off so he could fly away, but there was nothing he could do. He managed to get airborne, but after a few meters of slow flight, he was grounded again. And then, he began to sink into the stage. His body looked as if it was ready to burst under the frightening pressure of all those coins. Pang! Fei Yuqing was on his knees. Everyone was shocked by what was happening. A 9 gene lock king spirit was unable to stand up and fight Han Sen, and was instead on his knees before him. His body was cracking like glass. Dollar is 2FC king strong. Su Xiaoqiao shouted. I can't believe he beat a king spirit so easily. If he was joining Divinity's bout, he must have come prepared. It would have been silly to doubt him. King spirits are nothing compared to our Dollar. A lot of spirits were sharing a similar glee and happiness, too. They knew how strong Fei Yuqing was. The king completely owned Fei Yuqing. With a wag of his finger, he beat a 9 gene lock king spirit. Can you believe it? Hail to the king, baby. Even the faces of the emperors had changed. What? He was like us, wasn't he? Supposedly, he had only 3 gene locks open. How can he beat Fei Yuqing a mere few years after? Thunder Devil King exclaimed in confusion. Flower Empress said, how did he accomplish such a feat? He is frightening. How many gene locks did he open in just a few short years? Heavenly Empress said, with a surprisingly dour expression and tone of voice. Boom! Fei Yuqing was completely crushed by the coins, and he exploded. Blood and feathers danced in the air, as a jellified body remained like a heap of rubbish on the floor. Shaw! The coins disappeared, leaving behind only the feathers and blood. A 9 gene lock king spirit had been destroyed, just like that. Seeing Fei Yuqing respawn, everyone suddenly became silent. When Han Sen left the stage, the humans and spirits woke up from a daze. Dollar beat a king spirit. Is it time for humanity to grow strong in this place? Hail to the king, baby. Humans and spirits alike were happy for Han Sen's victory. They both believed him to be on their side. Back in the martial hall, exiting Super King Spirit mode, Han Sen felt a little nauseated and weak. It wasn't as bad as he believed he'd end up, though, and he thought he still had what it took to fight again. He thought it'd take longer to kill Fei Yu King. By fighting face to face, Fei Yu King lost as soon as he allowed the first coin to touch him. I didn't think I'd knock him down so quickly. I clearly underestimated myself. With such a decent result, I might as well have another fight. Han Sen initially predicted he'd be unable to continue fighting after the first battle, but he was wrong. He didn't know who he'd be going up against next, though. Han Sen found out his next opponent was merely a royal spirit. A royal spirit? Oh, please, I can kill that thing in one hit. It shouldn't take too long. Han Sen was overjoyed. If things continued that way, and he could finish the next 4 fights with similar results, he could retire for the day and rest. He could possibly be fully refreshed and rejuvenated the next day, and thus able to fight again. Han Sen found out his next 3 opponents were royal spirits. He killed them easily. The last opponent disappointed Han Sen, though. It was another king spirit. If it had opened 9 gene locks and wasn't as dumb as Fei Yu King, it might prove a difficult battle. I'll see what condition I'm in after the next 3 fights. Han Sen was in the martial hall, searching for the final opponent. He wanted to get an idea for how strong he might be. Han Sen found him engaged in his second fight. He could immediately tell an opponent such as that would be difficult to compete with. He had indeed opened 9 gene locks, and furthermore, he was attuned with the earth element. He could summon stone walls and the like, perfect for blocking the rain of coins. Han Sen thought, after fighting the next 3 royal spirits, he'd only have half an hour left of his Super King Spirit juice. Even with his brightest estimations, he didn't think he could defeat that King Spirit in half an hour. The second round for Han Sen began shortly after. His opponent was on the stage already. Not wanting to waste a single precious second, Han Sen activated his Super King Spirit mode and ran towards the stage in haste. Han Sen was going to kill the royal spirit as fast as he could. Before he engaged the royal spirit, though, it knelt before him and said, "Greetings. I am Prince Xianxia. It is an honor to share the stage with you." Before Han Sen could clock his opponent, Prince Xianxia conceded the fight. Han Sen won again, all without lifting a finger. Then he returned to the martial hall. Did you see that? A spirit knelt before $. He is a god. Since when do spirits behave like that, before a human they do not even know? Am I dreaming? This cannot be. It must be staged. Why don't you go out there and see if they'll kneel before you? Even if it was only a royal spirit, it's still pretty nuts to comprehend how willing it was to concede and kneel before the guy. I can't believe this. Humans were driven into a frenzy. They had never seen a spirit so willing to kneel before a human before. This was something they could only see in their dreams. For such a possibility to be a reality, they weren't sure what to think. Upon seeing it happen, many people believed they were merely lucid dreaming. But what happened next made everyone even more insane. The following 2 royal spirits did the same thing. They introduced themselves and threw in the towel immediately after. Am I dreaming? Have those spirits gone nuts? Today was a day none would soon forget. It was one for the history books. If $, was previously a name synonymous with power, today it became synonymous with God. For spirits to obey and worship him like so, they all figured he had to be a god. Spirits and humans were different. Spirits could respawn, and thus, they could not be afraid of death. Death was something they could get used to, even. Self-destructing was no big deal in such a place, and if humans ever got their spirit stones, they could do it almost happily. Spirits would sooner accept death than bow before humans, which made this all the more stunning. But this was also a part of why humans believed themselves to be superior to spirits. But Han Sen had not only just killed a king spirit, he made spirits obey without a fight. He didn't have their spirit stones in hand. There was no real risk of death for them. Han Sen had done something spectacular. The gesture of what he had done was far more impressive than killing a spirit. $, in the hearts of humans, was no longer just a strong guy who brought their race glory in battle. There were many human elites, yes, but none had done what $, did. None had made spirits obey before. Humans were incredibly excited now, especially those who were enslaved by spirits. Han Sen was a beacon of hope for them. Spirits weren't aware of what humans were thinking, and they thought it was ordinary for other spirits to obey the king. He was far more powerful, after all. In the martial hall, Han Sen frowned. He could only last another half an hour. If he was going to battle his next opponent, his window of opportunity to do so was small. Han Sen's next opponent was another king spirit. The king spirit's title was Ancient Jade. It was a name that exuded a sort of grace or elegance, but in all truth, the name betrayed the fighter's true self. He was an 8-meter-tall spirit of mighty power and stone. With each step he took, a crude imprint was left behind in his wake. And with each thumping footstep, the earth quaked. The humans that watched were in shock. Whenever a royal spirit's weapon collided with the ground, not a scratch was made. But here, all it took was the spirit's footsteps to ruin the floor and leave holes. He seems pretty strong. Is Dollar going to be okay facing that thing? Someone wondered. Su Xiaoqiao responded, saying, when has Dollar ever lost? If he can kill Fei Yu King so effortlessly, he can most certainly kill this thing. You are right, how can he lose? It was silly of me to doubt. A bright hopefulness returned to the person's face. Humans had been bullied in the third god's sanctuary for far too long, so they were all eager to see a human stand in the face of their adversity and show that it was possible to fight back. Dollar's performance so far had shocked a great number of humans. What had occurred was a miracle they had long wanted to see. They didn't want it snuffed out anytime soon. Han Sen had no idea what discussions were being held about his performance. He was oblivious to it all. Before the fight, though, he returned to the alliance so he could relax and regenerate lost strength by bathing in a recovery pool. He wanted to be able to use Super King Spirit mode longer if he needed to. Han Sen's communicator rang while he was there, and when he picked it up, he saw that it was Queen giving him a call. Did you go to the shelter yet? Queen asked. No, I'm currently bathing. Can't you see that? Han Sen waved his phone around to give her a look at where he was. Queen said, well, hurry back. Dollar has joined Divinity's bout. He killed a king spirit, and not only that, the following 3 opponents bowed and threw the match in fear of him. 3 royal spirits. It's insane. He's fighting another king spirit later. Really, you're going to the martial hall. If Queen was already in the shelter, waiting in the martial hall, it meant she would see him entering the battlegrounds. That would mean only one thing: Dollar's identity would be revealed. But Queen said, I will. But I'm in another empty shelter, so I can't return to yours just yet. I thought you weren't interested in watching that thing. Han Sen felt relief. Queen, so far, had shown an insatiable lust for leveling up. It was all she had concerned herself with since he encountered her in the third god's shelter. It was almost as if she had to stay in a state of constant motion. I wasn't, but previously, there was no hope, and I would have rather spent the time improving myself. But Dollar killed a king spirit, a feat thought to be unachievable by one man. He deserves to be watched. Queen went on to implore Han Sen, you must come and watch, too. Why? Han Sen asked. Queen told him, because I'll fix you. Maybe one day you'll be as strong as Dollar, fighting in Divinity's bout. Queen quickly hung up after that and went to the shelter. Han Sen gave a wry smile. His time for relaxation was practically over, and it was time for battle. He exited the pool, put his armor on, and teleported back. Ancient Jade continued standing in his spot as a spirit conceded before him. It wasn't a royal spirit, though. He lacked the charms to make royal spirits concede. Han Sen had worked hard to reach his status and prestige as the king. The fact others were willing to obey or concede to him was due to his incredible performance throughout the spirit bases, where he was believed to be invincible. He was an attractive idol to a great number of spirits. When Han Sen arrived in the martial hall, Ancient Jade King was on the battleground already. He was waiting. There was still some time left, though, and Han Sen spent this time observing his next opponent. It was going to be quite difficult to kill a 9-gene lock king spirit in a mere 30 minutes. After what happened with Fei Yu King, Han Sen guessed future king spirits would treat the king like an actual threat. He didn't think he could one-hit kill Fei Yu King so easily. Furthermore, Taya and Phoenix Sword could not be used. Gold Raven, Disloyal Knight, and Golden Growler couldn't be used, either. All he could use was Devil Pill. With the time to join almost up, he turned into a super king spirit and walked out onto the stage to face his next opponent. Spirits and humans alike were shouting and chanting, all in Han Sen's support. Seeing Han Sen walk out, Ancient Jade King flashed with a light of varying colors. A stone wall manifested out of the earth, shielding him in a barricade of rock. Your coins are useless against me, Ancient Jade King called out from within his shelter of stone. Really? Han Sen clicked his fingers. From out of thin air, coins began to descend from the sky in a torrent like rain. Ancient Jade King bolstered the strength of his walls and raised them higher to prevent the coins from touching him. When too many coins built up on the rock, it shattered. This was something the spirit had prepared for, though. When the wall was just about to buckle and crumble entirely, another wall was ready to swap with its position. No coin seemed able to touch Ancient Jade King. Is that all you've got? Ancient Jade King coldly laughed as he taunted Han Sen, figuring he had overcome Han Sen's signature move. Han Sen did not say anything in response, though. In his hand, he wielded a black sword. The sword was wreathed in a holy light, and with a thrust, it came barreling towards Ancient Jade King. Gotcha! As the black sword sliced through a multitude of stone walls, more were raised to take the place of their fallen rocky counterparts. Ancient Jade King did not fight Han Sen face to face, and he remained purely on the defensive. He kept on dodging and dodging. The only vain attempts of attack he had tried were the occasional raising of spiky rocks from the ground. This is a troubling foe. His powers of commanding the earth are formidable, Han Sen thought to himself. Making use of his devil pill in conjunction with Super King Spirit mode made Han Sen a combatant to be feared. He could slice through the rocks with ease, but the sheer abundance of them made it difficult for him to gain any real ground and advance on his enemy. Seeing Han Sen continuing to chase Ancient Jade King in a dazzling display of cut rock and dust, the hype train was going at full speed for the spectators. Dollar is so good. The King Spirit is cowering like a beaten mutt. He is the best surpasser. Hands down. The King is invincible. I bet even those emperors would lose against the King. What if he is an emperor already? Titles can be misleading. Flower Empress and Heavenly Empress were watching this match with keen interest, as well. They were amazed by Han Sen's performance. The earth element was incredibly dense and heavy, yet Han Sen was easily able to destroy each shield of stone. They were deployed by a foe with 9 gene locks, and yet Han Sen might as well have been dicing butter. It was incredibly likely only emperors could possess such mighty powers. Ancient Jade King was taken aback by the king, too. He had not expected to be subjected to such fierce attacks, and he knew it was only a matter of time before he lost. They had both opened 9 gene locks, that much was clear. But even so, Han Sen was considerably stronger. All Ancient Jade King could do was dodge, as much as he hated doing it. Han Sen was able to suppress him, but the moves he used to avoid defeat were cheap and infuriating. He was too good at producing shields. Whenever Han Sen thought there was an opening to strike the opponent himself, he'd still end up hitting a newly produced wall of rock. This wouldn't have been an issue if Han Sen hadn't been on a timer. But being on the clock, it was stressful and concerning. 15 minutes had passed by this point, and Han Sen's mind raced in search of a method to knock down Ancient Jade King and keep him there. Han Sen was dominating, but no one knew his life was depending on it. He was in a big rush. FCK, I have to use this. Han Sen stopped chasing Ancient Jade King and instead, summoned a single coin between 2 of his fingers. The coin seemed fairly ordinary, up until it started to glow. After a moment of glowing, a number showed up on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, it was ominous to see. And the higher the number went, the spookier it felt. What is he doing? People wondered what Han Sen was going to do next, and what the result of that coin would be. If Han Sen put all his power into one coin, it'd still prove useless, they thought. Ancient Jade King was confident in his shields, and if the coin was imbued with such power, he was sure he could use his stone walls to block it while he ran elsewhere in evasion. The coin grew even brighter now, as Han Sen did indeed imbue it with a terrifying amount of his own power. The numbers continued to rise, until it hit the number 10. Han Sen felt his body become drained of all strength. The number on the coin was a display of how much of his power had been put inside and multiplied. It was incredible. If the coin was equivalent to one of Han Sen's frighteningly powerful punches, then 10 meant 10 of those. The coin quivered with the immense amount of power stored within, with the number 10 signifying it having 10 times the power it'd normally have. It was a new technique Han Sen had developed, which he called saving money. Saving money took time, and it wasn't something that could be done quickly. It'd also cost a lot of power. Also, by using saving money, he couldn't go anywhere. He couldn't move, and what's more, interruptions would result in a cancellation of all progress made. While that may have been considered a significant downside, it wasn't all that bad, in practice. The coin could be fired whenever, at any cost of power. If it looked likely he was going to be interrupted, he could just fire it then and there. But firing it meant you'd have to start from 0 again. And firing it at a lower number wasn't as effective as it would be at a higher number, either. It'd be much weaker. It was a move that had been designed to be used with a teammate. It'd have been much easier to use if there was someone else on the field, distracting enemies. Han Sen was going to use it now, though, because Ancient Jade King had only proven himself to be a wimp. He didn't even try attacking. Han Sen's coin hit the number 10. To Han Sen, he regarded this as saving $10. If it was a brave king spirit he was fighting against, he'd have most certainly been interrupted by now. But Ancient Jade King had waited for a while, giving Han Sen the space to build up power. Now, after hitting 10, Ancient Jade King decided to try an attack. Seeing Ancient Jade King shoot a stone wall at Han Sen fired an exchange. He blasted his coin towards the cowardly spirit, uttering the words, "Be tempted by the allure of money and become its thrall." The coin flew towards Ancient Jade King, emblazoned with the number 11. Over the past few years, Han Sen had studied and learned much alongside Bai Yishan. He spent most of his time researching the powers of the coin toad's energy flow and developing saving money. Creating hyper-geno arts was not easy, and he had only managed to create one during all that time. What he often referred to as, "make it rain," was not a proper skill, just a barrage technique he employed. Saving money was different to this, as it actually involved a warping of the powers that would be used. Humans could create and use powers that were complex in their employment. The intricate nature of human skills was why they took a long time to master, but it was also what gave them an edge against spirits. Spirits were a lot more basic, and their power was often derived from simple strength. If all battles were a direct collision of strength, spirits would almost always win. Saving money used the coins as a base. It was a combination of that and Bauer's energy flow. Saving money made use of a suction vacuum, courtesy of Bauer. Through an analysis of her profound magnetic-like abilities, Han Sen was able to work it into amplifying the crushing weight of the coins. And now, this was to be a first-time showcase of what he had developed. And Han Sen had turned the dial all the way up to 11. Pang! When the coin fired directly towards Ancient Jade King's body, the spirit's entire body was suddenly morphed into a stone pillar. And then, a brief second later, it crumbled to the ground. Ancient Jade King started to run. He knew he couldn't dodge and deflect such a powerful coin, so his ability to duplicate himself as a pillar was what would save him. He thought he had managed to get away scot-free, but he was wrong. And when he acknowledged this, his face fell. He felt a wretched suction start pulling him back towards the coin he was trying to escape. Ancient Jade King tried to fight the tide of suction, but it was futile. He ended up rolling back towards the coin. The audience only saw Han Sen's coin destroy a sudden pillar of stone, and when Ancient Jade King tried to make an escape, he was pulled back towards it. It was a 9-gene lock Super King Spirit's power multiplied by 11. The moment Ancient Jade King came into contact with the coin, his armor shattered. Ding, ding, nothing but blood remained, and atop it, spinning on its side, was the coin. It was completely clean. Everyone fell silent upon witnessing what had just occurred. The entire battleground had been devastated by what Han Sen had just done. It was frightening. But the silence didn't last long. Han Sen had won again, and that warranted grand applause. Screams of fanatical cheering began to erupt. Han Sen did not have the time to hang around, though. He simply waved and ran back to the shelter. When he returned, he immediately fell on the floor. He could hardly breathe, and in the aching of his muscles, he ended up flopping in a pool of his own sweat. Fortunately, he was able to exit just in time. He couldn't risk having that occur in the arena. After lying down for a while, he felt moderately better. Still, he was incredibly weak. I'm still so far away from reaching the top 10. What's the use of continuing today and trying to win the entire competition? Han Sen thought to himself. While he was ready to call it quits, he did not harbor any regrets. Even without a benefit to himself, he was happy to step on the throats of other spirits. It's a shame I couldn't well and truly eliminate and kill Fei Yu King, Han Sen said to himself. With no time to dwell on it, Han Sen returned home and hopped into his recovery pool. Saving money had put a massive strain on him. It would take 2 weeks for him to recover from that, so it was unlikely he could fight again the next day. Han Sen felt his entire body become drained of power, and every cell in his body had almost zero energy. Suddenly, though, he felt a power in his heart. It was thumping with a strength greater than he was accustomed to. Han Sen was shocked, feeling his heart actually begin to change. Power was starting to return, all derived from the new manic pumping of his heart. Curse of Immortality, it finally finished after all this time. Han Sen placed his hand on his chest and felt incredibly happy. Heresy Mantra had 4 different tiers to it. He had learned the 3rd tier a long time ago, something which was called Long Live. The 4th tier, Curse of Immortality, had not finished yet. But on this day, after having been drained of all energy, Heresy Mantra had finally become ready to evolve. Han Sen thought to himself, what changes will Curse of Immortality bring to my body, I wonder. Heresy Mantra was a passive skill, but it had always proven useful. It had always been there, like a rock or pillar to support him. It was like Jade Sun Force, except this one worked on the heart. The heart was a core component of the human body. While all his other organs were exhausted, Han Sen's heart was stronger than ever. Where he once felt like dying, now he was full of life. His Heresy Mantra had reached a new tier, and he couldn't be happier. But with this newfound strength, Han Sen discovered a new hunger. He was starving, very much like the first time he practiced Heresy Mantra. He crawled out of the pool and returned to the shelter. He brought out some of the creature flesh he had stored and started to stuff his face with it. It was raw. Han Sen was feeling far too hungry. His body was incredibly tired, and he knew he should have been resting, but he was overwhelmed with a strange ravenousness. He knew such behavior was dangerous. Heresy Mantra was able to hasten his recovery, but he knew the power to do so couldn't just come from anywhere. If he wanted to recover and get back in tip-top shape, he had to have power. He was currently not supposed to have any. Curse of Immortality was sure to damage him further, by making him so active in such a weakened condition. Han Sen kept on scoffing down sacred blood flesh. He couldn't get enough of the stuff, and he thought each and every fatty, red morsel was better than the highest-class nutritious solution. After another hefty slab of meat, the hunger of his crying stomach did not relent. The energy inside was not able to keep up with his heart. But as hungry as he was, his stomach was full. His belly had inflated like a balloon, and there was no room left for food. His heart was good but his stomach wasn't. There was no way he could eat any more. And even if he was in fine health, he couldn't come anywhere close to eating as much as he just had. Han Sen was sitting on the floor like a pregnant woman, with his appetite still fierce. His stomach was stuffed, and yet, he was still so hungry. It was an annoying conundrum to deal with, as 2 contradicting pains collided. If Han Sen wasn't as strong a person as he was, he'd undoubtedly be screaming. His face was all pale, and a ghastly sweat had started to form. His clothes were all soon drenched in this sweat. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Han Sen placed his hands on his belly and tried to suppress it and fight back against its calling for more food. Jade Sun Force could barely provide him with energy. If he wanted to get it started, to put him in better shape, he'd need nutrition. Just like if there was no oil, there was no way to refine gas. Unfortunately for him, Han Sen was too full right now. Even a single pea or grain of corn would be enough to tip him over the edge. I should have learned a hyper-geno art to improve the fortitude of my stomach, Han Sen said to himself, remorsefully realizing it was now too late for that. When he crossed Ghost Mountain, the big white snake gave him a dragon saliva. It was a super-class geno treasure. If he drank it, he'd most assuredly be energized. But Han Sen didn't want to use it in such a condition. He was fighting back against the use of something that might save his life. Han Sen's body was beginning to shrivel now. The fat was burning at a hastened rate, and he was immediately appearing much slimmer. Heresy Mantra should be practiced by women, it sure helps you lose weight. Han Sen remained lighthearted, despite his predicament. While Han Sen contested with whether or not he should eat the dragon saliva, the crystallized organs inside him started to feel relieved. Han Sen was shocked when he noticed this. He found that the crystals inside him had been detached from his organs into a slimy, fatty state, and now, they were being absorbed. Han Sen was afraid the crystals would change his body, which was why he had not tried absorbing them. But now it was happening whether he wanted it or not. He noticed the refined crystals did not blend into his body. They were instead burned like fat, providing energy to his heart. The heart pounded inside his chest like the chugging of machinery as it worked hard to refine materials. And as this occurred, his stomach began to feel lighter. The hunger he was feeling began to subside. As Han Sen digested these crystals inside, the media was having a field day back in the Alliance. They were ecstatic over the fact Dollar had managed to kill 2 king spirits and make 3 royal spirits obey him. The alliance did not typically talk about the third god's sanctuary, and all subjects of its discussion were usually banned. But this time, they allowed talk of it. Regarding this event, people were given permission to speak and report freely over Dollar's accomplishments. Dollar's name was on the tip of everyone's tongue once more. He was the talk of the town, as everyone idolized and theorized how powerful he must have been. The surpassers, who had a better understanding of the power Dollar must have had to defeat his foes in the way he had, thought it was a miracle. It was difficult to carve out a living in the third god's sanctuary, and more often than not, luck was the deciding factor over whether or not you'd end up a slave to a spirit all your time there. What Dollar had managed to achieve was something no other human believed possible. He had now become a superstar. Some people began to whisper suspicions, though. Humans who lived in spirit shelters heard talk about a spirit known as the king, and while divinity's bout was on, they often heard spirits refer to Dollar as the king. They were one and the same. They were saying Dollar was actually a spirit. But such talk was not given the time of day and was quickly hushed by the authorities. Dollar was in the third god's sanctuary, and he was able to use beast souls. Not many people knew about the connection between Dollar and the king, so there was no big fuss made of it. The validity of their claims could not be verified, after all. The spirits in the shelter were ravenously discussing the king's victories, too. They believed he would one day become an extremely powerful emperor. He was the first human to ever make spirits feel this way. Humans and spirits were hoping to catch a glimpse of Dollar or the king the next day. But much to their surprise, Han Sen did not show up. They all then discussed the reasons why he might not have continued his participation in the competition, but none believed it to be fear. Aside from a king spirit with 8 gene locks, the remainder of his opponents were to be royal spirits. There did not seem to be a comprehensible reason why he would not show up. Han Sen wanted to continue fighting, but it took 4 days for Curse of Immortality to complete. If he was to fight or interrupt its process, all progress would have been reset. Not wanting to risk anything ill, he knew he had to sit the fights out. I wonder if I can still take part, somehow. Han Sen was really disappointed he could not contend. Although he was unable to be there, Han Sen still tuned in to watch the fights. As he viewed them, he mulled to himself how he could hold his own against Emperor spirits through his Super King Spirit mode. They wouldn't stop him from reaching the top 10. The only thing that would prohibit him from breaching the top 10 rankings would be if he ended up going against an Emperor spirit with 10 of its gene locks opened. I have to improve my normal self. I personally need to grow stronger, so I don't always have to rely on Super King Spirit mode, Han Sen resolutely told himself. Han Sen. Super Body Super King Spirit Level. Surpasser Lifespan. 400 Body Evolution Requirement. 100 Geno Points. Owned Geno Points. Ordinary Geno Points 100, Primitive Geno Points 100, Mutant Geno Points 100, Sacred Blood Geno Points 100, Super Geno Points 5. He had managed to max out 4 tiers of Geno Points. With the bonuses of his Hyper Geno Arts, his fitness had managed to hit 2100. Han Sen was undoubtedly the strongest surpasser out there, no contest. But compared to super creatures and king spirits, he was still leagues away from what they were capable of. Any super creature, even the lowliest of them, would possess a fitness level of at least 3000. But by now, at least, most of the crystallized light that plagued his body had been refined. While a few of his organs were still in a crystallized state, they didn't hinder his fighting capabilities. It's good to have my powers back, Han Sen thought, using his Dongshuan aura. The gene locks he had opened in Ancient Devil Shelter had been shut down. He hadn't practiced them since that day, so no progress had been made at all. This is strange. How can an open gene lock be shut down? That ancient devil's light power could not replace my own power. That thought, at least, was something for him to feel glad about. If the power was depleted when a gene lock was opened, it could lead to major issues during real fights. Han Sen was starting to suspect the opened gene locks were artificial, and that his actual gene locks had not been opened. Perhaps he and all the other creatures in that shelter had been tricked into feeling as if their gene locks had been opened, but it was nothing more than an illusion. But with his crystallized light not going to be an issue very soon, Han Sen did not have to worry too much about it. Han Sen visited the Saint Hall community, wanting a new Hyper Geno art. He wanted one to reinforce his stomach. His Curse of Immortality had finished, so he no longer felt it gouging his insides in a demand for food. But in the event something similar occurred, further down the line, he figured it would be best for him to put some work into bolstering the strength of his stomach. Plus, if he was able to eat more than he currently could, recovery could come swifter. Han Sen found a good many hyper-geno arts that dealt with what he was looking for. In fact, there were 7 different ranks of stomach-related hyper-geno arts. The reason so many had been developed was partly down to humanity's ravenous appetite in that, folks often wanted to be able to digest more meat at a time. Unfortunately, the hyper-geno arts weren't all that effective, and the cream of the crop would only allow you to eat up to 3 times more than you usually could. That was good, but it felt like it could be better. For Curse of Immortality, not even those hyper-geno arts would be enough. Han Sen perused the S-class hyper-geno arts and walked away disappointed. So, he gave Bai Yishan a call and asked for advice on what he could do or what he could find. The answers Han Sen got off him were disappointing, as well. The hyper-geno art Han Sen wanted did exist, but to get it, a certain price had to be paid. It came at the expense of a visible stomach increase. He'd be able to eat up to 10 times more than he currently could, on average, but his belly would be rather big. And what's more, he'd have to fill his stomach with food every time he wanted to eat. If he didn't, he'd only feel hungry. That being said, the Alliance had no shortage of materials and food to fill up one's stomach. Being able to consume 10 times more than what he usually could would be no trouble for Han Sen there. But the same could not be said for the sanctuary. You couldn't always eat food there, and thus, it'd prove troublesome. And if collecting 10 times the normal amount of food was no problem, it'd prove cumbersome to carry around each and every day. For the times where there was no food, though, it could be extra dangerous. Having learned this hyper-geno art, you could starve to death in 3 days without the proper nourishment. Han Sen wasn't planning on learning a skill with so many negatives, so he ended up going back to pick up an ordinary S-class hyper-geno art called Nourishing Stomach. It allowed for the simple 3 times increase of what a person could eat, and it also sped up digestion. It did not match the requirements Han Sen had hoped for, but it was better than nothing. And Han Sen thought he might be able to find a better one in the future, anyway. This would just do for now. Back in the sanctuaries, Han Sen thought of ways in which he might slay a super creature. The barons were not host to any, and Han Sen hypothesized it was due to its proximity to Devil's Realm. It looks like I'm going to have to pick up stakes and move on. And when I open my 10th gene lock, I'll return to kill Big Mara. Han Sen really wanted to go back to his underground shelter. There were many super creatures in Thorn Forest, but he hadn't a clue where he was or how he'd get back there. All of a sudden, Queen returned to the shelter, too. She was covered in blood and severely wounded. When Queen saw Han Sen, she fainted. Han Sen rushed over to hold Queen. As he held her, he swiftly examined her wounds to check how badly she was hurt. She had been severely injured, and the sacred blood armor Han Sen had lent her had been practically destroyed. Only shreds of it remained clinging to her blood-soaked body. The garments she wore beneath the armor had also been torn and ripped away. Despite most of her body being exposed, it was unlikely you'd feel horny seeing her in such a condition. Her entire body was covered in wounds and lacerations, and many areas had scabbed. Others were still fresh, oozing blood. Some cuts were so deep, you could see the bone. There was one particular cut running the length of her stomach. Had the cut been any deeper, her guts would be falling out. She has fought hard. Han Sen believed he had gotten into a bad state before, due to pushing himself too hard, but Queen was taking the cake. Han Sen used his holy light on her damaged body. It was a simulation of the holy rhino's energy flow, and while it was effective for most injuries, it did little for grave wounds. You're going to have to bear with me for this next bit, okay? Han Sen had to then simulate the silver fox's healing powers to heal her. Okay. Queen's body was consumed by fierce lightning. Her body twitched violently, but she did not scream under the duress of that excruciating pain. She merely clenched her teeth and held her vocal cords. This lightning heals wounds better than you might think, Han Sen comforted her as he pumped the volts into her ravaged body. The armor he had given her was burned to a crisp, but the nasty wounds she had suffered were healing quick. Queen was by far the strongest woman Han Sen had ever come to know. Whenever Han Sen was healed by the silver fox, he'd end up screaming. Queen had only groaned low a couple of times. Most of her wounds were sorted by now, but the deep cut across her stomach was going to take a lot more of the charge to get fixed. After an hour of this lightning and pain, even Han Sen was feeling guilty over the treatment he had to give her. But like a brave soldier, she did not moan or complain once. She endured it all like a champ. You should go bathe in the healing pools of the Alliance. You should be fit as a fiddle in a few days. Han Sen had managed to heal the worst of her wounds, but he could not bring himself to make her suffer any longer. Keep going. Queen's teeth quivered and chattered as she spoke. There's no difference now between what I can give you and what you can get in the Alliance. All I can provide, in addition, is needless pain, Han Sen said. This is faster. Queen was firm in her desire. Han Sen vehemently shook his head, but eventually complied with her request. Then, he started to electrocute her with the healing charges again. Half an hour later, all her wounds had sealed and healed. All that was left was the presence of red marks where they once had been. Queen summoned a beast soul armor and said, "Have you recovered?" "I'm almost there." Han Sen had revealed to her he could make use of his powers, so there was no use hiding it. She nodded and started to leave the shelter once more. Han Sen stopped her and said, "Don't go. There's something I need to talk to you about." Queen stopped walking and turned around. "Because I'm almost healed, I will soon be leaving this place. I'm returning to my old shelter. Would you like to come with me?" Han Sen asked. Queen nodded and replied, "Okay." Han Sen had expected he'd have to explain, and he was surprised when she agreed so quickly. Han Sen asked, "What happened to you, anyway? How did you get hurt?" Queen said, "To the west is another disheveled shelter. I had wished to make use of its teleporter, but I was attacked." She gave him further details, and following the explanation, Han Sen retreated into deep thought. Although she hadn't been there long, Queen had managed to gather many Geno points. With Han Sen's beast souls, she could easily escape the clutches of a sacred blood creature. But the creatures had managed to injure her badly, and that suggested they had to be at least sacred blood creatures. She had tried to flee upon seeing them, but one in particular had managed to tackle her by surprise. It was fortunate she had been brutally hit by the sacred blood, otherwise, she'd have waltzed into the domain of a super creature. "Take me to that shelter." If there really was a super creature, Han Sen would be quite pleased. Bauer, seeing Han Sen leave the shelter, swiftly followed and leapt onto his back. Han Sen had been in that shelter for a very long time, and Bauer had been bored of the area for a while now. Queen guided Han Sen west, and half an hour later, they stumbled across the remains of a slain creature. It was a frighteningly large mantis that was around the same size as a fully grown wolf. Its carapace was purple, and the two arms were like scythes. "This is one of the creatures that cut you up." Han Sen saw that Queen had killed it as she escaped. Queen said, "Demon blood mantis, yes. They were mostly primitive, but this one was mutant." They continued walking, and there must have been 30 of the beasts all strewn about the plains there. It had obviously been a nasty fight. With Golden Growler's speed, it only took them 2 hours to reach the shelter. Just like every other shelter in the area, it looked to be in disarray. It had been abandoned by spirits a long time ago. There were no signs of the mantises though, so it seemed like the rest of the horde had retreated back into the deeper recesses of the shelter. "Wait here, I'm going to take a closer look," Han Sen told her. "I'm coming with you." Queen followed. Okay. Protesting would be of no use, so Han Sen summoned Disloyal Knight and had it take the lead. "Is that a humanoid pet beast soul?" Queen asked, while looking at Disloyal Knight. Han Sen nodded but did not elaborate. He knew she'd get to witness its power sooner or later, anyway. Disloyal Knight approached the entrance of the shelter, and already, purple mantises began to emerge in a bid to assault the would-be trespassers. Some of them came from beyond the gate, whereas others leapt down from the perimeter wall of the shelter. They had wings to glide, but they could not use them to properly fly. Han Sen had encountered mantises before, and he knew their arms were practically blades. One of the mantises was as big as a tiger, clearly above the others that had come to attack. It jumped before Disloyal Knight. "That might be the sacred blood mantis," Queen said. The mantis that jumped in front of Disloyal Knight swiftly raised its arm blade to swipe at his neck and sever the head from his metal shoulders. Pang! Disloyal Knight punched the mantis with a fist that was as quick as lightning. The creature was sent flying into a nearby wall, as a fist-shaped hole was left in its now bleeding carapace. Disloyal Knight fired up the halo and then got to work, slaying an abundance of mantises with a single punch to each. Han Sen heard announcements continuously ring inside his head. Queen watched as Disloyal Knight brutalized the inhabitants of the shelter. It only took 2 small punches for a sacred blood creature to fall. Sacred blood creature devil blood mantis killed. Beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted at the result. He had managed to obtain a beast soul from his first sacred blood kill. Seeing the disloyal knight lay waste to all the creatures outside the shelter, it then proceeded to enter. To this, Han Sen said, "Come on, let's clear the rest out. We can collect the flesh later." Queen had been in shock when Han Sen provided her all those beast souls when they first met up again. But now, she had been delivered another shock. His disloyal knight could kill sacred blood creatures with ease. Disloyal knight, it cannot be, is it? She shook her head to rid herself of the thought. If what she thought it might be was true, it'd be frightening to consider. All those people who believe Han Sen has now been rendered harmless, what would they say if they saw him now? Queen thought to herself. Han Sen had been in the third god's sanctuary for less than a year before he suffered his injury. It was crazy to try to comprehend what he had managed to achieve in such a short period of time. Queen was a surpasser with a super body, yet even she knew how difficult things were with a super body. It didn't give anyone that much of a leg up. If Han Sen hadn't given her the beast souls, it would have taken her an extremely long time to work up the strength necessary to kill a mutant creature. With no resources or help, Han Sen had reached this level in less than a year. It was a remarkable accomplishment, something no one had ever managed before. People think they can be like Han Sen if they have a super body. "Pa, that notion is ridiculous," Queen thought as she stared at Han Sen in admiration. After Han Sen ventured inside for a short while, bodies were soon strewn about in bloody piles. Without a single break, Han Sen kept hearing the announcements play. He killed 4 primitive, 1 mutant, and 1 sacred blood mantis on the inside of the shelter. Han Sen checked out the beast soul he had received and noticed it was a set of armor. He then gave it to Queen, saying, "We're leaving. It will be a long road, and one that will be more safely traversed while wearing this." Queen could not even respond. She just accepted it and wore it. It was a purple set of armor, and with its shiny sheen, she looked even more attractive than before. The rounded chest plate made her boobs look even bigger. It was tight around her waist, and it helped to accentuate her each and every curve. Her beauty was head and shoulders above any other woman Han Sen had seen, and she was pure, riveting eye candy. The armor itself was a remarkable piece of gear, too. The gauntlets were fitted with blades like teeth, a feature that was not often seen on armor. The legs and knees were fitted with blades, too. It was a great repellent for anything that sought to get too close. "That is a perfect set of armor," Han Sen said. Queen moved around to get a feel for it. It was comfortable and did not stifle her agility, but she thought she looked like a monster. As Han Sen admired the stunning femme fatale, his gaze was cut short by the sudden sound of a wretched shriek. It came from just outside the shelter. Disloyal Knight punched a mantis that was as big as an elephant. The power that had been delivered against it was so high, it vibrated the earth and rattled the rocks that littered the ground. Is that a super creature? Han Sen had hoped to encounter one, but he hadn't really expected to see one there. Disloyal Knight continued to rapidly punch the mantis's arm. More and more shockwaves were generated, and the decayed shelter started to fall apart. Super creature. Queen looked at the Disloyal Knight in utter shock. She reckoned it had to be one, and this had confirmed it. When Disloyal Knight was battling another super creature one-on-one, its best weapon was its halo. This was because it had no physical armaments. If 2 armies were going into battle, its halo could weaken the entire enemy horde. Its debuffing capabilities were excellent, and using them was where Disloyal Knight truly shone. But still, one-on-one, it was by no means a poor battler. It wasn't losing against the mantis, it just wasn't proving strong enough to kill it. As they fought, Han Sen ran further into the shelter. With Taya and his phoenix sword, he got to slaying as many primitive and mutant mantises as he could. Han Sen wanted to see if there were any other super creatures in the vicinity, and why such a large hive of the creatures had taken sanctuary in this shelter in particular. Due to the proximity of Devil's Realm, creatures didn't often visit the area. For so many of them to be at this particular location, Han Sen figured there had to be a specific reason. From the group of creatures Han Sen was doing battle with, a sacred blood variant emerged. Without fear, Han Sen engaged it. Queen merely stood by and watched him, eager to see just how powerful he had become. Han Sen made use of his phoenix techniques to fly around the mantis and slice it with both swords, forming a bloody cross upon its body. Gotcha! The mantis had been diced into 4 parts. When she saw him manage to one-hit kill a sacred blood creature, Queen was gobsmacked. She imagined he absolutely had to be a top dog surpasser. No beast soul, Han Sen thought to himself. Aside from the wide array of mantises that still occupied the shelter, there didn't seem to be anything particularly interesting in the area. After killing 3 more sacred blood creatures, no more could be found. In a courtyard, Han Sen espied the presence of a tree. It looked like a plum tree, which he had mistaken for an oversized mushroom when he first saw it in the distance. Every branch and twig was laden with fruit, ripe for the taking. The fruit were like red eggs, just hanging there. What's more, many mantises stood like sentinels around it. Many of the creatures were actually staying there, in the tree's defense. Geno plant. Han Sen could not mistake the energy radiating from that tree. He didn't know what benefits such fruit could yield, but seeing the mantis guarded like so, he knew it had to be something beneficial. Han Sen raced down to the courtyard as the mantises swiftly came to engage the intruder. With Han Sen and Queen's combined might, it had proven more than easy for the duo to kill primitive and mutant creatures by the boatload. Unlike Han Sen's feverish interest in the tree, though, Queen did not care for it. She was intensely focused in her observation of Han Sen's capabilities. She had only taught him a small amount of Heavenly Go a very long time ago, but now, he was doing much better than her. This was her signature move, and yet, Han Sen had far exceeded her own abilities with the technique. Queen had only practiced Heavenly Go, but Han Sen had integrated many different movesets and techniques into it. Queen was actually seeing a mixture of Heavenly Go, Phoenix techniques, and 7 twists. Of course, they were just additions. Han Sen still relied on Heavenly Go as the foundation for his evasive techniques. The way Queen was staring at Han Sen was as if she had just swung wide the large gates of heaven. With each step Han Sen took, it was as if she was transported to an entirely different world. TZZK. The super-class mantis let out a bone-chilling shriek as it flew over to the courtyard Han Sen and Queen were intruding upon. It had given up the fight with disloyal knight and headed straight for the tree. Clearly, the tree was important to the creature. Careful, Queen shouted. The mantis was already above Han Sen's head. Han Sen's eyes flashed with the presence of a red flame, and then the fire leapt out of his eyes to encircle his entire body. His body turned into a golden raven with wings outstretched. In this manner, he twirled to avoid the mantis. Pang! Queen was in utter disbelief. As she looked, she asked herself, a super-class shapeshifting beast soul? She wasn't even sure if she should be surprised anymore. Han Sen's latest dazzler had left her feeling numb. It was too amazing. Even if he had been injured and was off the playing field for another 10 years, I doubt anyone else could come close to competing with his accomplishments, Queen thought to herself. For a human to possess 2 super beast souls in the 3rd god's sanctuary was unheard of. It was extremely rare for a person to possess even one in the 2nd god's sanctuary. Disloyal Knight raced after the mantis and resumed its battle alongside Han Sen. Quickly, the mantis was at a disadvantage and was clearly going to be the loser in the engagement. The fire-wreathed talons of the raven slashed at the mantis's shell. The monster's blood gushed out like a cascade of fireworks. It had been severely weakened by Disloyal Knight's halo, and after realizing it was going to lose, now wanted to flap its wings and fly away. But Han Sen wasn't going to allow it to escape. He gave chase to the beast, hacking away at the insect as it went. Eventually, Han Sen's talons pierced through the mantis' chest and killed it for good. Super creature Devil Blood Mantis killed. Beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life Geno essence. Consume its life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Han Sen was overjoyed to receive a super armor beast soul in the 3rd god's sanctuary. Seeing the creature decompose, Han Sen hastily grabbed the life Geno essence and put it away. The last life Geno essence he had retrieved could not be refined due to his injuries, so he wasn't sure how long it would take to absorb a second. When the super-class mantis fell, all the other mantises that were left on the field scrambled and scurried away. Uncaring for the stragglers, Han Sen returned to the courtyard to examine the blood egg tree. Han Sen was not sure if the fruits it bore had matured yet, but he knew whatever he could harvest was different than what he'd usually get. He believed the fist-sized fruit would produce creatures, and weren't for proper eating. Han Sen picked one off a branch and crushed it. This was what he had done to the dragon blood fruit, and that was how he received the dragon blood snakes. The same protocol most likely applied, though he wasn't sure what manner of beast souls he might get off this tree. The blood eggs looked like real eggs, and when he crushed the shell, a red light shone. The red light formed the image of a monkey with wings, and after the brief apparition, disappeared. Blood demon fruit has not yet matured, beast soul creation cannot be completed. Han Sen heard the announcement and thought to himself, it's a beast soul geno tree. I wonder when it'll finish maturing. Unlike the mantises, he wouldn't have to remain there and wait for it to finish maturing. All he would have to do was fertilize it with his water drops. Unfortunately, he had given most of his water drops to Zero, so she could continue growing the flying mushroom. He had been in the third god's sanctuary for 3 years, and in that time, the water drops would have most likely been used. Therefore, he thought he'd have to collect more sooner or later. Han Sen then gave up his plans to abandon the barrens and decided to take up residence in the shelter, so he could feed the tree with water drops every day. After 8 days, the tree fully matured, and when it had, all the egg fruit fell from their harboring branches. Following that, the tree hastily withered into a dry, sordid husk of what it once was. Over the course of a single day, it became a rotten thing that was barely fit to be used as firewood. Han Sen counted the blood demon fruit and came to a tally of 71. He gathered them all up in a mound on the floor. He, Queen, and Bauer all sat next to it. Let's start crushing them. These are yours, these are mine, and these are Bauer's. Han Sen, after proceeding to split the pile of eggs up, quickly got to crushing them. After crushing an egg, the image of a firefly formed inside the red light. It went straight into his sea of soul. Ordinary class blood firefly beast soul gained. Han Sen was surprised, and he gasped to himself, what is this? I thought it was a monkey with wings. And why is it only ordinary class? Is that what the super creature wanted so much? With a closer examination of the beast soul's attributes, Han Sen discovered it was a pet-type beast soul with only one gene lock open. It was useless. Bauer picked up a fruit and crushed it. For her, the image of a red unicorn formed, which disappeared after drifting towards her forehead. Han Sen was shocked. He only gave a pile to Bauer for fun, believing he'd still receive whatever she crushed. Aside from humans, only spirits that were owned by humans could own and make use of beast souls. Although rare, he had heard tales of a few creatures possessing the ability, but that was beside the point. If Bauer could accept a beast soul, though, did that mean she was human? Queen looked at Bauer strangely after witnessing this, too, but she didn't say anything. Queen picked up a blood demon fruit and crushed it. She was given a 4-winged tiger. So, what did you guys get? Han Sen asked. Bauer did not respond, but Queen told Han Sen, I received a sacred blood flying beast soul. Queen then summoned the red wings. They looked beautiful on her. Han Sen did not tell her what he received and just tried to hide his jealousy. Immediately, he proceeded to break another egg. He knew it was little more than a loot box, in which whatever he received was random and purely down to luck. He wondered if there was a super beast soul amongst the eggs, but still couldn't fathom why the mantises wanted the tree and its fruit so much. When the shell shattered in the palm of his hands, the red light took the form of an ant. Then, it entered his sea of soul. Han Sen thought to himself, ant beast souls aren't the worst. If it was an ant-based super armor, that'd be spectacular. Primitive class blood ant beast soul gained. Han Sen didn't even bother looking at its further statistics, so he just picked up another egg and broke it. Ordinary class blood spider beast soul gained. Han Sen crushed another 8, and all he received were either ordinary or primitive beast souls. What the FCK is this? Why am I so unlucky with my drops? Han Sen fell into a depression. Bauer crushed her second fruit, and Han Sen watched in awe as a blood-colored dragon twirled in the air. It roared and flew into her forehead. Han Sen knew that couldn't have been an ordinary or primitive beast soul, and it was clearly better than anything he was receiving. Bauer, what did you get? Han Sen asked, looking at Bauer. Bauer looked at Han Sen as if she had no clue what he was saying. Queen crushed 3 fruit, one by one, after each other. Then, she told Han Sen what she had received. I got a mutant blood wolf, a sacred blood 3-eyed snake, and a mutant firebird. I don't believe it. Han Sen crushed another egg. Ordinary class blood turtle beast soul obtained. Han Sen's demeanor was a mixture of depression and anger. Queen was aware of what was going on, and she struggled to hold her laughter. Bauer broke another fruit, and a grand grizzly bear roared and charged into her forehead. Good Bauer, Very good. Hey, how about we swap? Han Sen then traded some of his fruit with the ones in Bauer's pile. Han Sen's confidence had been renewed, after grabbing some of the eggs in Bauer's pile. And as he clutched one, he shouted to the skies, "This is going to work. Buddha, Laozi, Jesus, RN Jesus, Mary, please, please, please. Bless me with immaculate fortune, as I walk through the valley of shoddy loot crates, Hiya." Han Sen crushed the egg, and he watched the red light that oozed out with a manic stare. With his intense gaze, he waited to see the form it'd take. And then, all of a sudden, a housefly buzzed straight into his sea of soul. Ordinary class blood fly beast soul obtained. Han Sen felt as if his heart had been trampled underfoot, and he had now fallen into a deep depression. He continued tearing through the eggs before him, and he seemed to exclusively receive ordinary and primitive beast souls. Queen, on the other hand, had managed to receive 4 sacred blood beast souls. She never once received anything lower than a mutant class beast soul, either. Bauer, although Han Sen could not tell their class, seemed to have been the continued recipient of greater fortune. Beast soul after beast soul rose from the cracked eggs, and powerful and monstrous red forms of light entered her forehead. Han Sen was down to one single fruit remaining. He wrestled with whether or not he should open it, and ultimately decided not to. He put it away. He had suffered a similar misfortune when he squeezed the dragon blood fruits in the underground shelter. He let Zero crack the final one open for him, and she managed to obtain a wondrous dragon blood snake for him to use. Bauer, you don't need those beast souls, so how about you give me yours? Han Sen gave the creepiest grin as he looked at her. Then, he took her in his arms. "One," Bauer actually answered, putting up one finger as she spoke. "Come on, you love daddy, don't you?" "All," Han Sen pleaded pathetically. "One," Bauer insisted. Han Sen swung his arms around, saying, "Ooh, that reminds me. I heard there's a new flavor of ice cream. It's a super jumbo ice cream, too. It's massive." Bauer could not resist the temptation of a new super jumbo ice cream and said, "One for each super jumbo ice cream." "Deal." Han Sen then proceeded to lock his pinky with hers. Bauer gave Han Sen all the beast souls she had received, and Han Sen could not stop smiling as this occurred. They were all sacred blood beast souls except for one, which was a super beast soul. The super beast soul was that fierce dragon he had seen. Blood demon dragon. Flying beast soul, haha. It's a super class flying beast soul. I love you, Bauer. Han Sen repeatedly kissed her cheeks. Han Sen's fine mood had returned, better than ever. He had now managed to receive 2 super beast souls from his escapade at the shelter. First, he had managed to receive the super mantis armor, and now he had received super wings. With the wings, Han Sen could use phoenix techniques while remaining in his human form. The blood demon wings increased his speed and power, too, so that was a welcome trait. Han Sen summoned them, and immediately, giant dragon wings appeared across his back. He gave them a test flight and was delighted to learn he could fly at a speed that was greater than what the super class mantis could achieve. Flying speed always came down to the beast soul itself. Although he wasn't as strong as one, Han Sen at least now had the speed to match any super creature. Queen thought it was ridiculous, how he had received another super beast soul. Particularly given the manner he received it, bribing it off Bauer. She then planned to give Han Sen the beast souls she had received and not keep them. "Keep them? I don't need them," Han Sen told her. He also provided her with a few more sacred blood beast souls he did not need. "You might need them to protect yourself, in the event I'm not there." Queen did not say anything and just did as he said. She knew she was weak, and she could not hold her own and fight side by side with Han Sen as she might have once been able to. Han Sen then had another idea. He decided to give Queen his polluted Devilhorn King Scimitar. As he did so, he told her, "Take this, as well, I don't need it." Han Sen knew the creatures in the third god's sanctuary were strong, and the emperors there always had super creatures and spirits in their employ. He might need her backup, as many of the trials ahead might require him not to go solo. Since he did not need those beast souls, it was best to have a moderately powerful sidekick accompanying him. Queen accepted the scimitar but did not say anything. "Safety first. If something happens to me, my life may be in your delicate hands." "This gear will help," Han Sen said. Queen was too hard on herself, and even Han Sen thought the wounds she had sustained earlier were far too wretched. He didn't want to see her in a condition like that again. She blushed and simply walked back to the teleporter, returning to the Alliance. Han Sen also went back, bringing Bauer with him. He fulfilled his part of the bargain with her and bought her a lot of snacks. Bauer's luck was as good as Zero's. Evidently, he could not open stuff and expect decent results. It seemed he would have to rely on Bauer, for the time being. 2 days later, Han Sen planned his next route and set off away from the barons. Before he left, Bai Yishan gave Han Sen a call, bidding that he come visit him in the Saint Hall. On the communicator, Bai Yishan didn't mention exactly what he wanted to discuss, but it did sound important. Without any elucidation, he just told Han Sen to come see him in the Saint Hall. Bai Yishan had treated Han Sen like a proper student. It was something he was very grateful for. Therefore, Han Sen had no problem adhering to his desire, and went to go see him at once. This was the first time he had been to the headquarters, as ordinary people weren't usually allowed. But Han Sen was not an official student, so he had to wait outside. Han Sen, why are you here? Han Sen heard someone ask. Han Sen turned around to see a man approaching. It was his once classmate Lu Meng, from the Blackheart Military Academy. I am meeting with Professor Bai. Why are you here? I thought you became a vice captain for Heavenly Machine. Han Sen saw Lu Meng, dressed in a Saint Hall uniform. Their 304 living quarter roommates were still in contact with each other. They didn't see each other much, but they knew what they were each up to. Han Sen, however, did not expect to see Lu Meng there in the Saint Hall. Heavenly Machine was shot down by the Shura. I was going to go serve on another ship, but my mother has forbidden me from doing so. Instead, I have decided to become a researcher at Saint Hall. Lu Meng spoke with maturity, and an elegance that was not overbearing. He was far from the kid Han Sen once knew. Something that big occurred. Why didn't you tell us? Han Sen looked legitimately shocked. Well, had I died, you'd have been informed. I walked away fine, so there was no point in worrying others. It's a waste of time for those who worry and a waste of time for those who are worried over. Lu Meng smiled softly for a moment, and then went on to say, I heard you were injured, though. How are you, all things considered? Much better, Han Sen said, enjoying the chat with Lu Meng. The two proceeded to speak about recent events, and gossip as they had not done for the longest time. They discussed older topics too, in blissful nostalgia. They spoke of their school lives, and what was going on with Zhang Yong, Shi Zhikong, Wang Mengmeng, Fat Leader, and Thin Man, even. Bai Yishan reached the lobby, at which point the closure of their dialogue was abruptly delivered. Han Sen, come to my office, Bai Yishan swiftly commanded. When he recognized who Han Sen was talking with, though, he had to ask, do you two know each other? Lu Meng was my roommate once upon a time, and he is a good friend. He was a bit of a bully during my study years, though. You better put a tight leash on this fellow, if you're teaching him, Han Sen jested. Bai Yishan looked at Lu Meng's card and said, you are an intern. Come to my lab tomorrow. Find Mr. Li and he'll put you to work. Bai Yishan seemed to be in a rush, though, and so he said, now come, quickly. There is a problem. We'll talk later, buddy. Han Sen followed after Bai Yishan, concerned what matter could be so pressing. Lu Meng winked at Han Sen and then watched him go. It was rare for someone to work alongside Bai Yishan in his lab. Even the most experienced researchers could be forbidden from entering there, if Bai Yishan had no desire for them to have access. It was an extremely fortuitous opportunity, being invited to enter the lab. But he knew that if he was to act on the invitation, he'd have to be at his best performance. If he didn't have what it took, he could be removed from the lab with a snap of the fingers. The invitation meant one thing above all else, though, and that was Bai Yishan's favor and respect for Han Sen. Usually, a rigorous testing process was required before someone could enter such a prestigious lab. His association with Han Sen seemed to suggest Lu Meng could forego that. Bai Yishan brought Han Sen into his office and presented him with a set of documents. Saint Hall has a rule. There is a program here, one we must all follow. Sign this document, and you can be made counselor of this project. You know this is classified, yes? Bai Yishan said. Han Sen read the document in front of him, and then signed atop the dotted line. So, what is this project? Why is there so much mystery? Han Sen asked, as he signed his name. Bai Yishan sent the document before responding. He contacted someone to confirm Han Sen's identity and said, come to my lab, we'll talk. Bai Yishan printed off Han Sen's worker card and pinned it to his chest. Bai Yishan seemed to be in a hurry, and he was scurrying about with haste. Even his speech was quicker than usual. He said, "You asked me if there is a hyper-geno art that can make a stomach stronger. You created one for me." Han Sen was surprised, and performed an emotional gesture with both hands clasped. Bai Yishan rolled his eyes and said, "It's not like you're my son, boy. I'm not going to treat you that well." Han Sen immediately looked disappointed, and instead asked for clarification. "So, what's the big deal about my asking? I am researching a hyper-geno art called Hidden Blood. It might be something you'd have an interest in," Bai Yishan explained. "Hidden blood, to make your heart stronger." Han Sen was disappointed. He already had heresy mantra for his heart, so there was no need for any other such skills or techniques. But Bai Yishan shook his head and said, "It's not for your heart. It's for your spleen." Spleen. Han Sen knew the word but did not know much about it. The best he could recall was that it was an organ associated with the filtering of blood or something. Bai Yishan elucidated it for him, saying, "The spleen can filter blood and create blood." Han Sen listened to what Bai Yishan told him with interest as he walked alongside the man. He could understand a few words, here and there. Han Sen was more interested in saving money, though. He didn't concern himself too much with hyper-geno arts that dealt with organs of the body. That being said, Han Sen was surprised to find himself interested in hidden blood, after hearing what Bai Yishan was telling him about it. If what he was saying was true, it had to be a powerful hyper-geno art. It had to be one that would be quite beneficial for Han Sen. When they finally reached the lab, Han Sen was taken aback. It had to be bigger than the size of a football stadium. Aside from a few enclosed areas, the entire lab was partitioned by glass windows, where you could observe the researchers going about their various tasks. "There is a problem with it, though. I was hoping you might be able to help us with it," Bai Yishan said as they entered a private room. "What would this help entail?" Han Sen asked dubiously, as he looked at Bai Yishan. The man's crooked smile was like that of an old, wicked fox. Bai Yishan answered, saying, "Hidden blood is just a name we have given it. But it is an ancient skill, one that was developed by a certain cult. The skill's original name was blood magic, and I can only suppose it was once regarded as being evil. These are the days of grays, though. Determining what is good and what is evil, that which is black and that which is white, is a thing of the past. The roads to hell are paved with good intentions, after all. All that matters is the method and reason for which something might be used. And that is the case with hidden blood. I've been researching this particular skill for quite a few years, and I think it's time for the training wheels to come off and for it to be used properly." Han Sen was rather shocked by Bai Yishan's vivid and detailed explanation, but he still wanted to know more. He asked, "What do you mean?" Bai Yishan said, "Hidden blood increases the strength of one's spleen. It makes the blood itself stronger, and through using it, you can actually feel your bloodstream pump with greater energy. The blood itself is energized." "And what's so good about that?" Han Sen asked. "It filters the dirt in your blood and concentrates it. Think of it like fuel for an aircraft. 1 liter of fuel can allow for the flight of 1,000 miles. If aircraft could learn hidden blood, that same liter of fuel could allow for a flight of many thousands of miles. It means you can store much more power inside your body." Bai Yishan looked very excited as he explained hidden blood to Han Sen. Bai Yishan was still not done, either. With a remorseful look, he said, "But we have a problem. Ordinary people cannot handle this energized blood pumping through their veins. More specifically, their hearts cannot handle it. Our bodies are designed for ordinary blood, after all. You want me to be your guinea pig?" Han Sen guessed. Bai Yishan looked at Han Sen and said, "Well, you have heresy mantra. Your heart and vessels are considerably more powerful than those of others. With your fitness level, you should be able to make use of hidden blood without issue." "No way." Han Sen thought it to be a needless risk, one that was too dangerous. "Think about it. A good generator needs good fuel. You have a powerful heart, but your blood is average. Don't you think that is a shame?" Bai Yishan said. Han Sen told him, "You are right, yes. But being a lab rat," Bai Yishan said, "we have already conducted a plethora of tests. Blood magic cannot be controlled, though. It is addictive, to say the least. Once you have started learning it, you cannot stop. But that was the skill in its original form. We have tweaked it so that this is not an issue. You can stop practicing it whenever you want. Furthermore, We have developed pills that can revert your blood back to its ordinary, unrefined form. Han Sen was starting to look excited as he considered these prospects. He asked, "This skill is going to be forbidden soon, isn't it?" With an awkward expression, Bai Yishan admitted it by saying, "The rules and restrictions of the alliance are too cruel." Han Sen thought to himself, "It's not about the rules, man. You're always researching the forbidden, evil arts. But don't worry, your talent is around 30% as good as mine. So again, like I said, you'll be fine. And you can stop learning it whenever you desire," Bai Yishan said. Bai Yishan then went on to say, "If you help me with this, I'll help you research a stomach hyper-geno art. How does that sound? For the future of humanity, for the advancement of prosperity and peace across the galaxy, I, Han Sen, will submit and become your lab rat." "This is a choice I will not regret," Han Sen agreed. He didn't like his current stomach hyper-geno art, so if Bai Yishan was willing to create a better one for him, it was a worthy deal to accept. Han Sen thought Bai Yishan was right, too. His heart really was strong, and it would have been best to have finer blood coursing through it. Han Sen was confident about his control over the skill, too, in that he'd be able to stop whenever he wanted. Bai Yishan gave Han Sen Hidden Blood's information and the Geno solution. He still respected Han Sen, so he wanted him to review the situation and what he was getting into first. There were risks involved with the skill, too. So, for the duration of his learning, he had to remain where he was and be monitored. Bai Yishan had arranged and done everything, even creating the classified documentation for Han Sen. Neither of them wanted information to leak, stating Han Sen had actually recovered from his crystallization blight. But Han Sen was prepared for his healing to receive exposure, whenever that happened. It wasn't the biggest secret, and no harm would actually come from others learning he was better. "Little Han, you are so strong. I have never seen a surpasser as strong as you, especially where your heart and vessels are concerned. Dare I say, you were born to learn this skill, boy. You were born to learn it." Bai Yishan's constant compliments were becoming sickly. Han Sen gave up on the idea of leaving the barrens for now, deciding to stay there, practicing Hidden Blood for the time being. He felt good practicing it. He used to believe his blood was already quite pure, but this skill taught him differently. After its filtering and refining process, he felt considerably stronger. His spleen was like a clean, energy storage facility that could constantly produce energized blood. The progress of practicing Hidden Blood came smoothly. There were no hindrances, and Han Sen was able to withstand the high-energy blood he was given. After 15 days, Han Sen became what could be considered a beginner. The energy in his blood, by this point, had doubled. Han Sen now had the time to enter the sanctuary and get to refining both life Geno essences. Bai Yishan had been satisfied by the results thus far, and when Han Sen got even better, he would document his experiences with the skill for information data. Of course, his experience was only one of the many things required, so it wasn't enough to complete the project to a degree of satisfaction. Bai Yishan found Han Sen to ask him questions and learn whether or not problems with the hyper-geno art came from the heart. If so, they could make the necessary changes. Ordinary people could not practice heresy mantra, but there were other hyper-geno arts out there that could strengthen the heart. These were, however, not half as efficient. Han Sen had learned a lot from his time practicing Hidden Blood. In the past, Bai Yishan had only given Han Sen information that could be found on Skynet. But now that Han Sen could learn it right there with him, it was great. Plus, spending time in the labs allowed Han Sen to observe a variety of different experiments conducted by researchers. There were hundreds of people there, running countless experiments at the same time. Bai Yishan was in charge of Hidden Blood because it was his own personal project. Other projects were handled by those under his employ. Han Sen was captivated by the experiments, and on this day in particular, he lost track of time and missed his dinner. Fortunately for him, there was a vending machine there. He bought a snack and sat down to eat in the canteen. Ever since he had learned the stomach hyper-geno art, he had had to eat a lot more. While Han Sen ate, a group of other people entered the canteen. It was past supper time, but still they came. One of the group was laughing loudly, and when he saw Han Sen, he stopped. The others, seeing him stop so suddenly, looked in the direction he had frozen. And then, they too saw Han Sen there. Han Sen glanced up and noticed it was Wang Lin. It was the person Han Sen had humiliated, back when they were on the Shui family's original planet. Han Sen continued eating, ignoring the man. He was friends with Wang Mengmeng and Wang Yuhang, so he wasn't too keen on keeping a rivalry with someone in their family. Wang Lin went back to talking with the people who were accompanying him. Unfortunately for him, Han Sen's ears were far too good. He could hear every single word that was spoken. Wang Lin told the story of what had transpired at the Shui family meeting, but reversed their roles entirely. Han Sen had mocked Wang Lin, saying he was a disgrace of a student for Professor Li, too, but Wang Lin had just said he was only insulting Professor Li, and he had stepped in to defend his teacher. Li Xinghua was there in the canteen with them, and although Han Sen had never seen him before, he knew who it was. The way he stood out from the others in the group was plain to see. His strength did not matter, though. This was the Saint Hall, and he could not freely attack Han Sen if he believed his students' words and wished to do so. The researchers, hearing what Wang Lin said, all looked at Han Sen with anger. Han Sen did not blame them, though. He'd be angry if he learned others had been insulting Bai Yishan. One of the angry researchers approached Han Sen. "Did you say Professor Li has no clue how to teach students?" The man asked. Han Sen could not deny he said this, because he did, all for the purpose of mocking Wang Lin, who had verbally assaulted Han Sen first. If they were there, though, everyone would know Han Sen meant no ill sentiments toward Professor Li. After hearing what Wang Lin had told them, though, they obviously favored believing their colleague. "I did say that," Han Sen admitted. The researcher looked furious, and he said, "Apologize immediately. If you don't hold it against me for what I do next. If one of his students can beat me and prove me wrong, sure. I'll apologize," Han Sen said. "How? Through a fight? I thought you were disabled." The man seemed shocked, hearing the suggestion. Han Sen merely smiled and said, "We are researchers, he didn't teach you to kill." "Then what are you suggesting? How would we compete?" the man asked, frowning. Everyone researched different subjects, so it was difficult to find common ground. It wouldn't be fair for Han Sen to suggest something he had already studied. Han Sen smiled and walked before Li Xinghua. "Han Sen, what are you doing?" the researcher said, stepping between the two. Han Sen bowed to Li Xinghua, saying, "Professor Li, why don't you suggest a research topic we can research together? I lose if they are faster, and vice versa." Everyone thought Han Sen was crazy. Different researchers were good at different things, so if Li Xinghua suggested something Han Sen didn't know squat about, he'd immediately be at a disadvantage. Li Xinghua was their teacher. If he suggested a topic his students already knew, then Han Sen would also lose. Li Xinghua smiled and said, "Bai Yishan does have a good student." The way Han Sen asked made him seem very self-confident. It also gave Wang Lin more material to attack with. Li Xinghua was famous in the Saint Hall, so if he suggested a subject to embarrass Han Sen, and Han Sen lost, it wouldn't reflect well on him. Therefore, someone like Li Xinghua wouldn't give an advantage to his students. He'd have to select a subject that was fair and square. If Li Xinghua suggested a subject and Han Sen won, it would mean Wang Lin and his colleagues were dumb. It wouldn't reflect poorly on Li Xinghua himself. There was no personal grudge between Professor Li and Han Sen, and Professor Li was most certainly not going to make himself an enemy on Wang Lin's account. Han Sen had thought of all this, so that was why he so happily made the suggestion to Li Xinghua. Wang Lin, with a spectrum of view and thought that was not as broad, believed Han Sen was merely being naive. "Teacher, give us a subject. We won't embarrass you," the angry man said. Wang Lin quickly retorted, saying no. He said, "Teacher, if he loses, he will say that it was because it was a subject you have taught us before." Wang Lin was still oblivious to what was actually going on. Li Xinghua simply smiled and said, "If you want me to suggest a subject, I will." Li Xinghua pulled out his communicator and sent information to Han Sen and Wang Lin. "This is what I have been researching in my own free time. Come find me when you have the results I wish to see." After that, Li Xinghua left. Wang Lin and his friends followed. Han Sen read the information he had been given while eating. It seemed like a fairly easy subject. It was very simple, as a matter of fact. The topic was on research on the energy flow cycle. Han Sen thought it was simple due to his experience with energy flows. When he uses Dongshuan Sutra, he could simulate 3 or 4 different energy flows simultaneously. But the information he had been given concerned itself with something a little different. Lin Xinghua's research was about making 2 different energy flows run inside the body at the same time, but without either of them affecting the other. That meant practicing 2 hyper-geno arts without either touching. Han Sen didn't think such a thing was possible, due to the blood pulses being connected. Every qigong had to flow through the pulses, and they couldn't overlap. Li Xinghua had performed many tests with this subject. He had used many different hyper-geno arts in trying this out, but the results were always the same. They always overlapped. Han Sen knew it'd be impossible. When he practiced the Dongshuan Sutra, he could only practice the Dongshuan Sutra. He couldn't practice the Dongshuan Sutra at the same time he practiced the Blood Pulse Sutra. If he ran 2 energy flows inside him, at the same time, he'd be lucky if he didn't blow up. It was then that Han Sen realized the truth of why this subject had been selected. It was an impossible question, and it'd get him and Wang Lin to stop fighting. After returning to the lab, Bai Yishan called him. "Did you have an argument with Professor Li? I heard you had one," Bai Yishan inquired. "It was nothing." Han Sen then went on to tell Bai Yishan what had transpired. "Can I see?" Bai Yishan asked. Han Sen thought he might as well show Bai Yishan, since an answer wouldn't be possible. Bai Yishan looked very excited upon being shown what Han Sen had been given. He exclaimed, "Li Xinghua is good. That is why he is my #1 opponent. This is a very interesting theory." Han Sen looked confused, and so he asked, "But there is no solution to this, is there?" "It is impossible to solve, yes. And it is not just him who has been researching this, many scholars have tried." Bai Yishan continued talking as he perused the information. He said, "Li Xinghua's thoughts and suggestions make people think. He has inspired me a great deal. But you can't solve it," Han Sen said. "Research does not require answers. Not everything on this plane of existence can be answered, and that is the beauty of research. There may be incidental results, but they are often viewed as being worth more than the subject itself. This research is comprised of many astounding theories, thoughts, and insights. For him to allow you to see this is brilliant." Bai Yishan went on to tell Han Sen, "Read this information. If you understand all that is written here, you'd fare well in the prospect of graduating." Han Sen was shocked. He didn't know why one minor, unsolvable subject such as this would fascinate Bai Yishan so much. Han Sen only now noticed the value of what he had been given. Han Sen went to read it further, and there was much in there that he did not understand. He had to ask Bai Yishan for clarification. Han Sen knew Li Xinghua didn't just want to resolve the tensions, he wanted them both to learn more and become better than 2 squabbling kids in the canteen. "Professor Li, you are very kind." Han Sen often consulted Bai Yishan for clarifications, but there was much even his teacher did not understand. Surprisingly, Bai Yishan let Han Sen ask Li Xinghua himself. "Is this appropriate?" Han Sen asked. Everyone knew Bai Yishan and Li Xinghua were enemies, so this was indeed a surprise. "We have disagreements pertaining to the work we both share and love. There is no personal animosity between us. Feel free to ask him whatever you want," Bai Yishan said. Han Sen ended up not looking for Li Xinghua in his lab, as he could have been rather busy. So, he sent him a message instead. That way, he could ask all the questions he wished to pose to the man. He didn't really even expect a reply. But that very night, Li Xinghua gave his response, answering each of Han Sen's questions with keen insight. He even provided Han Sen with links to further reading material on the subjects. Han Sen saw his reply, and while he had received many answers, many of those answers merely led to him having even more questions. Every now and again, Han Sen would continue to send Li Xinghua a message with more questions. Each and every time, Li Xinghua would reply within a day or two. Now, Han Sen understood why Bai Yishan and Li Xinghua did not get along. He could see now that it was due to their different methodologies of research. Li Xinghua saw things at a broader perspective, encompassing a lot more. Bai Yishan was of a narrower vision, one that was fixed to the most minute of details. Their methods of research were polar opposites. Han Sen learned a lot from Li Xinghua. A month later, Han Sen finished the 2nd stage of his testing of hidden blood. His spleen had become much stronger, the blood was twice as thick, and his heart was full of vigor. This wouldn't have worked on anyone else because the ordinary, natural human heart wasn't strong enough. It was the crux of the problem, and what Bai Yishan was most concerned with fixing. When Han Sen was done and dusted, he decided to return home. His trip to St. Hall had earned him a lot. Hidden blood was a marvelous thing to have been given. And with his time spent in the labs and the theories he had discussed and researched, he had walked away with a greater fascination than ever. If I can finish the research topic which I'll just dub double cycle from Li Xinghua, that potentially indicates that I can practice 2 hyper-geno arts at the same time. Han Sen knew there'd be no answers, though. It was an enticing thought, but not one that could be resolved anytime soon. In regards to the double cycle research, it did give Han Sen inspiration for double fly. It was a dual-wielding skill that used the same energy flow for both hands. He now wondered if he could use 2 different skills, one for each hand. It wasn't exactly what the subject of double cycle concerned itself with, but it was a start. The energy flow was still connected, much like yin-yang blast. Han Sen wasn't going to give up on this seemingly impossible research topic, and he hoped that one day, he could find an answer. And from those days onwards, whenever Han Sen had a problem, he'd ask Li Xinghua for guidance. This correspondence of theirs went on for a long time. Now, Li Xinghua was busy at work. He took a time out to answer him, and after he was done, he sighed. That day in the canteen, he had given this research topic to 2 people. And yet, despite that, only one had come to ask him questions. His students were smart, and they knew there was no answer to the subject to be found. But upon encountering an immediate dead end, they too came to a stop. They didn't carry on and invest in the research like Han Sen, despite it seeming like a futile endeavor. 2 people had come to ask Li Xinghua once, but there was too much information to process, and they gave up. Only Han Sen persevered and tried to process all the information and make heads or tails of it all. Li Xinghua knew Han Sen was serious about this subject due to the nature of the questions he posed. To start off with, the questions seemed fairly basic and almost stupid. But they improved over time, which showed that Han Sen was a keen learner and he had put true dedication towards the subject. When someone didn't understand something, it was only natural for them to make a mistake. Fixing a mistake was valiant, only if it led to an improvement of understanding with the crux of the problem. If someone understood everything, then research would not be necessary. Li Xinghua was impressed with the speed Han Sen came to understand things, and genuinely admired his dedication. Bai Yishan has a good student there. Li Xinghua was a little jealous. Smartypants were everywhere, but many were just born that way. Passion was what Li Xinghua valued above all, and Han Sen had it in spades. Not to mention perseverance and patience. Back in the sanctuaries, Han Sen prepared himself for the coming journey. Queen had become a lot stronger over the month Han Sen had been gone, and she had incurred many wounds, too. Han Sen wondered what her super body might have been and was of the mind to ask. But everyone's super body was a secret, so he thought it'd be intrusive and rude to ask outright. Only Ji Qing and a few others had announced what their super bodies were, but they were merely names. No one actually knew what their super bodies actually did. Han Sen picked up Bauer and selected a trail that seemed most likely to lead to Thorn Forest. If they ended up getting lost, though, it did not concern Han Sen too much. His primary goal, as it always had been, was to slay super creatures. And if they did get lost and unknowingly venture into wild, uncharted lands, he'd be able to kill more of what he sought to. Queen slew most of the creatures along the way. With her super weapon and sacred blood beast souls, she had become a worthy partner to venture with Han. She could most certainly now accompany him in slaying a super creature. After reaching the outskirts of those barren lands, they came to a land with countless rivers running through it. The water of those rivers was extremely quick, and in those waters, many fish were leaping in and out. They opened their fins eventually and used them to fly upstream, above the current of the water. The fish were red, and their fins were shaped like wings. They were a meter long, on average. In this shoal of fish, one of the fish was 10 meters long. Its red scales shone brightly beneath the sunlight. The fish leapt up and down, below and above the water, as the rest of its fishy friends followed in a glide. Super creature. Han Sen felt a chill upon seeing this. He grabbed Queen and did not allow her to take one step closer. This super creature was different, which was why it made Han Sen act so cautiously. If this was any average super creature, he would never have been so careful. The life force of the big fish was extremely powerful, unlike anything Han Sen had ever seen before. He had seen much during his time in the Third God's Sanctuary, but nothing was comparable to that river fiend. Han Sen grabbed Queen and did not move a muscle. The fish in front of them might have opened 10 of its gene locks, so the last thing Han Sen wanted to risk was a provocation of its ire. Furthermore, the school of fish following it were all sacred blood at the very least. Their numbers alone would be overwhelming. Queen did not know how powerful the fish were, but she knew Han Sen well enough to know he wouldn't be so alert if they were not in peril. She complied with his obvious wish and stayed absolutely still. The Fish King must not have noticed the pair, so they merrily continued upstream. Han Sen sighed. He was going to move once the fish were gone, but there were too many of them. The fish swarmed up and down every water stream they would need to cross. After a while of waiting, the bright skies succumbed to the onset of night. The river was sparkling beneath the moonlight, and the fish were all glowing in red. They illuminated the river beautifully. They were still all following where the Fish King had gone, and the vast number that passed by was almost unbelievable. Bauer was captivated by the beauty of this sight, and like always, she wanted a closer look. She climbed onto Han Sen's shoulder, and using it like a springboard, she dove directly into the river. The lanternfish were not afraid of her. Bauer grabbed a hold of one of them and rode its back. The fish was not angry or disturbed, and it just gave Bauer a merry ride. One moment it would glide through the air, the next it would be doing spins underwater. Bauer was delightfully happy while experiencing it. This isn't normal. It seems to me that something's afoot. Let's take a closer look and see what might happen. Seeing Bauer ride the fish, Han Sen wondered what the rest of the fish were all up to. He summoned Golden Growler, and with Queen, followed Bauer and the fish upstream. The river was completely red in their sparkling, ruby glow. If Han Sen had to wager a guess, he'd estimate there to be at least 1 million of the fish. None of the fish seemed aggressive, and they didn't bother any of the creatures that could be spotted in the waters of the river, either. Bauer was jumping about in great merriment, hopping along the fish as if they were stepping stones. They were all still tame, none looking as if they wanted to hurt her. Bauer became braver and braver. When they reached the Fish King, she hopped on its head repeatedly. Han Sen sweated profusely at the sight of this. Even if it was tame and not hostile, it was common sense not to disturb such a powerful creature. You could never be too careful, and doing something that might provoke the anger of such a creature was just silly. But, like the rest of the fish, it was uncaring. It just continued going upstream with the rest. The further upstream they went, the steeper the trail became. It eventually took them to mountainous highlands, and so stern were the slopes, Golden Growler could barely keep up. There was the occasional creature spotted alongside the river, but they all stayed away with the approach of the fish. They didn't seem as if they wanted to interact with them. All creatures had territory to call their own, realms they fiercely protected and reigned over, and yet, all creatures were fine with allowing the fish to pass through unhindered. It was a strange occurrence that Han Sen had never seen before. Han Sen eventually stood atop the peak of a mountain. In the distance, he saw a 100-meter-long water snake leave the river, allowing the fish to go on their way. There was a 10-meter-long crocodile at one point, and even a toad that was carried by a toxic-looking cloud. They even passed a water dragon, which departed its waters politely, allowing uninterrupted passage for the fish. That fish is pretty bad *SS. Han Sen envied the respect the fish received. Seeing the docility of the Red Lantern Fish King, even with Bauer on its head, Han Sen fancied riding one of the lesser fish. But he wasn't Bauer, so he wasn't sure if he could. Creatures enjoyed attacking Han Sen, but they never seemed to go for Bauer. If Han Sen jumped onto one of the fish, they could end up killing him. Where are these lantern fish actually going? They followed the river for days, alongside the fish. And still, there was no end in sight. Curiously, though, the fish were beginning to pick up the pace and start swimming a touch faster. The fish stopped playing around eventually and just keenly followed their king. When the Fish King picked up its pace, many of the smaller fish ended up getting left behind. In the end, even Golden Growler could not keep up, and that was even after going at full speed. Golden Growler was strong, but it hadn't opened many of its gene locks. As such, despite its good speed, it wasn't as fast it could have been, and compared to the Fish King, it was rather slow. Han Sen requested Bauer to leave the fish and come back, but she shook her head and remained on top of the Fish King. Han Sen knew something big must have been on the verge of happening, but Golden Growler was starting to lag and get left behind just like the other fish. Han Sen told Queen, "I'll go on ahead, you follow the stream with Golden Growler." Han Sen stretched his blood demon dragon wings, and with his phoenix techniques, took off in a faster pursuit of the Fish King. This combination allowed Han Sen to follow the Fish King well, and he was no longer left behind. The Lantern Fish King was eventually going solo, for it had gone so fast, none of its brethren had been able to keep up. Only Han Sen could stick with it. Bauer was still sitting atop the Fish King, and as she sat there, she had a serious look on her face. Han Sen kept following the Fish King at this speed for 2 whole days. Fortunately, the wings were a beast soul. If he was using his own energy to fly, he would have been knackered far earlier. Eventually, though, Han Sen saw the end of the long river he had traversed. It led to a big mountain, the peak of which was high up in the clouds someplace. An accurate estimation of its height could not be guessed. There was a big waterfall on the mountain, too. It descended from someplace above the clouds, as if it were a tether to hold the sky and clouds in place. It was a gorgeous sight, and before that grand waterfall, even the Fish King looked small. The waterfall descended into a lake. When the Fish King reached this lake, it began to stream up through the waterfall into the sky. Bauer held onto the Fish King tight, flying up with it. Han Sen shouted in her direction, but Bauer ignored him. She remained fixated on the mountain they had come to. The fish was swimming against the waterfall, and as it cleaved its way upwards, many splashes were created. Han Sen had the power to do this, as well, but he refrained for now. And as Han Sen was lost in thought over the place he had come to, something came down from above the clouds. Han Sen stood on the shores of the lake watching. Then, he saw a purple vine descend and try to lash the Fish King as if it were a whip. The Fish King puffed up its belly and withstood the blow like a red sun. Pang! The Fish King received that hit and bled a copious amount of blood, so much, the waterfall and lake below were dyed red. The Fish King opened its mouth and did not relent in its ascension of the waterfall. Pang! The vine was still there, and it lashed the king again. Many of the fish's scales were stripped from its body. Han Sen was frozen at the scene of this terrible sight. The Fish King was incredibly powerful as it was. But the purple vine was able to nearly wreck the beast with but a single hit. What in the sanctuaries could that thing be? Is it a plant? Is it a weapon? Is someone controlling it or what? Han Sen wondered, aghast. His Dongshuan aura was not efficient enough for him to detect what might have lurked above the clouds. What Han Sen couldn't understand the most, though, was why Bauer was acting the way she was. She was determined to remain on the Fish King, and her face was extremely serious. Han Sen had never seen her behave this way before. Does she know what is up there? Han Sen thought to himself. It did not seem possible. She had never been there before, so how could she know? Regardless, one thing was for sure, she wanted something. There had to be something up there and she wanted it. Pang! The fish could not withstand this blow, and it could no longer continue its ascent. It fell all the way down to the lake below, creating a massive splash and tidal wave. Han Sen knew the Fish King could fly, but it must have been too weak to do so, following its third and final strike. The Fish King was not wholly defeated yet, though. It shone brightly, swimming around in circles before resuming its upwards flight. The head of the fish was now crowned with a golden horn. The moment the vine came down, the Fish King was able to skewer it with the horn. The purple vine emitted a mist, following this. And it was still active, it lashed the horn. Pang! The golden horn was shattered, and the Fish King fell back down into the lake once more. The Fish King was determined not to give up, though. It shone even brighter than it had before, and it was so bright, Han Sen found it difficult to watch. Han Sen used his Dongshuan aura to view the king, and he was able to see it regenerate. The scales around it healed, and its tail at the back was like a chipper cloud. The Fish King leapt out of the water and flew upwards like a rocket. The purple vine whacked the fish again, shattering more of the scales. But the Fish King did not submit to gravity this time, and it continued onwards and upwards. As it went, the obliterated scales were like golden stardust, left as a wake for its starbound pursuit. The vine was unable to stop the Fish King this time, but the seeming victory appeared to be short-lived. The illusion of success looked likely to crumble, as another vine appeared. But the Fish King kept going. It pushed on and accelerated, despite the loss of its scales. It was so fast that the second vine was actually unable to do anything. And witnessing its failure to prevent the Fish King's ascent, the vines retreated above the clouds. Bauer's face looked more dour than ever, after withstanding all that. She now held the gourd in her hands as she stared up at the clouds she was fast approaching. Han Sen watched as the bleeding fish penetrated the clouds and then, from somewhere above, the noise of thunder sounded. Purple lights appeared in the sky. The clouds were torn asunder by these lights, and the fish became a bloodfish. Its scales had all been stripped away. The moment the clouds were torn, Han Sen was able to see the peak of the mountain. There, Atop the mountain was an old vine. The two vines that had assaulted the fish were only a part of it. And the purple light that now flashed was sent out by the old vine. What is that thing? Han Sen looked at it in surprise. The clouds only remained open for a second, but in that time, Han Sen was able to discern that the vines were not growing from the mountaintop. They were actually the appendages of a monster. In the space of that brief look, the image of the monstrosity was seared into Han Sen's mind. The vines had a mind of their own, but they grew out of a living creature. This was something he had seen before. The gourd bower came from had brown upon vines that had writhed around the ancient bones of creatures. The vines were almost completely similar. The only difference was the absence of a gourd on the vine. That vine can't be a relative of Bauer's, can it? Han Sen wasn't so sure whether or not these things could bear gourds. Perhaps it one day would grow one. But there had to be some connection between the vine and Bauer. If there wasn't, she wouldn't behave in the manner she currently had been. During Han Sen's thought, the fish king blitzed through the pain it had endured and dove through the clouds with its tail, breaking it like a thick mucus to provide passage. Once it was through, it went for the vine. The purple light shone again, but it was not like a blade. It created a swarm of purple bees that rushed to surround the fish king. Bauer finally moved. She slapped her gourd, which allowed it to suck and ingest all the purple bees. Pang! The fish king's body was sent crashing down the mountainside. But it was not content to stay there. It jumped up and headed for the vines, again, as if it were in a desperate rush. It looked as if the fish was hungry to consume the vine, but before it could, the monster stood up. Its hideous head knocked the fish king away, making it bleed even more. Roar! The monster let out a fearsome roar as it raced towards the fish king with its vines lashing wildly. The fish king shone gold and was unfazed by its gruesome foe. Quickly, it went to clash with the fell beast. Purple and gold light mixed together in midair. Han Sen flew up above the clouds to watch the fight unfold. Even with Super King Spirit mode, Han Sen did not believe he was a match for either of the creatures. For now, he was content to just watch. Han Sen noticed the monster was different from the skeleton of the one in the second god's sanctuary, where Bauer's gourd had grown. Although only the bones had remained, he could immediately tell. This monster was like a ghost with horns. Its body shape, he could tell, was different from the one in the second god's sanctuary. Does Bauer have something to do with these vines? Han Sen watched the vines with ardent curiosity. The vines were quite frightening. They were like tentacles, growing from the raging monster that fought with the fish. But Han Sen could not see any fruit or gourds growing from them. Perhaps the vine fed on the monster's energy, or empowered it. If it was just the monster fighting the fish, it would have been killed. The monster's vines kept hitting the fish. Their brutal powers were proving too much for the fish, though, and it was clearly going to be the loser in this battle. Despite having been ravaged and despite oozing gallons of blood, the fish was not willing to give up. It did not relent in its combat. The fish king was getting weaker and weaker, and eventually, the vines managed to grip the fish and begin strangling it. The fish was made unable to move. The beast's horns managed to skewer the fish, and with the fish drained of its health, it was tossed crudely down to the lake below. The lake turned completely red after this happened. And unlike before, it did not immediately spring back into action. After a while, it slowly resurfaced. It wasn't dead yet, but the light was dim and fleeting. The wounds across its body were massive, and most of its body had been stripped of scales and flesh. Much of its skeleton was exposed. The fish struggled to regain its composure. It tried jumping up, but it got no further than a height of 10 meters, before falling back down. Bauer looked at the sky, looking as if she did not wish to give up just yet. Han Sen, seeing the fish king die, went to pick up Bauer. After the fight, Bauer did not appear to have suffered a single scratch. Perhaps the vine did not want to injure her, he did not know. Bauer, what do you want up there? Han Sen hoped she would answer his question. Bauer continued looking up at the mountain, and said, Dad, I want vine. For what purpose? Han Sen asked. I just want it, Bauer said. Han Sen kept asking her for more details, but she did not elaborate. He suspected she didn't even know herself, but there was some phantom urge compelling her to go. Han Sen stopped asking, but resolved to finish the fish king off. He grabbed his phoenix sword and readied himself to plunge it deep into the creature. It was a super creature, one that might have opened 10 of its gene locks. It was dying, and now was his opportunity. Don't kill it, Bauer said. Why? Han Sen was confused, as she had never stopped him in such a way before. Bauer looked back to the mountain, saying, "It is not our enemy. We need its help in the future." Han Sen was surprised, and it seemed as if Bauer wanted that vine even more than he had thought. Considering her words, he decided against finishing off the Fish King. Killing super creatures was no longer a monumental task for Han Sen, so it was worth putting this one aside if it meant keeping Bauer happy. Han Sen was interested in the monster with the vines, though. If the Fish King could help with this situation, then it would be worth keeping. Han Sen simulated the silver fox's lightning and tried to heal the Fish King. But the Dongshuan Sutra did not have a sufficient number of gene locks open, rendering the healing Han Sen could impart almost completely useless. The lightning didn't work very well on a creature as strong as that. After half a day of healing, Han Sen was knackered. And despite his efforts, the fish had only healed a tiny amount. This must be a berserk super creature. Up close and personal with the fish, Han Sen could now get a real feel for how powerful the Fish King was. It being a berserk variant was likely. The Fish King was looking better, though. It was now able to move. It turned to look at the mountain, and it seemed as if it wished to return. But it couldn't, and it looked regretful for knowing that, too. It turned away from Han Sen and Bauer and swam away downstream. Bauer looked disappointed. Han Sen was standing on top of the Fish King, holding Bauer in his hands. As they were carried along, Han Sen remained deep in thought over the connection that may have existed between Bauer and the vine. The Fish King swam for another half day, and eventually, they encountered Queen. Queen was taken aback when she saw the fish, which had none of its scales left. Han Sen put away Golden Growler and invited her to come sit on the fish alongside him. He told her about what had transpired in the time he had been away, but made no mention of the possible connection to Bauer. So much of what happened is mysterious and inexplicable. If the Fish King was willing to die for it, it can only mean the vine is extremely valuable, Queen said. Han Sen nodded. He really wanted to find out more, but he acknowledged he was too weak to find out in his current state. He hoped he could somehow get the Fish King to return, fight, and beat the vine. After traveling for a while longer, the Fish King met up with its legion of lanternfish. When it reached them, they swarmed around to kiss its wounds. With each kiss from a lanternfish, a mote of light would depart their lips and soak into the Fish King's body. Miraculously, the Fish King's life force immediately began to replenish. More and more lanternfish offered their motes to the Fish King, and as this continued to occur, the scales began to sprout back and armor up the Fish King once again. After seeing this, Han Sen was ready to hit the road and return to the mountain. But Bauer stopped him and said, "Daddy, it will take us." "Take us? Take us where?" Han Sen asked. "It saw someone who looked like us," Bauer said. Han Sen looked at Queen. If the fish had seen other humans, it meant they could be taken to a human shelter. If that was true, that would be great news. The fish recovered and swam quickly downstream. After just under a day of travel, the Fish King stopped and skirted a bank of the river. When Han Sen looked at where they had come to, he was shocked. There were thorny vines wreathed around the ordinary forest flora. Wherever they were, they couldn't be too far from thorn forest. They disembarked the Fish King and looked back at it. It shook its tail as if to wave goodbye, and then took off swimming. "Bauer, how do we find the fish again?" Han Sen looked at the river. It was a large river, but not in the grander scheme of the land. Finding where they had come from would be difficult. "It will go there," Bauer said, as she looked off in the direction of the mountain. For now, there was nothing Han Sen could do. Even with his Super King Spirit mode, he could not do battle with the Vine Beast and expect victory. Fortunately, the Vine Beast did seem to have one limitation: it never seemed to leave the lofty peak it resided upon. If it truly was afraid to come down, that was good for them. Han Sen shuddered to think of what might have happened if it had followed them down. "When I get stronger, I'll go back for that vine," Han Sen thought to himself as he walked towards the forest. Eventually, they came across human footprints. That told Han Sen humans had to be around, someplace. After 10 miles of walking, the trio stumbled across a castle, nestled between the trees. There, he could see humans fighting creatures. "Friends, where have you come from?" someone asked Han Sen and Queen. "Our shelter is someplace nearby, but we are lost," Han Sen answered dubiously, wanting to test their intent. "You are lucky, then. Venturing through this treacherous forest alone is no small feat. You are fortunate to be breathing," the man exclaimed, with genuine surprise. Han Sen was delighted to hear his words, as it meant Thorn Forest must have been around. The forest they were currently in, as Han Sen later learned, was called the Forest of 1,000 Insects. It was a forest that neighbored Thorn Forest. The wide rivers bordered one length of this forest, which was nice, but what was even better was that there was only one royal shelter in the vicinity. The humans lived inside it, but Han Sen could not guess why it had been empty when they found it. Thorn Forest and the rivers were said to be dangerous, but the Forest of 1,000 Insects wasn't. It was primarily populated by ordinary, primitive, and mutant creatures. The humans were fortunate to live there. After the trio entered the shelter, they were warmly welcomed. There was much joy to see, and the humans all seemed to live in harmony with each other. Everyone aided everyone else, and there seemed to be no conflict, competition, or strife. Han Sen and Queen decided to remain there for a short while, and in the meantime, Han Sen returned to the Alliance and pinpointed exactly where he was. Perhaps it would be possible for him to move the underground shelter. Since that location was not too far from the river, and the river led to the Vine Beast, Han Sen planned to remain in that forest for quite some time. Han Sen returned to the Alliance and used what little information he had to figure out where he was in the grander scale of the Third God's Sanctuary. Han Sen stayed at the shelter for a while, and when he figured out where he was, he asked Moment Queen to move the shelter close to them. Unfortunately, the underground shelter could only move a certain distance with each teleportation. It would take a month for it to reach Han Sen. The shelter they were at was called Nest. There were around 40 people living there, with the population spread across a vast manner of different ages. The eldest among the people were over 100 years old. The area around it was rather safe, and any surpasser that came to be there was guaranteed a good life. The people at the shelter said only 5 people had died there in over 100 years. 2 of them died while venturing into a creature's nest, whereas the others died while trying to brave either Thorn Forest or the waters. Han Sen was surprised to learn there was a nest there, and Uncle Bug told him this nest was in the very center of the forest. No one dared to go there, and on the few occasions that they had snuck in, the eggs inside the nest had proven too sturdy for them to break. Uncle Bug was the leader of the shelter. He was the oldest there, and he was the founder of the shelter. As such, he had the authority of leadership. He didn't focus too much on himself, and he was always more concerned with helping others. Whenever someone new arrived, he'd make sure to provide them with beast souls to begin or aid them in their time in the Third God's Sanctuary. Having a leg up, and having the proper equipment to deal with creatures of that realm right from the start, was an invaluable and much appreciated boon. He was titled Uncle, out of respect. His age meant nothing to the people of the shelter. He was a good man. The reason he had the name Bug was because of the beast souls he usually gave out. He loved handing out beast souls, but they were always some sort of bug. And on a day-to-day basis, he had a dozen bug beast souls all around him, too. As for what Uncle Bug's real name was, none knew. The new people who came to the shelter would always receive a bug pet beast soul as a welcome. They weren't powerful, but they were a worthy aid for newbies when fighting ordinary creatures. When Han Sen and Uncle Bug saw each other for the first time, Uncle Bug looked at him strangely. He was sensitive enough to tell that Han Sen studied both the Dongshuan Sutra and Jideskin. Han Sen initially believed Uncle Bug's peculiar reaction at their meeting was because the man had recognized him. When considering Han Sen's past glories, it wasn't too far-fetched to believe he was a recognizable face, after all. He was once a household name of the Alliance. People still believed he was sick, though, so it would catch anyone off guard to see him frolicking about the forests of the Third God's Sanctuary. Uncle Bug was very nice. He took Han Sen and Queen on a tour of the area around the shelter, informing them both about the forest. When he was done, he provided them both bugs. When Queen learned of Han Sen's intention to remain there, she decided to go out on a hunt. Han Sen, in the meantime, decided to visit the center of the Forest of 1,000 Insects. For most surpassers, such a place was deadly. For Han Sen, it was a trove of goodies he could easily plunder. If the eggs inside there were super creatures, it was sure to be a wonder. What Han Sen currently needed most were super genes. He wasn't particularly interested in anything else, so he just flew straight for the center. While traveling through the air, Han Sen caught sight of a mountain peak in the distance. It was like a blooming lotus flower, the top of which looked like an entrance. He guessed it was the entry to the nest. Han Sen flew there and saw an abundance of bugs, all possessing gold shells. Like beetles, They all had shiny gold horns. Their claws were like saws, too. There had to be at least 100 of the critters. At the most, they looked to be mutant creatures. Therefore, Han Sen was too lazy to kill them. Traveling to the center of the mountain, he found a cave. It was the entrance to the nest. Han Sen looked inside and noticed the surprising absence of creatures. He put on his super mantis armor and summoned Disloyal Knight. Disloyal Knight entered first, but the path was clear of creatures for its entire length. They approached a crystal wall, and they found it already broken. Someone had been there before them. Han Sen looked around and saw no creatures or living things in the area around them. Under the green light of the shattered crystals, Han Sen noticed the presence of many broken bug shells. They weren't in the best condition, and they looked as if they had been ripped and torn off the creatures they may have once belonged to. Some were bigger than train cars, others were as small as one's fist. They were everywhere in that cave. This is a strange place. Has someone come here and killed all the creatures? Han Sen thought to himself. People said two had come to this place before. One died inside, while the other escaped but eventually died, anyway. Han Sen did not expect a duo such as that would have what it took to kill so many creatures, large and small. Perhaps someone else had come to this place before Han Sen had. Han Sen was disappointed. He feared the eggs further inside would already be broken. If they had, this entire venture would have been a waste of time. Since he was there already, though, he kept exploring, and he wouldn't turn back unless he could confirm the condition of the eggs that were said to reside there. He continued on. The bug shells were everywhere, and Han Sen couldn't help but frown when seeing them. The broken shells were strange to see. They did not look as if they had been removed from the creatures with a fine weapon. The whole cave was littered with the shells, and there was not a single living thing to be found. When Han Sen reached the deepest recess of the cave, he was dismayed to learn there was nothing there. No eggs. Nothing. Who could have done all this and broken the eggs? Is this the work of a human or a spirit? Han Sen frowned. It was pointless to wonder now, though. But just as Han Sen readied himself to depart, he was overwhelmed with a chill that suggested he was in immediate danger. He turned around and threw a punch without thinking. The gauntlets collided with a dark green claw, and when they met, the force sent him flying backwards. As he careened through the cavern, he broke through many crystal walls. Disloyal Knight ran to the monster to engage it, providing time for Han Sen to stand up. The pain he was feeling was excruciating, but he knew he did not have the time to wallow around. When his eyes focused, he was shocked to see Disloyal Knight in conflict with a dark green spider. It was the size of a household room, and it was hairy. Disloyal Knight threw a punch, but before it could land, the spider fired a web to tangle and nullify its potential damage. Disloyal Knight was strong, but the web was far too sticky for him to do anything against it. The web was like a million syrupy rubber bands. The web knotted its way around Disloyal Knight's arm, and the spider continued to unleash stream after stream of the web. Eventually, Disloyal Knight was practically cocooned. He had been rendered unable to move. Pang! The metallic claws of the spider struck against Disloyal Knight's armor and left a deep cleft across his chest. With its foe trapped and unable to move, the spider made the most of this opportunity to keep attacking. Han Sen now knew what the shells were. They were the shells of bugs that had been killed by the spider. The meat of the prey had all been eaten, leaving behind the ruined remains of a husk. That's what the tattered shells were. This spider must have been birthed from the egg that was said to be here. What a horrifying creature, to murder and dine on so many hapless victims. It makes me shudder. Han Sen was strangely excited about this ordeal. The eggs had not been taken, and neither had they been eaten, they had become a super creature. Han Sen summoned his gold raven beast soul and transformed. With his blood pulse sutra, he activated his 9 gene locks. The spider, seeing this other threat, then turned to fire webs at Han Sen. They were hopeless against him, though, as the webs were immediately incinerated by the bird's fire. Han Sen swooped in close to the spider, and with his talons, he cut the spider with a grisly swing. Immediately, the spider began to gush green blood. Han Sen then spun around and fired a geyser of flame towards Disloyal Knight to free him. The trapping web was scorched away, freeing him to do combat once again. Following this, Han Sen and the knight cooperated in attacking the spider. With Disloyal Knight's halo and Han Sen's volcanic assaults, the spider stood no chance. There was no place for the spider to run or hide inside the cave. And within the hour, Han Sen was able to deliver the final blow, crushing its brain. Super creature cruel spider king killed. No beast soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super geno points. Randomly. Although there was no beast soul, Han Sen was still pleased with the result. He did not expect to receive a life geno essence again, quite so soon. When the body decomposed, though, something else was left behind. It wasn't just the life geno essence this time. Han Sen's jaw dropped when he saw what it was. It was a gold card, one emblazoned with the 9 life cat emblem. The card was red and around the size of a man's hand. On its back was the number 7. Han Sen examined it closely, but could not learn anything more. He had no clue why it had been left there, inside the belly of that spider. He took the life geno essence and walked around, wanting to ensure he had not missed anything. Han Sen eventually returned to Nest Shelter and asked Uncle Bug a few questions. The answers he received were disappointing. The scariest place in the region was the nest he had just been to. Aside from Thorn Forest and the water, is there anywhere else strange and treacherous I might venture? Han Sen asked. Han Sen did not want to go to the water. The last time he was there, the Fish King made all the creatures run off. In case he needed to traverse the banks of those wide rivers again in the near future, the last thing he wanted to do was provoke the kind inhabitants that had once respectfully provided him passage. Thorn Forest was a mysterious place. It was wild and unpredictable, so without the safety net of his underground shelter, he wouldn't dare venture there. There is still one more peculiar spot, here in the Forest of 1,000 Insects, Uncle Bug said. What place would that be? Han Sen asked. Uncle Bug remained silent for a few moments, before telling Han Sen, there are 3 small hills that skirt Thorn Forest. They are around 500 meters tall, with a valley between them that is completely devoid of life. One dead spot, surrounded by the abundance of vegetation everywhere else in this land. Creatures have been known to wander in, but never wander out. And occasionally, you can hear the distant voice of a baby crying. Uncle Bug went on to say, I've been here all these years, and never once wanted to set foot in that place. What you might find there, I haven't a clue. But for what it's worth, I would advise against traveling there. Han Sen feigned agreement, but secretly thought to himself, this is exactly what I wanted. Han Sen asked where that place was, so he knew where to avoid. His next trip was set. Han Sen had managed to collect 3 life geno essences by this point, but none had been fully absorbed. I need to get my *SS in gear. Otherwise, I won't be able to absorb it. Han Sen thought about buying a geno fluid to help synthesize and speed up the absorption process. He was tempted, but he ultimately chose not to. Firstly, it was too expensive. Secondly, he did not know whether or not there were any unwanted side effects that had yet to come to light. Before going to the strange valley that he had been told about, Han Sen decided to open his 5th gene lock first. He had opened the Dongshuan Sutra's 4th gene lock a long time ago, but he had held off on opening more due to his injury. One had been opened by Big Mara, but he had managed to shut it down and close it. So, for now, Han Sen focused on his Dongshuan Sutra. His fitness was sufficient to support the 5th gene lock being open, and since it had been opened once before, it was an easy and smooth process to open it again properly. The moment he opened the 5th gene lock, his head felt as if something inside it had snapped. The radius of his Dongshuan aura had not increased, but he felt different with it. Han Sen could sense a lot of things inside that aura with his 7th sense. But that was before. Now, his sensitivities had widely increased. He had the 8th sense. Now, when he was scanning someone, he could get a feel for what they were thinking. He used his Dongshuan aura and scanned the area around him. There was a guy called Wang Lin there, and he was currently busy slicing up the carcass of a creature. He wasn't speaking at all, but Han Sen could sense what he was saying to himself with his mind voice, after I eat this mutant flesh, my geno point tally will reach 76. Han Sen didn't think it was possible to do this, but he knew it was impossible for him to guess something so detailed. He thought his Dongshuan aura was somehow lifting the signals of their brain. Han Sen scanned the others and realized he was correct. Xiao Mei is a slut. I almost broke my back last night. I'll have to remedy it with some oil later for round 2 tonight. I'm going to FCK her to death. Where should I go to kill creatures? Killing worms is too dangerous, but killing bugs is too simple and lame. FCK. That *SSHOLE Lee tricked me. I'm going to FCK him up the next time I see him. When he focused on a person inside the aura, Han Sen could read their minds in real time. He could also get a perfect sense of how someone was feeling inside. Can I hear the thoughts of creatures? Han Sen focused on Bauer, who was currently scarfing down some grub. Unfortunately, Han Sen was unable to hear a single thing. Instead, he turned his attention to the bird that was sitting on Bauer's shoulder. Much to his surprise, he was able to discern its thoughts. She never shares any food with me. What a b***tch. Han Sen was incredibly excited over this new ability, and he was giddy to try it out on everything he could. He ran straight into the forest to hear the thoughts of all the creatures he could find. Eat, 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 hungry, hungry, hungry. Han Sen noticed most other creatures were simple-minded. Han Sen now had a better understanding of what the fifth gene lock provided. He could hear the thoughts of others, but only if their feelings were strong and at the forefront of their minds. The stronger their thoughts, the clearer Han Sen could hear them. Han Sen thought about the long-term viability and usefulness of the power, as most super creatures had the eighth sense. That meant there was no use trying to hide from their seventh sense. This skill didn't have a clear purpose, so Han Sen was unsure what to make of it. It enabled Han Sen to simulate energy flows with greater efficiency, though, so at least the refinement of life geno-essences was faster. If I have 9 tiers, does that mean I'll be able to read anyone's mind with crystal clarity? Han Sen wondered to himself. The Dongshuan Sutra meant you could see through things, even that which was in heaven. The thoughts of all humans could definitely be read. Han Sen would have liked to open the 9th tier then and there, but there were no shortcuts available. Han Sen went back to the shelter, walking right past Uncle Bug. Han Sen focused on him, and he heard a shouting voice boom inside his head. No way is he Han Jingji's heir. But why does he claim that his grandpa is Han Jingji? And why does he have the 9-life cat on him? Han Sen heard this and felt a shiver run down his spine. Uncle Bug knew about his family. If Uncle Bug had run a background check on Han Sen in the Alliance, it might have been normal for him to have learned about Han Sen's father and grandfather. But there was no way Uncle Bug should have known Han Sen had the 9-life cat. Han Sen recalled his first meeting with Uncle Bug, and how Uncle Bug acted strangely and gave him an odd look. He might have seen Han Sen's necklace. But Han Sen was wearing armor, so the man shouldn't have been able to sense or see it. This guy must have some connection to Blood Legion and Han Jingji. Han Sen would have loved to open his brain and get a proper look at what had been running through his mind. Uncle Bug, where are you off to? Han Sen asked, looking at Uncle Bug. I am going to Redbug Lake to collect some more meat, Uncle Bug answered. You are strong, and you're around the same age as my great-grandfather. Perhaps you met him at some point. It's a shame he is dead now, though. His name is Han Jingji, have you heard about him? Han Sen asked, coyly. Uncle Bug gave a strange look at first, but then he smiled, saying, that name eludes me, sorry. Han Sen wished to say something more, but Uncle Bug quickly waved his hand and said, I need to go to Redbug Lake now. We can talk later. Watching Uncle Bug leave, Han Sen knew he had caught the man off guard. Uncle Bug was a little nervous in his response. Han Sen wished to find out what had happened in the past, but no one ever wished to talk about it. Not even Sunset could tell him. It was incredibly unlikely but fortunate for him to have met Uncle Bug, and Han Sen was fond of the area around the shelter. He knew he couldn't push the old man too hard for information. Not yet, anyway. How can I get Uncle Bug to reveal more? Han Sen wrestled with a number of different methods he could try, but none seemed viable. So, he decided to find out more about who Uncle Bug actually was. People only knew him by the queer nickname, so he fancied trying to dig a little deeper beyond the name Uncle Bug. Han Sen even asked someone to compose an image of the man. With this portrait in hand, Han Sen perused Skynet to learn more about Uncle Bug's true identity. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a trace of the man. Uncle Bug gave Han Sen an uneasy feeling in his stomach, and his mere presence was different than what Han Sen received off others. Han Sen concluded his investigation with lame results. Nothing new was learned. He hadn't even found the man's real name. Han Sen asked the elders in the shelter, who looked to be close with Uncle Bug, but learned nothing from them, either. They spoke a lot, but didn't actually say much, so to speak. Han Sen now knew there was something off about the man, but he wasn't sure how he'd get him to talk. Uncle Bug continued to pretend he didn't know anything, upon future inquiries. It was rather frustrating for Han Sen. Han Sen's Dongshuan Sutra could not follow every train of thought or scan through the mind of a person as if it were an archive. Had he been able to do this, Han Sen wouldn't have gone to such lengths to find out info elsewhere. But he knew he had to be careful and not scare Uncle Bug off. If he was too pushy, things could turn ill. What's more, if Han Sen ever left this shelter, he wouldn't know where to find him back in the Alliance. Han Sen decided to drop the investigation for now and resume his previous plan of heading for the strange valley he had been told about. He went there with Bauer. Finding a super creature in the forest of 1,000 insects was a very difficult affair, as the knotted realm was rather tame compared to other regions if one did not venture too far. Han Sen went to the deserted area and saw the 3 hills, which acted as a crude border wall separating the forest of 1,000 insects and thorn forest. The hills were not too tall, and they stood at a height of around 500 meters. They were quite plain and barren. Han Sen flew into the sky to get an aerial view of the space. As he had been told, there was a Y-shaped valley devoid of any visible life. It was like a dead canyon, cloaked in white sand. He wouldn't believe it was entirely empty, however. Giving the place a scan, his suspicions were confirmed. He found something. In that valley were numerous holes. They were all the size of a fist, roughly, and looked like little tunnels that belonged to a nest. Han Sen's Dongshuan aura could not see through the thick walls, unfortunately, so he could not get a proper scan of what might lay inside. He did hear a noise, though. He wasn't entirely sure what the noise was, but he acknowledged it wasn't too dissimilar to the crying of a baby. Uncle Bug had told him about the noise, but Han Sen was still surprised to hear it just as he said. And he could hear it from quite a distance away, too. Whatever creature is making that sound, it seems as if it resides beneath here. I'll have to draw it out somehow. Han Sen had an idea of how to do just that. So, he returned to the forest and caught 2 tank bugs. Han Sen cut each of them up and tossed them into the valley. The 2 tank bugs had not been killed, they had just been badly injured. They squirmed around in agony, trying to escape the place, as blood squirted everywhere. Watching the bugs leave the valley, another thought cropped into Han Sen's head: are those creatures not interested in the tank bugs? As Han Sen thought about this, the tank bugs were successfully making their escape. Or so it seemed. The tank bugs were only 10 meters away from the exit. But then, they just vanished. The trail of blood they had left in their wake stopped in the exact spot they disappeared from sight. Stranger still, it didn't look as if something had pulled them down into the sand. The 2 bugs just vanished before Han Sen's eyes, with no warning or indication of where they had gone. Han Sen had already activated his Dongshuan aura, so if something peculiar had happened, he should have noticed it. But the 2 injured tank bugs suffered a fate that made no sense. Han Sen gritted his teeth and flew back into the forest again. He grabbed a few more bugs, wounded them, and tossed them into the valley. This time, Han Sen focused on them intently. He wanted to watch where they went exactly. He had tossed in ordinary and primitive class creatures, and they looked to be panicky and desperate. They urgently wished to escape the valley. Han Sen's pupils shrank as he saw 3 of the bugs vanish. With no indication of another creature or unexpected movement, they disappeared right in front of his eyes. The other 2 bugs tried to make themselves scarce, but it wasn't long before they were taken by the phantom that seemed to plague those sands. What is this? Han Sen looked over to where they disappeared and scanned the area. There was nothing to be seen. Again, 5 bugs had just immediately gone missing. Are there any cracks in the space of this place? Maybe they slipped into another dimension or something. Han Sen was shocked by what was going on. Han Sen was glad that he had not wandered into the valley himself. But, wanting another look, Han Sen went away to collect more bugs. When he had a few more, he tossed them down towards the sands below. The results were mostly the same, though. This time, Han Sen scattered the bugs all around, but they all still vanished. They were able to disappear from any corner of that valley, and not in just one spot. Han Sen spent more time conducting these tests, tossing dozens and dozens of bugs each time. Despite his best efforts to uncover what was going on, he was as clueless as when he began. His crack in space theory seemed unlikely, too, given that the bugs could disappear from anywhere. If there was a rip in space, it would most likely take the form of a single large hole. Although it was difficult to detect the presence of cracks in space, Han Sen's keen eyesight should have allowed him to notice the slight shimmering they often gave off. With no other clues or ideas about what might have been happening, the thought still weighed. On his mind, he didn't dare go to the valley himself, though. Han Sen remained above, watching from the top of a hill in safety. Eventually, the stars rose and the moon gleamed brightly above the land. Despite the hours spent there, Han Sen wasn't able to deduce anything. The region he was situated in was eerily silent, but he remained there stubbornly. He peered into every nook and cranny of that place, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was causing that peculiar phenomenon. Unfortunately for him, he learned nothing. If there was a creature lurking beneath those sands, how could it have snatched the bugs without a trace? As Han Sen's mind wandered, a rustle in the trees startled him. Han Sen looked into the forest that was a distance away and saw a man appear. It was Uncle Bug. Han Sen was shocked, not expecting to see Uncle Bug casually approach the valley on foot. He said it was dangerous to come here. He warned me to stay away. Why is he coming here himself? Han Sen frowned. Uncle Bug was carrying a sack, and something seemed to be wriggling inside. Han Sen tried to determine what it was through a scan. All he could learn was that it was alive, and that it possessed a life force. Uncle Bug approached the entrance of the valley and stopped. He peered across the sands of that place and tossed the bag onto the sands below. Uncle Bug was strong, clearly. The sack was large, the size of a human. Despite that, he was able to toss it an entire kilometer. Whatever was in the sack looked to be panicking, and it thrashed around frantically after it came crashing down to the ground. Unfortunately, it had been sealed tight, and whatever was inside could not escape. Han Sen looked at the bag and thought to himself, what is inside that? Is he doing what I did? Is he trying to uncover what lurks inside this valley, too? All of a sudden, Han Sen heard the sound of a baby crying once more. It was incredibly sharp, just like Uncle Bug had told him. It was unnerving and unsettling. The baby's sound was as if it had been traumatized. Han Sen then realized the sound was coming from the holes he had examined earlier. In that Y-shaped valley, the holes were emitting the sound of a shrieking baby like speakers. The only unclear thing was which hole the noise was coming from. Quickly, Han Sen received his answer. After he listened closer, he realized that each and every hole was making the noise. Then, something even creepier occurred. Countless scorpions began to pour out of the holes. Thousands of the critters began to cascade from the sandy orifices, all heading for the bag and whatever was inside it. The scorpions were about the same size of a fist. They were black, but without sheen. On their backs was the faint picture of a human face. It was like that of a baby, giving off a creepy, devilish smile. When the scorpions moved, the smile looked like it was living and moving. It totally creeped Han Sen out. The scorpions did not look strong, but they were scary enough to make Han Sen feel frightened. When Han Sen mustered the courage to scan them, he learned they were just mutant creatures. But since there were all mutant creatures, even that group was a force to be reckoned with. Han Sen's only question was why they all came out when Uncle Bug threw down a prize. What is he up to? Han Sen looked at the scorpions and wondered. Eventually, the human-faced scorpions reached the sack. Then, whatever was inside managed to roll out. When Han Sen saw what emerged from the sack, his body flared with goosebumps and his head got all itchy. The person that emerged from the bag was a man who was very skinny and seemed to be around 30 years of age. It was a living person, and Han Sen could see the fright that twisted his face. Before Han Sen could return from his thoughts, the scorpions were stinging the poor man. He was stung many times, like he was being deliberately tortured. He rolled around on the ground, writhing and screaming in agony. It is all a ruse. How can Uncle Bug feign such kindness every day, when this is the sick and twisted stuff he gets up to on his own? How could he even think to torture a man like that? Han Sen's spine was frosting over with the chills he was feeling. When Han Sen next looked at Uncle Bug, he froze. Uncle Bug was crying. As he watched the man get stung all over, he himself looked as if he was in pain. Amidst the tears, he prayed over the man down below. It was then that Han Sen realized the man being tortured looked familiar, like someone he had seen in the shelter. Uncle Bug was being very emotional. Han Sen used Dongshuan aura to get a read of the man's feelings and see what he could hear of the man's thoughts. But all he could hear was screaming. There was one word he was able to discern, though. Son. Did he say, son? That can't be his son. Han Sen exclaimed in his head as he turned to look at the naked man. He couldn't even begin to fathom why Uncle Bug would treat his son in such a manner. But people wouldn't lie to themselves in such a situation. He had heard Uncle Bug scream it was his son. Han Sen could not have been mistaken. Now, the body of the person on the ground was all swollen. The natural assumption would be to presume he was dead, or was going to be, in such a state. He had been a rather skinny man when Han Sen first saw him. Now, he was swollen like a fat man. The man could no longer scream, but his muscles still twitched with the pain he was continuing to endure. Uncle Bug continued to pray as tears drenched his face. As he did so, his teeth chattered in what had to be fear. Han Sen had never seen anything as remotely curious, horrific, and upsetting as this. He had no idea how he should feel about what was going on. Just as Han Sen thought the man was about to be dined on, he heard the baby cry again. It wasn't sharp like before, the sound of the baby was rough and coarse. When the noise echoed across the valley, all the scorpions returned to their holes. Soon enough, all that remained was a man who looked much like a bloated pig. Uncle Bug looked at the dying man in the valley. Han Sen was keen to know what had happened, why this was happening, and what was to happen. He was sweating with nervousness. This entire scenario seemed bizarre. When Han Sen looked at the man, he noticed his shadow appeared to be strangely large. The man was like a pig, but there was no way his shadow was 3 meters tall. The shadow was very weird. Half of it looked like a man, and the other half looked like a scorpion. The shadow came to life and moved. A person with long black hair and eyes that were as black as coal emerged. His muscles were thick and ripped beneath the black armor he was clad in. The man's lower body was a scorpion, and the transition from man to scorpion was seamless. Han Sen looked at the scorpion man, feeling his life force to be even greater than disloyal knights. Why would this guy's shadow be a super creature? Han Sen wondered as he looked at the scorpion man. The scorpion man then waved his tail and plunged it into the chest of the corpse on the ground. Then, the body quickly became slimmer. The man's body returned to normal, as all the stinging fluids went into the tail of the scorpion man. Then, after that, the man stood up. He looked very energized. When the man stood up, he walked towards the scorpion man angrily. When he was in front of the scorpion man became that man's shadow. The man fell to the ground, throwing his fists against his own shadow. It looked like he was just punching the sand. The man's hands bled as they beat against the ground, but he did not seem as if he wanted to stop. Little Yan, Uncle Bug ran towards the man, wanting to hug him. When the man turned around, though, Uncle Bug stopped his approach. I will hate you forever. The man looked furious. The man stood up, picked up a rock, and tried to slam it into his own head. But before he could do that, a shadow touched the rock, causing it to explode. He couldn't kill himself. The man tried his hardest to kill himself, repeatedly. But each and every time, the shadow stopped him. Uncle Bug was crying again, with a face that was full of regret and pain. The man had been savagely injured, but he couldn't be free and allow himself to die. Little Yan, stop this. Uncle Bug guiltily pleaded. What did you expect? Is this what you wanted me to become? The man angrily responded. In continued tears, Uncle Bug exclaimed, I didn't want to, but you were sick. It said it would fix you. I didn't expect. Uncle Bug's tears did not relent. He fixed me, and I am not dead. The man was laughing, but it was a laughter of hysteria. This was worse than him crying. I am sorry, Uncle Bug said. The man, who was laughing like a madman, responded, you are not. You made me suffer something that was worse than being killed. Uncle Bug grabbed his own hair, all the while crying. If I knew this was going to happen, I wouldn't have. Uncle Bug's dialogue disintegrated into incoherent mumbling and babbling. The man looked at Uncle Bug, saying, this is my life. His words were coaxed with desperation and sadness. After a while, the sun began to rise. And as it did, the man said, if you continue to believe I am your son, find someone to kill me. I would rather be dead. Little Yan. Uncle Bug looked at the man in profound sadness, but as he did, the man fell to the ground. Han Sen was surprised at the sudden turn of events. He was still alive, just unconscious. Uncle Bug used a bag to pick the man up, and then turned to leave the area. If Han Sen described what had happened to someone who hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they'd think he was off his rocker. Han Sen quickly followed after Uncle Bug to see where he was off to. Han Sen thought it might have something to do with the god that Sunset had mentioned. Perhaps by following, he could learn more and uncover the mystery at long last. Uncle Bug took the man back through the forest to nest shelter, though. Then, he took the man to his room. Han Sen waited outside the room. It wasn't until the next day that Uncle Bug emerged, acting as if nothing had occurred. He issued commands and went back to his usual duties, telling others to hunt and so on. Uncle Bug, there is something I need to ask you. Privately, if I may, Han Sen asked Uncle Bug. There is no need for privacy. Just tell me here, and I'll help you out. Uncle Bug smiled, acting his usual self. But Han Sen then implored, I really must speak to you alone about this. Uncle Bug sighed and took Han Sen to a place outside the shelter. Little Han, tell me what's the matter. If it is within my capacity to help, I will, Uncle Bug said as he lit up a cigarette. Do you know anything about the Secret Service's 7th team? Han Sen asked. Uncle Bug casually shook his head, asking, what is that? Do you know Han Jinji? Han Sen then asked. Uncle Bug responded, your great-grandfather is Han Jinji. He must be a great man if you keep mentioning him. Han Sen then said, then you must know Sunset. Uncle Bug looked at Han Sen strangely, clearly not expecting such a response. He told him, I must be getting too old. I don't remember a person called Sunset. Then you must know Little Yan, Han Sen said. Uncle Bug's body shivered, he stiffened himself up, telling Han Sen, I haven't heard of anyone going by these names. You forgot what you wished for. Han Sen said mockingly. After that, Uncle Bug's composure changed. He suddenly looked like an angry lion, and he exclaimed, who are you? Han Sen could feel Uncle Bug's life force, and he could tell the man was the greatest and most powerful surpasser he had ever known. Surpassers these days never came close to the heights of Uncle Bug. At his age, it was a surprise to see him have such a high fitness. Humans did not max out their genes back when Uncle Bug had been in his prime, so it was quite the surprise to see how powerful the old man had become. Do you really not know who I am? I told you the name of my great-grandfather. Han Sen looked at Uncle Bug. That is impossible, he cannot have had an heir, Uncle Bug said. Why not? Everyone can make babies, Han Sen casually responded. But Uncle Bug suddenly stopped. His rage returned before he spoke again, and he blurted out, how dare you try and trick me? I asked you a question first. Who are you? If you don't tell me, you'll have to excuse my ruthless actions. Seeing Uncle Bug's murderous look, Han Sen could now see how cruel of a person he must have really been. Han Sen sighed, unsure whether or not he'd be able to pluck more information from him. Thinking this, he decided to tell him, Uncle Bug, I was in that valley the other night. Uncle Bug's grimace turned to visible shock as he stared at Han Sen. That was your son, wasn't it? I think I can help. This was Han Sen's one and only trump card. If he wanted the information he sought, this was the only way. Uncle Bug still looked to be fuming with anger, but he asked, how do you know Sunset? I met her. Han Sen proceeded to tell Uncle Bug about his encounter with her, inside the crystallizer ruins. Uncle Bug, after hearing what he was told, had a complex look fall across his face. He said, she still decided on living forever young. So, were you really a member of the 7th team? What happened? Han Sen asked. Uncle Bug said, it is none of your business. If you pursue this matter any further, it'll only lead to ruin. Don't get yourself killed over all this. If that is so, do you need me to remind you about your son? Do you want him to remain in such a condition? I can help him. Han Sen knew the man would still be a little too stubborn to elucidate. Uncle Bug shook his head, saying, just go. And don't breathe a word about this to anyone else. If you do, you're dead. Han Sen didn't move, though. He remained and told Uncle Bug, you are very strong, but even you cannot deal with the creature in the shadow. No one can deal with it, Uncle Bug said with a wry smile. I can, Han Sen said. Han Sen knew it was a powerful super creature, but he still believed he could defeat it with the aid of Disloyal Knight. The only thing Han Sen did not know was the relationship between the man and the creature. He had to learn more about that. With another wry smile, Uncle Bug said, you have no idea what that thing is. It is only a super creature, it is not some elaborate secret, Han Sen dourly said. Uncle Bug responded, no single human can beat super creatures in the third god's sanctuary. I'm not just anyone, Han Sen said. Uncle Bug wished to say something more, but suddenly, Han Sen's back was blazing with a bright fire. Wings were outstretched, transforming him into a big fiery bird. Is that a super shapeshifting beast soul? Uncle Bug gasped with surprise. Han Sen returned to his human form and said, so, what do you think? Do I have what it takes? Uncle Bug looked at Han Sen and said, you are special, I'll give you that. But shape-shifting beast souls can be draining, and you don't have an infinite amount of time to use it. Well, what about with this guy by my side? Han Sen then summoned Disloyal Knight, a super pet beast soul with battle mode. Uncle Bug was incredibly shocked by this. Even if I was unable to defeat the creature, I could bring your son everlasting peace, Han Sen said, peering into Uncle Bug's emotional reaction. Uncle Bug bore a complicated look, one that was a mixture of excitement and confusion. His lips trembled when he asked, "What do you want from me?" "I want to know what transpired in that other dimension, the one spoken of by Sunset. And I want to know why everyone keeps saying Han Jinji could not have had an heir." Han Sen gave his terms. To this, Uncle Bug said, "If you can help little Yan, I will tell you everything. Then it is settled, but it would be best if you tell me what happened to your son first, and tell me exactly what I'm dealing with here. I will do my best to kill the creature without harming your son, if such a thing is possible," Han Sen kindly said. Uncle Bug looked touched upon hearing this, and he said, "Little Yan's mother bore the same sickness. He has what she had. There was no cure, and his mother passed away. The same fate was to soon befall little Yan." Uncle Bug told him most of the story. Han Sen was able to fill in the blank spots himself. Uncle Bug said that he had learned of a way in which he could save his son. It was a method in which you could sign a contract and bind your life to that of a creature. They could live together, sharing energy. Uncle Bug convinced his son to sign such a contract, and his son did indeed live. But unfortunately, his son was too weak to share his life with the creature, and now, he was being entirely controlled by it. Little Yan was in a vegetative state, only waking up once a month. What Han Sen had witnessed was him traveling to the valley to absorb scorpion poison and feed the super creature that lived inside him. If Uncle Bug did not take him to the valley, he'd be in even more agony than that which he suffered at the stings of the scorpions. His fate truly was worse than death. Although he had avoided death, he was most certainly not living. He was hardly human, and he had suffered this fate for 100 years. Han Sen felt a shiver run down his spine when he imagined what it must have felt like to exist in such a state. Han Sen had never heard of such a method being employed before, though, and he believed it might have had some connection to the seventh team accessing the dimension that Sunset had told him about. He had been able to come to the third god's sanctuary and sign a contract with a super creature. No ordinary human could do such a thing, not through ordinary means. But these were just guesses and thoughts Han Sen had, and he wasn't sure if they were correct. Qin Waijun, Sunset, and Uncle Bug all claimed to have seen a figure that proclaimed itself to be God in that dimension. Perhaps that God was a being that said it could fulfill their wishes. Qin Waijun may have wished to live forever, so he was frozen in place. But still that only led to death and did not make him immortal. Perhaps Sunset wanted to be young forever, so she was placed inside that vase to remain like so. When she was exposed to the elements outside that sturdy vase, that age caught up with her and she died. Uncle Bug's wish may not have applied to himself. It could have been to save his son, but even those results turned sour. If Han Sen's hypothesis was correct, and that really was God, Han Sen thought he was an *SSHOLE. "Don't worry, I'll do my best to take down that super creature," Han Sen said. Killing the super creature he had proposed to slay would not be easy. Uncle Bug told him the shadow of the creature was what possessed his son. But the actual body he would have to defeat was someplace in the valley. Han Sen thought about the bugs he had thrown down into the valley, the ones that disappeared, and wondered whether or not they were related to the creature he was preparing to defeat. Han Sen returned to the valley, bringing many bugs with him. He perched himself atop the hill like he had before and tossed a few bugs down into the valley every now and again. Just like before, the bugs would try to scurry away but then get snatched by some unseen force. They'd just vanish into thin air. Han Sen kept chucking the bugs into the same spot and noticed the bugs only disappeared when they reached a certain point. That proved there were no space cracks, as space cracks could not move. If there are no space cracks, then that means it must be a super creature. But if so, how can it make these bugs disappear so easily? Han Sen thought hard about what may have been the crux of the issue. Whatever was going on, his Dongshuan aura was not able to detect any creatures down there. Being unable to determine the nature of the threat made Han Sen far more cautious than usual. Han Sen remained on the hill for a few days, watching and waiting to see what he could. If there was a creature lurking beneath the sands, he wanted to see it. Han Sen watched the shadows of the bugs intently, wanting to see if there were any disruption before they disappeared. It was a fine idea, but did not provide him the answers he sought. Nothing was assaulting the bugs from within their own shadows. In the midst of all these uncertainties, one thing was for sure. It was a scary super creature, and Han Sen had yet to gauge how powerful it might have been. A lack of intel was one of the most dangerous things when attempting to fight a foe. But whatever the case may have been, it looked to Han Sen that there were two possibilities. First, the creature itself was invisible. Or second, the powers of the super creature were invisible. If it's the second possibility, I should have no problems dealing with it. If it's the first possibility, I'll need to watch myself. That'd be tough, Han Sen thought to himself. If it was a creature that the Dongshuan aura could not even detect, it had to be an absurdly powerful monster. Due to Han Sen's desire for caution, he remained there for another 15 days. Unfortunately, despite all the time that had elapsed, he still had zero concrete intel on the creature he would have to face. If he didn't want the secret of Han Jinji and 7th Team, he wouldn't even think about fighting such a creature. You only live once. Every strike could be fatal, so Han Sen needed to know he could get a handle on whatever he would face when he confronted the creature. And Han Sen really wanted to know what had happened with the 7th Team and why Han Jinji humiliated God as Sunset had told him. And also, why Qin Waijun had told him to be wary of Han Jinji. Han Sen had been collecting breadcrumbs for this entire affair for a long time, and he was desperate for the full story. The knowledge was within his reach, so he had to commit to what he had pledged to do for Uncle Bug. If he did this, he would finally know everything he wished to. That night, Han Sen heard a baby crying once more. Uncle Bug said he had to bring his son there once a month, so it wasn't time yet. This made Han Sen a little wary, and he wondered why there'd be movement now. The human-faced scorpions came out, covering every inch of that valley in their thick and wriggling hides. It was disgusting. If there were space cracks there, scorpions would have slipped in no doubt. This frightening sight certainly put that theory to bed. Their movement drew Han Sen's attention, and he watched intently as they all began to congregate in the center of the Y-shaped valley. A curious view, as there did not appear to be anything of particular interest in that spot. Eventually, their congregation began to spread and form a circle. They left the very center spot open. Han Sen stared at the space they had left open and noticed something. The moonlight was extra bright on this night, due to it being a full moon. The moonlight began to illuminate the oily hides of the scorpions, making the faces on their backs seem alive. When the light hit the spot they had left open, it was as if the light was striking an invisible wall. It seemed to collect and form a faint outline. Han Sen's eyes opened wide, as more and more light gathered to form a faint figure. Eventually, Han Sen was able to see the shape of a half-man, half-scorpion creature that was identical to the one that plagued Uncle Bug's son. But whereas the shadow variant he had seen with Uncle Bug's son was pitch black, this one was transparent. If it wasn't for the moonlight illuminating it, Han Sen didn't think he'd have been able to see it at all. But even though Han Sen could see it with his naked eyes, the Dongshuan aura still proved ineffective. He still couldn't get a feel for the life force of the scorpion. The fact that the transparent scorpion seemed to be capable of eluding the Dongshuan aura was a frightening thing to think about. This guy is invisible, Han Sen frowned. This was the worst possible result he could have. Maybe it would be best for me to strike now, while I can still see it. Han Sen stared at it, thinking of how he'd begin his engagement with the beast. But eventually, Han Sen decided against fighting it. He remained there, watching the invisible scorpion, absorbing the moonlight that had been channeled through the bright reflections of the little scorpions, chitin. This went on for 1 hour, and when the moon began its descent, the reflections subsided. And then, the faint outline of the scorpion man-beast went with it. Han Sen kept track of how long it took for the light to fade and the shroud of invisibility to return and cloak the scorpion. It took 10 minutes for the invisible scorpion to disappear from sight. And it got Han Sen thinking, it would be best if I could kill it in under 10 minutes, in that window. Han Sen decided to strike the next time it came out for some moonlight refreshment. Of course, the full moon that drew it out only occurred once a month. If it came out for each full moon, like clockwork, he'd be waiting a while, but Han Sen decided to remain and see if there were any other events that would compel the scorpion out of its lair. He stayed there for a few days. With time to kill, he focused on refining his life geno essences while he observed the valley. Now, he had 11 super geno points. During this month-long wait, Uncle Bug came to the valley to subject his son to the once-a-month torture. Although Han Sen had seen this play out once before, it still frightened him to see it all unfold again. It was rather sad, too. The full moon finally rose, and with its coming, the face-shaped scorpions emerged from their creepy tunnels. They used the faces on their back to help the transparent scorpion collect moonlight. Han Sen waited until it absorbed as much as it could and then began his assault. He activated Super King Spirit mode and ran into battle alongside Disloyal Knight. Disloyal Knight's halo was brighter than ever, and it shone across the entire valley as Han Sen rained coins in unbridled oppression. The transparent scorpion noticed this quickly occur, and the light-carrying baby faces all seemed to turn to look at the duo. As a coin was about to land atop the transparent scorpion, the beast threw a punch to deflect it. Pang! The moonlight acted like super fuel for the creature, and the power of its hit connected with the coin and turned it to dust. Needless to say, Han Sen was shocked. The scorpion was a far more terrible beast than he imagined it to be. The powers were far beyond any other super creature he had fought thus far. Disloyal Knight marched forward to clobber the scorpion, but the scorpion's tail managed to sting its arm and knock it back. Berserk super creature. Han Sen was quite surprised. Disloyal Knight's halo was already working to weaken the foe, and yet its power was still of such heights. Han Sen grabbed his phoenix sword and Taya. Clad in his mantis armor, with dragon wings decorating his back, he charged. The scorpion raised its arms to defend against Han Sen's barrage of sword strikes. Dong, dong, dong. The fighting sounds echoed throughout the valley, as curtains of sand were kicked up in the haze of battle. The area was in chaos, as rocks were broken into chips. Despite Han Sen using Super King Spirit mode and all those beast souls, it still didn't provide the advantage he needed to beat the scorpion. Any damage he dealt was not enough to slay the monster. Disloyal Knight cooperated with Han Sen, who was using a combination of double fly and his phoenix techniques to attack. The scorpion swung its fists and its tail to batter Han Sen, but he did not fall back. But as time went on, the scorpion's body began to dim as the light inside it faded. It was becoming harder and harder to see, the more time elapsed. Go! Han Sen knew he wasn't going to be able to kill the scorpion that day, and there was no doubt that he had gotten into a fray with a berserk-class super creature. But as much as Han Sen thought it would be best to flee, the scorpion was enraged. It was not keen to let the man who had the gall to disrupt its monthly ceremony go free. The pincers of the scorpion grabbed him, and they rendered Han Sen immobile. And just as this occurred, the scorpion entirely disappeared from Han Sen's vision. Pang! Disloyal Knight's body was suddenly open. A bloody hole appeared on his body, and Han Sen knew he had been struck by the scorpion's tail. It took a lot to cancel the determination of Disloyal Knight, and as much as he still wished to fight and grab the tail that had stabbed through him, it disappeared before he could grab it. Pang! Han Sen was beginning to panic, but he could not see the scorpion. His chest was feeling pressure like no other, as his legs kicked the sand in an attempt to slip away. As this happened, the armor on his chest began to dent and bend to the violent will of the pincers that had him caught. DMN it. Han Sen clicked his fingers to rain another barrage of coins down from the sky. The next best thing to keeping track of this opponent was to rain coins. Coins stuck to their target, so Han Sen believed he could at least get a grasp of the creature's location if it was laden with coins. As the coins rained, though, there was no sign of the scorpion. Disloyal Knight let out a shrill war cry as he was stung by the scorpion's tail once more. Fortunately, Disloyal Knight was immune to poison. If he hadn't been, he'd have been rendered unable to fight by the first stinger strike. Disloyal Knight kept on swinging his manic fists around in a bid to hit the phantom that assaulted him, but he had no clue where it was. Arg! Han Sen felt pain in his back. Han Sen was the next recipient of the scorpion's stinger. Fortunately for him, the super armor was sturdy enough to provide protection and keep the tail from piercing through. Run! Han Sen managed to slip through the pincer and fly higher. The super creature was far too powerful for them, and not even the coins were enough to reveal the monster. But as Han Sen took to the skies, his relief was short-lived. He felt something snag and pull him back down as if a chain had quickly wreathed itself around his waist. It forced him down into the ground, and when he smacked hard against the sandy floor of the canyon, a hole was created in his shape. The transparent scorpion was invisible, the coins could not stick to it, and not even Han Sen's eighth sense could keep track of it. Disloyal Knight was not as strong as a Super King Spirit, and all its armor was dyed in red. Han Sen was in a sorry state now, too. He could not see where his opponent was, and all he could do was brace for the next attack that was sure to strike him. Han Sen returned disloyal knight to the Sea of Soul. He wanted to flee the valley, and he believed with his super armor and super king spirit mode active, he could still manage that much. He had been unable to slay the transparent scorpion, and that was partially due to his inability to see the foe. He knew he'd have to figure out a way to see it before he returned to try again. Before Han Sen was able to escape the valley, though, he very clearly heard the sound of something cracking. And then, something falling to the ground. When Han Sen took a look at what he had heard, he saw a broken blue eggshell on the ground. It was very brittle and very close to opening entirely. The blue metal dinosaur has finished its evolution now. Han Sen was shocked, and scrambled to pick it back up. Even if the dinosaur was a super creature, though, Han Sen did not believe it could effectively deal with the scorpion. Before he could pick up the metal egg, though, a sharp pain struck into his back. It pushed him forward, throwing him through the air until he came crashing into a rocky wall that erupted into a plume of ruined stone, sand, and haze. Pang! An invisible power trampled the egg, shattering it. The sight of that made Han Sen incredibly angry. He had waited a long time for the egg to hatch, and when it was finally about to, it was mercilessly slain underfoot. If he could see the scorpion, he'd unleash his most furious barrage of attacks he had ever performed and slice it up into mincemeat. But of course, he still could not see it. So, he still had to make an escape his priority. Pang, pang, pang. Han Sen heard a clanging noise behind him, and when he turned to look, he saw an invisible power repeatedly strike the spot where the eggshell lay shattered. A hole was formed in the ground that was stomped on, over and over again. But strangely, the vision of blue began to expand until it claimed the shape of a blue metal dinosaur. It wasn't killed. Han Sen was given a single moment of happiness amidst this grueling ordeal. The blue dinosaur expanded in size until it was 3 meters in height. It looked incredibly heavy and monstrous. The body of the beast was so tall and heavy, it looked indestructible. Dong, dong, dong. Han Sen could make out the fact the stinger was repeatedly striking the dinosaur. It may have been able to deal damage to Han Sen through his armor, but it was largely ineffective against the sturdy metallic hide of the dinosaur. The blue dinosaur, unfortunately, was unable to see the scorpion just like Han Sen. When it got hit, it began to roar and run around helplessly in pursuit of the invisible aggressor. Fortunately, though, the scorpion seemed to occupy itself with the dinosaur exclusively. It let Han Sen be. The dinosaur was knocked down by the repeated scorpion strikes, but each and every time it was hit, it got back up. The dinosaur is slow, and its power may only be decent, but boy oh boy it's a tank. Han Sen knew he did not have much time to stay and admire his new pet, though. Super King Spirit mode only lasted an hour, and so he had to leave soon. Han Sen was going to command the blue dinosaur to leave alongside him, but the dinosaur roared again. And then, a blue horn sprouted from its forehead. And as if they were bright light bulbs, the eyes flashed. Pang! A wretched force whacked the dinosaur and made it collapse on the ground, a deep mark etched across its hide. But the light bulb eyes then fixed themselves in a certain direction, and then they followed something. Pang! 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 Han Sen heard more noises, as more and more wounds began to manifest across the dinosaur's body. But all that time, the eyes were fixed on something. Holy sh*t balls. Can it actually see the scorpion? Han Sen was shocked at this revelation. Then, the blue dinosaur moved. It moved its arms forward as if it was hugging nothing at all. It was still receiving blows, but the dinosaur managed to open its mouth and bite down on something that didn't seem to be there. The maw of the blue dinosaur would not completely shut. The scorpion had been bitten. It was maddened, and it unleashed a barrage of pincer snaps and stinger strikes at the dinosaur. The dinosaur was strong, but not strong enough to withstand all of those attacks. Eventually, it began to bleed blue blood. The mouth of the beast was bleeding due to one particular hit. But still the mouth of the dinosaur was clamped down on something, and it refused to let go. Han Sen stopped running. He held a single coin between his fingers, as a number ticked up. The scorpion acknowledged what Han Sen had cooking, and it wanted to free itself to prevent the terrible power that was about to befall it. And whether or not it was aware of what was going on, the dinosaur just didn't let go. The scorpion was trapped in place, no matter how it tried to squirm its way free. Hold on, Hold on, Han Sen said to himself, as the coin quivered and shone with a cruel power. 7, 8, 9. As the numbers ticked up, the appearance of that coin looked scarier and scarier. The scorpion knew about the danger, and it repeatedly stung the dinosaur in a bid to loosen its jaws and escape. The stings were awful, though. They were wickedly powerful, and the dinosaur had to loosen its grip to scream a little every time. And with that small amount of leeway, the scorpion was able to escape the dinosaur's metal maw. But unfortunately for it, it was still gripped in place by the dinosaur's talons. Now, Han Sen could not wait any longer, so he fired his coin towards where the scorpion had to have been. Han Sen had saved $10 and knew he could not wait any longer. If the dinosaur lost its grip of the scorpion, he'd lose its position and lose the only chance he had in ending the threat. A coin, with the number 10 on it, was set free to spiral through the air and home in on its target. And then, it stopped. It stood still in the air and did not drop, as if it was defying gravity and the laws of physics themselves. Boom! Something dropped from the air and created a massive crater in the ground. The blue dinosaur let go of the scorpion and leapt away. The coin was on the sand, quivering and trembling after its discharge. The scorpion did not die, though, despite the vast surge of power it had just been a victim of. The coin began to move, still fixed on its target. With this marking his foe, Han Sen fired a barrage of coins to accompany it. Those coins had not been buffed by saving money, but the Super King Spirit mode was still fueling their firing, and that was more than enough to damage the scorpion. Pang! It sounded as if a watermelon had just greeted a sledgehammer in full swing. The coins were sinking into the invisible target, despite Han Sen not being able to see what damage he had actually caused. Berserk Super Creature Transparent King Scorpion killed. Beast Soul gained. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life Geno Essence. Consume its life Geno Essence to gain 0 to 10 Super Geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted to have received the Beast Soul from such a terrifying foe. It had to be amazing, whatever it was. Han Sen quickly ran to the sandpit and picked through the invisible carcass to collect the life Geno Essence. He found an invisible crystal and assumed that had to be it. The blue dinosaur approached Han Sen, not looking hostile at all. Han Sen examined the creature's wounds. They looked rather ghastly, but they didn't seem to have done any lasting, permanent damage. This guy is a super meat shield. It's the worst job I can think of, but someone has to do it. Han Sen patted the dinosaur's head. Han Sen let the dinosaur stay in the valley. And then, he rode Golden Growler back to the shelter as he was too weak to fly. Han Sen was keen to find out what had happened to Uncle Bug's son. He had slain the scorpion, so he wished to see whether or not the son would be given back his life, free at last. If Han Sen only wanted to help his son, he wouldn't have had to go through all the trouble, he'd only have to end the man's life. But before Han Sen entered the shelter, he saw Uncle Bug walk out with his son's body in his arms. He looked as if he had been crying a lot. Han Sen sighed in his heart, painfully admitting to himself, I was unable to save him. But Uncle Bug was not mad. He was able to lift a genuine smile at Han Sen, and when he approached, he told him, thank you for freeing him from the painful existence I forced upon him. Before he left this world, we had a discussion unlike we have ever had. He was happy, and that makes me happy. Uncle Bug. Han Sen did not have the words to respond. But Uncle Bug did not expect anything. He said, little Yan wished to be buried in a grove he very much used to love. When I am done, I will seek you out. After that, Uncle Bug walked into the forest with a composure that was a mixture of both sadness and happiness. It was bittersweet. Han Sen needed to wait until Uncle Bug returned, so he decided to examine the beast soul he had received. Berserk Super Beast Soul Transparent King Scorpion, Gem Type. Han Sen felt the presence of a transparent gem in his hand. It could not be seen, but Han Sen knew the scorpion was inside it. Han Sen had received a gem beast soul before. They could be fused with another beast soul to increase their power. Han Sen could use it on any beast soul, and it'd level up to a Berserk Super Beast Soul. It'd be given the power and might of the scorpion. While he could do this with any beast soul he wanted, it was always best to infuse a gem beast soul with the same type of sacred blood beast soul. Han Sen did not know which element this was, so it was tricky. If he could find or purchase a sacred blood scorpion beast soul to infuse it with, the success rate would be solid, though. Should I have an armor beast soul? And if so, would that mean I could be invisible? Or should I opt for a weapon? If it was a weapon, they wouldn't even know I was near. If I do go for a weapon, though, I should go for an arrow. Han Sen had many different ideas, all as good as each other. Uncle Bug did not return for a while and wouldn't, so he brought out the life geno essence he had collected. Han Sen had not been able to see the scorpion's energy flow, so without being able to simulate its power, he was unable to absorb it. But Han Sen still had another 2 life geno essences to absorb, both of which were already in process. Perhaps he could absorb this one when his Dongshuan Sutra was better. Uncle Bug returned that night. Han Sen was not going to invade his privacy at once, and so he planned to give him some space first. Not everyone could remain calm following the death of their son. Follow me. But Uncle Bug approached Han Sen and told him to come. Then, he led Han Sen to his room. Han Sen followed. He wished to say something comforting, but he could not formulate such words. Thanks to you, both me and little Yan can be at peace. You eased our sorrows, son. Uncle Bug shut the door and proceeded to brew a pot of tea, which he then served to Han Sen. But I was unable to save him, Han Sen said with a wry smile. Uncle Bug said, I forced him to live 100 years longer than he should ever have had to, in an existence that was nothing but pain. If I had the chance to go back in time, I'd have allowed him to die. Han Sen remained silent, unsure of what to say. Uncle Bug acknowledged this and just smiled. Then he said, ask me what you want to know. Han Sen opened his mouth but stumbled, unsure of where to begin. After a while of thought, Han Sen asked, Uncle Bug, where did the 7th team teleport to? Where did they go and what did they find? We met God, well, more like a demon. Uncle Bug looked as if he was in pain, in remembrance. Han Sen just watched Uncle Bug, allowing him as much time as he needed to explain. Uncle Bug, after a long pause, said, I was an interstellar pirate. I came into possession of a qigong, and after practicing it, I became incredibly strong. Through strength came wealth, and I became rich. He stopped and sighed for a moment before proceeding. Perhaps it was karma, and God decided to punish my family. After my wife died, little Yan received the same disease that had taken her away from me. In my desperation, the Alliance found me. They wished for me to join the 7th team and conduct research. In return, they were willing to give little Yan the best medical care they could, and have only the best doctors attend to his failing health. As you can imagine, I didn't think twice about agreeing. Suddenly, Uncle Bug's face was drawn with confusion. He muttered to say, I thought it was very dangerous, but after teleporting, it was like heaven. I had everything I could ever want. What was this place? Han Sen asked, unable to even comprehend what the team had experienced. It defies words, son. I don't even know how I could explain it. Uncle Bug knew such a description could not suffice, and it could not possibly satiate Han Sen's thirst for knowledge, so he tried. It was a realm controlled by a demon. It was like an ever-changing canvas that morphed to his desire. If he wanted a mountain, he'd have a mountain. If he wanted water, he could birth an endless sea. If he wanted women, there they'd be. It was only natural to assume we had met God, the Creator, the Maker. Uncle Bug's face was then taken by pain and sorrow. He said, if I had not made that wish, little Yan would not have had to suffer all those bitter, horrible years. What did the demon look like? Han Sen tried to take his mind off the subject of his son. It is difficult to say, but I believe it was a man. It was masculine, in some way. I don't think it had a fixed appearance, as it was different for each of us. When I asked old Han, he told me this demon was but a mere old man. Sunset told us it was a beautiful woman. It was in front of us, in the same spot, but it appeared as a different form for each of us. Han Sen frowned and asked, and then? The demon told us it'd give us a test. If we were successful, it'd grant us one wish. I believed him to be God, a benevolent being of grand magnificence. The fool I was. I accepted the test, as who could turn down a free wish? Old Han tried to convince us to not accept, but none of us listened, Uncle Bug said. Did everyone else accept this test? Han Sen asked. Uncle Bug said, there were only 2 people who rejected the offer. One was Han Jinji, who was the other? Han Sen was surprised to hear someone else had rejected an offer from God. No, old Han accepted the challenge, Uncle Bug revealed, as he shook his head. What? He did? Han Sen exclaimed. Han Sen believed he hadn't, which was why he thought Sunset had told him that Han Jinji had humiliated God. I don't know if he made a wish, but he did take the test, Uncle Bug said. Then who didn't take the test? Han Sen asked. Uncle Bug said, one person's surname was Ning. He was good friends with Old Han, and Old Han was always called him Brother Ning. I am not sure what his full name was, to tell you the truth. But Old Han told him something, and that was why he did not accept the challenge. Was Brother Ning from the Ning family in Starry Group? Han Sen did not know there was a person with the surname Ning in the 7th team. But if there was, then it had to have been from that Ning family. Uncle Bug shook his head, admitting, I don't know. Okay, and who was the other person? Han Sen asked. It was a very beautiful woman. Uncle Bug's mood brightened when he spoke of her. Han Sen stared at Uncle Bug. Uncle Bug explained, when I was an interstellar pirate, I took refuge on a barren planet. I didn't know much about the Alliance back then, I only knew about the mega corporations. When I was in the 7th team, everyone used their titles instead of their real names. Aside from Sunset and Old Han, I did not know much about the others. The woman was on the 7th team, but she was very careful to reveal nothing about her background. No one introduced her, and I did not even know her title. All I know is that she was the prettiest and most beautiful woman I have ever laid eyes on, even to this day. Han Sen looked at Uncle Bug and asked, after you finished the test, what wish did you make? And what wish did Han Jinji make? Uncle Bug said, I do not know what the others wished. Uncle Bug went on to say, after the test began, I was sent to a place on my lonesome. When I was done, all I saw was that demon. I could not see the others. When I made a wish to the demon, he gave me a drop of blood. He told me to give it to Little Yan and then bring Little Yan to it. He told me he could live with creatures, and the sickness would no longer harm him. Uncle Bug began to shed tears. Han Sen could guess what happened next, and the information he was currently receiving was not elucidating the mysteries he wished to have explained. Uncle Bug, how did you know I have the 9-life cat pendant? Han Sen knew there was information he could gather, so he shifted the subject to ask this. How did you know that I noticed the pendant? Uncle Bug asked with shock. Uncle Bug had made sure to avoid mentioning anything regarding the 9-life cat to Han Sen, so this surprised him. I thought I kept seeing you stare at it. Han Sen pointed to the spot on his person where the pendant was. Uncle Bug nodded and said, I was surprised to see you wearing that necklace. Old Han carried that thing around with him, just as you do. Knowing your great-grandfather was Han Jinji, I went to learn as much about you as I could. Memories of your kept me staring at it, I suppose. I didn't mean nothing by it, and I didn't suspect you'd find out from the occasional gaze. Han Sen did not say anything, as he wanted the man to continue talking. Uncle Bug sighed and said, the reason why I know it is there, truthfully, is because I can feel its existence. You can feel its existence? Han Sen looked rather confused. The 9-life cat pendant did not exude any particular force. The only remotely remarkable thing it had done was reacting when Han Sen began learning. The Blood Pulse Sutra. Han Sen could only assume that Uncle Bug's ability to feel the existence of this pendant was because he was a member of Blood Legion. There didn't seem to be another likely alternative. But all Uncle Bug had said about his past was that he was an interstellar pirate. He had made no mention of an association to Blood Legion. Uncle Bug then pointed towards Han Sen's chest and asked, can I take a look? Han Sen was a little dubious about whether he should show it to the man, but he did so anyway. Uncle Bug gently took hold of the pendant, and his eyes fluttered as if he was remembering something far in the past. He said, this necklace, it was found in an old ruin. I'm the one who gave it to Old Han, you know. Han Sen was delivered another shocking revelation. He had always believed the pendant to be a relic of Blood Legion, and that Han Jinji had been a member. What Uncle Bug had told Han Sen surprised him a great deal. Recalling those past memories, Uncle Bug looked painfully nostalgic. He said, I hadn't gained any fame at that point, but I did have a modicum of infamy. I was once a thief, after all. Old Han invited me to poke about and explore an old ruin. It was an experience that changed my life. That is where I found the Qigong I mentioned. The Qigong and the pendant were both found there. Uncle Bug then smiled and said, the 9-life cat and Qigong were together, but we became separated at one point. When I found the items, I kept the Qigong for myself and only gave the 9-life cat to him. It was because of that Qigong I became stronger. I became a renowned pirate because of it. Uncle Bug gave back the pendant to Han Sen and he said, the qigong has some association to that pendant, in some way or another. If it isn't too far away, I can feel it. Han Sen put the pendant around his neck again and asked, and what about the ruins? What was so remarkable about them? Did he only go there for the pendant? It was a city that had been buried beneath a mountain. Perhaps it was a city from ancient times. I think the reason old Han went there was for the pendant exclusively, as he made explicit mention of it. Just the pendant, too. He said he had to bring it back with him or something, Uncle Bug further explained. Han Sen frowned. Uncle Bug's answers were disappointing, as he had not yet elucidated the relationship between Han Jinji and the nine-life cat. By the way, there's one more thing I must ask. Why did you think it was impossible for Han Jinji to have an heir? Han Sen asked. Many people had found it difficult to believe Han Jinji had an heir for some reason, so Han Sen was eager to find out. In that era, infertility wasn't an issue. The technology to create babies existed, even if it was only done through the artificial combination of two people's genes. It was extremely rare for someone to be unable to create a baby. If people were so sure Han Jinji could not make a baby, he had to have some sort of problem. Han Sen wanted to know why, to ensure he really was an heir to Han Jinji. Uncle Bug gave a wry smile, saying, I am telling you for sure, you are not old Han's heir. Why? Han Sen needed a firm reason to believe this claim. Uncle Bug said, that was once a secret. But since he is gone, maybe now I really can tell you. Han Sen perked his ears up, eager for the answer he had been awaiting for so long. Strangely, Uncle Bug ended up asking, are you a human? Han Sen was immediately taken aback in confusion. He exclaimed, of course I am human. Uncle Bug responded, that is right. You are a human. He was not. Then what was he? A Shira. Han Sen was shocked, and he did not expect that answer. It was then that Han Sen remembered Han Jinji was said to be the last human. With a master qigong, and he was a commander of the Blue Blood Special Forces. But if he was a Shira, how could he be allowed such a position? Han Sen stared at Uncle Bug, wanting even more answers. But to this, Uncle Bug shook his head and said, I don't know what his race was, but he was certain when he told me himself, he was not human. There must have been something to differentiate him from other humans. Did he have a horn or something? Han Sen wasn't convinced. He walked, talked, and looked like a human, but his blood was blue, Uncle Bug said. He was a commander of Blue Blood Special Forces and he had blue blood. Is that a coincidence? Han Sen frowned. Uncle Bug then provided Han Sen with a scroll, and he said, this is the qigong I took. It is pointless for me to have this now, so take a look for yourself. If you're interested, take it with you. Han Sen accepted the scroll and thanked him. They then went on to chat about other things, but they weren't of importance. Back in his room, Han Sen started to read the scroll he had been given. He was quite surprised. He thought he had received another copy of the Blood Pulse Sutra, and that was what Uncle Bug had found all those years ago. This was actually a different qigong, and it was called Life Door. Life Door was a supportive qigong, something to strengthen a person's inner body. It was not too dissimilar to Heresy Mantra or Hidden Blood, in concept. Life Door, however, did not apply to a single organ. It strengthened a door inside a person's body, one that was called the Life Door. The scroll said that to practice Life Door would enhance your entire body. But to complete Life Door, you would have to reach a certain level. Han Sen tried practicing Life Door, and after spending a few days with it, his body already felt better. Still, he knew it'd take far longer than that to open the Life Door itself. Uncle Bug told Han Sen it took him 20 years to open his Life Door. Han Sen was far stronger than he was, and even though he knew it wouldn't take that long, it wasn't something he could get done in a few days. A few days later, Moment Queen had successfully moved the underground shelter nearby. After entering, Han Sen was able to see Zero again. Although Zero could teleport to Han Sen, he wanted her to remain in the underground shelter to care for the flying mushroom. After all that time had elapsed, the flying mushroom had matured. With it ready for consumption, Han Sen was eager to return to the underground shelter just for it. It had the ability to turn ordinary spirits into king spirits, but Han Sen didn't want the mushroom to be too ripe. Back in that shelter, he looked at the spirits he had come to possess and summoned Thorn Baron. It's yours, Han Sen told her, while indicating to the flying mushroom. Thorn Baron looked delightfully surprised, and she gasped. She politely double-checked, asking, are you sure you really want me to use it? I believe you are the best available candidate, Han Sen replied. Thorn Baron's bloodline had a king spirit in its ranks, so her success rate would be higher. After giving Han Sen a weirded out look, Thorn Baron bit into the flying mushroom. When it was eaten, the flying mushroom turned into a delectable nectar. And as she gorged on it, her body began to glow. She said, "Take me back to the Sea of Soul. I'm going to evolve." Han Sen placed Thorn Baron back as instructed. She glowed more and more, becoming brighter and brighter. In a short time, she had become so bright, she was nothing more than a blob of pure radiance. Her form could no longer be distinguished. I hope she makes it soon, too. If she finishes up sometime soon, I'll have yet another beautiful fighter by my side. Han Sen was thinking about little Angel, and gave her a look. He wondered when she'd finish evolving. Han Sen had absorbed a lot of wild plants, but he had used all of his water drops on the super beast souls. While effective, it wasn't as effective as feeding them black crystals. The gold raven had finally started to evolve now, though, becoming a berserk super creature beast soul. Han Sen hadn't had his other super creature beast souls for long, so nothing was happening with them just yet. Moment, have you found any solo super creatures roaming about? Han Sen asked her, while sitting on the throne. I saw one, yes. But I don't think we have what it takes to fight it. While Moment Queen addressed Han Sen's questions immediately, her mood seemed off. During Han Sen's several-year absence, Moment Queen had become the boss of the shelter. The leash had been disconnected, so to speak, and she was free to do as she wished. Now that she had to start taking orders again, she was quite peeved. What kind of creature is it? Han Sen asked. Moment Queen must have gotten quite strong across those years, and she must have opened several gene locks by now. She still wasn't up to par with Han Sen, though. Plus, Han Sen had the faithful and diligent disloyal knight and blue dinosaur to back him up. Aside from berserk super creatures, he'd have no trouble hunting whatever he wished to. Moment Queen did not yet know how powerful Han Sen had become, so she was just telling him based on the assumption a super creature would be too much to handle. The creature she spoke of resided deep inside Thorn Forest, and it was described as a scaly lizard. It was only 2 meters long, and she had seen it during her time of moving the shelter. The creature was dining on an array of different bugs, consuming dozens with each mouthful. If it wasn't for a bunch of sacred blood bugs that got munched on all at once, she wouldn't have guessed it for a super creature, given its rather tame appearance. Han Sen decided to hunt the super creature. He commanded Moment Queen to move the underground shelter to the valley, and there, he bid for the blue dinosaur to enter. It was the biggest and strongest tank a party could ask for. It was a meat shield that could withstand the grisly blows of a berserk super creature. Moment Queen was taken aback when she saw the beast. The other humans in the shelter were even more shocked. Have you happened to see any sacred blood scorpions on your way here? Han Sen asked, before they departed. I have seen some, yes. Which type are you looking for? Moment Queen asked. Well, tell me which you have seen, Han Sen said, with curiosity. The transparent King Scorpion gem was useless just sitting in his inventory. It had to be infused with something. Queen and Bauer came to the shelter before departure. Han Sen didn't extend an offer to the people of Nest Shelter to come along, as they were living a pleasant life where they were, already. With everything prepared, Han Sen commanded Moment Queen to begin taking the shelter towards where the creature had been spotted. Along the way, though, they stopped by 2 spots which possessed different types of sacred blood scorpions. Han Sen was going to kill them along the way to see if he could get a beast soul he could combine with the gem. The shelter could be moved only once a day, and after the 3rd move, they arrived before a valley. There, they found many sacred blood scorpions. Han Sen bid they remain there, and asked Old Huang to go and hunt them. Queen would accompany him. The scorpions were green in color, and their size was comparable to that of a hound. They were called sinister scorpions. Their ranks were mostly comprised of primitive creatures, with a few mutant creatures among them. Moment Queen presumed the king of that enclave of creatures would be sacred blood class. Old Huang killed a lot of primitive and mutant scorpions, as they could be eaten. That many scorpions would stock the shelter's pantries well. Unfortunately, they were unable to find the sacred blood variant. So, Han Sen and Queen decided to look around. Doing so, they ventured towards a cave they thought the king might be residing in. Queen had been working hard ever since she had come to the 3rd god sanctuary and met Han Sen. All she needed now were sacred blood and super geno points. Needless to say, the beast souls Han Sen had given her had propelled incredibly quick growth. The cave they ventured into was huge, and it was full of scorpions. But soon after, they noticed most of them were dead. Han Sen and Queen looked at each other. Old Huang was still fighting outside, so they were unsure why there were mounds of dead ones inside that cave they had not yet taken notice of. They inspected the corpses of the scorpions and noticed they had been killed by weapons. If humans hadn't been out there, then it meant spirits had. They followed the trail of bodies deeper into the cave. They ventured down a weaving, subterranean path for 4 kilometers, up until they came across a light glowing in the dark distance ahead of them. There they saw 4 people having a barbecue. They were grilling the carcass of a scorpion that was around the same size as a car. Han Sen presumed it to be the slain sacred blood scorpion he had been after. Needless to say, he didn't expect to find humans there. When Han Sen approached them, they quickly drew their weapons, prompting him to say, "We are humans, too. We came here to slay the scorpions, but it seems you beat us to the punch. Who are you people? Are you Han Sen?" One of them recognized him, which prompted them all to put away their weapons. "Yes, I am Han Sen. What is your name?" Han Sen asked. It was difficult to tell the age of the barbecuing quartet, but if he had to guess, Han Sen would say they looked to be around 30 or 40 years of age. The man that recognized Han Sen was a mountain of a man, and a spear was slung over his shoulders. "My name is Lu Yunwei. I work for Starry Group," the man introduced himself and the others in his company. They were all keen to put their weapons away, as they had each heard a great deal about the person called Han Sen. A man called Wu Tian spoke, "I thought you were disabled, and that your body had been badly injured." Many people knew about Han Sen's condition, but to this, Han Sen smiled and said, "I am recovering. With my partner here to protect me, I do okay. Are there any human shelters around?" Wu Tian said, "There aren't. We live in a spirit shelter, the owner of which is surprisingly fair. He allows us to return to the Alliance whenever we wish." Han Sen asked them a few more questions, and he learned that the cave they were inside actually led to the spirit shelter they spoke of. There, they had encountered the Scorpion King and killed it. They told Han Sen he was at the precipice of an underground realm, and that it was massive. Their shelter was only a small section of it. The realm could be a hostile place, as it was home to an abundance of wildlife. The infamous super creature of the area was a rock rat king. It led an enclave of rats of varying ranks, and their numbers were in the millions. Individually, they weren't a threat, but inciting the ire of its legion would lead to a terrifying counterattack. Aside from the rock rat king and its army, green-scaled snakes were a common bother. The underground world there had one large water source, with many rivers flowing into and out of it. All creatures would visit there, someday or another. All the rivers connected to an underground lake. The green snakes inhabited that lake, mostly. A green snake wouldn't attack someone who wanted water, unless it was mad. They said they always saw the snakes there whenever they went to fetch water. According to what the spirit told them, there were a few other creatures that resided within that subterranean domain. And while they believed the spirit, they had yet to confirm the validity of the claim and encounter the creatures themselves. Wu Tian also said there was a giant Geno tree far below. It supported the entire structure of the underground kingdom. The spirit told them it was Super Geno plant. If it ever matured, it'd provide Geno treasure. Not too long ago, the tree exuded a pleasant smell to attract creatures there. It was a sign of the tree soon maturing. The presence of all the creatures that were starting to visit the tree was what had compelled them to venture so far in a hunt. "Uncle Lu, can you provide us passage to this tree?" Han Sen asked, thinking to himself, "If the treasure is going to mature, I need to see it." "You don't want to go there, trust me. Countless creatures have amassed there. Your life is of considerably more importance than the fruit," Lu Yunwei said. They wouldn't take him there, no matter what Han Sen pleaded. Han Sen knew they were only being nice, but still, he wanted to see it. So, Han Sen wasn't going to push the matter any further with them. He told them he'd at least like to be nosy and poke about their shelter. They agreed to take him there, but Han Sen called for Moment Queen and Blue Dinosaur to accompany him. The dinosaur could fight 2 super creatures at once, easily. If he held them off, Han Sen believed he'd have more than enough time to grab the treasure all for himself. The humans were living in fair conditions in that shelter, and doing quite well for themselves. They were allowed to bring Han Sen and Queen in with them. Amongst the 4, Wu Tian was the weakest. Although that was just relative, as he had opened 6 gene locks. 2 of the others had opened 7, whereas Lu Yunwei had opened 8. The reason they had so many gene locks open was because their spirit had provided them geno points. The royal spirit that signed a contract with them had to have been really powerful. The humans, being of such strength, must have been quite important to the spirit, in return. Wu Tian did not take them too far into the shelter. They walked around for a bit before they were told to leave. Han Sen was going to offer to conquer the shelter on their behalf, but he wanted to take a look at the tree first. Wu Tian told Lu Yunwei, "There is a 90% chance those two will go and look for the tree." Lu Yunwei replied to this, saying, "We advise them not to. If they continue, and something awry befalls them, on their heads be it. Their blood cannot be on our hands. That's a shame. It's a waste of a stunning booty." In regards to that woman, Wu Tian said. Han Sen and Queen walked a few additional miles before coming across Moment Queen and the dinosaur running towards them. The dinosaur had gobbled up a bunch of scorpions along the way, and it looked excited. "Why did you call me down this gloomy hole?" Moment Queen asked, and then started to sniff around as if in delight. Han Sen took notice of the pleasant fragrance Moment Queen was smelling, too. It was as refreshing as it was surprising, given the environment. To find the tree, all they had to do was follow their noses. As such, they did not require the humans to guide them there. Moment Queen looked as if she knew where the scent was coming from, otherwise she wouldn't have looked so strange and coy right now. "It looks like you know what it is. Spare us both the trouble and just tell me," Han Sen told her. If she wasn't going to be honest, Han Sen had a way in which he would deal with her. Moment Queen knew the jig was up before it had even begun, and that her expression had sold her out. But she couldn't blame herself, as the scent took her by complete surprise. It was too late for her to say she didn't know anything now, though. Moment Queen told Han Sen, "This scent reminds me of a tree I once knew. I'm not sure if it is the exact same tree, but it sure does smell similar. And I'm sure you aren't mistaken, right?" Han Sen said with snark. It was obvious Han Sen was warning her. If she was not telling him the truth now, even Moment Queen herself knew she'd be in hot water. Moment Queen was a little mad at the comment, though. She said, "In the garden owned by my previous emperor, there was a mother tree. The smell is remarkably similar, that is all. I am not entirely certain, so it really won't be my fault if I am mistaken." "Why?" Han Sen asked. Moment Queen sniffed and said, "The tree I used to know had been growing for 30,000 years, and the smell was far weaker than this. So, like I said, I am not entirely certain." "What is that tree, then? What can it grow?" Han Sen asked. "I don't know. I only saw it once, and the emperor did not tell me what manner of fruit it could grow. He only said it was an emperor tree that could benefit everything." Moment Queen told Han Sen this, but it wasn't the truth. She had seen the tree, but it hadn't ripened. The emperor, though, told her exactly what could be harvested from the tree, and that was why she was so shocked. If the emperor was telling the truth, it was no wonder he took such fond and delicate care of the tree. They were extremely difficult to come by. Han Sen knew she wasn't telling him the whole story, though, and she was back to her conniving ways. As punishment, he returned her to the Sea of Soul. Whatever she had planned, she could only sit back and watch now. Moment Queen wanted to kill Han Sen more than ever, but it was a desire that had never truly gone away. She was planning on taking advantage of the tree, but now that Han Sen had put her back, she couldn't do a thing. That being said, Han Sen did not care for her feelings, and so he just walked to the tree alongside Queen and the dinosaur. The blue dinosaur seemed to very much enjoy that smell, too. Without even being commanded to, it eagerly led the way forward. Things began smoothly enough. No hassle was posed by other creatures, as they all seemed to avoid the blue dinosaur. Furthermore, Han Sen could hide his life force. The further they went, the more the smell intensified. Soon, a number of rock rats emerged, and their countless numbers made it difficult for the blue dinosaur to continue moving forward. Every footstep of the blue dinosaur was met with the squelch of a number of rock rats being trampled underfoot. The rock rats were very similar to ordinary rats. They were a little bigger than the average rat, with a disheveled gray look. They moved with a singular, focused purpose as they raced towards the scent, uncaring for their friends and brethren that were being killed unceremoniously by the dozen. And so, the blue dinosaur continued to accompany them. It carried on leading the way, following the endless stream of rats. It wasn't long before the tunnels they followed became wider and wider. Han Sen wondered how large that underground labyrinth might have actually been, as he knew he had only traversed a small portion of it thus far. The underground realm was huge, and he got a better idea of just how big it was when the tunnel opened to a grand cavern. Their road now skirted a precarious cliffside, and down below, a lake stretched out to fill up what could have been an abyssal chasm. There was an abundance of waterfalls, feeding it from various spots across the landscape. On one side of this titan of a lake stood a tree. This tree was a Goliath, and it stretched upwards and outwards. It was so wide and thick, one could easily believe it was supporting the entire underground region with the sturdy boughs that brushed against the ceiling of the cavern. The roots at the bottom were like coiled, slumbering dragons. The branches high above all touched the ceiling. The tree's actual color was dark and yellowish, and the leaves were of a similar color. It looked fairly ordinary, as such, but the life force the tree had was what immediately told Han Sen how special it actually was, and when his eyes first caught sight of the fruit that adorned those thick boughs, he was more than surprised. Han Sen had seen a lot of different Geno plants in his time in the Third God's Sanctuary. He had seen the tree that gave birth to disloyal night, which was magnificent. But all he had seen thus far paled in comparison to this tree underground. He wouldn't be surprised if the fruit it bore gave birth to genuine angels or demons. His eyes became glued to the fruit of that tree. He couldn't stop staring at them. The fruit were like jellyfish, alive and flickering like light bulbs. Their tentacles waved up and down as if they were already underwater. They writhed and wriggled, ready to detach from the tree and float away. Across the tree, there were thousands of them. If they could all yield a benefit for Han Sen, he thought it'd be quite frightening. I wonder what the use of this fruit is, Han Sen thought to himself. Queen was just as surprised as Han Sen was, as she bathed in the atmosphere and soaked in the landscape before them. The jellyfish fruit were of particular interest to her, and she could barely keep her eyes off them, as well. The blue dinosaur began to drool, adding to the number of waterfalls that checkered the cavern. It was eager to get moving and visit the tree. The rock rats were like a rapid river, as well, continuing to race there in unison. The vermin were everywhere, and there was not a single vista left untarnished by their scruffy bodies. They spread out for at least a dozen miles, all packed together without an inch free. On a pillar near the tree stood another rock rat. This was the king, and it stood on its pedestal with its eyes fixed on the jellyfish. Aside from the rat king, though, no other rat was willing to remain too close to the lake and tree. While he observed the rats, Han Sen noticed a shadow below the waters. It lurked, waiting. He wondered what it might have been, but there was plenty of space near the roots of the tree it could have occupied. No rock rat was getting that close, after all. On the east side of the tree, the area looked to be on fire. Han Sen saw giant red toads there, impatiently ribbiting and jumping, waiting for the jellyfish to be theirs. There was one particular toad that stood out to Han Sen. It was a giant red one, as big as a rhino. Han Sen didn't need to use the Dongshuan aura to determine that it was a super-class creature. On the west side of the tree, there was a collective of black bugs. They were unfamiliar to Han Sen. They were each the size of a fist, and they looked like crickets. Their antennas looked surprisingly sturdy. Their eyes creepily clashed against their black bodies, and as they waited, they produced a sharp and irritating noise. At the front of this group was a cricket that was bigger than the rest, equal to the size of a fully grown cat. As it waited, it remained silent. Another super creature, Han Sen thought to himself. But that couldn't have been all. Han Sen could detect the presence of many stronger life forces observing the fruit, waiting for their opportunity to snag a prize. When the fruit became mature, it wouldn't just be the three clans of super creatures battling for it. In fear of what might happen, Han Sen did not allow the blue dinosaur to get too close to the tree. Despite its appetite, the blue dinosaur was willing to adhere to its master's commands. There were too many rock rats, though, and they continued to appear fearless and uncaring for the blue dinosaur. But it wasn't just the rats like this, either. None of the other creatures in the vicinity appeared to want a fight. The jellyfish fruit were more captivating than anything else in existence at that point in time. Strangely, though, no creature wanted to get too close to the tree. Han Sen did not share their fears, if fear was what stayed them. So, he ventured closer to the tree in deep observation. The jellyfish were living up to their namesake, shimmering and wobbling like jelly. Han Sen really wanted to give them a nibble, but Han Sen's face changed when he viewed one of the branches of the mother tree up close. On the branch, Han Sen saw a human shadow. No creature dared venture close to the tree, but as for what was amongst those boughs right now, Han Sen could not hazard a guess. Han Sen stared at the shadow in the tree with shock. After his vision focused to see it clearly, he noticed it was a slender woman. She looked light and brisk, as her garments waved in a subterranean breeze. The woman was incredibly beautiful, so much so, she appeared angelic. She sat on the branch of the tree without shoes, like an art piece. Is that a spirit or a humanoid creature? Han Sen wondered, as he was somehow unable to detect the power within her. As Han Sen observed her, the woman turned her head to look at him. Then, she smiled. Han Sen was still a distance away from the mother tree, but for the woman to notice him and smile made him feel good. He was still a noticeable fella. The consequence of being so handsome, Han Sen ran his fingers through his hair and then patted down his clothes. He bared his teeth to present what he believed to be a charismatic smile. Of course, he still knew he should exercise caution. He remained vigilant, beneath his awkward facade of the suave explorer he was putting on. She was the only one that dared approach the tree, let alone sit on it. It was a clear indicator of how powerful she might have been. The lady looked surprised when she saw Han Sen smile in response. "Do you know her?" Queen asked, as she looked in the direction of that woman. Han Sen shook his head, saying, "Not at all. I don't even know if she is a spirit, humanoid creature, or an actual human. She seems pleasant enough, though." Queen wished to continue the dialogue and say something more, but all of a sudden, a large noise sounded. The red toads began to croak at a deafening volume, like an amphibian choir. The red toad up front, the king, had a frighteningly large belly, and when it croaked, it was like thunder. The Toad King approached the tree, while everything else in the vicinity did nothing and just watched. The Toad King was looking at the lady in the branches, seemingly making the noise towards her. Then, it inflated its vocal sac. The lady saw it and smiled, then she pulled a white flute from out of nowhere. She placed her lips on the flute and began to play. A strange and harmonic tune gently graced the cavern. Han Sen was shocked. He thought the lady possessed sonic powers. Han Sen quickly used his Dongshuan aura to hide the senses of as many of the creatures in the vicinity as he could. Han Sen was so surprised, for as she played, the notes of her melody appeared physical. He never thought music could literally be seen. The notes came out of her flute, rose, then fell gracefully down like feathers. Queen was just as shocked as Han Sen, to see this woman literally blow notes out of her flute. And the surprise became only greater when the notes touched the ground. They did not fade away. Instead, they remained. And then, their shapes twirled and twisted into that of a snake. After that, the snake slithered over towards the toads. A scary fight began, and as the snake battled with the Toad King, it showed no weakness. It wasn't going to lose to the red croaker. As they fought, the red toad spat out crimson blades towards the snake in an attempt to slice it up. But the snake was too quick and cunning for such simplistic techniques, as it was able to curl to deflect and roll to evade. The two were fighting fiercely, as all the other creatures in the vicinity looked on without care. Han Sen was shocked. Even a single note from that flute was capable of beating a super creature. He was made quickly aware the woman was not someone to be trifled with. As far as he was concerned, she was the master of all sonic powers, whoever or whatever she was. I can't believe sonic powers can be used in such a fashion. Queen was in utter disbelief. As the two creatures fought, they both did combat with care and grace. Neither of them wanted to accidentally deal damage to the tree. The red lights the toad cast were useless, and nothing it could do damaged the snake. The snake eventually wrapped itself around the toad to choke it, and then, with its mouth wide open, sought to swallow the wretch. Pang! But as this occurred, the vocal sac of the toad exploded, and a stinky fluid drenched the snake. Evidently, it was a corrosive substance, and the snake melted into nothing. When the sac exploded, though, the toad's body looked slumped and knackered. It may have defeated the snake, but it was at a great expense of strength and effort. Not wanting to provoke the lady anymore, it slinked back closer to its toad friends. Suddenly, a new foe emerged from a nearby crevice. It looked very powerful. Han Sen looked at it, and he was in awe of its yellow hair, big eyes, and long tail. It looked like a squirrel, but it was bigger than a tiger. It shone with a gold light, and it ran with an incredibly quick pace. The rock rats in its path could not do anything and were gruesomely squished underfoot before they even knew what was happening. The Rat King took notice of this and appeared to be quite angry at the act. But it remained still and did not do anything in response. The big-eyed fiend ran up to the tree and made a barking noise at the lady. The lady looked moody and annoyed by the second intrusion, so she summoned a lute. She held it softly and strummed a magical melody, where each note came together to build a big, golden bird. The big-eyed thief looked incredibly arrogant, but when it saw the golden bird, the fire on its body extinguished and it tried to flee. The bird wasn't going to let it escape, though. It flapped its wings and flew towards the big-eyed thief's rear. A countermeasure was in place, as the big-eyed thief shone gold and released a thick haze of toxic gas. But the golden bird shone gold, as well. Its talons cleaved through the smoke and grabbed the big-eyed thief, and then tore the fiend in two. Han Sen and Queen were frightened by the sight, but they weren't shocked the musical note was able to fight another super creature. What did surprise them, though, was its ability to tear one in half with a single strike. Is that lady an emperor? Han Sen asked himself, still reeling from the shock of that grisly sight. The big-eyed thief's yellow miasma still hung in the air, and it was a ghastly smell. The creatures that had been caught inside it had all been killed. The lady made a gesture with her gentle hand and wafted it away. The pleasant fragrance of the tree came back stronger, eliminating whatever was left of the big-eyed thief's stink. Having seen what had just occurred to the big-eyed thief, no other creature in the vicinity dared provoke the lady now. But none of the creatures dared leave the area, either. And they remained there, as if to guard the tree until its fruit was ready for consumption. Grabbing this fruit may prove difficult, Han Sen thought to himself as he rubbed his head. He was unsure whether or not he could obtain a benefit or be gifted a fruit from the pleasant-turned-cruel mistress of the tree. If she was an emperor with 10 gene locks open, Han Sen didn't believe he'd be able to obtain anything, even with the blue dinosaur and disloyal knight by his side. That being said, the other super creatures in the vicinity would be too proud to allow the lady to take everything for herself. If chaos was to arise, Han Sen thought he might be able to nab something for himself amidst the carnage. Han Sen decided to wait alongside the rest of the creatures, and as he did so, he occasionally chatted with Queen. The two did not speak loudly though, and whenever they talked, they made sure to do so in whispers. The lady, in the meantime, continued to remain perched in the tree. She swung her little legs delicately as she did. The bird had gone by this point, and the lute had been returned, too. But eventually, the lady raised her arm and pointed her finger at Han Sen. Then she signaled for him to approach. Han Sen was shocked. Regardless of race or species, the signal she had just made was a gesture for him to come closer. At that moment, every creature in the region looked over to see who the lady was pointing at. Me. Han Sen looked around, acknowledging she meant him without mistake. There were no other creatures around him, after all. The lady smiled and nodded. Don't go, it is too dangerous, Queen pleaded. Although Han Sen was strong, the lady was too strange. It'd be a risk to approach, but he didn't want to incite her ire by refusing her summons. It's fine, I can always turn away and leave. Besides, I'm interested in seeing what she wants. Han Sen flew over to the tree, leaving the blue dinosaur behind to safeguard Queen. Han Sen was rather interested in the identity of who or what the lady actually was, but it was primarily due to the fact the fruit was on the precipice of maturing. Getting that close, in anticipation of that moment, was a good thing. Nothing was better than being able to approach the tree without a fight. Although the lady was frighteningly powerful, Han Sen believed he could always escape whenever he wanted to. Without anything barring his passage, Han Sen approached the tree with ease. What is it? Han Sen asked, as he hovered before her. The lady pointed to another branch and bid that he sit with her. Han Sen did as she asked and took a seat on the branch, but he made sure to keep his distance and maintain his vigilance. He did not trust the lady, so he exercised every caution he could possibly take while spending time with her. Han Sen immediately noticed how good the lady smelled, and how her fragrance was actually different than that of the tree itself. Her scent wasn't strong or overwhelming, it was light and refreshing. Pretty lady, do you need something from me? Han Sen asked with a smile. The lady smiled in return, her face curious. Has a spirit never laid eyes on such a handsome face before? Did you need to take a closer look? You should take a picture, Han Sen jested, due to her awkward and intimidating silence. Pretty woman, do you mind saying something? Han Sen said. The lady maintained her stare in silence. That's okay, we don't need to speak. And I know I'm handsome, so feel free to admire me all you like. Han Sen started to look at the jellyfish fruit that were tantalizingly near. The fruit all looked alive, and they definitely seemed to be king-class Geno fruit. There must be more than 10,000 of these things. If they can all increase a person's super Geno points, this sanctuary could see the rise of countless more elites, Han Sen believed. Han Sen had no idea what the fruit did, though. Moment Queen was probably hiding most of the story from him. What is your name? The lady finally asked. The lady's voice was like music, and just hearing it made Han Sen happy. My name is Han Sen. What about you? Han Sen asked. If she was an emperor, she'd undoubtedly speak her title. And once she did, he could find out what or who she really was. Shang Yin, the lady said with a smile. Shang Yin, Han Sen repeated after her, weirded out that it wasn't a name typical of any spirit. Shang Yin looked at Han Sen and pointed at his dragon blood ring, saying, why would you have that? Has he died? You know Dragon King? Han Sen asked with shock. Han Sen did not know whether the lady was a friend or foe of Dragon King, so he knew he'd have to tread carefully with his answers on the subject. The last thing he wanted was to have her as an enemy. If you know Dragon King, how have you never heard my name? Shang Yin asked, with that ever-present smile. Han Sen was shocked, and so he asked, are you one of Ancient Devil's generals? Shang Yin said, do not avoid my question. Why do you have that ring? Where is he? Han Sen eyed Shang Yin dubiously, not expecting she might be one of the generals. But at least he now knew why she had summoned him over there, and that was due to his possession of the dragon blood ring. Even if she was a general, though, she could be an enemy of Dragon King. There was no telling whether or not she was friendly with him. Han Sen told her, I stumbled across it at the resurrection site. He then went on to tell her the whole story, but with a few modifications. He told her he was only watching the entire thing, and he didn't tell her what had actually gone on between him and Dragon King. Shang Yin, after hearing it all, sighed and said, even Dragon King failed to ascend. Tell me, is he dead? Sister, do you want to become a demigod, too? Han Sen, noticing how relatively non-hostile she was feeling some relief. She nodded and said, when the flower opens, that is the time. Flower. The jellyfish, they aren't fruit, Han Sen asked with shock. Shang Yin said, who told you these were fruit? They're just the flowers of this tree. Han Sen noticed Shang Yin being quite relaxed, and so he asked, there are many scary creatures here. Don't you think they might interfere with your attempt of ascension? Shang Yin glossed over them and said, if I succeed, they are nothing greater than dust compared to me. If I fail, they can have my body. Han Sen was shocked. It was then that he understood that the creatures were not there for the tree, but for her. They were waiting to see whether or not she would succeed. If she failed, her flesh would be extremely beneficial and a whole lot more valuable to the creatures than any fruit could be. When she ascended, she would receive the powers of the fourth god's sanctuary. If she failed, she would still have a bit of that juice left in her system. Han Sen no longer wanted to steal anything from the area. Seeing the beautiful woman happily face a life or death gambit, he felt incredibly antsy. Han Sen knew he could not compete with her, even if he tried his absolute best. But if she had a chance of becoming a demigod, she was definitely an emperor with at least 10 gene locks open. I did not expect to meet someone I could talk to before I departed this place. I would like to provide you with a gift before I depart. Shang Yin retrieved something weird. The item had been created from bone, and it was oval-shaped. There was a hole on the top, with a number of smaller holes on its body. Han Sen had no idea what manner of instrument it was, but he knew it had to be incredibly powerful. Han Sen said he shouldn't accept such an impressive gift, but his true intent manifested in his hands, which lecherously reached out and grabbed it. Shang Yin smiled and said, this is the broken bone. It was crafted from my collarbone. If I fail, this will be a historical relic, and proof of my existence. I am sure you will succeed, Han Sen said. Han Sen was shocked, though. He thought the generals were all spirits, but if she was telling him the item was crafted from an actual bone of hers, it meant she was a humanoid super creature. Only creatures could create something like this, as spirits could only craft Geno treasures. Han Sen did not despise creatures, and he had many as pets like the silver fox. She looked human, besides the fact. She was a stunning woman, and he was hard-pressed to believe she really was a creature. She was nice and generous to give him a gift such as that. Shang Yin smiled, and suddenly, the flowers above began to shine and fall. They didn't fall off like flowers, though. They were like jellyfish, floating down deeper into the abyss of an ocean. The glowing jellyfish were all around the tree, like a dream. But the creatures did not admire the beauty of this scene, they instead stared at the center of the tree. Han Sen looked to where they did, and noticed there was a hole in the tree. The hole was bright, brimming with an untold energy. When the light from inside it got stronger, it was like witnessing a rising sun. The jellyfish flowers began to change their course and fly towards it. Thousands of jellyfish flowers flew inside the hole in the tree. Its capacity seemed infinite, as each entered without struggle. And as they did, the light inside grew in intensity. Han Sen felt the frightening power coming from inside the hole in the tree. It was so powerful, the Dongshuan aura could not provide an accurate reading. Neither could he see what rested inside, beyond the blinding light. Shang Yin didn't seem to be focused on the hole. She merely continued to sit on the branch in a carefree manner. She looked at Han Sen and asked him, "Would you like me to teach you how to blow a shuan?" "Sure." With surprise, Han Sen passed her back the shuan. This looked to be an important moment, so he did not expect her to set aside time to teach him how to play an instrument. Shang Yin took the shuan and placed her fingers on the holes around the instrument's belly. She placed her lips around the head and blew it, as gentle and pleasant sounds were birthed and heard. Han Sen had never seen this instrument before, and the notes played were melancholic. It sounded as if someone was crying, or a woman was whispering to the wind in some lonely valley. The sounds were clear and defined, but at the same time not. The sound was reminiscent of a flute, and it was a delight to hear. Whether or not it was the instrument itself or the talent she possessed, the music produced was beautiful. Han Sen could see the notes physically emerge from the instrument, and how they became fairies that danced around them. He was stunned, witnessing it all. The creatures that were dying for the fruit and becoming restless were instantly soothed and calmed when they heard the music. Fortunately, Han Sen was powerful enough to not be lulled into a trance. He was able to just sit and admire her energy flow. Shang Yin was using her energy flow to play the music, and this was something he had never seen anyone else do before. Han Sen doubted, anyone could produce the same effects, even if they had the instrument to play. Shang Yin knew she was being scanned by Han Sen. She was a berserk super creature with 10 gene locks open, so his Dongshuan aura with 5 gene locks open could not be hidden from her. She was not offended by his actions, though. She had decided to teach the young man how to play the shuan, and that wasn't going to change. Han Sen was shocked and did not expect he'd be able to watch her energy flow, but he was glad he could. He wanted to watch how she blew the shuan. And Shang Yin did not mind the violation. She did not mind him observing her energy flow. Her energy flow was, however, complicated. Merely trying to remember it was very difficult for Han Sen. When she finished playing her song, the creatures continued to sit in silence. Their eyes could not leave her grace so suddenly. The light in the hole then began to fade, and with it, so too were all the jellyfish. A light that was no brighter than a candle was all that was left there. Shang Yin gave Han Sen back his shuan and said, "This is all I can teach you for now. Practice more and you will be able to play a number of songs successfully." "I will practice," Han Sen said, as he took back the shuan. He said this to please her, though. Han Sen was not really interested in the art of making music, only in the sonic powers that could be manipulated through the instrument. Shang Yin knew Han Sen was not fond of music, either. But she still smiled and said, "Return. My time here is up." After that, Shang Yin turned to approach the hole herself. Han Sen did not know what to expect, so he just bid her farewell and made his way back to Queen and Blue Dinosaur. Then, they all watched her go towards the tree. Shang Yin reached her hand inside and brought something out. The item was what made the hole glow. It was similar to a big water drop, and it wobbled in her hands like jelly. Shang Yin kissed the blob and then consumed it. When she swallowed it, the scent of her body became much stronger. Her fragrance was so strong, it took on an appearance like smoke. The mist began to fill the entire cavern, giving the place a dreamy look. It was like heaven. Han Sen sniffed it and immediately felt refreshed, so much so, he felt several years younger. All the creatures in the area sniffed it, too, and they looked to be really enjoying it. It was a divine treat for them all, as well. The smell of her body hung in the air like a delightful haze. Eventually, it parted like a curtain, and then, a stone door appeared. The door had no markings or anything, but it looked holy. It made all who laid eyes on it feel tiny. Aside from Shang Yin, all the creatures knelt when seeing the door. The Rat King and Toad King showed great respect as well and did the same. The gate to the fourth god's sanctuary. Han Sen was in absolute shock. When he was in the second god's sanctuary, the Holy Rhino and Little Fairy had been taken by spirits into the third god's sanctuary. Han Sen expected a spirit to emerge from that stone door and bring her forward into a new realm, but it remained shut. Shang Yin flew around in the mist like a fairy, and it looked like she wanted nothing more than to open the door and go through. The stone door hovered in the air, adamantly remaining closed. The underground cavern was a mighty place, but the door seemed so far away. With Shang Yin's speed, it looked like she could reach it in the space of a second. But with everyone's bated breath, it felt like she'd never reach there. The mist that was a pleasant smell began to stream towards the door and Shang Yin followed in its wake. The tallest point of the cavern ceiling was 10,000 meters high, but to Han Sen, Shang Yin felt like she was an entire galaxy away from him. When Shang Yin reached the door, she placed her hands against it and pushed it partially open. The scary power that came from that small gap immediately frightened Han Sen and flattened him down on the ground. It wasn't just Han Sen like this, but the creatures all around were pushed down to the ground, as well. Only the super creatures could manage to somewhat stand in defiance of that new gravity. Although the super creatures could fight it back, they still looked terrified before that power. Shang Yin's clothes violently waved in the wind of a phantom typhoon that seemed to stem from that partially opened door. But Shang Yin still managed to stand strong against it all, maintaining her grip on the door she pushed against. As the door slowly opened, more and more of that wind entered the cavern. Soon after, not even the super creatures could stand. Where Shang Yin was, the wind was even more terrifying. The gusts were so sharp, they cut her like blades and knifed through the mist. Shang Yin frowned and summoned a flute. She blew a few notes towards the door, which manifested as a wall of snakes to aid her in withstanding the force of that invisible storm. She continued her defiance of the door and pushed it with all her might, but soon after, not even the snakes could withstand the gusts. So then, she summoned her lute. Notes emerged from the instrument without it even being played, and the notes took on the form of birds. Like a raven shield of gold, they stood against the fierce phantom winds as a bulwark before her. It did not last forever, though, and each time her protection broke, she'd summon another instrument to create a shield. Over the time it took for her to open the door, she ended up summoning 8 different instruments and 8 different creatures. Boom! Even the stone door itself quivered. She had managed to open the door fully, but no spirit came through from the other side. In the black on the other side of the stone door, there were stairs. Where they led, none could tell. The dimension inside was distorted and twisted, preventing any clear view by the onlookers. Shang Yin placed a foot on one of those steps, and the moment she took a step, a transparent fire blazed to consume her. The beasts that accompanied her were useless, and they all turned to soot in the hungry flames that licked them. Shang Yin's clothes and instruments became cinders and ash in the flame, and she looked to be in agony. The fire was making her suffer, but her resolve was not swayed. She pushed on to take a second step. More fire blazed to envelop her, as all the items she possessed disintegrated into nothing. With Shang Yin's clothing gone, her flesh was seared through to expose bones that were then catching on fire. That mist began to seep out from the seams and tiers of her composition, and so too did magical musical notes. The forces tried to form a veil of protection around her, against the most brutal fire that sought to put an end to her ascension. With every step she took, it seemed like a century had elapsed. And each time she took a step, another one would appear. The transparent fire did not relent as she ascended, and it continued to ravage her as she went. But while it did indeed hurt her, it morphed and warped her super body's genes. Han Sen was shocked. When she reached her 7th step, her super body began to collapse. He could not tell how many more steps awaited her. When she reached the 9th step, her entire body was vaporized. Han Sen could only see a blurry light reach that 9th step, and the notes and mist that accompanied her had drawn faintly. 10 steps of the holy door. I did not expect you to reach the 9th step. You must be the greatest of the 8 generals, a weird voice boomed throughout the underground. Quickly, it tried to follow Shang Yin. Han Sen was shocked when he saw who it was. It was Yaxia. He looked different than the last time Han Sen saw him. Yaxia looked strange, but as murderous as ever. Han Sen knew exactly what he was up to. But with Shang Yin focusing on her ascension of those brutal steps, she couldn't turn her attention away to focus on anything else. Xianxia had appeared at the perfect time to prevent her ascension. He was there now, bitterly seeking to stop her. Han Sen realized Xianxia must have been hidden there the entire time. He had waited for this paramount moment to reveal himself and make her fail. By doing that, he hoped to achieve the powers of the fourth god's sanctuary and flesh easily. Prior to this moment, Shang Yin would have had no trouble exterminating the villain Xianxia was, but she was on the final step of that excruciating climb. She could not be distracted, but it did seem like Shang Yin herself now acknowledged Xianxia was there. She was shocked by his sudden appearance, and it immediately made her quiver. As she took notice, her notes appeared weaker. Oh, no. Han Sen looked at his Shuan and sought to stop Xianxia. Little B** starred, how dare you show your face to me? Xianxia looked incredibly angry, seeing Han Sen approach in an attempt to stop him. Han Sen summoned Disloyal Knight. The gold raven was still evolving, so he knew he couldn't personally put up much of a fight without it. The last time he fought Xianxia, he had only just woken up. Now, he could be much stronger. Disloyal Knight cast his halo and threw a punch towards Xianxia. Xianxia did not evade, though. He fearlessly went forward to meet with Disloyal Knight and threw a punch of his own. When the two fists collided with each other, they generated a massive shockwave. But even though the halo had worked its magic, Xianxia was still stronger than Disloyal Knight. He was the victor in that first strike, hurling Disloyal Knight backwards. Xianxia's face changed, and he said, "A halo super beast soul." Han Sen was dismayed, seeing the effects not weakening Xianxia as much as he had hoped. It had worked on him, but not to the point that he could not fight back. This meant Xianxia had to be close to opening his 10th gene lock. "Xianxia, I knew I should have come looking for you. But today, you have delivered yourself to me, so there's no foul. Come here, let me kill you." Han Sen just wanted to infuriate Xianxia, which was a simple enough task. Xianxia knew this, but he complied anyway and said, "If you want to die that much, I'll grant you your wish." Xianxia leapt forward, but this time, it was towards Shang Yin. That was his reason for being in this place, after all. Stopping her was his #1 priority. Han Sen commanded Disloyal Knight to charge forth and stop him, but he was very slow compared to Xianxia. Han Sen knew he'd have to chip in, so he drew his Taya and Phoenix sword. Wearing his mantis armor and dragon wings, he flew forward. Xianxia had been weakened by the halo, so with the Phoenix techniques of flight Han Sen had learned, he was able to catch up. Han Sen would not use his Super King Spirit body unless it was absolutely necessary. His fitness was still not up to par with a King Spirit. If he wanted to be a match for Xianxia, he'd need another 1,000 fitness levels. But it was Disloyal Knight's halo that evened the odds. Xianxia saw Han Sen fly before him to prevent his passage, so he threw a punch and said, "Use your creepy skill. If you don't, you won't be able to fight me. You want me to use that to kill a pathetic, little King Spirit like you? Pa, you're only worthy of my bottom shelf skills." Han Sen, with his Phoenix techniques, dodged the incoming strike and retaliated with his own. Xianxia believed Han Sen's movements were strange, so he said, "Against my speed, I'm afraid you'll be killed before you even know what hits you. It must be sad to know you'll die without even knowing how." Xianxia sped up once more. His weakened body was managing to move even faster now, and when Han Sen next saw him, his lecherous fingers were reaching forth to strike Han Sen's eyes. He evaded the fingers by an inch, but not without his helmet being scratched. Han Sen felt the marks that had been delivered and his face changed. Only Xianxia's nails had scratched his helmet, but even so, they had almost broken his super armor. If it wasn't for his Phoenix techniques, the scratches would have gone through and shredded his head like a rotting melon. Xianxia wasn't looking to waste time with the distraction that was Han Sen, though. He moved forward with the haste of a near teleportation level of speed and grabbed Han Sen. A red mist then began to envelop Han Sen as he opened the 9th gene lock of the Blood Pulse Sutra. The red mist dyed his armor and weaponry a creepy crimson color. He cast Heresy Mantra, as well. The refined and purified blood began pumping and coursing through his body. His kidney produced a large amount of energy to fuel all this and keep Han Sen going in the struggle. But still, it didn't prove enough to keep up with Xianxia. His chest was cut up, and the lacerations began to bleed. It was quite terrifying to see himself be delivered such wounds, despite wearing such sturdy armor. It is no wonder he is one of the generals. He must definitely be as strong as Shang Yin. Han Sen flapped his wings, slipped Xianxia's grasp, and flew forward to catch up with him. Then, he cast Dual Blade. Yaksha's attack had not severely damaged Han Sen. Killing Han Sen would be a trivial task for him, but he knew he had to stop Shang Yin's ascension first. Disloyal Knight finally caught up and punched Yaksha in the back. This was all Han Sen needed to keep doing, to slow him down. With Disloyal Knight there, keeping him occupied would be far easier. Yaksha, feeling something else come towards him from behind, turned to look. There, he saw Han Sen racing towards him, prompting him to spread his wings. And the moment Yaksha spread those wings, his speed became unfathomably quick. Pang! Disloyal Knight's fist could not catch up, and Han Sen could only see a blurry shadow speed away from him. But then, Han Sen received a hit to his chest, which sent him flying away. Han Sen was thrown through a rock, splitting it. On his chest were 5 bloody holes. His heart had almost been ripped out. You should be proud of yourself, for that strike not to have killed you. Now, go away, Yaksha mockingly stated before turning around to resume his flight towards Shang Yin. He did not want her to take that last step. A shadow of blood emerged from the floor as Han Sen barred Yaksha's way once more. Do you really want to die that much? That's fine by me. Yaksha was now getting infuriated with Han Sen. He and Disloyal Knight had wasted too much time already, and Yaksha knew now that he had to take them out. Yaksha's wings were strong, but he could not remain at that speed the whole time. He flapped the wings and appeared in front of Han Sen with a whooshing sound. Yaksha tried to grab Han Sen, but he failed. Han Sen had dodged it. Yaksha's face curdled like sour milk and he barked, "That must have been a coincidence. How could you evade my Yaksha speed?" Han Sen was delighted at what he had just managed to do. Han Sen was indeed much slower than Yaksha, but he had opened his 5th tier of the Dongshuan Sutra. His ability to read the minds of others was really coming into its own. Yaksha wanted to eliminate Han Sen with a burning desire. It was a simplistic notion, and it was reflected in the workings of his mind. Han Sen knew exactly what he was thinking in this endeavor. I am going to dig his heart out. Han Sen heard his mind speak these words and reacted before Yaksha even made a move. Although Han Sen could not entirely dodge the next attack, he managed to get away with only a slight scratch. Is that all you've got, Yaksha? Han Sen yelled and started laughing at his humiliation. Yaksha was as shocked as he was angry. The fact that Han Sen's evasion had worked twice made it seem unlikely that he was just getting lucky. He can't catch up with my Yaksha speed. Yaksha used the same move to attack again. And like before, Han Sen heard exactly what he proposed to do and when he proposed to do it. With effective judgment, he managed to dodge it. With the magic of the Dongshuan Sutra and Phoenix techniques, plus the Blood Pulse Sutra and Disloyal Knight's power, Han Sen did not even have to cast Super King Spirit right now. Queen was in shock, watching them fight like so. She said out loud, "Wow, he's that strong already. I have my work cut out for me if I hope to keep up." After watching for a while, she began to feel depressed. Han Sen's skill was on a whole different level than hers, and it made her feel useless. She almost felt as if she didn't deserve to be at his side. How did he do that? Queen watched Han Sen with a complicated expression. But Queen was still Queen, and her will to improve and go on did not falter. In fact, after witnessing all this, it only grew. The fire of her heart was stoked with an even bolder flame. Queen continued to watch and observe Han Sen's movements. She recalled how she used to teach Han Sen Heavenly Go, but now, it was almost the other way around. She viewed him intently, learning how to perform Phoenix techniques as he did. Queen was a very talented person, and when Han Sen used Phoenix techniques, they inspired her greatly. What Queen considered to be the most valuable of Han Sen's abilities were his skills of prediction. She had no clue how Han Sen managed to dodge half the attacks he always did, particularly so now, with the frightening foe that was Yaksha. Because Han Sen was much slower, which was plain to see, she thought it'd be impossible for him to dodge and evade in the manner he was doing. The only way he could stay ahead was if he knew what the attacker was going to perform beforehand. How Han Sen might have done so enthralled her. And every time, in succession, Han Sen did indeed dodge with success. It was an excellent show. Queen did not know Han Sen had learned the Dongshuan Sutra, though. She just thought he was a brilliant guesser. Queen was a very talented person, as well. Even Wangfu Shangcheng told her she was perfect for the learning of Heavenly Go. But now, as she watched Han Sen, she believed herself to not be half as good. She thought she was lame, in comparison. If my talents are as rare as others say, Then what does he have that I or others don't? What magic propels him? Queen was in shock and awe over his display. Queen was not one to concede or throw in the towel, though. The better Han Sen was, the better she wanted to be. And that was an admirable trait. Han Sen did not know this was the way Queen felt. The Dongshuan Sutra was the reason he could fight as he was. Han Sen was currently fighting like a dragon, and with disloyal knight by his side, he was only getting better and better against his nemesis. He was used to predicting the moves of his enemies, and his talent with this was only getting better. Xianxia was moving extremely fast, and although he delivered the occasional scrape, it was happening less and less often. Han Sen was being dealt less and less damage. While Han Sen fought, a power came from someplace to the side. He blocked it with his arm. Cha! A gray spear pierced through his arm and cut through his bone. Han Sen looked to where the spear might have come from, and he noticed it was the Rat King that was stood atop the pillar. It was laughing, and then it turned into another spear and flew towards Han Sen. With the rock rats now joining the fight, seeking to stop Han Sen, things were about to go very bad. It wasn't just the Rat King looking to join the fray, either. The Toad King, Cricket King, and other creatures all took aim at Han Sen. Seeing the creatures all wanting to kill him, Han Sen understood what was going on. All the super creatures there wanted Xianxia to fail so they could dine on her flesh. Just like Xianxia, none of them wanted her to succeed. Even more creatures were joining the fray. A dozen insects, each a meter long, began to rise from the lake. The super creatures were beelining for Han Sen, that much was clear. They wanted nothing more than to dine on Xianxia's flesh, but they had previously been unable to disrupt her ascension. Now that Xianxia had appeared, proving formidable enough to do so and give the creatures what they desired, they had hope. But Han Sen had come along to stop Xianxia, and with only him in their way, they all thought it best to chip in and stop the meddler. Han Sen had done what he could in the time he had, but under fire from so many super creatures, he knew it would now be best to run. While he wished to save Xianxia and ensure her success, Disloyal Knight and the Blue Dinosaur were not enough to repel the assault of a dozen super creatures. Even if Han Sen did stay and fight, Xianxia would be free to fly towards that door while the super creatures kept his foe occupied. Remaining there would be a pointless endeavor, and stopping Xianxia any further would be silly. Run! Han Sen yelled back towards Queen and the Blue Dinosaur. Blue Dinosaur was no sharper than a bag of socks, but even it wasn't dumb enough to try to withstand a dozen super creatures. It knew it was time to run, and so it did. Queen was atop it, and she rode it back into the tunnels they had come from. Han Sen tried to veil the seven senses of the creatures, so they could neither hear nor see him. But its effectiveness on super creatures was practically null, and it did not quell their raging stampede towards him. All Han Sen could do was focus on his flight out. You had it coming, Xianxia coldly mocked, before turning to go for the door. The 9 steps Xianxia had traversed were brutal and endowed with a hungry fire that ravaged all who sought to ascend. She was little more than a shadow at this point, and that shadow was flickering faintly, as if it was about to be completely dispelled by a dazzling light. Xianxia had been aware of what was occurring outside of the door, and she had been touched by Han Sen's bravery in trying to secure safe passage for her. When he fled from the attacks of the super creatures, she completely understood. Nearing the end of her painful journey, Xianxia decided to forget about Xianxia, who was now homing in on her. She now had to focus on completing what she had started. She concentrated on withstanding the fire that sought to incinerate her. She could not allow her mind to waver, falter, or be distracted by the incoming threat. If her mind wandered for a second, it'd be her demise. Maybe this is my fate. Xianxia was still composed, and she didn't feel hatred for the one who came for her. Han Sen had already fought on her behalf for a while, but she hadn't yet been able to make that final step. Even if Xianxia wasn't there to disturb her, she was teetering on the brink of failure. This was a life and death moment for her. This was the single moment that would decide her future, for there would be no return to the present. Xianxia had no choice now but to ascend. She could not return, she could only go on. Go on or fall. The jelly-like fruit would vaporize shortly after becoming ripe, so she couldn't eat it anywhere else at any other time. Xianxia had now reached the door. He could tell Xianxia was about to fail, even if he hadn't come to meddle with her ascension. It is a shame you have become my enemy, but I cannot allow you to go to the fourth god's sanctuary, Xianxia said as he watched her burn. Xianxia paid no heed to his words and maintained her focus on the task at hand. Although she looked like she was going to fail, just in case, Xianxia pulled out something to throw beyond the door. Xianxia had not yet opened 10 gene locks, so he was not foolish enough to enter himself. If he went inside, he'd be turned into soot in a matter of seconds. So, aware of this, he had an item. If he threw this item inside, there was a high chance it would secure her demise. What Xianxia was holding was a black metal fruit called a crimson fruit. It was attuned with the element of fire, and it had been obtained from a king spirit tree. If he threw it inside, it could pollute the holy, cleansing fire. The holy fire cleansed those who walked through it. It rinsed and burned away past sins and removed your old body to provide a new one that was spotless. It was a necessary process to become a demigod. Once the 10th step had been reached, you would become a demigod. Xianxia wanted to pollute the holy fire, though. The dirt of the fruit was said to warp and sour the cleansing process and provide greater damage to whoever walked through it. Xianxia, I will take your place in the 4th god's sanctuary and find ancient devil emperor. Xianxia smiled as he prepared to chuck the fruit inside. Xianxia believed there now to be no hope. Seeing the fruit leave Xianxia's hand, she sighed. But the moment the fruit was about to cross through the doorframe, it stopped. It appeared as if something was pulling it back. In the next second, the flight of the fruit was course-corrected, and it ended up flying in the opposite direction. A hand then grabbed the crimson fruit. Xianxia saw it happen, and he realized that someone had just claimed his fruit. It's you, Xianxia and Xianxia both exclaimed. Han Sen, all bloodied, now possessed the fruit. He smiled and said, you are a noob who does not even have 10 gene locks open. You're using this to disrupt her ascension. Cheap. It's a shame it's mine now. You are dead. Xianxia's face turned green. He flapped his wings and soared towards Han Sen. Xianxia was furious. He only had one crimson fruit, as it was a treasure from a king spirit tree that could only provide one with each harvest. That harvest took 100,000 years to grow. He wouldn't be able to receive another one quite so easily. But while Xianxia was angry, he was not in panic mode yet. The crimson fruit may not have entered the door, but its appearance had still distracted Xianxia quite a bit. She looked to be at the end of her tether, and taking that last step seemed out of her reach. Han Sen had been grievously injured, but he had come back alone. The super creatures were still on his trail, so it was something that was in Xianxia's favor. And so, Xianxia decided to attack Han Sen. He thought it was about time Han Sen got a pummeling, and he very much wanted to see him writhing in agony when the posse of super creatures also caught up. But all of a sudden, Han Sen blazed with a bright white light. His hair turned white and flowed down to his feet. His eyes turned as white as his gleaming, ivory armor. Pat! Han Sen clicked his fingers and turned the entire cavern into one coinstorm cloud. Coins manifested in the air and dropped from every inch of that place. The creatures that sought to catch up with Han Sen were immediately suppressed and brought to the ground. Xianxia's body was pumping with pure, unbridled hatred and rage. He swung his lethal nails around to slice the coins. But unlike before, Han Sen did not keenly evade Xianxia. All he did was raise the corner of his lips. In his ordinary form, Han Sen was too weak to block Xianxia's attacks, that's why he had to focus on evasion. Now things were different. Although Xianxia's speed was still greater, Super King Spirit made Han Sen stronger. What's more, between all that was going on, Xianxia's mind was screaming. Pang! Xianxia's nails were about to descend on Han Sen, but he did not move until they were about to skewer his eyeballs. And that move was to grab Xianxia by the waist and prevent him from being able to move. How? Green, pulsating veins scrawled over Xianxia's arms. Try as he might to resist, he could not move or free himself. Han Sen's hands were like chains, tying up his waist. You are right, you are dead, Han Sen said, just as his white light grew in intensity. Han Sen's grip on Xianxia tightened, as the madman flailed in hopeless resistance. Xianxia tried using his nails to slice Han Sen's belly. He was fast that not even light itself would have been able to dodge. But Xianxia's failing was his anger, and how he screamed on the inside. Han Sen knew exactly what was going through his mind, and he knew what to do. Pang! Han Sen threw his other fist to repel Xianxia's incoming nail strike. There was so much power in that parry, it broke every finger on Xianxia's hand. They all bent backwards like broken twigs. But the fist didn't just stop there. Han Sen's fist continued going forward right into Xianxia's face. Pang! Xianxia wanted to scream, but he couldn't after that. His lips and jaw had been shattered and smashed. They were twisted and ruined so much that Xianxia could barely control his mouth. His body leaned back, his other arm was still held by Han Sen, and now, Han Sen gave it a tug. Han Sen pulled Xianxia forward and delivered another punch. Xianxia's skull cracked, and the force of that second punch sent a shockwave through the cavern. Pang, pang, pang. Xianxia would take a punch, fall back limply, then be tugged forward only to be hit again. This process repeated again and again. Eventually, one of Xianxia's eyeballs fell out of its socket. He no longer looked human. Xianxia's speed was useless against Han Sen in such a state. His brain had been rattled too much, his mind was a mishmash of displaced thoughts that scrambled to gather cohesion. Han Sen, seeing Xianxia was on the razor's edge between life and death, let him go. And then, with both fists, planned to give him one last brutal hit. Alu alu alu. Han Sen suddenly screamed like Xie Qing King. The last hit he sought to deliver turned to a great many, and he punched like a nutter. Over and over he threw his fists, with each one making him feel better than before. All of Xianxia's bones had been broken, and eventually, his meat and skin were little more than a crumpled sack to contain a collapsing skeleton. Xianxia squealed like a dying pig, and in his final moments, Han Sen moved forward to pick him up. The creatures that sought to attack Han Sen stopped, not wanting to meddle with such a frightening foe. The creatures weren't exactly cooperating, they were all competing for the meat. So, it was not like they could rely on each other to take on Han Sen in unison. Han Sen's murderous and intimidating presence stopped anyone or anything from harboring thoughts of potentially trying to attack or kill him. Ha ha. Xianxia, he who had been brutally beaten like so, suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Han Sen asked as he grabbed him by the loose and torn garments that still hung from Xianxia. My spirit stone is not here, you fool. I'll respawn, should you kill me. And Shang Yin, she's going to die. You were unable to save her. I may not have won, but you still lost. Isn't that so sad? Ha ha. Xianxia continued to laugh, as his other eyeball dropped from its socket. He actually seemed very happy. Han Sen looked inside the door and saw the shadow kneeling. There were no more musical notes or energy signatures left to scan. Shang Yin would probably not make it. You lose. Badly. Now, watch as she dies. I am different, I have many more ways to play with you. Xianxia began to cackle like a mad scientist. How can you be so certain I'll watch her die? Han Sen said. Xianxia spat out blood and mumbled, you are only a little stronger than me. You have only opened 9 gene locks, you cannot enter there. And who said I'll need to enter to save her? Han Sen then brought out his bone shuan. What's that for? Are you going to play a requiem on her behalf? Or perhaps you're going to somehow play the song of Gandharva? Xianxia jested in spite. I can play that, if that is what you would like to hear. Han Sen then brought the shuan to his lips. He blew into the head, causing a stream of white light to cast its way into the door. The power was the same that the shuan created, and he used this to recharge her body. How? Shang Yin felt this power enter her body, providing her support before she collapsed completely. She only needed a little bit more power to reach the 10th step, and with that power, she had hope. Shang Yin's notes filled the air, and her scent refragranced the atmosphere. With Han Sen's help, she was slowly able to move forward and take one last step. Impossible. She only played it once. How can you know the song of Gandharva already? Xianxia barked. Carried by the gentle sound waves of that divine music, Shang Yin leaned forward, ready to take that last step. No, it should be me who makes that final step. Xianxia looked insane as he watched Shang Yin take that one last step. Xianxia's eyes were going bigger and bigger, unable to believe what he was seeing. Boom. The 10th step was scaled, and when Shang Yin set both feet on it, a flame ravaged her entire body. The light was too bright to witness what was happening now, but it eventually dimmed, and when it did, Han Sen saw her reborn. She looked so holy, like a divine fairy or angelic being. Shang Yin spoke something to him, but Han Sen could not hear the words. He could only read her lips. The door closed, and as it did, Han Sen reviewed the words he believed her to have spoken. I'll wait for you in the 4th God's sanctuary. Han Sen was not entirely sure that was what she said. She pointed at him as if she wished to say something further, but the door closed before she could. Boom. The door was closed, separating the two for good. Han Sen was depressed, having not even been able to receive a thank you for his efforts. But Han Sen did not have time to dwell on it. He picked up Xianxia and just said, You said you have many ways, right? I can tell you right now that you don't. I'll kill you every single time I see you. So, my advice to you is to keep that spirit stone safe. If you don't, Han Sen punched through Yaksha's skull and tossed his body away. Yaksha's body faded from sight, warping him back to his spirit stone. When he respawned, he mulled over the words Han Sen had spoken to him. Han Sen's speech was one of remarkable confidence, and it made Yaksha angry to realize that he was now the weaker one. I'll make you regret this. Yaksha left his shelter, making this one final vow. Han Sen decided to make his way out of the underground realm. He exited his super king spirit mode, and his body was exhausted. So, he called for Golden Growler to carry him back. Not long after, Han Sen came across the blue dinosaur and Queen. Queen looked incredibly relieved to see Han Sen. Let's go back to the shelter as soon as we can, Queen said, as she ran over to hold Han Sen in her arms. I'm not going back. Those *SSHOLE super creatures tried to kill me, so I'm going to exact my revenge. If it wasn't for the super creatures getting involved, Han Sen wouldn't be in such a condition. He recalled their names and knew he had to kill them. They lead armies of noobs. That's it, and when they recover, I'm going to make light work of them, Han Sen said. Han Sen set up a camp outside the cave's exit, and when he recovered, he thought of going after the Rat King first. He wanted to take its life geno essence. A few days later, he was back in tip-top shape. With Blue Dinosaur, he returned to the underground. Han Sen believed there to be many super creatures residing in that underground realm, and he believed he'd have an easy time venturing in to slay them whenever he desired. It'd be an efficient way for him to become stronger. But Han Sen, after returning there, was unable to find one after a few days of subterranean travel. There were no average but strong creatures, either. There were only ordinary rock rats, toads, and crickets to be found. This can't be right. Why aren't there any decent creatures for me to slay? Han Sen frowned. Queen observed the surroundings and said, these creatures are smarter than we gave them credit. They are watching us, observing our every move. But down there, they had no other efficient way to track the creatures they sought. They couldn't avoid being watched, as the rats were everywhere. The super creatures had placed Han Sen on their blacklist, so they avoided him at all costs. Han Sen thought he could easily nab some life geno essences and super beast souls by venturing down there, but like usual, events didn't quite turn out as planned. I am getting tired of this damp, god-forsaken hole. Han Sen sat his bum down on a rock as he spoke. Queen looked at Han Sen, wondering what had happened the day Blue Dinosaur carried her away from the region that contained the tree. She did not know why Han Sen remained or what he had done when out of sight. The fact that they were afraid of Han Sen and evaded him at all costs aroused her suspicion. Fine, we'll go to the spirit shelter. It's not like a spirit shelter can run off, too. Han Sen, in his depression, decided to conquer a shelter. The Blue Dinosaur then carried them both to the spirit shelter. There, they saw Lu Yunwei again. It did not seem like a coincidence, but Lu Yunwei approached them first, asking, why have you come back here? If the spirit sees us, we will be killed. That's okay. We're going to conquer this shelter, if you don't mind. Not that your minding will sway my resolve. Run along and tell Wu Tian and the others to duck and take cover. Han Sen did not beat around the bush. Lu Yunwei looked at Han Sen as if he was a madman. And just how exactly are you going to do that? Everyone knew Han Sen was injured, and for him to proclaim he was going to take down a shelter, he thought he must have been having a laugh. Han Sen patted Blue Dinosaur and simply said, this is a good boy. He has what it takes to get the job done. Lu Yunwei gave a wry smile and said, even if your pet is very good, there's only one of him. There must be at least 20 sacred blood creatures in this place, and that's not to mention all the royal spirits. Lu Yunwei would not care if it was someone else planning a futile attack on the shelter. But as a surpasser of Starry Group, he had been ordered to maintain a good relationship with Han Sen. That was why he was being nice and showing so much concern. He didn't understand why Han Sen was the son-in-law of the president, though, with a blood relation to Luo Haitang. Regardless, that family had given up on Han Sen ever since they learned his body had been damaged. Lu Yunwei wasn't sure why he and others of the Starry Group still had to please the young invalid. But orders were orders, and he was still going to do as he was bidden. He thought the Blue Dinosaur was nothing more than a sacred blood creature. When the sacred blood creatures of the shelter attacked, Han Sen would be nothing more than a midday snack. I thought there might be. Well, run off and go tell the others now. Han Sen did not fancy explaining much of anything. Lu Yunwei shook his head and ran off. He didn't want to sacrifice any of his people in what he believed to be a futile fight. Lu Yunwei told Wu Tian what was going on, to which Wu Tian replied, even if his pet was strong, that's ridiculous. Does he really expect to take down this shelter with some half-decent pet and a woman? Pa, let's just find someplace to hide. We shouldn't be a part of this, Lu Yunwei said. They gathered the other humans and found an excuse to leave the shelter for a time. Han Sen set the time of the assault and then brought his blue dinosaur there. Before the blue dinosaur went in to deliver its first strike, though, Queen was already running ahead into battle to slay what she could. Lu Yunwei, in the meantime, had run far away from the shelter. Old Lu, do you think maybe Han Sen has healed? An elder surpasser asked. I doubt it. The demigods and top doctors said nothing could be done for him and he'd never be healed. Not even Luo Haitang could help, Lu Yunwei said. While they discussed, they suddenly felt the contracts binding them break. They were all in absolute shock, and they looked incredibly happy. Wu Tian screamed in joy, shouting, How? How did Han Sen take on that shelter? Let's go back and take a look. Lu Yunwei said. They ran back to see nothing but the charred remnants of destruction. The ruined bodies of dead creatures lay littered everywhere. Han Sen and Queen were walking away as they arrived. Han Sen's clothes had not even been wrinkled, whereas the woman beside him looked as if she had just taken a bath in a sea of blood. Her gold scimitar was caked in blood and fleshy bits. What was even more shocking was the master of the shelter, Dark Prince, was now following Han Sen like a slave. He was willingly obeying Han Sen. When Han Sen moved the underground shelter again, there was only Queen, Bauer, and Zero left. Old Huang and his people stayed in the dark shelter they had just liberated. This was by their choice, of course. Han Sen wanted to go deep into Thorn Forest, a knotted realm where none of the others would have a chance of hunting. Therefore, they decided to remain there in the new shelter. Han Sen put Dark Prince in charge of the dark shelter, as he did not want to completely forfeit his new acquirement. Han Sen still wanted to exact revenge on the super creatures that resided someplace in the depths of that underground realm, so he also commanded Dark Prince to keep an eye out for them on his behalf. Han Sen had the shelter moved twice, so they could reach the place where the second sacred blood scorpion was said to reside. This scorpion was different from the others Han Sen had seen, near the underground realm, as this one seemed to live alone. It was, however, bigger than a tank. The chitin was probably thicker than metal plating, too. For food, it seemed to enjoy munching on the many thorny vines in the area. When they prepared to engage the beast, Queen was the first to run forth and charge. Han Sen sat back and merely watched her fight. He noticed how well she had copied his phoenix techniques, and judged the accuracy of her attempt to be around the 80% mark. The scorpion was very strong, and it was a sacred blood creature with 8 of its gene locks open. Queen had not been a surpasser for very long, but she had so far managed to open 4 gene locks. She wouldn't have been able to fight the beast without the beast souls she had been given. That's not to say the beast souls made it easy. She still struggled to fight the monster solo. Han Sen, while watching her fight unfold, said to himself, bones like those of a crane, a figure like that of a swallow, wings brush the ground. Han Sen was reading the texts he had obtained when he first learned the phoenix techniques. She would never be able to learn the techniques in their entirety, since she had never seen the room that was decorated in birds and brought the text to life. And that aside, she had not learned the genuine 7 twists, either. But Queen was very talented, so Han Sen did not mind spending the extra time to train and improve her further. She could become much stronger in a short amount of time, he reckoned. Due to her toughness and super body, Han Sen treated Queen as an equal. He respected her a great deal and took her as a serious partner. Han Sen did not often encounter people with super bodies, but this was one. And he really liked Queen's super body. Each person's super body was different and unique to them. Han Sen was keen on the elements of space and time, and that was what Queen possessed. Queen's super body was called the Wheel of Space, and when Han Sen watched her fight, he could closely observe her ability to warp and create mini tears in the fabric of the space and time as she fought her opponent. Such powers were difficult to harness, and all Queen had achieved so far was to use her super body to speed herself up somewhat. Although it looked weak now, Han Sen firmly believed that when Queen became stronger over time, she'd become extremely powerful. Han Sen still did not know which element his super body was attuned to, and for whatever it was, he couldn't give it a name. Queen continued to battle the scorpion, listening to Han Sen read the text. Her skill in battle was improving in real time. After hearing Han Sen speak, Queen realized the true potential of Phoenix techniques and how beneficial they could be. It was almost frightening how effective the techniques were. Now that she knew that Han Sen possessed such talent, she half believed he'd one day end up becoming a monster. Queen would not mind learning Han Sen's skills, as she was mostly concerned with becoming stronger. But Queen also knew Han Sen wouldn't just give out a skill such as this to any person who sought to learn it. It was a very profound thing, for Han Sen to go out of his way to teach and aid her. It meant a lot to her. Han Sen felt a little different, though. He mostly didn't mind because it was just a skill, and it hadn't even been completed yet. Han Sen was still knee-deep in the process of modifying it, after all. But of course, Han Sen appreciated Queen being there. He was fond of her, and thus he was very willing to help teach her more. Furthermore, watching someone else make use of the Phoenix techniques provided him with inspiration. It gave him a third-person perspective, so he could truly observe the techniques and see where exactly he might best make modifications. Teaching had always given Han Sen new perspectives, and it always allowed Han Sen to view things in a different light. Queen had come a long way in a short time. She had leveled up very quickly, but regardless, Han Sen helped her put the creature down for good, after a time of battle. Sacred blood creature thorn scorpion killed. Beast soul gained. Consume its flesh to gain 0 to 10 sacred geno points randomly. Han Sen was delighted, so he scrambled to take a look at what manner of beast soul it was. Sacred blood beast soul thorn scorpion, glyph beast soul. Han Sen was shocked at the result, as glyph beast souls were complicated things. He summoned it, and his back gleamed with a tattoo-like drawing of a scorpion. Han Sen did not feel any stronger or faster, though. What is this for? Han Sen couldn't figure out what purpose it served. When he was in the second god's sanctuary, he obtained a glyph beast soul that was called evil-blooded condor. He wasn't sure what it was for, and he had yet to figure it out. If this beast soul was the same, Han Sen didn't fancy the prospect of evolving it. Amidst Han Sen's thoughts, a primitive bug appeared and tried to bite him. Han Sen stepped on it in annoyance, and he became both surprised and enlightened. Han Sen's attack step on the bug was corrosive, and it melted the bug into little more than icky juice. This glyph provides me a toxic element. Han Sen was quite shocked, so he tried it again. After an extensive session of testing, Han Sen was able to confirm the thorn scorpion glyph imbued his attacks with a lethal venom. The toxins were extremely corrosive, but they had to contact blood to work. Once Han Sen came into contact with a creature's blood, it'd boil and fizz like acid. All he would have to do was make an enemy bleed, and then he could allow the toxins to work their magic and taint the rest of the bloodstream. If the foe's toxic resistances were low, it'd be dead in no time at all. Han Sen loved the concept of this glyph, but the power was not very compatible with the invisible King Scorpion's power. With this discrepancy, Han Sen could not tell what would happen if they were combined. After a period of thinking it over, Han Sen put the idea aside for the time being. He wanted to see if he could stumble across a better beast soul before making a final decision. If there was no greater choice, he'd use the gem on the glyph. Back in the shelter, Han Sen asked Moment Queen to drive the shelter through the thorn forest. Han Sen tried teaching Bauer and Zero how to play the Shuan. He spent many sessions with Zero, but Bauer was flat out uninterested. The first time she was given it to hold, she lobbed it away. Fortunately, Han Sen was quick enough to catch it. Bauer loved animals, though. The white bear, rabbit king, red bird, and even the blue dinosaur were now subjected to her bullying. I hope my real kid won't turn out like that, Han Sen thought to himself. If Queen wasn't out hunting, she was spending her time practicing hyper-geno arts in the shelter. Han Sen half believed she was a machine, one that could not turn off, at that. If she turned out to be a machine, Han Sen wouldn't be surprised. Queen's figure was as voluptuous as ever, perfectly sculpted as if through masterful design. Whenever she exercised, her boobs bounced vigorously and almost unnaturally. Their physics were hypnotizing to watch, and it was something Han Sen believed only robots designed for that purpose could achieve. Queen's face was unwelcoming 24/7, too. She certainly had the warmth of a cold-blooded cyborg. Zero was far gentler, by comparison. She cooked, cleaned, and even took the time to massage Han Sen. Her only downside was her lack of speech, as she was fairly silent on a day-to-day basis. Moment Queen continued to think Han Sen was an enemy, and she was now giving him the silent treatment. It looks like Ji Yanran is the only normal woman in my life, Han Sen said to himself, before his thoughts lusted over her. The underground shelter, after 5 daily jumps, finally reached the super creature Moment Queen had mentioned. Han Sen went out looking for it, heeding the instructions Moment Queen was now willing to give. There were no super creatures around, but he did find many empty anthills. There were many lumps and mounds in the earth of that area, all with the telltale signs of having previously housed ants. Han Sen counted at least a dozen of them, but they had all been decapped and their denizens removed. A super creature must have come through here. Look, it has eaten all the ants. Let's go further, Han Sen said. In their travels, Han Sen noticed many more anthills. But they too had been stripped bare, absent of tenants. This guy is a hungry feller. He must have eaten every single ant in a 10-mile radius, Han Sen commented, as he observed yet another empty mound. I don't think they're anthills, Moment Queen said. Han Sen turned around, and in between the thorny vines, he saw a beehive that was approximately the size of a 3-story tall building. But that too was absent of occupants, and the hive itself looked as if it had been damaged pretty severely. Han Sen examined it closer and noticed many of the scuffs and destructive markings across the beehive were similar to those that had mangled the anthills. The creature that did this could have very well been the same one. Han Sen then smelled something very sweet permeating the air. He saw liquid, and it was honey. The drop of honey was on the nest, and everything aside from that drop of honey had been consumed. Han Sen walked around and found more beehives, all of which were in a similar condition. This guy is even hungrier than I thought. He has eaten every single ant and every bee in a 50-mile radius. Han Sen frowned. Perhaps it is making babies, Moment Queen chimed in to say. Han Sen nodded, thinking she could be correct. He knew that super creatures who were pregnant usually ate a lot. Let's go back. We can't mindlessly wander. We should return and formulate a proper plan, Han Sen said, then started walking back to the underground shelter, as he didn't wish to stray too far from it. But soon after, he saw something crawling out of the undergrowth. It was a green pangolin that was around 2 feet long. It was emerging from a pair of bushes, and it seemed to be in search of something. Han Sen was delighted. It looked very small, but Han Sen was able to sense that it was indeed a super creature. Is that the super creature you mentioned? Han Sen asked. Moment Queen tilted her head and said, that does look similar, but it is far smaller than what I saw. Han Sen wished to say something, but before he could, the creature scurried away and disappeared into a burrow. Han Sen immediately regretted he had not taken advantage of that opportunity and leapt forward to slay it. Following it underground was not a good idea. Suddenly, though, the creature came back out carrying something. When the creature emerged from its burrow again, it had a coin in its mouth. Han Sen and Moment Queen were surprised, thinking it would be carrying a rat or food in its maw, if it sought to give them something. Or maybe even rare medicine like ginseng. But the creature brought them a coin, which was quite puzzling. There was no currency in the sanctuary, so silver coins such as that were useless. But Han Sen could not have been mistaken, and it was indeed a coin. The coin was similar to the old coins of yore, with the image of a head on one side and a number on the other. In this case, it was the number 1. The creature, which was continuing to hold the coin in its mouth, crawled its way over into another bush. Han Sen put Moment Queen away, masked his sense, and went after it. The creature kept on going until it reached a hill. There was a stone cave at its bottom, and the creature scurried its way inside. The hill was around 100 meters tall, but it was entirely laced with thorny vines. Making out the cave's entrance would be a trying task for the untrained eye. Han Sen waited outside the entrance for a bit, seeing if it would re-emerge. The creature did indeed, but when it came outside again, it did so without the coin. Seeing the creature walk back in the same direction it had come, Han Sen decided to duck into the cave once the coast was clear. Han Sen gave the place a scan and verified the immediate vicinity was free from life forces. He ventured down deep, and after a few turns, his Dongshuan aura's range was not enough to scan the entrance nor the deepest recess of the place. That creature was small, perhaps young. Maybe its parent lives somewhere down here. Han Sen wondered. Han Sen put on his armor and summoned Disloyal Knight. Together, they continued the descent. Han Sen stood behind Disloyal Knight and did his best to scan the area. The last thing he wanted to do was unknowingly stumble upon and invoke the ire of a group of super creatures dwelling in the dark. If there were any more than 2 super creatures down there, they'd be in danger. The pair kept at a brisk pace down the tunnel. They wanted to scope the whole place out before the little creature returned to the cave. There'd be no way to maneuver past it if it came back before they were out. After a few more twists and turns, Han Sen reached the deepest pit of that cave. They did not encounter a single creature along the way. When Han Sen entered that last pit, he was shocked. The cave had many peculiar items residing inside it. There were mounds of broken armaments, weaponry, and garb. Some pieces of metallic weaponry had rusted so much, they looked like burned sticks. Han Sen found a coin amongst the junk. It was on top of everything else, indicating it had been put there most recently. Why would a super creature gather so much junk? Well, one man's junk is another super creature's treasure. When this thought breached Han Sen's mind, an expression fell across his face like that of a conniving thief. Han Sen grabbed a rusted sword from the pile and thought to himself, perhaps this was once used by a powerful emperor, one who once ruled every region of the third god's sanctuary under a single banner. Over the years, it traded hands in degrading qualities of care until it was forgotten. And then, it ended up here, lost to the lonely decay of time. It has come to me. It's mine, my own, my precious. Oh, my beloved sword, I have come to rescue you from this pit. Han Sen swung it around and then gotcha. It broke. Han Sen was only holding the hilt of a rusted sword now, and he thought to himself, perhaps I must go deeper. This junk on top of the other junk must be the real junk. The junk below the junk must be the junk worth salvaging, and as the junk that is secretly treasure, Han Sen rummaged through the mound of rubbish and eventually came across the glint of bronze armor. He said to himself, ooh, this armor looks very well crafted. I wonder, could it be a prized treasure of some ancient emperor? Han Sen tossed aside most of the junk that was covering the armor and tried picking it up. Before he could lift it fully, though, the shoulder plate came right off. It really was just a pile of rubbish. Everything there was broken, aside from the coin that was last brought inside. You are a super creature, not the sanctuary's garbage collector, Han Sen told himself, sapped of excitement. Han Sen decided to pick up the coin. It looked like metal, so he tried giving it a powerful squeeze. It didn't leave a mark. With Han Sen's power, he could now leave a fingerprint on a chunk of Z steel. Stone with just a pinch. The fact that this coin remained totally unharmed surprised him. Earlier, Han Sen could only see the face and the number on opposite sides of the coin. But now, after closer examination, he was shocked. The carved head of a woman looked alive, and it suggested to Han Sen that it must have been designed by someone famous. On the other side, the number 1 was surrounded by a variety of strange symbols. Their meaning escaped Han Sen's knowledge. The woman's head on the coin seemed familiar, too. But she did not look like any of his close female friends. After staring at it to figure out who it most looked like, he blurted out, I know. That's her head. It was only her head on the coin, but it had been delicately crafted. And simmering beneath the surface of that innocent image was an untold power. And startlingly, the face was familiar to Han Sen. He knew of a person whose face looked exactly like the one on the coin. It took a while for him to remember her image, due to him having only seen this woman once. When the empty witch ascended to the third god's sanctuary, a spirit escorted her through the door that manifested in the air. Han Sen's remembrance of that spirit's face was a little woozy. A lot had been going on when he saw her, and it was a very long time ago. So, even though his memory of it was fuzzy at first, it was now coming back to him. Staring at the coin intently, Han Sen couldn't shake the feeling that it really was her. The resemblance, at least, was uncanny. She had also left the mark of a lotus on Han Sen's forehead, but it was destroyed by Dragon King. Dragon King told Han Sen that he had been marked by the Lotus Empress. This must be her. It has to be the Lotus Empress. Han Sen was firm in this belief. He wasn't 100% sure, but he couldn't think of anyone else it could have looked like. Han Sen looked around, wondering if there was anything else worth taking, but there wasn't. Proper currency was worthless in the sanctuary, so coins must have been forged by the Alliance. But the hardest material in the Alliance was Z-steel alloy, and it wasn't as sturdy as the material used to craft the coin. The coin had been retrieved by the creature from below the earth, so it was also quite puzzling why it had been buried in the soil of such a random location. Han Sen had been rattled by this discovery, and it made him a whole lot more curious about the creature that had initially collected the coin. But alas, Han Sen had been lost in thought for some time, and he hadn't paid attention to how long he had been down there. Han Sen was afraid the little creature could show up any second. He went over to hide beneath the garbage. There was a mighty shield amidst the junk, and it was perfect for him to hide behind. He masked his scent and clutched Taya tightly. Han Sen was planning to wait until the creature returned, and when it did, assassinate it. It was a super creature, and if he was able to insta-kill it through assassination and forego the need for a drawn-out fight, that'd be a mighty swell thing indeed. It wasn't long until Han Sen started to hear sounds coming from further up the cave. They were the sounds of the creature, on its way back down as predicted. Han Sen made sure his scent was hidden. Then, he went into a state of focus, ensuring the hand that held the sword was firm but relaxed and ready to strike. To perform the strongest assassination strike, your body had to be relaxed. It was something he had practiced extensively during his time in the first god's sanctuary. He was very proficient in the ways of the assassin. Not too much later, Han Sen felt the little creature approach. He could sense something scraping against the ground, and this made Han Sen think the creature was bringing a bigger item along with it. Han Sen did not very much care what the little blighter was carrying with him, he just remained focused, preparing to strike. And the closer the creature got, the more relaxed Han Sen became. A noise rung out, sounding like the creature had chucked the latest scrap of junk onto the garbage pile. Han Sen could see every movement and motion made by the creature, all through his mind's eye. He could sense it all without the need for his true naked eyes. When the item landed on the heap, that was the time for him to strike. And so he did. Han Sen leapt out from behind the shield with Taya, ready to plunge Taya deep into the witless super creature that was none the wiser. His heart and kidneys pumped fast, as his entire body began to glow red. Han Sen knew he was performing the perfect strike, as expected. 9 gene locks of the Blood Pulse Sutra and Taya made for a lethal combination. Super creatures would do well to fear such a combo. The creature turned around, but Han Sen still had his eye on the prize. Being so fast and so accurate, he thought he had ticked all the boxes, and he was more than ready to see Taya plunge through the creature's throat. There was no chance the creature could react in time. Dong! The sword was aiming for the neck with pinpoint accuracy, but before a connection was made, the scales of the creature lit up with a bright green light. An aura of light suddenly enveloped the little beast, as if it was encased in a tight bubble of impenetrable protection. The creature was sent flying, but it was dealt no harm. The creature escaped the assassination attempt unscathed. A super creature with defensive powers, huh? Han Sen was quite shocked. But while the creature was still airborne, Han Sen drew his phoenix sword. Dong! The phoenix sword was incapable of penetrating the creature's green shield. Die! Han Sen used all his power to repeatedly strike the creature, keeping it airborne amidst a flurry of hits. The phoenix sword and Taya beat against the shield non-stop. The shield looked like a balloon under fire, as if it'd break any second. Boom! Han Sen batted the creature into a wall, and before it could recover, pounced on the creature like a madman. With another barrage of strikes, Han Sen went to town on the creature. I don't need Super King Spirit mode to kill a super creature. Han Sen was insanely excited. Die! Han Sen was shouting as he slashed, and eventually, the green bubble shield shattered into a faint haze of dust. Without the shield, the creature was naked and helpless. It was like a little lamb, prepared for slaughter. But before Han Sen slew the creature, he froze in place. Ah, I was just playing games with you. Han Sen suddenly looked incredibly kind and gentle, and he brought his hand down to stroke the creature. Han Sen slowly turned around, and that was when he saw a number of giant creatures behind him. They all stared at Han Sen with menacing eyes. Boom! Han Sen hit the wall of the cave like a cannonball, and in the haze of dust and debris that accompanied his fall, he spat out blood. Before Han Sen was able to stand up again, a big monster stood above him, with legs on each side of him. His pupils grew bigger. Unable to stand up, Han Sen had to roll in evasion, to avoid the crushing legs that began to work like pistons in an attempt to stomp on him. The frightening feet were far too close to comfortably avoid. As Han Sen rolled, he could feel the ground shake with each pounding stomp, and he could hear the echo of each thump carry through the cave. Boom, boom, boom. Han Sen kept on rolling as 6 massive creatures did their best to try to trample him underfoot. He was already using Super King Spirit mode, but even so, he was unable to fight back. When Han Sen was able to stand back up, a scaled tail lashed his back like a whip. More blood oozed from his mouth as he was sent careening through the air once more. His bones were starting to feel like cracked glass, ready to shatter with the slightest additional jarring. Han Sen came down against an awkwardly shaped rock and broke it in his descent. Things had rarely turned so sour and remained so dire for Han Sen. Ever since Han Sen had come into possession of Super King Spirit mode, things had never gotten this bad. There were 6 super creatures in that cavern. They were the same breed as the little one he had attempted to assassinate, but these were monstrously large. What's more, they all had the same green bubble of protection. He had tried throwing coins on them, but it was all to no avail. Han Sen believed he had stumbled across an entire family of super creatures, as their cooperation was even better than the army. Whenever Han Sen tried to attack, they each weaved together to protect one another. And whenever Han Sen wished to dodge, Phoenix techniques were the only things able to keep him alive. The creatures were surprisingly quick and nimble. So much so, they had prevented Han Sen from being able to escape the grip of that wretched cave. He had been subject to extreme tortuous pain from the repeated pummeling he received in his bid to flee. Despite the strength and sturdiness that Han Sen's Super King Spirit mode imparted, he had never expected to be in a situation where it did not prove enough. It wasn't the get-out-of-jail-free card he had grown accustomed to. If this was any other super creature, he would have been beaten it to death by now, 3 times over. These creatures, however, working in unison, were far too much for him to handle. This isn't fair. This should be a one-on-one. Han Sen leapt out from the rubble, as fast as his aching bones could carry him. A split second after he leapt away, a creature's bottom was crushing the remains of the rock he had shattered. 6 creatures were doing their best to attack Han Sen, as he desperately sought an escape route. He wouldn't dare summon Disloyal Knight for such a circumstance, as he was not very good when it came to dodging. The halo could weaken them, but there were 6 super creatures to still contend with. It wouldn't be enough, and Disloyal Knight would most likely be killed. This must be karma. It's finally come calling, Han Sen told himself. Han Sen was hit by a tail, and before he could recover, another one struck him like a burning chain. Han Sen gritted his teeth to bear the pain and jumped, using the tail to propel himself up. He wanted to use that boost to go airborne and try to get away. But another 3 tails manifested in the air, as if by magic. Han Sen was able to dodge 2, but he could not avoid the 3rd. The tail whacked Han Sen with speed and power that felt like a train. Pang! Han Sen crashed into the ground like a meteor, forming skid marks in the stone-cold floor as he rattled, scraped, and rolled along it. Before Han Sen could pull himself up, a foot was on top of him. The ground around him was breaking as Han Sen sunk deeper and deeper into the earth under the obscene weight of that foot. The foot removed itself, and Han Sen was brought to the startling realization he was 2 feet in the ground. Thankfully, it wasn't yet 6. His Super King Spirit mode had been extinguished, and he was no longer able to move. Pang! Pang! Another beast brought its foot down on him, as Han Sen felt his body pushed down with the weight of a mountain. His armor had endured enough, and it shattered. The creatures then stopped and turned to each other, as if they were communicating. Han Sen looked very dead, but with one last morsel of energy, his dragon wings spread enough to lift him out of the pit. The creatures looked at Han Sen with shock. Han Sen spread his wings further and took off flying for 10 miles as his tormentors struggled to catch up. Eventually, Han Sen brought himself down and summoned Golden Growler to take him the rest of the way back to the shelter. My bones are like sand, Han Sen thought to himself. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to play dead and buy enough time to escape. If he hadn't, he really would have been killed there. He had survived, but the mantis armor had been destroyed. What's worse, he had not obtained a single return from the investment of that horrible affair. All Han Sen had acquired was a coin, and he couldn't wear that. Whenever Han Sen wanted to bully a small super creature, he ended up getting attacked. It was like a curse. I hope this coin turns out useful. I can't stand the thought of all that being for nothing. Han Sen teleported back to the Alliance and jumped into a recovery pool. He stayed there for a whole week, and even still, he had not fully recovered. He knew he would have to take a small break from adventuring. Han Sen's body was strong, and due to prior practice with Hyper Geno arts, his abilities of recovery were good, though. It wouldn't take much longer to be back in tip-top shape. Returning to the sanctuary, Han Sen entered a room that was empty in the shelter. There, he summoned Dragon King. Do you know what this is? Han Sen asked, showing him the coin. Dragon King looked at it with shock, and he said, is that an Empress coin? Where did you get it from? Is it worth anything? Retrieving this thing almost cost me my life. Han Sen was already feeling better, judging from the reaction Dragon King had given him. Dragon King examined the coin, and after a while, he tossed it back to Han Sen. What is it? Say something, would you? Han Sen frowned. Dragon King shook his head and said, this is an Empress coin, but first, tell me where you got it from. Tell me what I want to know first. What does it do? Han Sen gave Dragon King an intense stare. He was still feeling a little sour from his horrid experience in the cave, so he wasn't in the mood to play games. Dragon King smiled and said, this thing is special. I can't just sum it up in 2 seconds. Han Sen sat down and gave Dragon King another look. Dragon King was able to tell Han Sen was not in a good mood. There are many emperors in the third god's sanctuary, and there are many empresses, as well. The most famous of all was Night Empress. Even ancient Devil Emperor feared her. Han Sen picked up the coin and asked, is this her Geno treasure? Not quite, Dragon King answered. Han Sen gave him another stare, saying, then why tell me this? The Empress coins are not Geno treasures, but they did belong to Night Empress. They don't do anything, but perhaps they can be used to trade for something decent, Dragon King explained. What might I be able to trade it for? Han Sen asked. Dragon King told him, do you see the Night Empress on the coin? Don't you think she looks a little like the Lotus Queen? I wondered that myself. Are they related? Han Sen asked. Dragon King said, Night Empress is currently in the fourth god's sanctuary. Lotus Empress is her heir. When I came here, she had already built a name for herself and become famous. Dragon King went on to explain, saying, Lotus Queen likes to collect the coins of her mother. You could probably go and see her and exchange this coin for a lotus seed. You can push your luck and ask for more, but that is a decision I'd best leave up to you. What good is a lotus seed? Han Sen inquired. Think about it, you could grow fruit worthy of an emperor. It'd be great for opening gene locks. Only Lotus Queen can make these lotus seeds, too. They are highly sought after things, Dragon King said. Han Sen looked at the coin and said, if you're saying this coin is useless, why does the Lotus Queen want them so much? I imagine it's for more than simple sentimental value. Dragon King said, people who possess Empress coins have come to conclude that they are incredibly sturdy. Sturdy, but useless. Night Empress created 13 of these coins and gave them to the king spirits she liked most. Although Han Sen believed the coins had a greater worth and purpose than he was being told, if he couldn't figure out what that was, the coin really would be useless. But he still thought swapping it for a few lotus seeds would make for a decent exchange. Opening more gene locks could never be frowned upon, after all. His Dongshuan Sutra was coming along nicely, but Han Sen still felt as if its development was a bit too slow. Lotus Empress had seen him in the second god's sanctuary, though, and given him a mark. He was worried she might try to imprison him if he approached her. Perhaps I can get a spirit to do the exchange, in my stead, Han Sen thought to himself. Dragon King looked at Han Sen and asked, so, can you tell me where you got this coin from? Han Sen explained to him what had occurred with the little creature, but left out the part where he tried to assassinate the creature and got cruelly beat up by its family. He merely said he stole it from the nest after following it inside. Dragon King was surprised, and he said, wow, you found a metal eater. I found a metal eater. Han Sen was unfamiliar with the name. Dragon King said, yes, metal eaters are an infamous sort of super creature. They dine on metal and absorb the powers of it. The items in those rusted piles of junk were grand things, I imagine, once upon a time. It's just that their properties were absorbed by the creatures. Now it makes sense. Han Sen knew the rusted stuff had to be special. That must have been why the metal eater took the coin. It's quite the artifact, and it is composed of a very resilient metal. Dragon King felt it was a shame, so he went on to say, I cannot believe there were 6 of them. You might have fared okay against 1, but 6. Not even an emperor would provoke those things, so I'm glad you had the sense not to do anything stupid in there, like attacking the little one. Even emperors wouldn't provoke them. Han Sen gulped, almost unable to believe what he had just been told. Dragon King smiled and said, metal eaters can become berserk super creatures. They can have greater vitality and defense than an emperor, and metal weapons are entirely ineffective against them. No emperor I know would approach one of those creatures with confidence, especially those with 9 gene locks open. They are vengeful things, too. If you killed one, those that knew about it would hunt you down until the end of time. Han Sen was glad he did not kill the little one. If he had, he'd have been in trouble. Han Sen was then very excited, thinking about something. The little creature collected the coin from a burrow or hole in the ground. Do you think there might be something else inside? Han Sen asked, with a manic glint in his eye. Dragon King said, it is certainly possible, yes. I don't see why an Empress coin would randomly appear there, of all places. And if there was something more there, it should still be there. Now, Han Sen's enthusiasm had been restored. He was wide awake and ready to go. He packed his stuff and left the shelter, wanting to go dig through the hole the creature first came out of. He was keen to find out if there was anything else inside. Because the hole was not too far away from the nest of the metal eaters, Han Sen approached it with great care. The last thing he wanted to do was make them aware of his presence there. Han Sen wasn't afraid of the metal eaters, he had just been caught with his pants down when he encountered them before. He had only expected there to be the baby metal eater and no others. They were fearsome foes, and he simply wanted to exercise caution. With great care, he approached the hole. If he caught sight of them again, he'd shoot off back into the trees as quick as he could. Fortunately, though, he didn't see any of the creatures as he ventured towards the hole. He poked about its surrounding vicinity to ensure there weren't any lurking about, either. All seemed good. Han Sen squatted down at the hole. The hole was around the size of a bowl, and he could not tell how deep it went. Due to the hole not being completely vertical, scanning what may have been down there was difficult. Maybe I should just dig a hole of my own. Han Sen summoned his devil pill and created a shovel. With that, he started to dig. The soil was cumbersome to dig up, as there were many rocks to remove. Fortunately, Han Sen was a very strong man. He managed to dig a hole for himself that was 5 meters deep in no time at all. Quite the feat, considering the ground was mostly rocks beneath the thin layer of grass and soil. Dong! Han Sen's shovel struck something quite hard, and try as he might, he could not dig any further. He was delighted at the discovery, and he knew that he had come across something remarkable. If it was just a rock, his shovel would have cut through it. With the shovel unable to break more ground, Han Sen had reached treasure for sure. Han Sen quickly brushed away the soil, and soon after, a part of the item emerged. He froze when he saw it. It was actually rock, albeit one that seemed to be extremely well polished, unnaturally so. There was only a small part of it showing, so Han Sen got to digging out the rest. With the shovel, he began to remove the other stones and soil around it. This rock he had stumbled across was far bigger than he expected. It ended up taking him far longer to dig it up than he initially expected. The rock looked as if its top and its bottom had been cut clean through, leaving it at a height of 2 meters. Its width, however, was easily 10 meters. It looked as if it belonged to a part of something much bigger. When or what that was, however, was up for debate. With nothing particularly remarkable about it, Han Sen thought to flip it over and see if he had missed something. The rock was not only surprisingly sturdy, it was surprisingly heavy, too. Try as he might, Han Sen could not lift it an inch. Han Sen opened 9 of his Blood Pulse Sutra gene locks, wiggled his fingers beneath the rock, and then tried to lift it. Get up, you stupid rock! Han Sen exclaimed. Han Sen's face was as red as a beetroot, but he could not lift it more than a few inches. His body trembled with the effort he exerted in trying to lift it, but he ended up having to just let it go. When he dropped the rock back down, the ground all around quaked. This has to be something good, right? Han Sen wondered. He summoned Disloyal Knight and Golden Growler. Han Sen asked them both to help him lift the thing, all together. 1, 2, 3. Han Sen shouted, before putting all his strength back into the trying task of lifting the rock alongside his companions. He almost managed to flip it this time, but Han Sen got spooked by something most unnerving. It frightened him backwards, making him drop the rock back where it lay. The small metal eater was directly below the rock he had been trying to lift, and it had been looking directly at Han Sen. Han Sen leapt out of the hole he had dug, wanting to get out of the area as quick as he possibly could. But he then realized he had not seen the other 6 metal eaters. Why are you down there, Squirt? It is dangerous for you to be out in the woods all alone. You should go home, Han Sen said with a condescending tone of voice. The Metal Eater simply wriggled out from underneath the rock and stared at Han Sen, not at all intimidated by him. Without the adult Metal Eaters anywhere nearby, though, he did not yet want to leave. The Metal Eater did not act aggressively towards Han Sen, at least. But just to be sure, he scanned the proximity and made sure there were no adults lurking nearby. Then, he summoned Meowth to stand outside the hole and serve as a lookout. Han Sen looked back down at the Metal Eater and told it, "Good kid. That's right, don't call out for mama." The Metal Eater gave no response, so Han Sen jumped back down and returned to the rock so he could try lifting it up alongside Golden Growler and Disloyal Knight again. 1, 2, 3. Han Sen shouted. The trio were barely able to lift it, and it seemed as if the baby Metal Eater thought they were trying to play some sort of game. It joined in and tried helping them lift it. Boom. The rock was lifted, and after it had been flipped, Han Sen noticed an engraving on the stone's underside. When Han Sen wiped away the soil to get a proper look, he froze. On the big rock, 2 words had been engraved, Person 1. What does that mean? I am one person. Han Sen was quite confused, to say the least. As Han Sen examined it further, his face changed. The rock and the text looked familiar. Han Sen tried to remember where he had seen something like this before, and that's when it hit him. This must be it. The words are so similar, Han Sen said, as he looked at the rock. Han Sen continued staring at the rock. Han Sen had been trapped in the Valley of Time for 3 years. In the valley, there was a broken stone, and it was one he had seen off and on for the duration of that painful time. He was positive this rock was connected to the one back in that valley, and they looked as if they may have once been connected. If this is a part of that rock, why would it be all the way out here? And what is the connection between this and the Empress coin? Han Sen frowned, with a head full of questions. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.